Okay. Alright, so it's running correctly this time around. And it passes sound test. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister, and today I'll be streaming Time Princess. This is Queen Mary, which is like the first book that they unlock when you're starting with the Time Princess game. And basically, you're playing as Queen Marie Antoinette. The people have yet to royal rule, and the kingdom is in chaos and has full rule. And will Queen Marie Antoinette be able to save the people and change her fate? Because we got like knowledge from the future, but that's just about it. We don't got the technology. We know how the story we know how the story ends, but not just a matter of trying to change it using local resources. Uh, Your Majesty, please get out now. We mustn't let the king see you in this unkept state. I survey my surroundings, and in a grand room I don't recognize the person reflected in the mirror. Could this be the world within the book? You mustn't make me into the wee hours of the night like that again, Your Majesty. And I hear the stern voice of a middle-aged woman, and a wave of memories and emotions belonging to the owner of this body flood into my mind. I am Marie Antoinette, wife of Louis XV of the House of Bourbon. Everyone views her as a spendthrift who's only interested in dressing up and having fun. She's the queen who got her head cut off during the French Revolution. Spoiler alert. Her white hair, good heavens. It's almost time for you to see the king. Please put on these clothes I prepared for you. My mind is in chaos and I hesitate for a moment before making my decision. Let's get changed. My thoughts are still scrambled, but she's right, I shouldn't tarry. Alright, help me get changed. What I just used was how what's gonna help me pass the stage and so forth. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is rare for you to cooperate with me when Leonard isn't around. I should be the one thanking you, Madame de Niau. As Princess, I unconsciously brought out her name, and it seems I'm slowly becoming one with Marie Antoinette. I'm only doing my duty. His Majesty will be delighted with how you look. I realize that I'm about to see Marie's husband, and I feel very nervous. Will he notice anything different about me? It's my first time seeing him, so I must be careful. The palace is grand and luxurious, decorated, it seems unreal. And it feels strangely familiar, even though I've never seen it before. Feeling faint, I accidentally step on the hem of my dress and stumble, and I shut my eyes, bracing for the impact of my fall. Careful. Pardon me, Your Majesty, please watch your step. The man who caught me has his arm around my waist, and after making sure I recover my balance, he lets go of me and swiftly steps away. Marie's memory tells me that he's the Marquis de Lafayette, fresh out of the American Revolution. I wonder what he could be up to in this, back in the old country. Your Majesty, as the Queen of France, you must uphold the highest standard of the Guru. I am just, even if you're unwell, you must remember. Your conduct affects the royal family's reputation and that of France too. I must report to the king now, so I shall take my leave. Please excuse me. He walks away, but I still feel the warmth of his hand on my waist. Taking his attitude and Madame de Nostone into consideration, I guess I'm not very welcome here. It's a miracle that I now had the chance of experiencing the life of a queen, but what a dire situation to be in. I take a deep breath and pull on my skirt and continue walking towards the carriage. And the corridor ahead seems incredibly long as it ends in a huge ornamented door and carved with irises. And what lies beyond the door, I have no idea, but now that I've become the queen, I must go on. From now on, I shall write my own destiny. Never mind history and determinate and what may happen. I ain't losing my head. I start reminiscing. The memories are hazy. Are they real or just a dream? My childhood was spent in the Sorbonne Palace, and my mother, Maria Teresa, was a busy ruling the country. When I turned 14, I was married off to the French crown for the future of both France and Austria. And I still remember what my mother said to me before I left. Do so much to do so much good to the people of France, and they will be able to see that I have sent them an angel. Clear morning light streaming to the room, and I am lying on a soft silky sheet in Marie's bed. Everything feels unreal. My face feels wet, and I realize I started crying. Is this because I'm in Marie's body? Her feelings and memories keep flowing into my mind, and it feels like I have become her. Good morning, Marie. Leonard is already waiting outside with a stunning outfit. I'm sure you'll like it. Oh, why are you crying? Did the king find out you were gambling with us all night? Did he punish you? Her doe eyes look worried, and she's my closest friend and one of the few in Versailles who truly care about me. I'm not Marie, but I'm really fond of her, and it's hard to tell the difference between Marie's feeling and my own. No, he didn't. The king suddenly had to discuss something with Lafayette, so we didn't meet in the end. Don't worry about me. I was just thinking about my mother and my passing. Sure, bro. That's all. Are you homesick? Should I make good hope and a croissant for you? You show me how to make it, and they probably won't taste quite the same, but I can try it. That would be nice, thank you, Gabrielle. And then you say Leonard is waiting outside. That's right, he can bring in the new clothes while I go bake the pastry. But if you're still unwell, I could ask him to come back another day. What do you think? Wouldn't that be troublesome for him? Not to worry, he'll understand, I'm sure. The gossamer curtains flutter in the morning breeze, accompanied by birds, and everything seems perfect. Most gracious king, you're as lovely as ever. And what are you wearing? My goodness. Such a grand beauty stifle. My heart is in pain. And why are you dressed according to my guidelines? It's not that bad, is it, Madame de Noce? It is the most suitable way to dress in the palace. Oh, no, 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 no. Why did you let her pick your clothing? You're the queen and the mistress of the palace of Versailles. You can wear whatever you like. She's so fashioned and boring. Ah, my eyes are burning. I can't look at this any longer. Dear my dear, yesterday the king told me to design something just for you, something that your beauty deserves. His Majesty, and why would he? The king told me that he wants to apologize for not seeing you yesterday, so this is a little surprise present for him. Well, it's not much of a surprise if you spoiled it. Try this on, I spent all night sewing it. Leonard's smile is infectious and everything feels sunny again. The clothes are beautiful, I can't wait to try them on. Ah, a nice blue dress. Perfect, you're the loveliest woman in all of Versailles, the loveliest woman in all the world. I spin slowly in front of the mirror, and I'm totally in awe by how stunning the outfit is. Oh my, it's so pretty, thank you, Leonard. It's a pleasure to make you the most stylish queen. And I shall take my leave, and I'll show you my latest designs next time. Ta-ta! Marie, you look so beautiful. I have no words to describe it. I'm so glad to see you're more upbeat, and the good hope and the croissant are ready, and try them and see if they are to your taste. Gabriella leads me to a small table, and the familiar smell of the yummy pastry instills me with nostalgia. Gabriella, you're too good to me. You keep saying that, but I never done anything for you, not really, and you're the one who's good to me, Marie. And if I hadn't insisted on retaining me and paid off my family debts, I wouldn't even be in Versailles. Yes, I remember. I was the only one that I was. I remember I was the only one who reached out to help her, and she was always by my side in my memories. After spending a day here, I understand why Marie is so fond of her. No one likes me except for Gabriel and Lena, and they care about me and keep me company. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve so much hatred? All I did was tell people to eat cake. Cake is wonderful. Don't say that you're too good to me, and it's only normal for me to be good to you in return, right? Marie, just as I lean forward to grasp her hand, a stern voice comes from the corridor. Duchess Polignac, I don't understand. How could you walk around the palace after your humiliating scandal? It's Madame Adelaide. Marie, may I leave? I'll come back later. Without warning for me to know, Gabriel tries to run off like a panicked dog desperately escaping a hunter. Adelaida, Louis XIV's daughter and the current king's aunt. And she hates my spending habit, but she can't do anything to me. Instead, she attacks Gabriel. Take a look at you. You don't look like another woman at all. No wonder lovely servants insult you to your face, and you let them off without a word of rebuke, and you are a disgrace to the Versailles. Get away from the queen now. You ruin her reputation, clinging to her all day. All the your pathetic family send you to beg the queen for help again. No, it's not like that. I just wish to be by Her Majesty's side. Gabriel glances at me like a scared and helpless little puppy. I'm engaged. And I know this woman is the king's son, but those crazy words and that arrogant attitude of yours are intolerable. Madame, I won't let you insult Gabriel any further. And then she'd be like, well, it's not an insult if I say the truth. She's a caring person and nothing like what you say. Your Majesty, how dare you criticize a royal princess for the sake of a minor duchess? Madame Adelaide notices the pastries on the table and smiles coldly. A few pastries in return for paying off your debts is such a pathetic display of gratitude. You're the Queen of France now, not an Austrian princess, and stop longing for these Austrian things. It's not Her Majesty's fault. I offered to bake them for her. Madame, why are you here today? You didn't just come here to insult my secretary, or whatever the hell Gabriel does for me, my cook, my professional ass kisser. I remember I merely came to pay you a courtesy visit. I didn't expect to run into Duchess Polignac. But since she's here, I would like to invite her to my chambers for a while. Run, Forrest, run. Your Majesty, Gabriel has told me that Adeline subject her to all kinds of humiliating abuse, and I can't believe Adeline dares to ask me. Gabriel's red and sullen eyes are incredibly upsetting, and just as I'm about to reject Adeline, she smiles cruelly. Your Majesty, I merely invited her to my room for a while. Why do you hesitate? I can't. I'm sure she'll do something terrible to Gabriel, but if I say no, what will that cause even more trouble? And after much consideration, I take a deep breath and close my eyes and reply, let Gabriel decide. I shouldn't decide for Gabriel's my friend, and I don't want to order her to do something she doesn't want to do. Since you're inviting the Duchess Polignac, you should be asking her, not me. Your Majesty, the weak have no future without a strong leader, and just like how daughters cannot survive without a host. And you're the mistress of Versailles, and why can you decide for her? Because she's my friend, and I will respect her choice no matter what it is. So what is your answer, Duchess Polignac? Oh yes, do you think carefully before you answer me? I know slightly at Gabriel, hoping she will be brave enough to defy Adelaide. I have plans with Her Majesty today. Please forgive me. Yes, we have plans to spend the whole day together, and if you wish to invite her, Madame, please select another day. I see. What a pity. I had a bunch of weird sketchy stuff that didn't make it into the history room planned for her. Your Majesty, I should take my leave. Marie, thank you. I never thought I'd be able to make a decision like that. Without your encouragement, I wouldn't have been able to reply. Why not? Your life is your own. Take charge. I know you're scared, and I am too, but I think we did well, you especially. You're always helping me when I'm in trouble. Thank you so much, Marie. That's enough start thanking me. Your pastries are very fragrant and I'm famished. Can I eat? Sure, I can make more whenever you like. Yeah, I travel back in time so I can eat all of the croissants. I can. Alright, time to eat some croissants. Gabrielle smiles lights up my heart and she starts to feel better again. And I can tell if the feeling belongs to Marie or to me. I wake up to the scent of flowers and gentle breeze in the wind. It's a lovely morning. Flowers. I usually don't have flowers in my room, and did the king send them as a surprise present? Oh my, white roses, they're gorgeous. And delicate white roses are piled up around my bed, and a wine red envelope with a silver seal lies on top of the roses, and a drum tours. I pick up and smell the scent, and I never smelled before, yet it's oddly familiar, and I softly call out a name. First, then. Count Fersen, here from Sweden, chasing a dream, but instead finding true love. Marie met him at a costume ball and had a chance meeting spark a passionate romance. My princess, the war has finally ended, and I am on my way back to you. And I miss your canary-like voice, your dimples, and your starry eyes. I miss everything about you, and do you miss me too? And I have too many things to tell you, but I want to say them while looking at your beautiful eyes. And I hope you can sense how much I long to fly to your side, but I can only use these white roses to represent the unchanging feelings I have for you all this year. This letter is too daring. I can sense Fernand's passionate love for Marie in his letter, and my heart is racing. I read the letter again, trying to untangle my feelings from Marie, but it's only the result in bringing up more memories. Your words, all the love in the world, you're unique, and no words can possibly describe your virtue. Oh, don't cry, your tears will shatter my heart. And I must take part in a war in the America to prove my worth to all of Sweden. And you know me best, and I'm your greatest supporter, and I came back to you proud to become someone who can protect you. And I don't know how long it'll be before I can return to you, but whenever I think of you, I shall kiss the white rose charm you gave me. So he was like also with Lafayette, like helping the America become independent in order to screw with the British. Lafayette has returned from the war, so Fresno can be too far away. Should I face him? Marie, why so red? Oh, it's certain. He's such a hopeless romantic, and I think you'll meet him at the banquet 2 days from now. Banquet? The banquet welcoming a war he was home, and you've been looking for a grand accessory for the occasion, haven't you? A jeweler named Bonner is here to see you, and he bought a special necklace, a one-of-a-kind necklace. I'm curious, and I feel the urge to be the most attention-grabbing woman at the banquet. A desire that I wish to indulge wholeheartedly. Excellent, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Let's take a look, and maybe you'll wear it into the banquet. Let's go. On my way to the living room, I realized myself in the mirror and realized how disheveled I am, having just got out of bed. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to freshen up first. And Gabriel suddenly stopped me and has me a gift box. I always wanted to give you this. I just take it as another accessory in your collection, maybe. Thank you, Gabriel. I'll treasure it forever. Ah, just continue. A nice little flowery dress. Your Majesty, I am a jeweler, and Your Majesty, my name is Bomer, and I'm here to show you a treasure today. My partner and I spent 2 years crafting a necklace over 600 diamonds. We think it'll suit Your Majesty beautifully, and we are here to present it to you. Ah, it's a fancy necklace. Oh my goodness, what a stunning necklace. Marie, I think you're the only person beautiful enough to wear it. I heard that the previous king was commissioned a grand necklace for Madame du Barry. And if the story still this should be it? Yes, Madame is wise indeed to know its origin. I only heard of it too bad Madame du Barry was dismissed from court and never laid eyes upon the necklace. But maybe this is God's will. Madame du Barry is no longer in favor and has lost the right to wear it. Marie, your beauty and status, you are the only one who could wear such a necklace. Yes, that's true. They're both acting very sus. There's no one like it. Please buy it and allow it to complement your beauty. And we're only asking for a lowly 1,600,000 livres. One possibility. How many years of palace expense is that? For all we know, it's like cubic zirconia. Your Majesty deserves a jewelry that befits her station, and this jewelry is grand enough for royalty. This is a great purchase. Only Your Majesty deserves such a necklace. Yes, only royalty will have the funds to buy this, but Louis can no longer afford this. And is that why Bonner is here? And what is in Your Majesty? The gems brilliance is captivating and tempting my vanity. But I shouldn't spend years of the palace is expensive. And the money could feed so many civilians. And should I really buy this out of vanity? Refuse to buy it. I already have a bad reputation. If I spend this much on a necklace it's good, and it gets out, what would the people think of me? And I'm not sure what the French Revolution is about, but I think it has something to do with luxuries of the royal court. I have gotten a chance to stop things from getting worse, and I will not suffer the same fate as the original Marie. Marie, don't you like this necklace? Anyone would like this necklace, myself included. Then you should take this opportunity, Your Majesty. I lost it, but I can afford it. Thank you anyway. Oh, please consider, Your Majesty. If only you're concerned about finances, for the sake of giving this necklace a home, may I present you a solution? Your Majesty can pay it in installments. That sounds possible. And money's offer is very tempting after thinking it a while. Don't buy it. No, never mind, forget it. Oh, Your Majesty, I'm sorely disappointed. Unfortunately, I cannot buy it. I'm sure you'll find a more suitable buyer. Go ask the Spanish Queen. She has money from the Americas, or their colonies also rebel, or maybe like the Portuguese crown. They're leaders of Brazil. That they have money. Yes, Your Majesty. You're the one. You're the only one who deserves to own it, and what other owner could it possibly have? And if you ever change your mind, please send your word to my humble shelf, and I'll definitely reserve it for you indefinitely. Marie, why are you buying it? And you have bought it without hesitation in this past. This isn't like you. It's pretty hard, but if I had bought it, it would have only brought me trouble. Gabriel, you know the people of France don't think I deserve to be queen. Well, but that's not your fault. And no matter what you do, they still say bad things about you. So you must do your best to live as happily as possible. Isn't that right? Like, it's that terrible advice that the guy Queen Marie Antoinette decapitated. Hopelessness and despair well up within me, and all of Marie's misery is now mine. Hopelessness overall is overwhelming, and what's the point of living? But I mustn't give up yet. Gabriel, I was too pessimistic earlier, and I might have a chance to change things. And will you help me, Gabriel? Of course, as long as it makes you happy, I will stand by you no matter what you decide. Thank you, Gabriel, and I don't feel so alone anymore. What are you saying? We'll always be together, right? Yes, you're right. The people may not change their minds about me, but I think I did the right thing today. And if I keep trying my best, I'm sure I'll see results someday. What are you going to wear for the banquet instead? I'll just wear something I already have, but I haven't enough about how to accessorize my outfit yet. Lena will help you coordinate, and I'll go ask him. And with his help, I start preparing for the banquet in 2 days. And I'm so excited I wish I could skip forward time to the banquet itself. Festive joy fills the palace of Versailles on the day of the banquet. Oh dear, I am here to dress you, and your beauty and my skills shall make you the gem of the ball. And Fenna, the most charming man in Versailles, will be stunned, and in fact, everyone will go crazy over you. Affected by his enthusiasm, I start imagining being the center of attention. And counting on you, Leonard, do your magic. Have you forgotten who you're talking to, Your Majesty? It is my duty. And put on the outfit I designed for you, and your beauty will be beyond imagination. Let's put on the outfit. Good heavens, you steal every gentleman's heart. And I bet you could even capture the man that every French lady desires. And I'm not talking about Fersen. Fersen is exaggerating, but I'm curious now. Oh, if it's not Fersen, then who is it? Who has so much power over the ladies in Versailles? Oh, my dear, I'm talking about the Marquis de Lafayette, of course. He's stern, but his looks and his status and his talent, my word. Well, he did train an entire army in under a minute, the Minutemen from like the American Revolution and so forth. Ha 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 ha. And while you're laughing, he's a mysterious man, and that's why he draws so much attention. Lafayette wouldn't be Lafayette if he stopped being stern. And after a moment, Leonard laughs with me. Oh dear, and how time passes, and you should get going now. Let all of Versailles see the beautifully styled queen. In the grand banquet hall, everyone is dancing gracefully. Wine, perfume, and elegant music give the hall a heavenly feel. Everyone turns to look at me, exclamation, praises, and gasps, and the attention is incredibly flattering. And I suddenly understand why Marina attends such balls. It's intoxicating. I never had so much fun in my life. Marie, you become even lovelier since last I saw you. Fersen, is that you? Oh yes, Your Majesty, have I changed so much that you don't recognize me anymore? He winks at me mischievously, and that's the first name I remember. And his gestures are elegant, and his gaze has matured. Well, he fought in a war, so like fighting a war does that to you. Well, in a losing war, cause I remember my history that George Washington, he lost most of the fights that he participated, but the ones that he won were enough to defeat the British. So it doesn't matter to lose the battle as long as you win the war type of scenario. He's so cheeky when he's with me, and he still looks at me with the same deep passion. It's just that it's been so long, and we need a moment to adjust. It's my fault for going away for so long. Marie, do you remember when we first met? Of course I remember. It's hilarious, Marie openly flirting with like a different guy when like the king is just nearby, twiddling his thumbs. Memories of that night come into clear focus, and Marie's heart was racing just like mine is racing right now, and I'm hopelessly drawn to him. We were both wearing masks, but we were hopelessly attracted to one another. And you removed my mask, and in that moment I finally believed in fate. Will you dance with me, my princess, like we did the night we met? I... There's a sudden commotion in the corner, and I turn to look, and after a brief tussle, an officer shouts out of the crowd and into the open. Wait a horrendous moment. It's Lafayette. Your Majesty, may I have this dance? After all of these years, I wonder if I'll find any rivals when I return. Surprisingly, my army buddy is one of them. It is a polite request, Fenner. You're the one who shouldn't be here based on your status, and you should keep away from the Queen. This conversation is going nowhere. You're painfully blunt as always, Lafayette. It's infuriating. Your Majesty, please select your dance partner. Gaze in at both Australians and make a decision. I'm gonna go with Fresnel because Lafayette's rambling about status. It sounds kind of mean. When I take Fresnel here, his eyes shine like diamonds, so captivating that it's hard to look away. Marie, I knew you'd choose me. May you have an enjoyable dance. I know you won't listen, but I wanted you to keep your distance, Fresnel. And Fresnel mumbles a reply, but doesn't look at Lafayette at all, and he's too busy gazing at me passionately. During the war, I wonder what would have become if I hadn't left. And I wonder if another man's been keeping you company and whether he replaced me in your life or whether your smile belongs to someone else. Like someone else like my husband, maybe? When I thought of these things, I wish I could go back to your side. But I did not deserve you. I heeded the call of war and glory and disregarded your reluctance and left you. But you succeeded, you fulfilled your dreams. Is it worth everything, right? Was it worth it? I only know the pain of missing you outweighs the glory I obtained. And it's only after I left that I realized not only did I need to find my own words, I also needed a lifelong companion that I truly cared for. Yeah, somebody like somebody else's wife. And the person is you. I didn't realize back then, and even when chose to leave you. And what a fool I'd been. And God's punishment for not hitting my devil desire was terrible indeed. And stand and look up at his sorrow face and my heart pounds. And this dreamlike world is growing ever clearer and from now on. And it's as though Marie and I are one. It's not too late, right? You returned safely and we're met again, and now we're dancing together. If the world had dragged on a few more years, you might have forgotten me. Am I still important to you? You mature more and more refined and more enchanting, and I'm no longer the same. People might change, but their core selves do not, and the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were still my little princess. And no matter how much might change, my heart will always be yours until the very end. Is that the me I see reflected in his eyes, or Marie, or the past perhaps? How I long to throw myself into his embrace and try to analyze my feelings toward him, but my mind is in turmoil. Everything is a blur for the rest of the night, except for in his mesmerizing eyes. Adanga Bear suddenly wakes me and she's very worried something has happened. Your Majesty, the king wishes to see you. Why is he complaining? I mean, all I did is spend my entire night dancing with another man instead of with the king. I don't complain when he's like fooling around and like with literally everyone else, whatever. Moving along. Oh, how dare my husband complain about me being with another man? The nerve of him. So suddenly, is something wrong? Something to do with a necklace. I remember Bonnie's necklace, and where would that come up? Beautiful things about disaster. I feel a sense of foreboding, and Gabriel's face goes pale, and she just remembers the same thing. Do you think it's that necklace? I'm worried about Marie. I refuse to buy that necklace, so there shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry. It's only a few days, and how did the king hear this? There's no point in speculating. I hurry to see the king, and I shouldn't make him wait. I should change it to something presentable first. However, so I'm standing by the scene and just saying whatever helps me clear the stage. You look so elegant and formal in this outfit. It's perfect. And no matter what the issues, I'm sure His Majesty's mood will improve upon seeing you. Thank you for worrying about me, Gabriel. Let's go. The king and Madame Adeline and Lafayette are in the study looking grave, and the atmosphere is so tense I can hardly breathe. Gabrielle is terrified and I squeeze her hand to comfort her. Then I step forward and curtsy the king. Greetings, Your Majesty, and may I know why you sent for me? I heard you purchased an extremely expensive item. The king so hesitated and unthoughtful, and he seems unsure of what to say, and there's a suddenly cold chuckle. Why, you hesitate, Your Majesty, and I remind the Queen that my father commissioned the necklace of Madame du Barry, and now you decided to purchase it for yourself. $1 million, that's equivalent to a year's of palace expense, and you certainly had no problem pampering yourself, Your Majesty. I didn't buy the necklace. This must be a misunderstanding. Oh, then why did Bonnet say you did? And what a commoner there to frame the queen, and what about the gossip? And how do you explain that? Gossip? What gossip? The queen tried to speak, but only sighs, and after some silence, Lafayette burst the silence. Your Majesty, the people say you disregard the state of the royal treasury and amass huge debts to buy it. And the news has spread quite rapidly, and if you truly put the palace in debt, your reputation as well as the royal reputation will not recover quickly. and we want to hear the truth from you before we decide on how to handle this matter. My words and deeds have always been the subject of gossip, but even a visit from a merchant can result in vile talk, and I swear by my dearest mother that I did not purchase a necklace. Your Majesty, please believe me. Everyone is staring at me, and Gabriel's worried, and the kids stuff, and Lafayette stuff on it, and Adeline scorns, and I see them all. The room is deathly quiet, and as I'm about to despair and give up on defending myself, Gabriel speaks up. Her Majesty didn't buy the necklace, I swear it. And she clenches her feet as though she's trying to keep herself from trembling, and her voice is gentle as usual, but I detect a resolve in her tone. Though she's pointing at everyone in the palace knows you're her closest friend, and how do you expect me to believe you? I mean, I was there when Bonner presented the necklace, and I swear by my family name, the queen rejected him. Once the royal family's reputation is restored, even if you were to sacrifice your entire family, it would accomplish nothing. I I know my previous action had given people cause to doubt me, but Gabrielle has not done nothing wrong, and she has a heart of gold, and don't hurt her. And everyone stares at me again in astonishment, and Lafayette steps forward. No matter the Queen's passing, we should find the truth regarding this matter. Of course, do go on, Lafayette. Now that the gossip has spread, lying would only make it worse, and I'm sure the Queen understands it. Therefore, I think the Queen, who will be honest about whether or not she bought the necklace, and I choose to believe her. Gabriel and Lafayette words seem to have reassured the King. Now it's time. I must defend myself and offer a way to gain back the people's trust. Maintain innocence and offer a donation. Because at the end, that's what the commoner people want: money. Money to buy cake. I'm ashamed of the things I've done before, and I don't want to make any more mistakes. The necklace is indeed gorgeous, but I know its price equivalent to the years of palace expense. And I was tempted to admit it, but I'm aware of my duty to the kingdom, and I will never make such a frivolous purchase. And if you still refuse to believe me, there's nothing more I can say. Your Majesty, now. And now the Queen has spoken, and I had no reason to doubt her. And I shouldn't have accused you without proofs, and this must be distressing to you, Marie. And thank you for trusting me, Your Majesty. And I'm glad you are thinking about your royal family's welfare and that you are becoming more queenly. And as for the people's mistaken view on this matter, I will find a way to stop the rumor and clear your name. Thank you, Your Majesty, and I'm glad you believe me. Perhaps the merchant tried to trick us and spread the rumor to tarnish the Queen's reputation, and he must be punished, Your Majesty. I will find the truth. Lafayette, please handle the investigation. It's better to keep this within the palace. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best. However, I cannot guarantee that the people will believe that these are just rumors with no basis. The Queen is always buying jewelry, so if no surprises happen, Adeline attacks me, and I want to reply, but the King clears his throat. Please give us some privacy so that we may resolve the issue at hand. If that is your wish, Your Majesty. And Adelaide curses and then turns to give me a smirk and sends a shield at my spine. Indeed, she had something to do with this. But she's right, the real Marine did all those things, and now that I am queen, and a queen has a duty to her people, what can I do to win the people's trust? I must prove that I am a good queen. We gotta get them cake. When I'm deep in thought, the sparkle of the king's crest catches my eye. Oh, I know. Your Majesty, I am willing to donate my jewelry to replenish our military funds or to help the poor, whatever might help solve the problem. Everyone stares at me in disbelief. Yes, that would appear so. Yes, Lafayette, what do you think? Our ultimate goal is to change the people's impression of the royal household, and I approve and have nothing but respect for the Queen's determination in changing attitude. The royal household and the people of France will appreciate the Queen's gesture. Your Majesty, it is only right for me to amend for my past mistakes, and I only hope it's not too late. You can use the money to help the people or purchase a ship for the Navy, and I think both options are equally good. Marine, which would you choose? Let's help the people. Sell the jewelry to buy them all the cake they want. The people aren't happy with the royal family, so let's appease them. Let's buy them all the cake they want. Because that's like the thing that got like the queen decapitated. Because when the people were like rioting outside her house, she'd be like, if you're hungry, why don't they eat cake? So yeah, now I can like give them money for cake. There are plenty of people who are cold and hungry and don't have cake because they cannot afford bread and cake and firewood. It says bread, but I say cake. Because I remember Queen Mary was all about cake and gelatin. Actually, you're suggested to help the poor and solve the problem at its root. You care for them a great deal, and I'm very proud of you, my queen. And I'll distribute the funds in your name, and this will surely change the people's opinion of you. My reputation isn't that important, and the people's support for the royal family is. I return to my room, but I'm feeling restless from the morning upheaval. And I kept thinking about a painting I saw at a book and Marie Antoinette being taken to her execution. And I feel things won't be resolved so easily. Perhaps I should confront Bonner and find out why he said I purchased the necklace. It's probably a misunderstanding. It can be serious, right? Maybe I'm overthinking this, so I'm sure Lafayette would agree I should consider everything. Gabriel, let's go right away. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I sent the Cabezodas to leave the palace in secret with Gabriel. Oh, but now that I have to disguise myself, and I need something I can move freely in that isn't too flashy, can you help me? Of course. A nice Napoleon Bonaparte outfit. I step into Bonner's shop, and once he sees me, he hurries over and respectfully escorts me to the VIP room. Your Majesty, what an honor to have you in my shop, and what can I do for you today? I guess you heard the rumors that I purchased Dubai's necklace, even though I very much rejected your offer that day. But Madame Adeline said in a word that you changed your mind. Madame Adeline, and she's behind this. Bonner, what did she say to you? Bonner is silent, and he seems to have realized how grave the matter is. Bonner, answer Her Majesty's question. Yes. Madame told me that you like the necklace a lot. But she said that you were worried that if you purchase it on the spot, the king will find out. So you rejected it. And she said you would definitely come back to my shop, so even if I purchase it, and why would there be rumors? And this rumor has spread across the land and they are damaged my reputation. Your Majesty, those rumors had nothing to do with me. I swear, merchants like me had to keep our dealings a secret. We never talk about our clients. Are you sure? If you dare lie to the queen, you know the consequences. The guillotine has just been invented, so... Of course, I speak nothing but the truth. Gabriel and I know in glance, and we think Bonnet telling the truth, but without proof, I can't do anything about Adelaide. And she's insulted Gabriel in front of me, and now this, I don't understand why she's attacking me. Gabriel, have I ever offended Madame Adelaide, and why does she hate me? No, you haven't. It's not your fault, Marie. And Gabriel gives Bonner a warning look, and then says in harsh tones, I think this has something to do with the previous king, and His Majesty used to spend a lot of time with Madame de Pompadour and Madame du Barry. When Madame Adelaide and the other two Madames reached a marriageable age, the royal family could no longer afford their dowry. Whenever you bought the jewelry, she would tell the king you're wasting money. I get it now. The Dubai necklace must have hold painful memories for Adelaide and had become a convenient target for her to vent on. Also, because of the king's restless expensiveness, he wasn't able to marry off the princess, so now she's just unwed and very angry. If I were Marie, I might be able to brush this incident off after I come down, but I'm not Marie. If I don't do anything about this, the consequences could be dire, and not only will my life be at stake, but the lives of other people I care about as well. Marie, what should we do? Should we report this to the king? No, we'll do all we can, and this matter should blow over. However, since the king has already sent men to clear my name, I think. Well, the rumors do mention Bonner, so he's the key to solving. Bonner, if the rumors do not die down and they continue eroding the people's trust in the royal family, I hope you can clear my name. Of course, if that is your wish, Your Majesty, I will be glad to help. Your Majesty, please accept this as an apology. I don't want anything for him, but I don't want him to misunderstand, so I just take the gifts. Gabriel, let's go. Okay, Bonnie, remember the Queen's words. I wasn't expecting it, but at least things haven't gotten any worse. And as I turned to leave Bonnie's waiting room, oh, I am truly sorry, Your Majesty, Madame. Oh, thank goodness, our friend's all right, and watch where you're going. My apologies, I should be more careful. I am Jean Barrios, Mademoiselle, and if you're in the middle of a shopping trip, I'll be glad to help. And I know all the shops around here go well and would like to guide you to apologize for crashing into you. And I'll be sure you get the best buys here. And her gaze is fixed on me, and despite her friendly smile, I can help but feeling a shiver down my spine. No, there's no need for that, thank you. I'm just a little tired. Maybe another day. Oh, tired already? Alright, but please do allow me to help you next time. Marie, I'm glad you didn't say yes. And that lady is from an aristocratic family and nobody knows anything about her except that she's apparently done terrible things in the past and it's best not to associate her. I am glad I relied on my intuition. I can afford to get caught in any more trouble, so it's best to be careful. And as I'm about to get into the carriage, someone I never expected to see appear in the door of the jewelry shop. Your Majesty, I'm so glad you're here. Your Majesty, greeting. I hope you'll give me a chance to explain. There's no need. The words slipped out of my mouth, and I was startled by how cold I sound. What's wrong with me? Oh, it must be Marie speaking. The person in front of me is none other than the Cardinal Luis Rohan, and he must be trying to get into Marie's good books, so he keeps fawning on her. But in the past, he spreads rumors about Queen Teresa in public, so Marie hates him. Your Majesty, I know you're angry with me, but it was really just a misunderstanding. Please, give me a chance. Let's just reproach him and leave, or let's just leave. Perhaps the current rumors are no longer accurate, but if he never did such a thing, and why would he be so hard? Why would he try so hard? And he's probably here because he's thinking of buying jewelry to appease me. And I never accepted any gifts from him. And why did he insult my mother if he's so desperate to remain on my good books? And I really wish I could yell at him, but I should be careful about what I do from now on and try best not to draw attention. And just as I'm wondering what to say to Rohan, Gabriel gently tugs at my shoulder and I realize that she's suggesting and I nod at her. Cardinal Rojas, the Queen is a little tired. I'm afraid you have to continue this conversation on another day. Gabriel, let's go. Your Majesty. And I flick Rohan a displeased glance and then pull Gabriel across the carriage. And just as I'm getting on the carriage, I happen to see the strange woman, Jane the Valles, walking towards it, and I instantly get a bad feeling, but I can't explain why. And maybe too much has been going on lately, and I'm getting a bit paranoid, and I push everything in the back of my mind, and the swaying of the carriage lulls me to sleep. I think, because I want to do like just an hour away. I think I can read a little more. After talking to Bonnet, I'm finally feeling a lot more at ease, and the urgent terror I felt before is fading. And sometimes I think of the rumors regarding the necklace, and I know that the king promised to clear my name, but I still worry. In the evening, while I'm getting ready to the customer, Madame do not inform me that Lafayette wishes to speak to me. Your Majesty, good day. I must inform you that the rumors are quelled. Really? That's great. And thank you, Marquis de Lafayette, for helping to the royal household deal with this matter. Lafayette stares at me, and he seems to be undergoing a bit of an internal struggle. Your Majesty, you seem to have changed somewhat. You're more serious now. Really? So, do you love the current me or the me in the past? He looks shocked, and I reflect on what I just said and realize that I might have given him the wrong impression. Oh, I mean, which version of me do you think is better? I didn't mean anything by it. Ah, yes, Your Majesty. You act more like a queen now compared to before, and I believe that you will earn the people's respect as time goes by. He's just as stern as before, and I believe your Majesty needs to continue preparing for the ball, and if there's nothing else at hand, I shall go and perform my duties. Other duties, I am not attending the ball today. I have never been interested in balls. He prefers woman stuff. I think back on what Leonard said before about Lafayette being a dream guy for a woman. If he attends a ball, he'll probably be surrounded by lots of women and he won't like it one bit. And a cheeky idea comes to mind. Maybe I can pay him back for how he treated me in the past. Oh, what if I invited you to the ball? Would you refuse the Queen of France? If your Majesty insists, I shall attend. But everyone will be wearing a mask at the ball, so even if I attend, your Majesty wouldn't know. And I don't think there's any point in attending. And how can you be so sure I'll be able to recognize you? Let's see if I manage to recognize you. Will you fulfill a request of mine? I will fulfill your request, of course, your Majesty, and then I shall take my leave. And may you have an enjoyable evening. For France, your Majesty. Night has fallen and Versailles is steeped in festivity, and everyone's excited preparing for the ball. And after hearing the good news from Lafayette, I am greatly relieved and I'm looking forward to the ball. Oh, Marie, and why aren't you dressed for the ball? I have forgotten that there's a custom ball tonight. Let's change right away. I was waiting for you. Guess why I'm so excited today? Did Leonardo design something really special for you this time? You're only half right. The right answer is Leonard designed something so breathtaking that I wanted you to be the first to see it. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. And let's get you changed for the wall. I want to see you right now. And Gabia passes me an intricate box and her eyes are shining. I take the box from her and go change far away, unable to resist her excitement. Mm. Let's go in orange instead. An orange and green. My goodness, Marie, this outfit suits you perfectly. You look like a fairy in a children's fairy tale book. And with a mask, no one will be able to recognize it, and you can just party away. That would be awesome. And you seem to have already put on a lot of thought this time. Oh, I know. Are you trying to give him a surprise? Gabia winks at me, and I don't know who she's referring to, but the person who consistently to mine is... Lafayette. Lafayette is so serious all the time, but his noble, handsome face and that penetrating gaze, he's simply magnetic, and I feel my she's getting the heart. Goodness, what on earth am I thinking? And I shake my head, trying to clear my thought, and Gabriel looks at me curiously and smiles. Marie, who are you thinking of? I won't tell you, and we're going to be late. Let's go. Trying to change the topic. All right, I'll let you off this time, but you must promise to tell me all about the ball later. The grand ballroom is brilliantly lit, and the smell of exquisite cuisine and fine wine fills the air, and the sound of laughter and merriment echoing in the halls. And the ladies are dressed in their finest, and gentlemen are at their charming, and there's a delighting chatter, and everyone is more relaxed when their identities are obscured by masks. And to the left and right, the crowd, and as part two familiar figures, one appears gentle and dashing, and the other cold and stern. Approach cold and stern. As he may be wearing a mask, but his teeth bearing and his stern and cold are unmistakable. Lafayette didn't expect him to keep his promise and attend the custom ball. But he still stands however. I guess it's just Lafayette for you. And he doesn't ask anyone to that and doesn't accept any invitations either. He just quietly standing in a corner of the hall like a dutiful guardsman. And I can't help but walking towards it, and I wonder what his expression under the mask is like, and perhaps his sharp soldier reflexes, but he quickly senses my intent and turns towards me. My lady, thank you, but I am not in the mood for a dance. And I can see his expression, but Lafayette's frustration is evident in his voice and his gaze. Even with his mask, the most desired man in all of us still drives women crazy. Oh, sir, and I think you're mistaken. I'm not trying to ask you for a dance. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. And his eyes look a little surprised, but then he relaxes a little, and maybe he really hates dancing, and I'm suddenly very curious. Would you mind if I stay beside you and talk to you for a while? Of course I don't mind. Feel free to do so, my lady. Just standing beside him, I'm already sense many jealous eyes glaring in my direction, and I sneak a glance at Lafayette, and he doesn't enjoy the attention. In fact, it makes him uncomfortable. And it's so unlike his usual composure that it makes me want to get closer. You don't like the dance? I neither like nor dislike. Well, I don't mind dancing once in a while to relax, but not right now. Why? Did you come to the ball against your free will? No, I'm here because I promised a certain lady to attend. But I am not rejecting dances because I'm upset of that. I'm just not in the mood to have fun. I guess he's explaining himself because I seem to be overly curious. I suppose you have your own troubles, my lady, but you don't seem to be resisting the ball. Huh? I feel that since that I'm here, I might as well enjoy myself. My lady, I apologize for being blunt, but I don't seem to have any ounce of sympathy for me. His innocent and hurt tone is so funny in context that I can't help but giggling, and he seems to relax a little upon hearing my laughter. That lady you mentioned, she probably thinks you're normally too uptight and that the ball will be a good chance for you to relax, I suppose. You know who I am? He peers at me earnestly, as though he's trying to find a clue or something, and I better come up with an explanation. Oh, I'm only guessing everyone's wearing a mask, and how would I know who you are? I mean, a little man standing in a corner rejecting dances. Anyone will conclude that you're a bit uptight, right? Lafayette nods his head but seems to be a little suspicious, and he's looking at me so sharply that I feel consciously adjust my mask. Well, perhaps. My lady, you seem very familiar. Have we met before? I'm judging by your manners and your bearing. You are a Parisian, am I right? And I'm one too, so I guess we met before. Really? No wonder. I just felt that there's something about you right from the start. I was not stuck here, and it's a waste of a youth to stand around in a dance hall. And I'll take my leave now and find a suitable companion quick and enjoy the night. Wait. The coldness seems to vanish, and his face is like the first buzz of spring in a harsh winter, and there's an attractive warmth about him. And I'm already in my 30s and no longer young. But you're right, since I'm here, I might as well enjoy myself. Oh wow, you were considered old in your 30s? In like the 1700s. Aw. Like you're, oh man. May I have the pleasure to dance with you? Why me? There are so many ladies who wish to dance with you. You are unique unlike all of the rest. And when I talk to you, I feel that I can finally relax and stop being uptight. You mean I feel at ease with me? You're honest and sincere, and it's greatly appreciated, but I barely know you, so I cannot jump to conclusions yet. If you're willing to give me a chance, hopefully I'll know you better after the dance, and then maybe I'll be able to answer your question. I'll tell you when interested in women. Lafayette blinks in surprise and then lets out a chuckle, and his voice is deep and magnetic like a fine addictive wine. I may have many roles, but apart from them, I am merely a man, and I'm not immune to attraction. I can also lose my senses. And like right now, my lady, I am deeply attracted to you. And Lafayette suddenly seems like a different person, and his lips are no longer set in a stern line, and his eyes seem faintly amused. Ah, shall we dance? Maybe I am curious about this other side of him, or maybe I wish to hear his gentle voice again. And the next thing I know, I'm already in his arms and joining the other dancers. And with us like two fishes in a sparkly pond, and for this night we're no longer ourselves. I am drawn in so deep that all of my attention is focused upon Lafayette, and I miss a dance step and trip over my skirt and accidentally step on his foot. Ah! I'm so close to Lafayette now that for a split second I'm completely surrounded by his crisp, natural aura. Oh no, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, I swear. Don't worry about it. A trace of unease appears on his eyes, but it's gone for a moment, and his gaze is as gentle as ever, but there's something a little different about it now. I know a lady who's just like you. She's obviously good at dancing, but seems to keep tripping somehow. Is he talking about me? He seems to have made an impression on you. I'm a little curious. Who is she? A very special lady, the lady who asked me to attend the ball today. I used to believe in the rumors I heard about her, so I didn't want to interact with her. But after getting to know her lately, I realized that she's actually a very honest, sincere, responsible person. I danced with her once before, and she also stepped on my foot. And she didn't do it on purpose, but she kept apologizing, and I was a little frustrated, but I couldn't get mad at her. Oh, like the stepping on foot thing that also happened to Marie Antoinette on the way to get to her execution. That she accidentally stepped on the foot of the guy that was gonna guillotine her head off. And then she like terribly apologized to her and said, "Oh, I'm sorry I stepped on your foot. I'm sorry, sir." Even though right, the guy that was literally gonna like cut her freaking head up, but the only thing she was concerned about was the fact that she accidentally stepped on his foot. So yeah, more, just a fun factoid, Marie Antoinette. And for some reason, she feels so innocent and adorable, just like the way you're apologizing just now. His dark eyes stare into mine, and I feel my heart go faster. And I can tell if it's because I'm scared that he'll find out who I am, or is it because it's just too mesmerizing to lie. I just feel something in the air tonight. You seem to be getting more and more nervous. Relax and enjoy this free evening, and that goes for the both of us. Ah, yes, my lord. As the skies get darker, people start leaving the hall, and the candles are about to go out. We dance and dance until the band has played the last tune of the night, but we gaze at each other lovingly, but I know that this dance was merely something out of a fairy tale. And once the ball ends, I'll be Queen Marie again, and he will once again be the cold, stern Marquis de Lafayette. Time flies, and the ball is about to end. I know it will break the unspoken rule of a custom bar, but before we say goodbye, will you be so kind as to tell me your name, my lady? Okay. I hope I'm giving a good enough impression today that he won't refuse to see me again, and truly hope that we will get to spend more time together in the future. His eyes are like a deep pool of enchanted water, but before I can even think of escaping, I have already fallen. I am. My name is Artsy's sister. Artsy's sister. Your name is as special as you are, and I remember your name forever. And she didn't give me Queen Marie's name. She gave her like the name that she has like in the future. Oh yeah, you can see the water with eyes. So oh, that was another advice. Don't shoot until you see in the water with eyes. So since we can see the water with eyes, we can shoot him. Whatever. I can tell it's honestly a separate and made me say my own name instead of Marine, but hearing my own name for his sleep made me fall for him even more. I'm Lafayette, the Marquis of I'm Lafayette. And why do you? It would be impolite to ask your name and not give you your name. And I hope that you remember my name too. And wouldn't you know, Marquis Lafayette, yes, I'll be winning. And you may call me Gilbert. And I tried to say his name a few times, and I see his eyes going ever deeper and his smile warmer. And this might be a little bold for me, but can you ask me for your address? It will be going to go to it if you're willing. And the River Siena or the opera might be a good idea. And I thought, I don't know how disappointed would be if you find out that I'm Marie Antoinette. Close him as we gaze at each other, and his lips move as though he's about to say something. I'm sorry, perhaps I'll tell you that if we meet again by chance, and I'll leave you now. Bye bye. Wait. And so I felt that he might try to get to stay, and that I wouldn't be able to resist it. I got my skirt and run. And even after running, his eyes, handsome face, and smiling eyes, I steer my mind, and I can still hear his deep magnetic voice. And after a long time, I dream of the two of us dancing away. Alright, so we found okay, so I read to 1-7. Alright, we're done. Like dinner's ready. Bye bye and God bless. I'll continue with this the next time I stream Time Princess. Alright, let's alright, like to the hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, and I'm continuing with Time Princess. Alright, now let me finish the sound test. Hello, hello. Alright, so oh now we're good. Okay, that's too low. Alright, let's chapter 1, part 8. Huh. After that night, I have spent a few days resting from my frayed nerves, and I still feel exhausted. Marie, are you feeling tired? And maybe you should attend the banquet tonight. The king may be the one hosting it, but I'm worried about your health. You can't spend all that night getting wasted on champagne. Alright, please help me inform the king that I'll spend some time to myself, and I do need the rest. I will. But the moon tonight is beautiful. Perhaps you should take a short stroll in the gardens. Since everyone is at the banquet, the gardens will be empty. Okay then. Let's get you dressed, and you'll be a little chilly, and I don't want you catching a cold. Under the moonlight sky, most of our side is sound asleep, and only the breeze passing through the trees and the chirping of the insects can be heard. And I stand in the garden, suddenly notice figures in the shadows, and my attention is immediately drawn. Everyone should be at the back, and why would there be anyone else taking a stroll in the garden? It's so quiet here that I can hear what they're saying despite the harsh tones. The light is still dim here, and I can't see your beautiful face, but you're holding a white rose, so you must be the one I'm waiting for. Yes, it is me. A man and a woman meeting so late in the garden. Are they having a secret rendezvous? And thank you for giving me this chance, and I prepare a most precious gift for you, and I hope that you will accept it as a token of my sincerity. The man speaks cautiously with a touch of anticipation, and his voice seems rather familiar, like I heard it before. Then I should accept it. And that is wonderful, my queen. The gift which was June be longing for will be yours soon, and I'm certain that you're the only one worthy of wearing it. Did I imagine that? Did he just call the woman the queen? A sense of foreboding comes over me, and I sneak behind a tree and peer through the leaves at the two of them. And I can't see what the guy looks like because his back is facing me, but the woman looks and sounds very much like me. Is she impersonating me? She's imitating my movements, and I am starting to panic. And this can be a coincidence. Perhaps this person knows me very well. I try my best to think about who I talked lately and who might resemble the person I see before me. Gabrielle, Adeline, and the ladies in waiting, and all of the aristocrats, even Jean, who I saw a few days ago. None of them could possibly resemble me this closely. I creep in a little closer to get a better look, but carelessly forget where I'm crouching. Oh no! My goodness, I must leave now. Your Majesty, please don't forget what you promised me, and please forgive me. The queen hurries away without replying to him, and I'm about to yell for the guards, but the man nips into the side path and vanishes within an instant. Heavens, how could I have been so stupid? I should have yelled for the guards the minute I saw them. I guess I should check out the spot where they were standing in. I reach to the spot and try to look for clues, but I don't find anything amiss. Perhaps I should search the path that they took when they left. All right then. And I follow the queen's track off to the left, but I find nothing, and all I can sense is an overwhelming cheap perfume. Then I try the mass path, and I see something on the ground. L, is this an initial? The pocket watch is finely crafted and rare, and even in Versailles, and he's also evidently familiar with the layout of this garden, so he must be someone important. The impersonator, as well as the conversation, are making me feel incredibly ill at ease. If I tell the king about this directly, will anyone believe me? And it sounds just too incredible. All I can do now is try to find out who that man is as quickly as possible and get to the bottom of this. My opera singing performance is taking place just a few days from now, and all my aristocrats will be waiting. It'll be a good chance to put things into action. And I was just taking a stroll, and all this happened. Oh well, I should return to my room and rest, and think of a way to find that man. I come to the fork in the path, and one branch is small path that friends and I often used to meet, and the other path is a larger path that Lafayette often takes. Either path would take me to the palace. Which one should I take? I should take the main path. After all, I thought I should be more careful. The white path is paved with stone, and it is part of Lafayette's usual route, but I don't see him at all. It seems more than 10 days since the costume ball, but everything that happened that night is simply unforgettable. Reminiscing, I started dancing slowly by myself in the moonlight, and suddenly I hear the sound of Harry's footsteps. Of course, oh no, if anyone sees me dancing by myself, would it hurt my reputation? Well, I guess dancing by yourself under the moonlight, I guess we could say that you're a witch! Just as I'm about to flee, a suddenly voice calls out behind me, and my heart skips a beat. Wait. I instantly quicken my pace, but within moments, a strong, steady hand catches a hold of my shoulder, and I scrape at my courage but turn my head, and him appears instead, daring him to mention what he just saw. Lady, it's me, the man you danced with that night. Your Majesty, it's you? Lafayette. His deep eyes burrowed into me, and his gaze is just as stern as ever, and a little interrogative. Hard to believe that he saw the same eyes that gazed upon me so gently and warmly that night. I'm sorry, Marquis de Lafayette. You suddenly startled me, and I forgot my manners. Your Majesty, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. I know who he's talking about, of course, and I noticed that when he mentions it, a trace of warmth and love flashes across his eyes. He's so enamored with that version of me, and I'm surprised and overjoyed, and my heart is melting into a poor romantic moonlight. Oh, may I know who you thought I was? I can tell you who she is, and I never officially met her, and I didn't get a chance to see her face. If I hadn't seen the way he was that night, and his current standing would have scared me to bits. And a mild trace of hope takes root within me, and I really wish I could hear the answer from his mouth. And what if I say that I won't forgive you for scaring me unless you tell me who that person is? Your Majesty, I fail to understand why you're being so insistent about it. It's something personal to me and not related to you. And that person's face shape really is quite similar to yours, and even the dance steps are so far similar. Lafayette. His eyes widen and he stares at me. After a while, his handsome face starts to flush. You. No, nothing. What are you trying to say, Marquis de Lafayette? It's late. It's dangerous to you for you to be in the garden alone. And I had that you opted out of the banquet because you're too tired, and maybe you should go back to your room to rest. For your safety, please allow me to escort you. And I don't understand why his attitude has suddenly changed. He's just like the way he was at the beginning, but his furrowed brow and his determined tone makes me too afraid to ask. Thank you, I will. Please send me back to my palace then. I am honored to do so, Your Majesty. And we are both silent on the way to the palace, and the topic doesn't come up again, and he seems even colder than ever. But then again, I might be mistaken, but sometimes he seems to sneak at glances at me, glances filled with warmth and love, just like the way he was that night. Ever since that incident, I've been trying to find that mysterious man again in Versailles, but to no avail. It is soon the day of the opera performance, and upon waking up, I head over to the opera theater together with Gabrielle. Mary has always been interested in opera music, and even had a small theater built so that she can perform pieces at a time. Apart from providing her and her friends a place to enjoy music, it's also a venue for staging performances, and the audience typically consists of the king and aristocrats. And today's piece is Charlesburg Edelweiss, set in Austria and composed by Marie and a number of other enthusiasts. Marie, you should get changed for the performance, and we shouldn't keep the Austrian musicians and actors waiting. They come a long way. Yes, I know. And other performers today are from my motherland, and I am overjoyed at the thought of seeing them. You seem really happy today, inviting them from your home life was right decision. Yes, I am so glad, or should I get changed? Let's not make them wait long. Gabriel accompanies me to the changing room, and I start preparing for the performance. Marie, you look amazing. I love the way the color match on your outfit, and you remind me of the way you look when you first arrived in Versailles. I asked Lena to make this for me, inspired by Austrian clothing, and incorporated two of my favorite colors. And looking at my reflection, enjoying nostalgia was up within me, and bringing me the memories of Austria's beautiful scenery. Let's go. Backstage, the atmosphere is heavy and tense, and looking around, I noticed that not all of the performers are here. A few are missing. What happened? They fell ill and are unable to come. Several of the performers are unable to meet my gaze and hang their heads, and I have a bad feeling about this, and I hope that the missing people really are just sick. And once I made the necessary arrangement for the backup performance, I got on stage and I quietly prayed that everything would go smoothly. The curtain go up and I let out a cry of surprise. There's no one in the audience. Hearing me, Gabela hurries to the side and she's stunned by the empty theater. The king did send out the invitations and everyone should be here, and the king has never been late. Something must have happened. Halt the performance. I must find out what's wrong. Once I change back into my formal attire, I hurry back to the palace, and the minute I arrive, I hear the news that the king urgently wishes to see me. And Louis XVI wants us to hurry to the study immediately, but for what purpose? When I step into the cell, all eyes on me, and they're filled with anger, suspicious, and contempt. The aristocrats and ministers do not bother to hide their feelings, and it feels like I've been stabbed by 100 knives. Only two persons survive, give me some relief, like a ray of hope in the darkness. Freshness, gentle, loving gaze, and Lafayette's sincere, determined eyes. Seeing them, I heave a small sigh of relief and curtsy, and then look at the king. My queen, there's a merchant here who says that you asked Cardinal Rohan to help you buy that necklace, and that the item has already been handed over, but he has not received payment. And rumor has spread across the land, and the people are saying that the royal court is robbing the merchant, it will soon be robbing them. Did you not say this was a misunderstanding? I believe you, and I even asked Lafayette to help clear your name. But now the merchant has come seeking payment. How do you explain this? The sparkly diamond necklace appears in my bag, but now all the sparkles are sharp as needles. And I look at the pitiful sovereign Bowman, and I'm overcome with rage. Necklace? Why is it all about the necklace again? You promised me that if the rumors refuse to die off, you will be the witness and proof to everyone that I didn't buy that darn necklace from you. But not only have you broken your promise, you concocted this story to frame me. Your Majesty, please help. I'm but a merchant, and I dare not go against the Queen. The necklace is incredibly valuable, and I would not have handed it over to Cardinal Rona had they not claimed that the Queen had asked him to help purchase it. And I just want what is owed to me many years and hard work went into crafting the necklace. Sounds like the Cardinal and the merchant are in on the joke. Rohan, everyone knows that I never forgiven him for insulting my mother, and why would I ask him to help me to do anything? And I already made a promise to the king. Why would I want the necklace now? It's true, you wrote a letter to the cardinal to ask him to buy the necklace. I saw it myself. I wouldn't have dared to give the necklace to the cardinal if it weren't for the status of the royal court. I had never been in such a letter, and if you have really something like that, show it. Did you not write the letter? If I actually had the letter in my possession, I would not be here. Everything is pointing back at me, and I feel so helpless. I don't know what else I can say or do. I didn't do the deed, and why do I have to keep proving my innocence? I have to prove that I didn't buy the necklace, and that I already changed, and that I'm worthy of the king's trust. Your Majesty, I'm innocent, please believe me. Louis XVI avoids my gaze, and he does not reply, but his gesture already signals that he does not trust me. My queen, this time it's no longer about whether I believe you. Whatever trust there's been between the king and I seems to have vanished along with a little sigh. And now I feel icy cold as the wintry wind has blown right through me, and I am chilled to the bone and frozen in place. Yes, he is a king before he is my husband, but I mustn't give up. I have to do my best to defend myself. Your Majesty, why do you say that? Perhaps we can clear my name once more. Louis XVI looks wearily at Lafayette, and Lafayette gets to him and addresses me sternly. This isn't like the last time, and it's not a lot more serious, and we can't just put a stop to the rumor. There's a malicious talk over the kingdom, and it's spreading like wildfire. The issue with the necklace has caused the people to call you Madame Deficit, and they're clamoring to have you sent back to Austria. Well, maybe they should send me back to Austria. At least there I won't get decapitated. What? I already tried so hard, and yet this is happening. Is it impossible to change history? No, I refuse to give in, and I take a few deep breaths and force myself to calm down, and this is not time to panic, and I must think of a solution, a way to preserve my life. Just as I'm struggling with myself, Ferdinand walks up and sweeps his eyes across all who are present and speaks. France has been accumulating debts ever since Louis XV, And with the war on top of that, people have long since lost their faith in their royalty. And this necklace that is causing so much hoo-ha has happens to be the one that Louis XV commissioned for Madame du Barry. And now all of the troubles are being pushed upon the Queen. Confende, please watch your words. I'm not trying to accuse Louis the 15 of anything. My point is blaming the Queen for this mess won't help the situation at all. What we should focus on is to find out exactly what happened, and that's the only way to solve the current crisis. The room is suddenly filled with the sound of people whispering to one another, and from the way they keep glaring at me and Fanny, I'm sure they're gossiping about my relationship with him, and they don't care about my innocence at all. Just as I'm about to despair, Lafayette moves to Fanny's side and regards everyone with a steely gaze. I agree with Count Fersen. And at the moment, apart from the merchant's word, we had not seen any proof or nor any witnesses. The Queen says that she does not have the necklace. Then where is the necklace? As for the letter of warning mentioned, where is it? And I think that we should investigate the matter right away, and we must have sure justice is served for the Queen's sake as well as France. You're right. Now that things are no longer seen as tired, my legs turn to jelly and I almost fall over. But Lafayette can handle this again, other people will think ill of him and things might get worse. I will ask an experienced minister named Blaisdell to handle the investigation. And we shall investigate the authenticity of the letter and the necklace whereabouts and find out who are involved, and we must find the truth. My queen, are you agreeable to this arrangement? Blas is my most trusted minister, and he's meticulous in his work and has always done what is best for France and the royal family. The people of France don't respect me as queen, but think of me as a frivolous princess from Austria. Blasier won't regard my reputation as top priority. He'll probably do what's best for the whole royal family as a whole. And my choice will affect me greatly, and it might change my fate and the fate of France. Should I agree to letting Blasier handle the investigation? If I could, I wish I could take part in the investigation myself. Even if I cannot change my fate, at least I'll find out the truth. But if I do that and go against the king, will I offend him? And I don't know if I should trust Blasdale, but I think that I have no other choice, and I can only quietly hope that the results will prove my innocence and grant me justice. I should trust in your majesty's judgment. If that's so, that's good. The king and all the aristocrats and the minister's presence seem to relax a great deal, but Fresnel's brow remains furrowed. I still feel that I can't stand by and do nothing, and that involves my well-being as well, after all. If I can do something anything to help the king and the royal family, I am willing to give it all my all. Now you understand how you feel. I was too hasty just now, and I didn't mean to treat you that way. But in order to convince people, I must investigate everyone involved, including you. The process might discomfort you, but this is something that cannot be avoided. And I will make sure the truth comes to light as soon as possible, and that no one is falsely accused, especially you. Marie, please believe me. His earnestness is so appealing that I am utterly unable to utter a word of disagreement. After a brief moment of hesitation, I curtsy. Very well then, your majesty, and I shall hand this over to you. Blasio, please handle the matter and submit the progress report to me. Yes, your majesty. Oh, wait, and since Cardinal Rohan is involved, I think it's best to let the Queen and I handle that part of the interrogation. Let us go together. With your majesty's presence, I'm sure that we will be able to get just results. And please allow me to prepare for the visit. The king has given me his promise, and no things are moving along, but there's a lingering shadow of doom within me. The matter that I thought was already solved has emerged again in a worse form than before, so I can't help but feel that no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to escape an execution. And I can only hope that I'm worrying too much and that there's still a chance to change things. All the tension leaves me as soon as I shut the door, and I lean against the door, half sliding against the floor, and I heave a sigh of relief. Maria, you're right. Do you want to rest a while? It's all right. I mustn't let the king wait too long. And I'll go change it to something suitable for visiting the cardinal. Okay. This outfit makes you look grave and formal, and I think it suits the occasion perfectly. I trust your judgment. There isn't time, and I must hurry to the king. Thank you, Gabriel. And wait for me, and I'll be all right. Clear light shines through the stained glass, and we step into the church and despise the cardinal with his back facing us. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and may the love of God be with you, my King and Queen, and also with you, my dear cousin. And we are here today to ask you about the necklace. What's wrong, cousin? You see, like, that's exactly like nepotism hire, like. Because, like, the cardinal who's in a high position also happens to be the cousin of the king. But then again, nepotism in its original word, like it was originally like an Italian word that meant like giving the job to your cousin. So there you have it. What's wrong, cousin? Rohan throws me a glance and then looks at the king, and he has a guilty expression on his face, as though he's nervous about something. Yes, I heard about the necklace, and I swear by the name of God, as a messenger of God, I cannot tell a lie, and I cannot possibly make use of the queen's name to purchase a diamond necklace. I simply heard that the queen really likes the necklace, but for some reason is unable to purchase it openly. And that is why the queen asked her friend to ask me to help her approach the merchant. Of course, I cannot deny that I did it in an attempt to win the queen's favor by giving her a most precious gift. Your Majesty, you know that I've offered the queen before, that I offended the queen before, and this was an act of selfishness. And please forgive me for not informing you of the matter. The queen does not reply immediately, and I turn over the cardinal's words in my mind, and there seems to be something amiss. A most precious gift, and where have I heard that phrase before? And that scene under the moon unfolds with me in my mind, and the mysterious man with his back facing me talking to the queen. But you're holding a white rose, so you must be the one I'm waiting for. Yes, it's me. And I prepare a most precious gift for you, and I hope that you will accept it as a token of my sincerity. Then I shall accept it, and that's wonderful, my queen. The gift which you've been longing for will be yours, and I'm certain that you are the only one worthy of wearing it. Ah, the queen impersonator stole the necklace. Could it be him? He may be a cardinal, but he is of noble birth and is hence able to enter Versailles freely, and I never thought of investigating him. If it is him, it's not a coincidence that he met up with a fake queen. Someone really is setting me up. Could it be Adelaide? But does she hate me enough to drag the whole Versailles into this mess? I don't think she'll be that stupid. The fall of the royal family will be detrimental to her too. But if it's not her, then who? My queen? Yes, your majesty. Do you have anything to say to my cousin, or are you admitting your guilt? Oh no, I was just wondering which friend of mine is the Cardinal Roja talking about. I never told Gabriela to do such a thing, and she wouldn't possibly lie about what I said. No, it's not the Duchess Paulina, but another friend of yours, Madame Jean. Jean? No, I don't know anyone by that name, and she's definitely not my friend. Are you saying that Jean... I've been deceived? No way, but I'm not being deceived, but why hasn't Madame Jean contacted me again? Cousin, calm down. You're falling for a trap, someone had a pawn out of you. But she gave me a letter that was written by you, and I'll get someone to fetch it immediately. Rohan turns to give his order, and I feel the king's gaze upon me, kind yet with a familiar disapproving cast to it. I know that look all too well, and I try my best to cope with the disappointment welling up in me, and I need all my wits with me to face this challenge. Your Majesty, this is a letter that Madame Jean passed to me. Let me see. The king saddens the contents of the letter, and there's no change in his expression, and he silently passes it over to me. Dear Cardinal, I really wish to accept your goodwill, but there's a request I must make. I believe you heard of the beautiful Dubarry necklace and how beautiful it is, and I'm sure you'll agree that the necklace to destiny is to grace my neck. But there are some reasons as to why I can purchase it directly, and I beg you, kind Cardinal, to offer my apologies to Bonner and purchase a necklace on my behalf, and you shall bring it back to me, and in return you shall have my unending friendship, Marie Antoinette of France. The writing imitates the way I speak, and people who don't interact with me regularly will have been fooled. I look at the king, and at this moment I really hope that my husband will not disappoint me. Your Majesty, do you really think I wrote this letter? I know your handwriting well. It is very similar, but it's definitely not written by you. As a royalty, you would not sign off with of France. Regrettably, my dear cousin did not spot the ruse. So you're actually there to forge a letter to deceive me. Heavens, then what has happened to the necklace I gave her to pass to the queen? I had never received the necklace, and I believe that she has run off with it. No, how could this be? My goodness, I am so ashamed. This is a result of your idiocy. Your Majesty, I admit that I have made mistakes in various aspects, but I swear that I am a victim in this matter as well. Please grant me your understanding. I don't get out much from the church. A forged letter was glaring mistakes all over it, good enough to deceive you, and now the queen's reputation is damaged, and the people are enraged. You had let down your lineage, and considering how we know how this story and like this area he got like his cousin and his wife were killed. I have seen no Holy Father, Almighty, and Father of all saints. Rojas starts to pray frantically while I watch uncodely, and his wretched demeanor looks clownish and undeservingly of pity. When the queen is wrongfully accused, her good name is not clear. There is damage to her reputation as well as the reputation of the royal family. Cardinal, in light of the situation, I must give orders to detain you. I beg you, I cannot go through such a humiliation. I was deceased. Please grant me your pity. Oh, Holy Father, praise all the saints. The king ignores Rohan's pleas, and he leads me out of the church back to the carriage and to the palace. Back in Versailles, the king informs Placier about Roja, and then he takes me to the hand and brings me to his study. My dear Marie, I would rather hurt others before upsetting you. And I know that you suffered a great deal over the matter, and the truth hasn't been completely revealed yet, but I believe that you are a victim. However, if this matter were to be made public, it will harm both the royal family and the church. I understand why he's being so gentle, but I can also understand that he can't shield me like a husband should, given his position as king. Your Majesty, are you saying that you hope I won't pursue the matter? I am willing to make amends in any way possible, Marie. I understand, and how do you wish to handle the matter, Your Majesty? If I can settle this matter privately with a merchant, and perhaps we can preserve the royal family's dignity, but this might inconvenience you. Do you agree to this? If we publicize the fact that the king's cousin, the cardinal, has something foolish, it will be a disgrace to the royal family and the aristocrats, and they will all hate me. But if we don't publicize the matter, my reputation may be ruined forever. The only way to solve the problem will be to find the thief named Jean, and only then will the people believe that I'm innocent. But there's no guarantee that we'll be able to catch her before the people's wrath get out of him. And will anyone believe me, or will they all think that I am the mastermind? There are too many undetermined factors, and I ponder for long while I reply to him. Your Majesty, let's just go with... I understand. If this is what you wish, then I shall leave it out to Blasdale. And I have lost much in holding on to what I can have left is all I can do, and that includes the king's trust and support. Maria, I am delighted that you place so much trust in me, and I should make sure that the Blasdale will handle this matter appropriately. It is merely a duty as queen for the sake of France, Your Majesty. And the king's smile makes me realize all of this, and that I haven't seen him this relaxed in ages. My dear, please believe me that I could punish Rohan severely. But we must not let the royal reputation sink into the mud, right? Yes, you're right. And for the first time, I can feel the weight of the crown, and it's just like a tiny birdcage imprisoned in all of Versailles. But I do not wish to stare up at the skies forever and dreaming of flying free, though I may be in a cage. I want to try spreading my wings. Your Majesty, I have a few small requests. And Mary, speak your mind. If I can grant it, I will do my best, I promise. Please ask Brazil to send men to apprehend Jean as quickly as possible. And there might be another woman with her who might be her accomplice. And if we can catch the two, then we will be able to find out the truth, and I may still have a chance to clear my name and then the trust of the people of France. This is what I found in the gardens one night, and I feel that it might be some help. And please pass it to Bastille. Alright, I shall do that. And I will tell Blasio to handle the matter in the way that you suggested, and I'll get to report of him. Oh yes, and I'll let you handle all of the people involved in this. And what do you think? As you wish, Your Majesty. And thank you for being understanding. As long as we can maintain the dignity of the royal court, I'm willing to accede to your every wish, my queen. And I see a trace of a plea in his case that he may not be conscious of, not knowing how to reply to him. I simply curtsy respectfully. Walking down the palace corridor, I feel my steps growing heavier and heavier. What awaits me at the end of the path? Demons, angels, I have no clue. Or the guillotine. Maybe too much has passed, but my sleep is plagued by all sorts of dreams about Marie and about me. The dreams intermingle, and eventually I can no longer tell which the dreams are mine, and it feels as though they belong to me. And after experiencing so much, I seem to have merged together with other person, and I can no longer differentiate my consciousness from hers. A few days later, I received a tea invite from the king. And the king has always been so busy and not a fan of such things. Such invitation caught me off guard. There's no point in dwelling on it. I better get changed and go. When I spot Blasio in the gardens, I realized there's more to this. Your Majesty, good day. According to your wishes, I'm here today to report on the progress of the investigation. We have found the whereabouts of the suspect named Jean, and soon we will be able to bring her in for an interrogation. But the accomplice you mentioned doesn't seem to be with her, and I will send men to further investigate. But I must warn you, we have little info regarding her, and our chances of finding her are fairly slim. And there's also a possibility that Jean might have done away with her. Is that so? Like what he means is that like he killed her accomplice. Alright, thank you for telling me. And as for Cardinal Roja, we already interrogated him, and he's speaking the truth. But there's no one thing I wish to inform you, Your Majesty. The pocket watch you gave us has already been established as a cardinal's personal possession. And to make matters clear, may I ask you where you found it, or have you had any access to cardinal personal possession? Are you suspecting me? Of course not, but we need your help to get closer to the truth. Blaise regards me steadily without a trace of fear, and after some consideration, I slowly described all that I had encountered the garden that night, and how I found the watch. However, I do not tell him that the woman was impersonating me, as well as my coincidental meeting with him. So the woman that Cardinal met the night was Jean. I cannot be for certain because it was too dark and cloudy and I couldn't see clearly. Thank you for your information, and your account matches what the Cardinal told us, Your Majesty. Did he also hide the fact that he saw me? I guess he was afraid of getting himself into further trouble. He's not that stupid. The investigations are nearly an end, and we simply need to capture you, and everything will come to light. My king, how would your Majesty like to handle this matter? I already promised to let the Queen handle it from now on, and you do not need to ask me for your opinions, and do as the Queen decides, and I shall respect and support her decision. Yes, Your Majesty. And may I remind you, Your Majesty, that we still need to deal with the matter of the merchant's necklace payment. And as for possible measures, may I suggest the following. Either we let Cardinal Rohan pay it off, or we solve the matter by doing away with the merchant. Which solution do you prefer? It's like since the cardinal started this man, he should shoulder the responsibility. You have made a wise decision, my queen, and I should also strike against the cardinal. Why? He is a cardinal, yet he spends frivolously and has corrupted morals, and we could use this chance to erode his power and make sure that he will no longer do anything that would damage the reputation of the royal court. The king cannot refuse what Blaisdell said, but Blaisdell sensed the king's unease and smiled gently. Of course, if you're aware, we should discuss the pros and cons with the cardinal and let him make the decision to pay off the debt. And my queen, what do you think we should do? Blaisdell and the king look at me, waiting for an answer, and I think carefully for a while. Discuss with Rohan in a friendly manner. He may be stupid, but he's not evil. Let's just make him pay us the debt and treat that as his punishment. So he'll just pay us the debt, and that's a kind of order. And why don't we invite the cardinal to face-to-face meeting to discuss the matter? And with the queen present, I am sure the cardinal will not have any complaints. That's a good idea. That's what we shall do. Men send word for the cardinal, and I wish to see him in the study to discuss a matter of importance. Blaisdell, please tell my cousin that we have decided how to deal with the matter at hand. We wish to settle this behind closed doors to prevent the reputation of the royal family as well as your reputation from further damage. And Rohan appears surprised and looks at me uncertain. When I seem to offer no resistance, he relaxes and bows towards the king. I do not wish the public to know this matter, and what should I do, your majesty? Your stupidity causes mess and damages the queen's reputation as well as the royal family. You should shoulder the debt and pay for the necklace. Your idiocy is what led us to this state. Your Majesty, I had no idea that this would happen. I was deceived. Even if we were to pay such a huge sum, I would go bankrupt. You have a lot of problems, cousin, but money is not one of them. You must pay the price for your mistake, and once you paid off the sum in full, I shall let the matter rest. And you know that this is a very light punishment. Yes, you should thank the queen for her kindness. And Cardinal Roja, I believe that you will not refuse an easy pass in favor of one filled with thorns. And you're a cardinal. It's time for you to fulfill your oath of poverty by entering poverty. Blaisdell's gentle voice seems to send a shiver down Roja's spine, and frightened he looks at me and the king stuttering incoherently. I shall for the royal court and for my reputation. I'll pay it off. He gazes at the king like a wounded animal, but the king ignores his unspoken plea. Now that everything has settled, a shadow leaves from my heart, and I am hopeful again. If everything goes smoothly, I might believe that I really might be able to change the history and escape Marie's tragic fate. Several days have passed since my talk with Blasio, but I still haven't received any progress report from him. And this morning I finally received some exciting news. Blasio has finished his investigation and wishes to see me tomorrow. But I'm so anxious that I can't wait any longer, so I decided to head to Blaisdell's residence. My goodness, my most gracious queen, why are you in such a hurry? I was to listen to your report right away. Of course, your wish is my command. Your Majesty, we have caught Jean and brought her to the palace. Really, and where is she now? I want to talk to her myself. The dungeons are no place for a queen, and besides, I already obtained all the details, so no need to worry. Is that so? Then please tell me what happened and why she has done this deed and don't leave me out of anything. After consolidating all of the clues and interrogating results, it appears that everything matches Cardinal's account. Someone made use of him, and Jean, is she an aristocrat, or is she merely a trickster disguised as one? Strangely enough, not only is Madame Valois an aristocrat, she is of noble lineage. Her ancestors can be traced back to the royal family of the 16th century when the House of Valois ruled France. So she wants to remove this kingly family so that she becomes the new queen, maybe. Or maybe we're giving her too much credit. I am started to hear the name Valois, and her ancestry is far nobler and elder than aristocrats in Versailles. It's so I don't see why she framed me for the sake of money, but I don't remember offending her at any point. Oh, apart from her name, she's penniless, and she may be descended from royalty, but she lives a life of poverty. According to investigators, when she was a child, she had to beg in order to survive and almost starved to death on the street. My goodness, it is hard to imagine how a little girl must have spent her days in that situation. Later on, her youth and beauty got her married to account, but her finances never got better. Para the nobility get stipend, don't they? So how did she? They had never controlled their own spending, so no matter how much money they get, they would only spend until they're broke. Brazil gives a look, and his smile grows deeper. I know he's hinting at something, and I understand that only I'm in control of my own issues, and I must prove my worth. So she came to Paris because she's broke? Yes, your Majesty is wise, but before this, she already had a bad reputation and even became an aristocrat's mistress. And she deliberately approached the cardinal, pretending to be your close friends, and forged a letter and all for the riches and power. And for why she chose to frame you, it definitely wasn't personal. She simply figured that you were the most valuable target. Ah, yes, all of Flanders thinks that I am a greedy, flamboyant woman, and why would Jing think otherwise? Blasio's tone is a little sarcastic, and I suddenly get the feeling that the person he's making fun of isn't Jean. Her greed and my frivolous ways wouldn't normally cost too much trouble, but she just happens to pull this stunt right before the French Revolution. So Jean's greed is what's damaged my reputation and the dignity of the royal family. If I'm unable to explain this mess to the people, the royal family might fall, am I right? Your Majesty, a little twister surely isn't enough to cause the ruin of an entire kingdom. There's no need to worry. I wouldn't be so certain about that. I truly hope so. And Blasey is unable to understand why I'm worried so much, and I am unwilling to explain. Dude, I am a time traveler from the future inside Marie Antoinette's body, and trust me, when I say this, Blasey, it doesn't end well. He remains focused on his studies, however, they continue reporting to me without dwelling on the subject. And as for the female accomplice you mentioned, unfortunately, she has already been dealt with by Jean. You mean she's dead, and how could she be so ruthless? And that's someone who helped her. When faced with riches and power, even a kind person might be possessed by a demon. And what's more, a greedy lady. Huh? Well, then, if you find a woman's body, please give her a good burial. I shall do as you say, Your Majesty, and I'm just curious why you are so merciful towards me, a criminal. Is there a special reason? I shake my head, not knowing how to answer him, and I just feel that I'm someone responsible for her death, and not for me, her life wouldn't have ended this way. Your Majesty, the Queen has decided to compensate you by letting you decide Jean's fate. And according to the law, you can only order her to be confined to a nunnery or confiscate her possession and exile her. But you can only choose one, and please select the punishment you see most fitting. Alright, well, you just send her to a nunnery. Because confiscating her properties and exiling her, she has no property, and then she just con another rich person into like doing evil for her. So it's just best to send her to a nunnery to force her to do sister act. Perhaps she's only trying to recover all that she should be hers. Perhaps she thinks she deserves more as a descendant of House Valios. Even if so, she can't just treat human lives that way and hurt people for selfish reasons. To such a person, perhaps a life of simplicity and strict rules will be what she hates the most. Confine her to a nunnery so that she can reflect on the error of her ways in front of God. Blas stared at me for a long while as though he surprised by my decision, and then he smiled. Your Majesty is indeed merciful. You have kindly given her a chance to repent. And I believe this must be the result of your upbringing under Queen Teresa, and I shall report back to the king. I feel a pang of sorrow upon hearing my mother's name, and I remember that she once told me that to be an angel to the people of France. I guess I would be very happy to hear a compliment like that. Your Majesty, rest assured and leave everything to me. And I've been so worried about the results, but now I can finally heave a sigh of relief as I leave Blasio's residence. I get into the carriage and I am on the way back to Versailles, and I'm so exhausted that I fall asleep. A light sound jolts me away from my dreams, and the carriage is moving, and no one could have gotten in. Indeed, I just imagine it. Maybe I'm just too tired. And just as I'm about to fall asleep, a shadowy figure lands lightly in front of me. Guards, with someone. Your Majesty, I meant you no harm. And I pressed myself against the side of the carriage, staring at him warily. Who are you, and how dare you barge into my carriage? I heard you're nothing like a weak Irish flower, but I never thought you'd be so brave. And I look at the weapon in his belt, and I know I can't fight him. Your Majesty, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Dion, and I work for the king. Of course, if you're willing, you can call me Madame Beaumont. And I never heard Augustus mention such a person. Could he be lying to me? All right, can you leave now? Your Majesty, why must you be so cold to me? It wounds my heart. And you barge into my carriage and you interrupted my nap. And you expect me to talk to you in a civil matter? Oh my, how depressing. And I could have chosen some other way to meet you. And this man is just way too strange. And he just can't believe what he's saying. And he noticed me how I'm still worried and seems a little annoyed. You still don't believe me? Oh, that's just upsetting. Oh, yes, Your Majesty. If there's anything troubling you, I can help you solve the problem. No need, doing fine. Fluster, he flutters his fan. I guess this isn't the best time after all. And he grabs my left arm and swiftly kisses it. My dear Queen, I hope to be of use to you next time. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, he lightly leaps out of the carriage. My goodness, the carriage is still moving. Stunned and I gaze in the direction he went, and is then startled by the door when it bangs shut. When I get back to the palace, I hurry to the king to inform him about Dion, and after a moment's hesitation, the king tells me that Dion is a spy and a highly skilled swordsman, and that he really is working for him. I am reassured, and now I'm feeling incredibly curious about this man. Alright, so we go from 112 to 113. Early in the morning, the king summons me, and he tells me that he has arranged a mysterious person to help me conduct a secret investigation. My grandfather put him in charge of various external affairs, and he's usually not in the palace, and you must go to Paris to find him, and you must not be seen. Yes, I understand. But how do I find him, and why is he so mysterious? Don't worry about that, and I prepared everything for you. You simply just need to make a journey and give him your orders. The king whispers instructions into my ear and makes sure that I repeat everything step back to him flawlessly, and finally his mouth satisfied. I am unable to accompany you, so you must be careful. Just be safe, and I ask Madame de Niort to prepare clothes for you. Go and get changed now. Yes, Your Majesty. Well, you know how it is in the chessboard. The queen usually has freedom of mobility. Like she can start horizontally and diagonally. There should be no problem now. Your Majesty, can I take Gabriella with me? I'm a bit nervous about going to Paris all by myself. And she makes a good human chill. You are the Queen of France and my wife, and I'm worried about your safety too, but Gabriela will not be able to keep you safe. The less people know about this, the better, but if you know someone who can you trust to keep your secret, you may allow him to escort you. That way I feel more relieved. Someone I can trust. Let's just add the Miniman to help me. Well, not the Miniman, the one who trained the Lafayette. Can I ask the Marquis Lafayette to escort me? Of course you can, my queen. He is loyal and reliable, and a skilled swordsmanship, a great choice indeed, and I would rather relieve to have him by your side. And I shall summon him and ask him to escort you on this journey. You should take a rest first. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day, according to the Queen's arrangement, I set off on a secret trip to Paris to investigate the truth. Lafayette seems to be regarding me with a rather obvious air of suspicion. Unlike his usual calm, I tried to decipher what he may be thinking but failed miserably. If you dislike this arrangement, or if you dislike me, I won't ask His Majesty to get you to escort me next time. No, it's not like that at all. And Lafayette's passionate outburst startled me greatly, but upon seeing my demeanor, he tones down his upon seeing my reaction, he tones down his demeanor. I just never expected you to choose me as your escort. Me so much that you are not happy about going out with me. No, I see not. I couldn't possibly you. Because I'm the queen. His deep dark eyes regard me with an uncomfortable look, and I can't figure out what he's thinking, but I'm reminded of the night of the costume ball. Marquise Lafayette, do you remember the lady I asked you to attend at the costume ball? Yes. You attended the ball, didn't you? Yes. And how do you know that? Do you attend the ball too? It's not important how I found out. It is to remember the promise you will fulfill my request if I manage to recognize you. And now is to make use of that. Tell me, what are you thinking of right now? Why, you're curious about my thoughts. Can I assume that you care about me? Do I care about Lafayette? Have I fallen for him? And before he asked me that question, I never even thought about the possibility, and I tried to analyze my own feeling, and just as I'm wondering how to reply, never mind, forget what I just said, I overstepped my boundaries. He avoided looking at me when he said that, as though he was trying his best to suppress something, and after a long silence, he finally speaks. When I got to the carriage with you, I was reminded of the lady I met in the costume ball. And she was different from most ladies, a little reckless, and accidentally stepped on my foot while dancing, just like you. So you're not mad and you're actually thinking about her. I know that's only a brief encounter, but people who rely on mass identity to get close to one another will eventually have to return to their original life once the masks are removed. I should not think about her, but I cannot stop thinking about her, and I am unable to get rid of my feelings, and I do not know what I should do. He is the Marquis Lafayette, the hero of the land. But right now he's just like an ordinary man, and his troubled eyes are filled with longing. And I suppose it must be love, and the changing him might have been triggered by me, and once I realized it, I unconsciously leaned towards him. Gilbert, Your Majesty, we have reached the inn, and we should alight from the carriage. Lafayette seems to have recovered his usual stern expression, and it's almost as though I have only imagined that look for a second. He doesn't say another word, it does not mention the topic again, and I don't know if he heard me call his name or if he's pretending he didn't hear me. The inn is noisy and distracting. I take a deep breath and try to focus on my goal. Well, I'm in luck today, and one brings such a beautiful and noble lady to my humble inn. And what's your manners when you speak to a lady? She's not someone you should joke around with. The innkeeper looks at Lafayette up and down and then decides to keep a distance from us. Yes, no one I rest assured I will not approach your princesses again. Surprising the urge to ask Lafayette why his face has gone red, I take a look around the interior inn and try to recall the king's instruction. I need to order a glass of red wine and then sit at the table 5. Please give me a glass of red wine. My dear lady, there are no waiters here, and the red wine is at the bar table. Please help yourself. All right, thank you. Where's table 5? A strange look appears on the innkeeper's face when he hears me. Head that way. Good luck, my lady. Lafayette quickly finds the departure hitting table 5, but after waiting some time, not a single customer appears, and we do not see the mysterious person. His Majesty made me repeat the instructions 3 times. I couldn't have gotten it wrong. Once nightfall, whether or not the person we're waiting for appears, I shall send you back. But no matter what, your safety is the utmost importance. But wouldn't that make this trip wasted? And I must meet out that person and get him to help me investigate. Haha, this impatient lady is pretty adorable. Good day, beautiful little bird. And if you don't mind, may I share this table with you? This, madame, I must insist that you reveal your identity before we decide whether to let you sit with us. Haha, I am a responsible knight like you, and the time is not right, or I ask you for a friendly duel. But my question was directly at this little bird, not you, and I can listen to your opinion, but I do not have to follow it. Of course, if you wish to settle with this adult, I will gladly comply, but you may not want me to do so. Lafayette ignores the person's challenge, and his eyes are cold and calm as ever, and he looks at me. Madame, do you think he's the one we're looking for? I'm sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Oh, everyone knows that table 5 is Madame Vermont's table. And my beautiful little bird, you need to follow the rules. The king instructed me to sit at table 5, so I guess the person I'm looking for must be Madame Vermont. I'm waiting for the lady you're talking about. Oh, since you're waiting for her, why are you refusing to let her sit with you? You are the Madame you speak of. Well, unless you have some other nickname for me, I am Madame Belmont you're looking for. A toast to the knightly spirit. Never forget. And to put your suspicions to rest, I shall tell you my real name, Dion. But treat it as fine wine and keep it locked within your heart. There's something I wish to ask you to investigate. My dear lady, I shall do my utmost to aid you. And I recall everything that's happened so far and tell him about it in all detail without leaving a single detail. Interesting. So not only has a troll of cuckoo appeared in Versailles, and there's also a fake little bird. Yes, and you're the only one I thought about, and please keep it a secret until you find the imposter. Of course, I hold centuries of Versailles secret with me, and I only tell them to the dead. Oh yes, you mentioned that the suspect dropped something, and can you pass it on to me? Yes, of course. Yeah, because the investigation scene can go two ways. I'm handing you the matter over to you, and you're the only one I can rely on now. Putting your trust in someone you only just met isn't a good thing. You're right, but since you're actually telling me this, I guess you're worthy of my trust. I will not let you down. And I know a little bird should not tarry too long in such a rough place, and hurry back to Versailles and wait for the news of Madame Belmont. Having received the promise, a feel like a weight has been lifted on my shoulder, and Lafayette escorts me back to the carriage, and we hurry back to Versailles before nightfall. And he maintains his usual silence during the trip, but he's gentle towards me. Perhaps he's affected by my relaxed mood. And I start to suspect that he has already figured out that I'm the one he met during the ball. For some reason, I dare not ask. Perhaps I'm getting a little cold answer, or perhaps I'm afraid that even if I know the answer, I cannot possibly return his affection, given that I might get executed. I wonder what the current progress is like, and it's been several days since I ate with Dion, and I still haven't received any news, and the wait is long and excruciating, and the anxiety makes me pace in the room endlessly. Madame Belmont still hasn't appeared, and are you looking for me, Your Majesty? Goodness heaven, you gave me such a fright. And how did you come in? And I didn't sense your presence at all. Ah, this is one of my secrets. If you're interested in the art, then perhaps you could consider becoming the next Dion. And you seem fairly intelligent, and I'm sure you're a quick learner. Dion manages to soothe my tightly wounded nerves, and I'm grateful for his astute perception and clever work. I will consider it. And how are things coming along? Are there any results yet? Of course, and I try to fulfill your request as quickly as possible. And it's my honor to serve one as beautiful and wise as you. And the cuckoo who damaged your reputation has been caged, and will sing the song of truth at any moment now. And do you wish to do what is necessary, or do you wish to come and enjoy the view? I'm not in for any kind of enjoyment, but I do wish to go with you to find the truth. As you wish, Your Majesty. According to my investigation, Cardinal Rojas account matches the information you provided. And the entire affair is complicated and rather incredible, and if it weren't investigated myself, I would not believe that all the coincidences I found. Dion's mouth never leaves his face, and he looks like someone in an audience enjoying a show, and he quietly awaits my approval before continuing. Allow me to present the slight cuckoo, and once my eyes get adjusted to the lane light, I manage to make out the cowering Jean, and she starts shouting the minute she recognizes. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. The Cardinal Rojas forced me to do it. Sly Cuckoo, go ahead and try to act your way out of this mess. But don't forget, I already dug up all of the horrible things your family has done for the past generation. God will punish you, you demon. A little cuckoo like you can possibly decide my fate. Perhaps you should try guessing what fate lies ahead of you. And not bothering to conceal any of his contempt for Dion laughed mockingly at her. Royal blood born out of wedlock, and you are not content with a life of little cuckoo, but dream day and night of living like a noble eagle. And I must remind you that you are not merely a fallen woman and can hardly be called an aristocrat. In terms of position and family history, I am on par with the House of Bourbon. And why can I recover what is rightfully mine? This isn't fair. So jealousy and greed are your motivation, and who are you to covet riches and glory? Have you ever starved? Have you ever begged on the streets and get driven away like a stray dog? A look in her eye tells me how much she hates the world, and she's like a wounded wild animal crying out in pain. I admit I have never experienced all that, but many have lived as you have lived and have chosen the rightful path. You have only ever thought of yourself, and you do not care about what kind of calamity the necklace might cause. Do you mean you might get sent back to Austria? You can't blame me for that. All I ever wanted was a necklace. And I also had no way of telling that the people will be so disappointed in you. Are you pitying me? I think you are far more pitiful. I am unable to find a suitable retort. And when the royal family loses the people's trust, the crown is but a worthless decoration. And at that point, it makes no difference whether it is the head of a king or the head of a beggar. Did your accomplice think the same way of us you do? Or her? I don't care what she thinks. Just a bit of money was enough to get her to help me, and men need only give her money to get her to do what they want. She got a nice reward for dressing as a queen. And don't you think I am being pretty good to her? Little cuckoo, if you think sending men to deal with her is being good to her, I guess you think you're a saint. Is she dead? Fortunately for her, instead of slitting her throat, they slit her stomach instead. So she still lives to see the sunrise. Her injury is too severe, so she still needs time to recover. As is unable to see you right now, Your Majesty. But according to investigation, she has no hands in the cuckoo's little plan, and she was only told to hold a white rose and say a few lines. Since she is innocent, please take good care of her, and once she is well, arrange for her to be employed so that she has a way to make a living. As you wish, Your Majesty. Madame Belmont, I hope not particularly hopeful, but I'd like to know where is the Dubarry necklace. The very next day, after the sly little cuckoo got hold of the necklace, her husband had already found buyers in Paris, and so that's a great number of the diamonds. And I can recover all the diamonds if you wish me to. No, there's no need. It might be a good thing for the necklace to remain dismantled so that it can cause no more trouble. Our first priority is to put a stop to all of the chaos so that the royal family can survive this crisis. So what do you want me to do with her? Dion tosses Jean a deathly cold glare, and Jean sinks back in a shadow of her earlier daring self. Her. Yes, when the king refers you to me, that means that everything is under wraps, and you have full control over her fate. Considering what she thinks of you and how she got someone to impersonate you, her very existence is an insult to the royal family. She made use of the royal family name to commit theft, and as for her, she should pay the price. You mean, when faced with a woman crazy enough to threaten royalty, we should either make her disappear forever or let her death be a warning to others. No, you can't treat me like this. There's royal blood running through my veins. I'm a member of the nobility. Only the queen gets to decide your fate. Jean's yelling reminds me of all that she has done. The horrible yet pitiful woman. Deceiving royalty is already a serious crime. Even if we were to be merciful, the king and the ministers and all the aristocrats won't let her off easy. Well then. I guess in this version, arrange for public execution, well, the only options are death by probably death or secret death. They just disappear. I am shocked. I thought that you'll be soft-hearted and just let her go. Some people can be allowed to live, and some wrongs cannot be repeated. No, Your Majesty, spare me. Her face is ashen in her eyes, terrified, and there's terror in her voice as she pleads for her life. And I see my hands shaking that once I leave, Dion would end her life. Jean, you plotted the theft and harmed people because of your greed and jealousy. This is the result, and this is the price you must pay. I'm sorry. I must make this decision not for myself, but also for France. And Jean tried to say something, but Dion seems to have done something to her that prevents her from making a sound. There will always be people in this world who have no conscience and hurt others at will, and you can't possibly stop them all. But we can carry out justice and prevent criminals from committing more crimes. And if you feel that simple death isn't enough, I can make her go through a great deal of suffering before she dies. No, just give her a quick death on account of the royal blood in her veins. This cuckoo doesn't deserve an easy death, but since your majesty has decided this way, I shall perform accordingly. How do you wish to deal with Cardinal Roja? If it weren't for his idiocy, you wouldn't have to take part in this ridiculous play. You mean His Majesty has handed his fate over to me as well? The king trusts in me far is his that I imagine, and I'm overjoyed and scared at the same time. But this isn't the right moment to dwell on this thing, and I must make the right decision. Then announce his misdeeds to the public and let him pay the debt. Are you sure that is what you want? I know this affects the royal reputation, but I have no other choice. And since I cannot explain this to defend myself, I can only make use of him to clear the misunderstanding the people have of me. Understood, Your Majesty. I will solve the problem at its root. Rest assured. I am counting on you. I was the anti-Jean away, and somehow I am reluctant to leave even after they have vanished from my sight. And I suddenly have a strange thought that I'll be safer here than back at the luxurious palace. Perhaps way too much has happened, but I keep having all kinds of dreams. Some belong to Marie and some to me. The dreams mingle, and I can no longer tell which are mine, and it's as though they are all. And after all of the upheaval, I become even more closely intertwined with the other me, and I can no longer tell us apart. Early in the morning, I received word that the king wants to see me, and I know the feeling of dread within me, and I hurry to the study. Your Majesty, what have you asked me? And you come and look at what I'm holding in my hand. I relax once I see the intricate lock on his hand, and the lock and study lots of passion, a secret shared between us. And I spent 3 months crafting this from a rare blueprint that was incredibly hard to obtain. What do you think? I have never seen such an intricate and fascinating lock. I don't even know how to describe it. Marie, this is the first time you complimented my handiwork. And do you really think so? Of course, Your Majesty, this is a very fine craftsmanship. I'm impressed. And I never let anyone find out about my hobby except for you. And you never seemed interested in the past. And I am so glad to hear praises today. I am honored that I can make you happy, Your Majesty. Marie, you really changed. And I'm so happy that you're not becoming more queen-like. And you're also becoming more like a family member. And his gaze is so gentle and sincere that I can't help melting. And apart from the occasional visits to my grandfather, I've not felt warmth in my family for a long time. You really are an angel from Austria, and I really wish I could do something to make you happy. Is there anything you like, and I'll get it for you, no matter how difficult that might be? Your Majesty, I only wish for France to prosper, and that everyone can live in bliss, and that they can everyone afford cake. When I arrived in this world, I faced so much frustration and anger, but I also met people who truly care for me. Peter, Lafayette, Gabriel, Leonard, and what a coincidence, that's what I was thinking too, and I already thought of something. Really, what do you think? Let's go to Notre Dame and distribute provisions to the poor, and that's my main reason for seeing you today. This might not solve all problems, but I believe that people will feel our sincerity. Let's give cakes to everyone. But our finances. The war helped America achieve independence, but it has dealt a huge blow to our finances. And Louis for 15 stipend way have emptied out our treasury. Don't worry, this bit of money is nothing, and Blasio has already promised to handle the matter. This isn't just for the people, but also to help mend your reputation as well as that of the royal family. I understand, Your Majesty. Thank you. And where are we going? Right this afternoon, go get changed and we can go. All right, please wait, and I'll get changed now. Let's go feed them cake. My queen, may I have the honor of escorting you? I am honored to be able to do something meaningful together with you. The noise of the crowd dies down once we arrive, and there's a moment of quiet, but soon the bustle returns. The church is charmed with people, including mom over children, and they are the Puerto we brought with us and seem oblivious to anything else. Warm sunlight falls on them, revealing hollow faces filled with despair instead of the naivety that children their age should have. I am glad that the king suggested helping the poor, and I don't know how many more days of suffering the children would have been able to go through otherwise. Do you remember when I first inherited the throne that we also held an Thanksgiving session? But then the people had high expectations of me and hoped that I would lead France towards a glorious future. But now it looks like the people who need aid have increased instead. Looking at the children before me, I can sense the king's frustration and regret. I don't know what to say to comfort him, so I merely continue distributing food and clothing. After a portion of supplies have been distributed, I turn my head to check my surroundings, and suddenly a commotion attracts my attention. People are filing out the church carrying daily necessities and food, and at the same time, droves of impoverished people are summoning into the place, shoving one another grudgingly angry. However, no one causes any real trouble. Upon seeing the situation, the king nods to his men, and the crowd is quickly separated according to their needs into groups of adults and children. Don't shout, walk slowly, everyone will get their share. Oh, hail the king and queen. You are kind and generous, angels sent by God. Thank you. Their mouths appear genuine, and their mothers who allow their children to approach me and touch my gown. And someone starts to clap, and the clapping spreads to the crowd, and the people's mouths and voices are music to the ears. And looking upon this scene, I finally feel like all of my hard work has finally paid off, and I start to tear. I thought I'd be hated by people forever, and I never thought I'd see so many friendly faces. You must have faith in yourself, in your heart, and you are the most beautiful and kindest person I know. And thanks to your effort, I know how good you are, and all of France knows I will now. The jewelry you donated and this Thanksgiving have won our people over. That is wonderful. And I never thought you'd be so overwhelmed by this. I guess distributing provision makes the right choice to me. And I let myself absorb the grateful looks around me and give a small wave. And sunlight comes into the windows and bathes everyone in gentle glow. And I clasp my hand in front of my bosom and slowly close my eyes. I hope things will get better and better. And I pray with all of my heart. Alright, so that's the end of chapter 1. We'll continue with this next. And we're continuing with Time Princess, the Queen Mary story. Now we're in chapter 2. Let me finish doing the sound test. Alright. Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Let me see. That seems just about right, maybe. Alright, let's just bite into this. After we go back to the palace, the king shut himself in the study with his ministers and held a meeting that lasted an entire day. I heard that this meeting has something to do with the country's finances, but we can't do anything to help, so there's no point worrying. But I need to find out what's happened. Maybe you changed. And ever since the gambling century, you've been worrying about things you never cared about before. That's really not like you, Marie. Well, I got some insight into the future. Gabrielle is worried about me, and I do wish to reassure her, but I do not know what to say. It's just that I remember what my mother told me, and she kept telling me to treat the people of France well. Alright, then I don't want to push yourself too hard, and if there's anything I can do for you, please tell me. Help me, Gabrielle. And I want to look for books on French history and books on taxes, and two people are better than one. You really changed so much, but I'm glad to see you looking energized. After a few days of reading and research, I finally got a better understanding of the royal court's current situation, and I can more than less guess why the king held that sudden meeting. France is sinking, and just one mistake will send us into the abyss. Your Majesty, the king has asked to attend a study meeting in his attend a meeting in his study. Attend a meeting. All right, let me get changed first. I step into the study, and just as I'm about to curtsy the king, I am interrupted by a fierce argument between Blaisdell and Lafayette. The king is sitting to one side and excuses me with a nod, frowning silently. The tension in the air is palpable, and I feel like I should breathe very carefully. Marquise Lafayette, were you not present during the finance report? Why can you understand the situation the king is in? This year, our revenue was 47 million livres, but our expenditure reached 587 million livres. Oh, if, you, if you're stressing about a 10 million and about a 100 million deficit, oh, it's funny now countries regularly owe billions and trillions. But in those days, you get decapitated for having a 100 million deficit. How times change. If we don't raise the taxes, the treasury won't last beyond years. And what would the country rely on to survive? Uh, you will be surprised about how much debt a country can withstand in this modern time. Whatever. Bad weather year after year has resulted in bad harvests, and the farmers are broke. Food prices have gone up, and as a result, everything else has inflated. We can't possibly raise taxes. Ever since ancient France, the aristocrats and the clergy have been exempt from taxes, but now that our finances are in danger, they need to do their part. Yeah. I am the Marquise, and I will not avoid this responsibility, and if everyone agrees to this, I will set an example and pay my taxes first. Lafayette's voice is resolute, and his eyes are filled with resolve, and many of the people present gaze back at him with admiration, but Blaisdell laughs. You are certainly pushing this idea hard, and I think you should know that this will result in some very serious consequences. If the royal family were to lose the support of the first and second stage, you will not be able to save the situation. And do you think that losing the people's support will be beneficial to the crown? Think about this, everyone. The atmosphere grows heavier, and everyone is in deep thought. Confidence, what do you think? I support Lafayette's decision. Our problems with taxes has been dragging on for generations. And I understand that in some regions have been taxed twice, and I don't think we should ask the people for more money without solving all of these problems. But the clergy will definitely object to the idea of taxing the aristocrats, and they will be affected by it as well. Yes, and that's why we have been unable to agree on a resolution. Well, I guess even in the states they don't tax the clergy. They like in the modern times in the U.S. they don't tax the clergy. Like I wonder how it will go down if they suddenly were asked to pay taxes. Whatever. Maybe it's a lot of decapitations a la France style. Whatever. It may be one of the hardest things in the world to convince them, and they are the barrier to change. And France took part in the War of Austrian Succession and the 7-Year War and the American Revolutionary War. Maybe too many wars? And these 3 wars brought us immense diplomatic benefits, but have also emptied out our treasury. And together with Louis XV's way of spending, and even if we can change in our finance ministers, we won't be able to save the country's finances. Everyone is trying so hard to deal with the trouble caused by their predecessors. My queen, what do you think we should do? I'd like to hear your thoughts. I only have to consider of possible consequences do I meet the king side? Your Majesty, considering the situation at hand, I think we should. Don't tax the aristocrats or tax the aristocrats. Man, I just tax them. That'll be fine. We will be met by disapproval, but this is the quickest way to solve the problem. And as for the future of France, we must not go away. And I believe that in the end, the people will be grateful for your justice. Yeah, but then again, if we tax the aristocrats, they're gonna take it. They're just gonna take it from the poor people. So indirectly, we're also taxing them. So yeah, it's a lose-lose situation. The Parliament of the first and second state have never been taxed before, and we will face immense opposition. My queen, have you thought about how to persuade them? Perhaps I can make the Marquis de Lafayette an example and pay my taxes first. Although I will not be taxed, but I can publicly donate all of my jewelry as a tax money, and this way more people will be convinced of the royal family's resolution. My queen, are you serious about it? And I greatly lost my head and noticed that everyone is looking at me differently. Suspicion, surprise, appreciation. It is as though the one standing before them is no longer the queen they know. Your Majesty, I admire the change in you as well as your determination. But you are the queen and must present yourself with dignity. A member of the royal family should have. Donating all your jewelry would not be a wise decision. It's not so, but I... No need to worry, Your Majesty. You need only donate half your jewelry. And that way you maintain your royal dignity as well as achieve the results you desire. That would kill two birds with one stone, wouldn't it? That is a great suggestion, Blithedale. My queen, what do you think? Your Majesty, I have no reason to object. Then allow me to follow the queen's footsteps and voluntarily pay my taxes as a member of this aristocracy. And me, Your Majesty. And we can also let the queen announce her donation publicly so that more people will know that the queen stands with them. Or maybe we can try making optional tax to guilt them into it. I don't know, whatever. If we get more aristocrats and royalty to volunteer to pay taxes, I believe that the dissenters will be swayed by the will of the people. Let me handle the higher nobility, and I will do my best to persuade them to agree to the tax reform. Like by shooting them with a pointy. That's a good way to... Like, I remember, like, Doonies were popular back then, so, you know, you had to pay your taxes, so we do it by gun and... Indeed, if we can gain more support from the aristocracy, this reform will just succeed. Marquis de Lafayette is a war hero and has a great deal of influence over the newer aristocracy. He is indeed the best candidate for the job. The problem lies with the older nobles of families of Versailles. Volunteer to persuade them myself. I am willing to try my best to persuade them and ask them to agree to the tax. And we can start with the nobles who are not strongly opinionated. And yes, I can go to talk to Gabriella's family. I am told that you wish to do this for me, but the older nobles are incredibly obstinate, and I'm afraid that you will suffer. I know that the king is worried about, and many other aristocrats have better opinions of me now, but they may not listen to what I say. You know what else will make me suffer? All of us getting decapitated. No matter how much I sacrifice, I'll always be a foreigner from Austria in the eyes of the older noble families. Perhaps I can invite them to the conference and explain to them our reasons and make the king's resolve clear to them. So we scared around the clergy and present our tax reforms to the aristocrats directly. I think that would be way too reckless, and they might rise up against the throne. And that's a great wisdom on the path to success, Lafayette, and we already learned the hard way doing war, have we not? And we have no other options, confront and fight, and we must honor the risk in order to achieve success. Alright, if we can present the aristocrat first, then we will be able to pressurize the clergy, and we won't have any problems with the reform. My queen, I believe that you can achieve this goal. Go ahead, and I grant you authority to handle this. The king is of an air of stately dignity, and his eyes show strength and resolve. Reassured by his demeanor, the people in the room begin to smile. Yes, I will not let you down, Your Majesty. Then we shall start on our allocated errands and hold the assembly notables as soon as possible. I have fish. Can you lower the air conditioner? Marina, about the voluntary taxes you mentioned, how did it go? Did you succeed? Upon hearing my reply, her door like ice cold then. You know that my family isn't the like other noble family, and my husband says that this tax will be very heavy and not burden on us. I understand, Garbet, but you are the only person I can trust. And the tax reform rely heavily on whether we can get the aristocrats to pay taxes. Hasta que se me a long time, Garbet finally hits a sign. Marie, you helped me so much over the year, and if not for you, my family will long be. This is the first time you asked me anything, and of course I want to help you, so I had a huge fight with my husband. My goodness, you actually argue with him. Yes, I surprised myself. I don't know whether I got the courage, but I threatened him and said that if he didn't agree, it'll make him lose his wife and children. And then, I won, Marie, I won, and do you know how happy that makes me? I can finally be of help to you. And right now, Gentle Gabriel is just as good, like a gleeful shout, and her innocent smile is absolutely dazzling, as though there's nothing else in the world, and she could be happy around. And I can help but smiling back at her, and we looked at each other's eyes, and for a moment I feel this indescribable bliss. Gabriel, oh, I don't know how to thank you. And please don't say that your smile is worth it all. And with your support, the reform has gotten off to a good start, and I have to persuade the other noble family and get even more support. If you intend to go by yourself, aren't you afraid that they'll treat you badly? This is my duty. It is my responsibility. Don't let me go with you. No matter what, my family will have some ties with them, and I might be able to help. Faced with such result, I find myself unable to reject her. All right, thank you, Gabriel. Let's go. We visited a lot of noble families and explained the new reforms and asking for their support, but yes, we got it on the day, and we will definitely support your Majesty's reform. Please keep your promise. The king and I are placing a lot of trust in you. I understand His Majesty's concern, but I discussed it with the rest of the family, and I cannot make the decision on my own. Of course, we hold to help the king, and rest assured, Your Majesty. We are counting on you, and we believe that the fans will be proud of you. After a few defeats, I realized that the situation isn't as dire as I thought, but I'm also not particularly promising. I can only do my best before the conference and pay earnest every day as well. On the morning of the meeting, I take extra care and interest in the perfect outfit for the occasion. I must dress well enough to match my status as queen, and this outfit shall be. Your Majesty, His Majesty, the King is waiting. All right. The king and I sit next to one another on our thrones, and the nobles gradually enter. A lot of nobles look troubled and shocked by the shows of participants, but I merely smile politely back at them and I return. I must have the part of a dignified queen. I notice that the king has been silent since the start, and he looks incredibly grave, and I believe this conference is extremely important to him. It is not easy to maintain your view under the pressure of many, and in fact, you could say it's extremely difficult. But I believe that with Your Majesty's participation, the support from the Marquis de Lafayette and Count Ferdinand, we shall succeed. If that's so, I am prepared to be headed by all of the nobles. Your Majesty, this is the only way out to carry the plans I have in mind to revive the country's finances. And it was my decision to fund the American war, and now I must bear the responsibility for the decision. And this is a duty that the king must bear. Also, the French aristocracy lost their husband so that the Americans would gain their freedom. They also gave him a green statue with spikes. Yeah, and they also gave him a fancy statue, a statue of liberty, whatever, went along. But to make you stand together with me and face all of the arrows and noble, and as your husband, I feel that I have done you wrong. I am the Queen of France, and I cannot wash my hands of the matter and pretend that it has nothing to do with me. Thank you, Marie. The king gazes at me warmly with a tinge of respect, and then he turns towards Blythe, who has been standing attentively at his side. Everyone has arrived, Rysdale, and we can start the conference. Blaisdell announces the direction of our reefer and goes into detailed explanation. And while he finishes speaking, there's immediate objection from the aristocrat. You want to take away our rights and our dignities and make us pay taxes like ordinary citizens. Uh, Your Majesty, I do not understand what you and your ministers are thinking. I agree with the Duke, and I don't understand why the Queen has been included in this conference. The Queen is responsible for a large part of France's financial ruin. Now that the nobles are pointing their fingers at me, the king and his supporters exchange glances, and the situation is already a little out of hand before we can even keep things under control. Silence, everyone. I know what these nobles are trying to do, and if they manage to turn this conference into punish the queen session, they will win the battle. and I tried hard to remain calm, but I mustn't let them goad me into a rage. Haven't you all always blamed the royal family for everything, and you all keep saying the queen only cares about her clothes and jewelry? Well, here it is, and doing her part for the future of France, but what about your attitude? You're treating her like a criminal. Stop simply being present counts as taking part in the conference. And do you mean to say that everyone gathered in the Palace of Concord are discussing national matters every day? What's your words, Mondego? Lafayette sent you and let me speak. I lift my head up high and meet the curious and suspicious eyes of everyone in the room. Courage is welling up from me and running to my veins, and part of my royal pride and self-confidence. You understand that you're all doubtful of me, be suspicious if that is what you wish. But I stand here before you to let you know that I wish to do the best for France, and I am taking responsibility for my past actions. Or perhaps you would say I am Austrian and that I am an Austrian wolf, and why would I care about France? Because I'm not a leech, and I know that the people of France have provided me with a life of comfort as well as love and respect. I am the king, and every one of you here has been living off the people's taxes, and that is why we can lead a luxurious and carefree life. And now that we are going to sacrifice the people's right to defend our privilege and doom our kingdom, once we lose the support of the people, we lose the kingdom's protection, and all of our privilege, status, and our dignity are mere foam on the water. You may wish to continue with your life of luxury and attempt to increase your income, but I will not let your foolish actions ruin France. My words have captured everyone's attention, and some are unconsciously nodding their heads while others are frowning and glaring at me furiously. The reaction surprised me, and I take a deep breath before continuing. For the country's future, these reforms must take place, and the reforms will cost us, but no matter how high the price is, I am willing to do my part because I am a part of France. And every single one of you is an invaluable part of France, and I believe that your love for this kingdom is more passionate than mine. And if someone like me who has been frivolous in the past can change for the sake of France, so can you. The room is silent, and the nobles are staring at me as though they cannot believe what they had just heard. And I made their eyes fearlessly, and I am the Queen of France, and I stand by my beliefs. What the Queen has just said is exactly what I wanted to say, and her royal words represent the will of the royal family. The king starts to clap, and Fred and others join in, and they look at me with admiration, much like the way the Austrian people regard the Queen Teresa. The Queen is right. If the nobles refuse to cooperate with the royal family, all of our status and power will be for naught. And his great yet sharp gaze sweeps across the room and the rest on me, and he gives me a respectful bow. And I respect the Queen's resolve and the changes in her, and as a Marquise I am willing to follow in her footsteps and pay taxes from now on to do my part for France. Come on, my old battle comrade, and don't leave me out, Lafayette. The Fourna family supports the reform, and as more and more noble families publicize and also support, the tide turns in the favor of the royal family, and I look at each and every one of them with gratitude. But of course, there are also some who promised me their support beforehand and have yet remained silent now. The Duke Paulina doesn't want to support us, and is he that unwilling to stand with the royal family despite Gabriel? There are the nobles who are struggling like him because they are unwilling to give up their privileges. Well, the Queen has suddenly hurled quite a terrible accusation at us, so if we refuse to pay taxes, we are to blame for the ruin of France. Preposterous. All of you should be concerned about it, and it's whether you're willing to support the royal family and the civilians in our quest to hold France. Well, then again, the American Revolution started because the aristocrats in the New World didn't want to pay taxes, so one way or another, it just seems like it's going to end badly. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but all I hear from the Queen's speech is that the royal family's selfish intent to collect money out of greed. Exactly. The royal family has run out of money and wants to bleed the nobles dry. Don't worry, the royal family will never stood to such underhanded me. But if the civilians think that you are the ones who got in the way of this conference, causing their taxes to rise further, we have no control over what they think, do we? Is this a threat? A threat? Oh, I think Blacktail's just giving you an honest warning, Lafayette. Do you think that was a threat? No, I don't think so. And I think the Count Montengo was simply misunderstood. You. And the nobles look like they choke on a frog, but even if they're unwilling to comply, they know where they stand. Let us consider it for a few more days, and you can expect us to make a decision on this part when it is more important. That's right. Also, they're trying to buy time. Now that they found a straw to grasp, many of the opposing nobles nod their heads at Count Montego, and the king and Lafayette exchange glances, and after a few moments of thought, the king speaks. Then we shall allow everyone a bit to consider this, but I believe that you will not let me down and betray my trust in you. Dismiss. As the nobles leave the room, I slowly close my eyes and pray fervently. I hope that everything will be better. The night is lit by candlelight, and joyous music and laughter can be heard to the palace, and a sign of a critical success to the conference. And years of melancholy has swept away from Versailles, and the palace has regained its past glory. It's just like the day when I first got married. Your Majesty, the banquet is about to begin, and please change into something formal and prepare for you. Thank you, and you always think of everything, always. I'm glad to hear you say that, and the guidance I provided for the past few years has taken effect after all, and I have fulfilled my duty. Thank you. I must have caused so much worry in the past. No, don't say that. In the past, you weren't like a queen at all, but you were lively and passionate and far more adorable than any woman in Paris. Madame do not smile faintly at me, and I can find no trace of pretense in her stern, yet sincere eyes. Is this what she thought of Maria this time? Yes, if she weren't born in this age, and if she hadn't been married off and sent to another country for political reasons, Mary would have been able to live out her life the way she would have wanted to. But you can't change the past, and the Marie who's taking part in the conference is very clear about that. It's getting late, and we shouldn't let the king and the nobles wait. I'll change now. Time for another masquerade. Even though we just talked about taxes. I rarely taking part in such banquets, but I believe that all you know why I'm here today. The reef wasn't taking place and thanks to your support. And the victory is in mine, not of celebrating to anyone in France. This is a victory for France. Of course, I must also thank my queen and the changes she made and her support helped to make all of this reality. And she's the queen of France and the part of Austria. Queen Teresa is no longer with us, but I'm grateful that for her for sending such a wonderful angel to France. Whenever my gaze meets that of the novel, I am greeted by a warm smile, and the reform may not have been met with support from every single novel, but judging by the attendance today, the future seems promising. If the reform manages to save the kingdom's finances, I'm sure that France will prosper, and my family and I are proud to be able to do our part for the king and France. The other nobles express agreement, and looking upon their smiling faces, I am filled with joy and pride. I don't know what the future will hold, but, well, technically you kind of do. I finally accomplished the first step. Your Majesty, please say a few words for the attendees. If not, I am certain you won't be able to leave the hall tonight. Thank you all for your support. I really haven't done much. Merely fulfill my duty as a Queen of France, and I believe that if we all work together under the guidance of His Majesty, the King and France shall be head towards a great future. And for the glory of France, for France. And after a little speech, the king announces the start of the banquet, and people wearing grand clothes mingle in the hall, and there's merriment around. Gabrielle, why don't you tell me you arrived? Your Majesty, what's wrong? What happened? There's a heavy shadow over Gabrielle's beautiful eye, and despite being surrounded by joyous people, she shows no sign of happiness. There's something I don't know how to tell you. I am so ashamed of my husband and my family, and yet I promise you, and yet it's not your fault. It would expect your husband to break his promise. Well, I would kind of expect it, like, the husband's breaking promises. That's part of, like, that's like husband 101. Well, it varies from, like, person to person, but traditionally, Mary, no, I don't think that I have the right to call you that because I have failed to support you when you needed me the most. Not only did my husband break his promise, he even used his ties to other noble families to get them to join him in rebelling against the reform. The other family members are blaming me and say that I shouldn't have insisted that they announce their support for the king's reform. How is this her fault? Gabrielle looks so upset. I should do something. Pet shoulder. Dijo Gabriel, it is not your fault, not your fault at all. It's not your fault, Gabriel. It's not your fault. That's what Solomon. I remember that feeling like that. God, I forgot. Yeah, it was Good Will Hunting. You're just as kind and gentle as ever. Gabriel's face is ashen and I can see tears in her eyes. And in the end, I still haven't managed to do anything to help you. I'm sorry. I don't think I can be by your side for a long while. I'm sorry, and I need time. And if they find that I'm here, they'll get mad at me, and I must go now. Thank you for forgiving me, Your Majesty. Gabrielle, the last two songs of merriment continue in the hall, but I'm no longer able to appreciate them. With heavy footsteps, I quickly depart from the hall. It's a moonlit night, and not many stars can be seen. The garden is quiet and deserted, and only the rustling of the leaves in the light of the breeze and the chirping of the crickets can be heard. Crickets chirp? Okay. After leaving behind the bustle of the banquet and anxiously considered, I finally managed to recover a trace of calm. And I strolled into the garden for an indefinite duration. I started thinking that there can possibly be anyone else around, but then I spotted a familiar figure. It's that first name, Marie. So you left the banquet too. I thought that you and Lafayette would be celebrating our success together. What about you? You seem trouble. Is the Duchess Paulinac, am I right? How do you know? I wanted to congratulate you, but accidentally overheard your conversation. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on purpose. I see. And he looks so earnest, but somehow I'm unable to say another word. And perhaps I should confide in him, but whenever I try to say something, I just sigh instead. And he doesn't pressurize me. Silently, he keeps me company. Eventually, I lift my head to look at the night sky, and very slowly I tell him about what's been on my mind for several days. And I imagined that our reform would be so cruel, and I thought I made the right choice, and now I have succeeded. The kingdom's finances struggle will finally be over. But now I find that this reform isn't necessarily good for everyone. Since nobles will be taxed more heavily than the commoners, the nobles who aren't wealthy will have to shoulder a huge burden. And I never considered these details. I never thought about how they might feel, and I was merely preoccupied with success and what I stood to gain from it. Heavens, just how many people have I harmed, Gabrielle? Mommy, this is a necessary part of any reforms, and you can possibly please everyone, not even God can do that. And if you were to return to the beginning, you would still support the reform, am I right? Yes, but I still feel ill at ease. It is as though I have personally ruined people's lives. And do you think I did the wrong thing first? Shocked that I asked him such a question, he regards me carefully as though he's deep in thought. I am willing to do whatever you ask and will answer whatever question you have. But I cannot answer this question of you. Please forgive me, my princess. His eyes are gentle, but there's a fire in them, a dazzling yet resolute flame. Persist in asking, think about the question. Myself. I close my eyes and try my best to calm down and repeatedly ask myself the same question. Was it the wrong thing to do or did I do the right thing? After asking myself several times, I finally catch a hint of what I really think deep inside. If I were to have a chance to do it all again, I still make the same choice. It doesn't matter now whether it's right or wrong. The most important thing is that I already determined that it was the right decision because it was the decision that had to be made. Fanny, I think I understand what you mean. I look at him quietly and feel as though he's taking all of my jumbo stuff and straighten them out. As queen, I have my own responsibilities too, don't I? Yes. I do miss the little princess I remember, but I'm really happy that you are now a queen who commands respect. Perhaps you're not just aware of how amazing you were during the conference, but I will never forget. I am not as wonderful as you say I am. First, I'm just a very ordinary woman. I guess my princess, no, my queen won't believe me no matter what I say. Well then, I'll just have to prove my words with action. And before I say a word, Fresnel suddenly falls to one knee. Well, you can't propose to me. I'm already a married queen. Yeah, isn't she already married? Oh well, this is friend. I, Hans Axel von Fresnel, solemnly swear to God that I am up to no good. that I will be forever true friend, and that my love shall not waver till the day I die. And in this moment, witnessed by God, I am not the count of friends, but merely myself, a loyal knight dedicating my heart and soul to my one and only. And I believe that with her assisting the king in his rule, France shall head towards the most glorious future. I believe that under her protection, the people of France shall be blessed, and for she is an angel sent from heaven. And I swear that I will be her knight and protect her for all eternity, just as I protect the people of France as count. And let God be my witness, I swear to be loyal to the Queen of France, the brave and beautiful Marie Antoinette. My dear Queen, will you accept my oath? I, his sincerity has melted my heart, and I started to tear, and every single word sounded so resolute and full of conviction. Even more importantly, the one he is swearing this oath isn't Marie Antoinette, but me as the Queen of France. Fersen, no, Hans Axel von Fersen. I accept you as my one and only knight, and I swear to God that I will never abandon you and the people of France who have placed their trust in me. Thank you for your assistance, my queen. Oh, kind and gentle, I care only about you. I don't know. I guess it's an also loyalty. This is all that counts. The success of the conference is simply exhilarating, and the vast kingdom to the virtual point has gained a fresh search of any and is willing to get back on its feet. The refund is merely the first step, and every step after this will be just as important, and things won't go as smoothly as we hope. Your Majesty, the king has invited you to his study for a discussion. At this time, has something happened? Understood. I'll get dressed and go right away. Your Majesty, tax submission period is over, and most of the nobles have already paid their taxes, but there are some that have yet to pay a single livre. Wow, there are actually nobles who dare to do that. Why are they ignoring their law? Do they even care for the throne? Well, this tax reform wasn't set in place by the clergy. wasn't set in place by the clergy, nor did it go through a panel of nobles, so some of them still do not regard it as law. Of course, they also included some who are in debt or live it lavishly and now are unable to pay their taxes. I wonder how Gabriel's family is doing. And ever since the banquet, Gabriel hasn't been to see me, just as she said. And I can only glean some info on her situation by listening to the gossip of the noble ladies. Besides some nobles who are unable to pay their taxes, there are some who are secretly defying the law and have even banded together to proclaim their intent. And they have started to rally people and are telling them that the true equality will only come about when the royal family loses its power and when everyone is on level ground. And as I understand, there really are people who envy the American Revolution and are supportive of the idea. Oh, so then back in the American Revolution backfired on them big time. I may have helped to found the Revolutionary War, but we can't apply the same thing to France. Dude, you did not see that one too? Your Majesty, the royal family is moved over. They want the support to the people, so please don't worry too much about this. You're right, the tax reform is the right move, and we should persevere. And we will not change our stance on the removal of tax-free privileges. Since they are willing to cooperate, they shall face the wrath of the royal throne, and they shall not ruin the future of France. And this is the first time I've seen the king look so formidable, and his calm voice has so much power in it, and his eyes are gleaming. And it makes one really appreciate the fact that you're looking at the one and only ruler of France. And everyone present is affected by his determination, and an unconscious nod in their head, and Blasio seems particularly pleased, and his mouth seems deeper than usual. Your Majesty is wise indeed, and we don't need to meet a harsh punishment to let them know that the king will not stand in their defiance. The punishment for evading taxes is already listed in the books, Your Majesty. Who shall we start with? Who hasn't paid taxes yet? The Blase, the Cano Provoca, Dorvidas, and Camandego, and there are also a few noble families who are banded together and planning to defy the throne. banding together and who has given them so much courage. I do not know why, but I suddenly have a very bad feeling. I hear that Duke Polymath is the one leading them. Duke Polignac. No wonder he had nothing to say during the conference, and he never intended to support the throne. Everyone sighs at me, and I think about how the Polignac family should be my most trusted and closest people, and yet they have betrayed me. And I am stabbed by a sense of guilt, and I finally realize why Gabrielle seems so ashamed and why she begged for my forgiveness. I'm sorry I didn't manage to fulfill my duty of persuading them. Marie, this isn't your fault. They are the ones who have been ungrateful for all that you have done for them. Your Majesty, I thank you for your understanding. And have you thought of who to start with to punish for tax evasion? The first person we punish will be a significance, and we must carry it out carefully. And does anyone have any suggestion? The Crown of Providence is of royal blood, but he's openly defying the throne, and we should start with him. I don't approve the Count of Providence is His Majesty's younger brother, and doing this would ignite conflict. And so you intend to give royalty with special privilege, Bryce, then? Of course not, and even if I wanted to do this, His Majesty the King will not agree to it. If you feel that we should use him as a warning to others, I will give you all the authority you need to arrest him. Oh God, he's throwing his younger brother under the bus. As a family member of mine, not only does he refuse support, but he is utterly defying us, and what an insult to the bloodline. And if our people were to witness a kind of progress getting punished, perhaps they will have more faith in our resolve to carry out the reform. Yes, no one is except under the reform. All of France knows that. But I don't think that the component is revocable, not because of any personal reason, but simply in light of the goal of weakening the voices of dissent. I guess he's right. I think so too, and if we attack the kind of prominent, I will that many people provoke him into gathering other nobles to launch a protest against us. Before everything stabilizes, I think it's better for us to let him be for a while, and once he's let down his guard, it'll be easier for us to deal with him. Understood? So if the kind of prominent, then who will be more suitable? We suggest I target someone close to Raphael but with bad repute, and that will be easy to carry out and still be our approved resolve of the people. And you're talking about your Majesty, I'm sure you're clever enough to guess that I'm referring to Duke Polignac. And what you say very logical, the Duke Polignac is a very close friend of the Queen's, and one that put the Queen in a spot. All of his side knows that the Duke Polignac has been leeching off his wife, and he's benefited so much from the bond between Gabrielle and I. That night Marine poverty never knew what the money was spent on, and now Polignac family has lost my support and are unable to live lavishly. I'm merely analyzing the situation because I'm sure that the Queen is, as she is now, will never be able to deal with this just matter. And what do you think, my Queen? If you have concerns, we can change the targets to the Duke Villars or Mondego instead. Well, the King looks so earnest. It seems like he really would change his choice based on my preference. And if I choose someone else, will Gabriel's husband escape punishment? The one piece of straw that might save me seems to be hopelessly stuck in mud. What should I do? After knowing over the issue for a long while, I finally recalled the conversation I had with a person last night. I already made up my mind. No matter the result, I should not make a choice that I will not regret. Choose for the sake of France. It is not like we can start with other people, but I also know that if we want our reform to succeed, I cannot afford to keep aiding them. What I'm worried about is someone were to spread the idea that the Queen is spending the law for personal reasons and the hard and trust that the royal court has gained will be lost. Extending the submission period will let Paul and her family breathe more easily longer, but it won't solve their inability to pay taxes. Or let them suffer the pain of punishment for once, and then they'll try harder afterward. Your Majesty, we cannot allow my feelings to get in the way of the law. We should not make any exception for the Paulina, and as part of France, everyone must pay taxes. The only silence that you could hear the sound of breathing, and to express my result, I definitely meet eyes of everyone around me. My Queen, are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Then we shall start by forcing the Paulina family to pay their taxes, and Blythe, I shall let you handle this. Yes, I believe that everyone will be grateful to the Queen for her contribute to justice, for France. Your Majesty, I'm sure the people will acknowledge your resolve. Your Majesty, the choice you made will surely lead France towards a brighter future. And everyone is praising me, but I'm not happy at all. And there's no perfect solution, no matter what we We must make a choice, and so I shall take on the responsibility for whatever happens next. Gabriel, I'm sorry. I won't ask you to forgive me. I just hope you'll understand. I am not just your friend, but also the Queen of France. It's as low afternoon, and I'm taking a solitary stroll in the garden to enjoy a rare bit of peace. Blaser is handling the matter of the dozen, and I believe that soon there will be results. As long as we resolve the country's finances, the people will be willing to have faith in the royal family again. And I believe that France will soon welcome true peace and harmony. The roses are blooming. I never noticed them before. What beautiful roses. And as I raise my hand to pull one closer and smell it, I suddenly notice a shadow behind the bushes. Who's there? I squint a little. It looks like a gardener holding a pair of shears, and perhaps I startle him because he's looking guarded, as though he's unsure of what to do. Thank you for your hard work in the garden. The roses are so lovely. I'm sure it's all due to your hard work. It's my honor, Your Majesty. There's no trace of nervousness in his voice at all. Before I can see further, he walks towards me, holding a rose in his hand. No, he's not the gardener at all. An assassin! There's an assassin! I scream for help as I turn and start running. And in this moment between life and death, I catch a glimpse of a figure. Perhaps God is watching over me because as I turn to run, I spot Lafayette leading a group of guards in one of his patrols. Lafayette, there's an assassin. Who's there? How dare you attack the Queen of France? Oh no! When the assassin sees Lafayette running towards me, he dashes away. Stop right there. And under Lafayette's order, the guards quickly surround and capture the assassin. Are you alright? You came just in time, so I'm fine. I just got a bit fright. And that's great, wonderful. He's trying his best to suppress it, but I can see the worry in his eye, and I know that he's deeply concerned for me. A fear in his eyes seems to take away from my own fear, and at this very moment, I suddenly realize the love he must feel but has never mentioned. Your Majesty, please wait here. And once he's sure that I'm okay, he walks towards the assassin and starts interrogating him. After a moment, when he's done questioning the assassin, he orders the guards to take the assassin to the dungeon. Lafayette, what did that assassin try to kill me? A doy. He tried to kill you because he didn't want you to be alive. All he said was that he was hired to do it and that he doesn't know anything more. Hired doesn't mean that someone wants me dead. Well, typically somebody that hires an assassin wants somebody dead. Yes, and I'm sure you'll find out who's behind it and be sure of your sister. If I cannot like to try to keep contact with you by your side, but I must look into the security of her side. So please do not walk around alone before all of this is settled, and try your best not to go out at all to prevent something like this from happening again. I understand, and please watch out for the king too, and I fear that I might not be the only target. And now, Your Majesty, allow me to escort you back to the palace. And someone may have tried to kill me, but with Lafayette protecting me, I'm fine. Although we quickly covered up the details of the assassin attempt, but new commotion spread within Versailles, and everyone is in a state of suspense. To prevent another assassination attempt, I spent the next several days in my room with Gabriel's company. I can only rely on them and Madame Denial to help me keep up to date on the news. But just as I expected, she only told me that His Majesty and Blazer are still interrogating the assassin and that all is well. If I know there's nothing I can do about it, but it's a terrible feeling when all I can do is wait. There's a faint noise outside the window, and I hear some scraping as though someone is trying to climb the wall. Is it another assassin? I panic and move away from the window, and just as I'm about to yell for the guards, a face with a theatrical grin appears in front of me. Dion, it's you. Don't be afraid, beautiful little bird. The king sent me to tell you a terrible secret, and while you come through the door, you suddenly appear without a sound, and I almost died of fright. My dear queen, have you ever met a secret messenger that walks so lightly that a deaf man could hear him? He's making sense, but I still couldn't help tossing him a reproachful look. Well, you can't blame me, really. Anyone who would have reacted the same way after surviving an assassination attempt. I apologize, but I do believe you would like the gift I have for you. The man who attacked you has steadfastly refused to tell us whose mastermind. So for your safety, the king has ordered me to investigate. And upon researching his history, well, I guess found something amusing. Can you guess who's the mastermind? Dion takes something out of a secret compartment, and when he holds it out, I see his family badge. I recognize the familiar insignia with just one glance, the Polignac family. I've been thinking about the possible masterminds, including Doug Villars and Count Montego, but I never suspected the Polignac. Rest assured, the Duchess of Polignac did not take part in this scheme, and she's still as loyal as you ever, and the whole thing was orchestrated by her husband. I know I never suspected her, but poor Gabrielle, if she finds out about this, she will be wrecked with guilt. When you're dealing with a greedy weasel, no bird will be spared, and His Majesty has also said that he won't let the Duchess Paulina get involved in this. Upon hearing that Gabriel won't get in trouble, I let out a sigh of relief, but when I think about everything the Duke of Paulina has been up to, I am consumed by fury. Just because he's unable to pay his taxes, he's rallying others to turn against the throne, and he even sent someone to kill me. Does he really need to go to such lengths? Greed has made them lose their sense of empathy and sense of morality. Luckily, you are unhurt, and now you have the power to decide what shall unfold next. And the decision made sense that things aren't as simple as they seem, and after some consideration, I finally discovered a glimmer of light. Why do you think they're greedy, and do you know something I don't? You really are the cleverest bird I met, Your Majesty. I infiltrated the Polina family and found piles of gold and gems, and that is the gift I have for you. They insist they can't pay taxes, but actually they've just been lying. If it weren't for the assassin, then do you investigate and do they intend to keep deceiving the royal court and the civilians? Sometimes it's hard to detect when the greedy are put up in front. Fortunately, once they are exposed, the scenes proceed fairly quickly, and just like the way a flock of sheep will disperse in a direction when the leader vanishes. We just need to expose the Polina's family's ill deeds, and all of the other nobles that are following them will be warned. Dion suggests a great idea, and we can warn the other nobles as well. It is a simple yet effective method. I have no reason to agree, but right now the Polynesian family is standing on the edge of a cliff. If I do this, it's like pushing them off a cliff myself. And perhaps I hesitated too long, and Dion is eager to push me towards a decision. There are many times when being harsh is more effective than being gentle. And for the sake of the kingdom, sacrifices are necessary, be it people, matters, or things. An angel and a demon are whispering in my ear, and I know that I should, but I'm unable to make a firm decision. Will Gabriel think I betrayed her? Even if the king pardoned her, she has the will to live in amidst all the guilt. Your majesty, you know very well what you should do, don't you? Yes, please handle it. I respect your resolve, and I believe that the king will approve your decision. After the unless the room resumed its usual quiet, and I instruct the servants not to let anyone disturb me, and then I sit by the window watching the sky. Should I have gongo huff or croissant for you? And you told me how to make them once before. It probably won't be quite the same, but I can try. I hope you like them, and if you like them, I can make more whenever you feel like eating. When I first arrived to Versailles, Gabrielle once served me her handmade pastry at this very spot, and I guess I'll never get to eat them again. With the answer, the king quickly sends men to the Panera family mansion to conduct a search, and perhaps they have too much confidence in themselves. I never thought they would be searched, so they didn't run for their lives, nor did they hide the treasure. And so we obtained all the evidence we needed to sentence them, and the king instantly summons all of the nobles who had not paid the taxes and invites them to attend the meeting. Today we are going to decide the Paulina family's fate, and I take a deep breath to bring my mind over necessary doubts, and now that I made up my mind, I can afford to turn back. Now I must change into a form aware and project strength and help maintain the core's powerful front. This should be good enough, and now that we're taking measures against the Paulina, we must not let the other nobles get away. We must settle France's crisis once and for all. The people hold it like paying the tax and are causing a commotion over the fines imposed upon them, and the unusual quiet study is extremely noisy today. Quiet, gentlemen, you realize where you are. This is the king's study. Silence. Your Majesty, our family may seem pretty grand on the surface, but we can barely maintain our lives with a bit of allowance we get every year. We don't have enough to left forward for taxes. That's right. The Paulina family hasn't paid their taxes either. And why are you punishing us? Is it because we're not close to the Queen? The nobles continue with the commotion, and it seems that the king isn't being just and stands straight and walk towards them, casting a cold eye on all around me. Your Majesty, may I have a few words with these selfish nobles? What? Your Majesty, and that is incredibly rude of you. You are the ones with no manner. My queen, I grant you the right to speak, and if there's a need, I will get the guards to here to maintain order. Faced with the queen's hard countenance, the nobles finally quieted down. Under the king's order, all of France, whether they be rich or poor, will pay their taxes. And as for those who are indeed so poor that are unable to pay, Blasio has already set a convict system for them to reduce their taxes. If you're willing to pay via hard labor to reduce your taxes, I believe that everyone else will approve. Labor? Are we mere peasants in the Queen's eye? What do you think? The ones who are laboring to put food on the table are much more respected than the people like you, who only know how to enjoy their privileges. Your Majesty, they are still unwilling to pay their taxes, and we have no reason to give them any more chances. You are right, Lafayette showed them proof of Paulina's tax evasion. And amidst the uneasy shadow, Lafayette directs several men to bring dozens of wooden chests of antiques and gems and art pieces. As you can see, the Paulina family has been hiding this treasure and deceiving the throne. But after our investigation, this treasure has become the proof of their guilt, and now they all insist that you are so poor that you are unable to pay your taxes. Once the treasures are on display, the Duke of Paulina it looks crestfallen, and the other nobles are too scared to make a sound. Since they dare to deceive the king, I have decided to confiscate all of it and banish the Duke Paulina from the kingdom, and he shall never return to France. And as for the family members who were not aware of this matter, the royal court will be merciful and allow them to seek forgiveness in the abbey. And as for those who are still determined to go against the law, I restate that the royal court will not spare you. They remain silent and the nobles are unwilling, but they all can nod their heads in acquiescence and promise to pay their taxes. The word spread among the people of how the king has punished the nobles and how the royal court has acted in favor of the civilians instead of backing up from the nobles. The civilians are impressed by the royal court's resolution as well by the queen's bravery, and for a time the royal family achieved more respect than they have ever had before. Alright, so let's just leave it like this for now. I'll continue with Queen Maria Antoinette the next time I stream this. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, this is sister, and we'll continue with Time Princess. Let me just finish doing the sound and audio test and make sure that it's actually running. Because that's the most important thing of a live stream, the sound test. And obviously the visual test. Otherwise, if you get audio but no visual, then you definitely did something wrong. Alright, so I like the sound test so far so good. Alright, perfect. Off we go. Several months of dealing with the nose and trying to end the task before, and the gloom affecting in France is finally fading away. The court reputation has recovered and has even surpassed the repute of the Roy Soler. I've been awake, and even before my wake up call, and I've been sitting by the window looking out over the sunlit landscape in the direction of Paris. Your Majesty, breakfast session is almost over, and I informed the servants to fetch you some food immediately. Just a while longer, will you talk with me for a bit? Madame Donald looks a little surprised, but she doesn't reject my request. Slowly she walks to my side. His Majesty has already instructed that I do my best to help you rest because you've been working really hard lately. But you won't even eat breakfast, and you've been staring towards Paris ever since you woke up. Is there something bothering you? I just wonder if the people are living a little better now as the sacrifices the royal court has made and his friends truly prospering. The Polina family has fun. Gabriel and the rest of the family are now living simple lives. The opportunity to pray for their redemption isn't a bad thing, and if they had lost their riches, they may never have repented. I'm afraid I'm unable to answer your question. That's right, I'm sorry for troubling you. If you wish to find the answer, perhaps it would be better for you to interact with the people directly. A private visit, that is certainly a good idea. Please call for a carriage and prepare to change your clothing and wish to set out as quickly as possible. Your Majesty, this is most improper. Francis currently ongoing a lot of change, and we don't know if things will change for the better or for the worse, and I understand your worry. But for the sake of the kingdom of France, you must continue living the life you usually do. And after taking your breakfast, you must go with the king and then visit the other noble ladies. Madame Ronald looks Stanley as though she's considering repeating everything in great detail and tell me all about how an ideal queen should spend her day. Oh yes, I know, and I should do everything I'm supposed to do before I go out. Will that suffice? Yes, I'm glad that you understand that you're supposed to adhere to the usual standards, and I should prepare your breakfast right away. Please wait. She's still the same. I feel as much more at ease around with her. Afterwards, I changed into a more casual and prep for the visit. This outfit is simple and easy to move around, and I love it. The king is concerned about your safety and has informed that you are not allowed to go out alone. Who do you wish to have as your champion? Soon Lafayette arrives at the estate and we get in the carriage and set off for the bustling Parisian market. Lafayette, this sudden request must have disrupted your schedule and thank you for accompanying me. You're just thinking of the future of France, and there's no reason for me to turn it down. And even if you were to ask me for personal reasons, I wouldn't refuse either. Does he mean? Before casting Father Lafayette turns to the side and coughs slightly. Anyway, the changes you made had led to the development to a brighter future, and everything we see now is proof of that. The marketplace flows of stars and is strong with people, and the merchants yell to advertise their wares. The raw energy and bustle that only a marketplace could possibly have is infectious, and I'm overjoyed. This seems a lot livelier than the last time I visited. If you take a walk around, you'll find even more to be delighted about. And I believe that you'll like the present the people have for you. It better not be a guillotine. May I know what it is? Let me keep it a secret for now, and you'll find out soon enough. And the usual Stan Lafayette has a hint of mysterious mercy about him, and I'm even more curious than before. And we reach the food court in the center of the marketplace, and as we draw near, I detect a familiar smell. Am I smelling gold gone home? I cry, Teresa, and look who brought with me today. And then there are a few short men in the car, and they see me, and Angelic smiles right up their face, and they bring me a piece of Google House. An angel of Astra, and we made this with all of our hearts, and please eat it, and we hope you like it. Chris, are you stupid? You have to call her Your Majesty, and we must be polite, and Isabel said we mustn't be rude. An angel is an angel, right? And why can't we call her Angel, Therese? You're hopeless, I give up. Marquise Lafayette says something. Well, normally it is polite to call the Queen Your Majesty, but I believe that she'll be happy to hear you call her Angel. He smiles at me, and his eyes are full of warmth and praise. And smiling, I nod and my head, and the children start shining excitedly. The angel smiles, she smiles. And you call her Angel too. Oh, never mind, as long as Miss Angel is happy. The earnest smile I so cheery that Lafayette and I exchange grins. Chris, Therese, and why are you so nice to me? You helped us at Notre Dame once, and you give out so much money, and have you forgotten? Money. And I studied earnestly, and their innocent, adorable faces slowly overlapped with her faces of skinny, malnourished children of Notre Dame. Oh my goodness, you're the children from back then. And it's only been a handful of months, but there has been such a huge change in them, and if they hadn't reminded me, I might have not recognized them. I'm so glad that you're doing so well, and this is wonderful. And thank you, and I'm really thankful that you showed me that all of my efforts to give you cake has not gone to waste. You're welcome, Miss Angel, and try the cake. Well, I don't mind if I do. I take a bite and I savor the familiar sweetness, and the taste reminds me of my homeland in Ocabriel. This is so delicious, and how do you know how to make this? Oh, Aleria the Abbey taught us, and she's an angel just like us, gentle and pretty, and she has such patience when she taught us how to bake these. A goodly house, an abbey, an angelic gentle lady, it might just be. Perhaps Lafayette knows more, and I glance at him, and he gives me a tiny nautical for my guess. A while ago, I was looking into how the other people are doing, and I made a side trip to the abbey to visit Madame Gabrielle. And how's Gabrielle? She's still mostly the same, just that she seems more stable and calmer than before. She told me that she found focus in God and prays for her family to be forgiven, and she feels blessed. She said that she can't do anything for now, and so she prays to God to ask that you'll be happy every day, and she told me to protect you. Gabriel, and she's so kind as ever. And then we went into the shooting at the entrance of the abbey, and I wanted to give them some money to go buy bread, but she stopped me. And she told me that it's better to rely on one's source to earn a living instead of relying on others. Gabriel's a jerk. Everyone can use money all the time. So she taught these children how to bake pastry. She could also let them keep the money. She also hopes that the people will remember the goodness you done to them when they eat them. And yes, you know how me is Angel's favorite case now, and they're very popular too. Oh, Gabriel didn't have to do all this. And Your Majesty, you have very good friends indeed, and I never had the opportunity to get to know her. But I know that she is worthy of respect. And I take another bite of the cake and hurry wipe away my tears. And Miss Angel, why are you crying? The children's worried eyes among me once again, and there's so many mixed feelings within me that I don't even know what to say. I ruffle the hair and think of what I might tell them, something very important. Oh, you're very good friends, so no matter what happens, you truly must treasure your friendship, okay? Just as Miss Angel and the other lady. Yes, it's just like them. Let me see. Alright. Alright, if Miss Angel says so, I'll try to be the best friends with this idiot here. But I just decided that I'm going to protect Miss Angel for now and won't let Chris have a chance. And Tres gives me a huge grin and I pat him on the head and Chris crosses his arm. Tres, how could you? I want to protect Miss Angel. No, I'll be the one. Me. Oh God, the children are annoying regardless of what. Whatever. I'll protect her. Lafayette. Instead of responding, Lafayette simply turns towards me and gives me the gentlest smile I ever seen on him. And again, I've seen a lot of kids and I never seen him like say those lines before, but whatever. Well, then again, I don't know how kids act when they're in front of somebody that they genuinely admire. Moving along. In the aftershaves, I feel calm and at peace. And as though the hands have washed me clean, and with a fresh mind, I can look forward to a better future. May my ancestors and my descendants be blessed by your holiness, and may the people of France be blessed, and may the civilians, the clergy, the noblemen, the royalty, enjoy the glorious future together. Am I missing anyone? I pray with all my heart that God will be merciful. Praised by thy name, amen. And when the long mass and prayers have ended, everyone else has left, and I remain kneeling on the mat and looking up at the image of God. My Lord in heaven, when I first arrived in this world, I never asked you for anything, and I know that I should rely on myself to change my faith, and with your blessing I am now overjoyed to accomplish that goal. And it is unbelievable. And I began remembering everything that has taken place up until now, the conflict with Adeline, the danger of Zubaida's necklace, almsgiving, and the conference with the nobles. And I know so many people here now, and some of them good, some of them bad, and for the ambitions of some and sacrifice the happiness of others. France is changing, but I still haven't done enough. And even if I'm unable to make everyone in France have a blissful life, I do hope that at least all of the sacrifices do not go to waste. And my Lord in heaven, I humbly seek thy blessing and allow me to witness as well as take part in the changes of France. And may your glory illuminate our kingdom. What she should have done is make capital punishment illegal in France, so if things go wrong, at least she won't lose her head. I pray over and over again, hoping that doing so will strengthen my own resolve. The vendors are yelling the advertising the wares are usual, and various people walk by clutching bread and vegetables, and they all look happy. Brazil said that this season harvest has been good, and the people's lives have improved, and it looks like it's so true. And now they cannot eat their fill and have warm enough warm clothes to keep them warm. What else can I do for them? You really are always thinking of the people, kind and adorable little bird. Who's there? and I am constantly shrinking the corner of the carriage and look around me, but I see no one. And just as I'm about to call to open the curtain, someone else pulls them open, and suddenly a familiar face appears in front of me. Good afternoon, Your Majesty, and I hope I didn't scare you. Dion, and how did you get in here? The carriage is moving. I ran. Only the dead are allowed to hear my secrets, and are you sure you wish to know them, Your Majesty? I... I want to know. I want to know. I'm just curious. I close my chest above my head, pretending that I am in the throes of death, and Dion stares at me in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Dion laughs for a really long time before he manages to calm down, and he winks at me and points at the roof. When you got on the carriage, I hop on the roof and cover myself in a black cloth and lay down, and from the outside I just look like carriage has a bit more luggage item, and I just satisfied me with my little secret, Your Majesty. Just like magic, how interesting. But while looking for me, did the king give instruction? His Majesty is worried about your safety and has sent me to protect you on the way back to the palace. But I would have been way too bored lately, and you've always been rather entertaining, so I felt like playing a little joke on you, and I hope you forgive me. It's okay, actually. I need to ask someone for advice, and you're here just in time. What else do you think I can do for the people? Your Majesty has already crafted a fairly comfortable birdcage, right? And just give it time, and the birds of France will be fly happy. Birdcage, huh? And I look out the window of the scenery and quietly think over Dion's fascinating words. And he just speaking the way he usually does, but somehow I feel that there's some deeper meaning hidden inside of them. If land is a birdcage, and what else would be more important for birds apart from fruit? A town sturdy fortress comes into view is the Bastille, the most prominent building in the heart of Paris. The clay color and the narrow windows look suffocating. Dion, do you know what it's like inside the Bastille? Of course, that's my back garden. I can tell you all about the secrets of every single occupant, and even one time they let out a fart. No, I just want to know what it's like in general. For example, the environment. And who's there? Oh, it certainly can compare to Bastille, the most comfortable prison in France, and sometimes I like to nap there. And there are only 7 occupants, including 2 mentally ill people and 4 forgers. So few, and they don't sound like serious crimes. And what about the last person? What did he do? Just a criminal that a beautiful bird shouldn't concern herself with. And the uncharacteristic hesitation and the evasive reply makes me even more curious than ever. Can I go take a look? Your Majesty, curiosity killed the cat. But I'm not a cat. But I'm even more curious now that you said that. And so what kind of a place and what kind of a person would be unwilling to talk about? Even if I were curious for the sake of the people and I understand France, I should take a look. Your Majesty, your stature is unsuited for such a place. Wouldn't be good thing for you to be spotted. Who says I should go to the front door, and if the king were to find out, not only will he reject, he will worry too. But don't you think I was stopping and going there to take a look today no matter what? You just said it's your back garden, so you should know all the secret passages in the other place, am I right? But you promised to work together with me. No problem. Then please change out of those eye-catching clothes, and even the most secretive rats won't protect you if you draw attention like that. Don't worry, I pretend I'm pretty good at changing the way I look. I got this one from the previous stage works. It's just like you said, it's clean and comfortable and doesn't look like prison at all. Looks like our little bird has finally satisfied your curiosity. I'm glad. I am Majesty satisfied, and we should be heading back to the palace. It's getting late, and we shouldn't let the king worry. Dio seems to allow his usual detachment and appears rather anxious. And just I'm about to ask him some questions, out of the corner of my eye, I notice a head at the bars of a room, and the person is suddenly waves at us. Oh, look, what a beautiful angel. I am Sade, and I've been waiting all my life to meet someone as beautiful as you. And if you're willing to tell me your name, I'll die with no regret. You are certainly very bold, but unfortunately I cannot tell you my name. And he gives a curious look, and when his eyes shift to Dion, they look lifeless and dull. The perfect figure, all those enchantiness, or anyone standing next to you will lose all of their charm. Hmm. He keeps heaping compliments on me, but I realize that for the first time, Dion seems to have lost his usual humor. Your Majesty, may I kill him? What? Of course not. He's not worthy of your sympathy. His uncontrollable lust has tainted countless men and women. No, my beautiful angel. How could you cause such a wonderful thing a taint? Everyone was winning, and I never forced anyone. And I believe that the other beautiful birds in the world would thank me if a twisted pervert disappears in the face of the earth, Your Majesty. I guess Ian Austin gets his passionate overtures when he comes to his back garden, but I can approve of that because he hasn't done anything to warrant death. Too bad it was such a great chance to improve the future of women, not of everyone in France. If you won't let me kill him, Your Majesty, then let us leave him now, and I'm afraid if he says more, I might kill him on impulse. Alright, then let's go look elsewhere. Under the outside guidance, I take a look at everyone in prison here, and this might be the best prison in all of France, but I can tell from their eyes and their words that they long for freedom. This prison seems to have lost its original purpose. Is there really a need to hold these petty criminals captive? That is up to you. That is up to you and King. Perhaps we should use better mode of punishment so we can give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. But I guess I will require a big fare of money too. And the doesn't reply. Instead, he just listens quietly. I think about it for a while, and after considering every detail, finally make up my mind. Let's go back. I want to see the king immediately. I guess you made up your decision. You might say yes. If there's anything more I can do for the people of France, I guess tear down the Bastille. Well, yeah, I guess I would work for changing fate, cause like the last place that Queen Marie Antoinette spent before losing her head was in the Bastille. As I returned to Versailles from the Bastille, I got involved in a lengthy discussion with the Grand Brazier and the others in the study for days. Before we finally managed to polish my idea, and as the king's birthday was drawing near, we decided to publicly announce a huge change during the banquet. Maria, I am absolutely honored to dress you up for this occasion. Leonard, I haven't seen you in ages, and I thought I see a different tailor today. How could the most beautiful woman in France go without her Leonard by her side? That's right, I couldn't help feeling like something was missing from the days you've not been around. And where do you go? Oh, my dear, now that's the time to peruse the matter. And it's a kid's birthday, and you are the hostess of the banquet. Aren't you looking forward to seeing what I designed for you? I was overjoyed seeing you that I actually forgot. Really, I am so happy that you miss me so much. Elena's shivering mood is affecting me, and I haven't been to a ball for quite a long time, and suddenly I'm looking forward to the grandest annual party in France. Oh yes, when I was preparing your outfit, I heard so much about the things you've done. My beautiful, intelligent queen, I'm so proud of you. And you keep praising me, I might forget and attending the banquet. Oh, that won't do. I spent 6 months on this outfit and can't change it now, and I can't wait to see how you're looking so sophisticated and charming. Oh my goodness, you are so beautiful. Not even Venus can compare to you. Please don't compare me to Venus. The last person that was compared to Venus got cursed. Like the Greek gods are very vindictive with people that are compared to them. That's ridiculous, but I really do love this office. I don't know how to thank you. Invited to become the head designer. I just thought of something. If you're winning, you can be the one and only royal designer of Versailles. Oh, really, my dear, that makes me very happy and it's tempting, but I'm afraid I must have turned it down. I am winning. If there's anything you're worried about, then tell me and I help solve your problem. Leonard sighed, and there's a hint of frustration in his voice. Freedom. I desire freedom. I only design clothes when I'm happy, and I only get inspired by people I like, so I apologize, but I must turn down your offer. I just want to be your one and only designer and say the most beautiful goddess on earth. Okay? I won't make any more requests that will annoy you, but I look forward more often to chat and have tea. Oh, I love to spend the whole night telling you just how much I like you. But it's time for you to go, so promise that you'll astound everyone at the party. Of course, and I'll tell everyone that the person who designed this outfit is none other than my talented friend Leonard. The corridors are brightly lit with the grand lights and all the way to the banquet hall, where the aroma of wine, fruits, and luscious cuisine fills the air, and the sound of merriment fills your ears. Men and women alike are dressed in their finest, and you can hear their laughter wherever you go, signifying that tonight's ball is magnificent. I take the kings of straight hands and we walk together to the raised platform in the center hall and we look down and slowly wave at the attendees. For France, long live the king, long live the queen. Today is my birthday and I'm delighted that all of you can join us to celebrate this event. And under the rule of Louis XIV, France reached grand heights and enjoyed a glorious era, unfortunately that did not continue. And due to various reasons, the country sank to a state of crisis and we lost the trust of the people. And it was the most unfortunate era of France, but now I can confidently announce to all of you that it is now becoming better. Now it will become the best era of France. And the king pauses for a while and surveys the people in the room. And as all of you know, we have been constantly changing and we will not stop. And this all thanks to the people in particular, Blaisdell, Lafayette, and Ferre, and my queen, Marie Antoinette. Not only has she changed her, so she has brought change upon us. And just as many in the world could earn the trust and respect of a kingdom and its king. And I am more beyond words, and I am proud as well, and I have accomplished something I didn't dare hope that I would finish. And today we are about to announce another important change, and this is a suggestion from the Queen, and I hope that everyone listens to what she has to say. I'm deeply grateful to everyone for this opportunity, and I thank you all for helping France to get better and better. But I hope that the changes won't be limited to physical assets, but will extend to all the ways the kingdoms rule. And I wish to demolish the Bastille, and not everyone seems to accept the idea, and some people start whispering to one another, and they look ill at ease. I hope that France will become the most well-governed country in the world, and if no laws are broken, there is no need for a prison. Of course, the Bastille is just the beginning, and we will work with pleasure and slowly release state prisoners in controlled fashion. And if people need not use taxes to maintain prisoners, the public can be used to build more public amenities such as libraries and schools. And we may have salons and knowledge and shouldn't be restricted to the nobles. And I hope all people will have access to current education and knowledge. It all sounds very nice, but forgive me, Your Majesty, for asking, what do you plan to do with the state prisoners? France does not need state prisoners and will not have state prisoners, and that is the will of the king. From now on, France will become more liberal and will welcome people from other countries and employ them. That is my promise. And for example, Confenne from Sweden, he has often provided us with valuable ideas and suggestions during conference and has contributed a great deal. No one will deny that he and Lafayette Blaster have been very important to the implementation of recent reform, and each and every one of them has been crucial. Your Majesty, my King, please allow me to correct you, and right now I announce to everyone here that I am a citizen of France. Fersen. The king is offended and affirmative smile and then turns his gaze to the audience. In the past, we imprisoned Voltaire, but I promise that he will be the last person to be imprisoned for his opinions. For now, anyone is welcome to express their opinion on how to improve France. What could go wrong? Instead of just states, people, and nobles having a say, we will provide a channel for people to provide feedback so that France will truly become a liberal country. The king rarely gave such a passionate speech, and his words have moved the audience, filling them with hope for the future. And Lafayette and Blassier come forward together with Fenner, and they go down on one knee in front of the audience. I, Lafayette, do solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Alright. That I will be forever loyal to France and to the king and queen. And I will continue serving the court in Versailles until the day until your majesties get tired of me, and I hereby declare my loyalty. The opening speeches had now reached an end, and looking at the smiling faces all around me, I know that once again we will change history. Not, not only am I grateful, I am deeply moved that I was able to experience all of this in person. And you were at the beginning of the feast, and I have one last thing to say to you. We all have our struggles and we have experienced conflict, but we should take delight in the fact that we are all winners in the end. And France is the greatest winner of all, and this is our sheer victory for France. For France, for France. The sheer sped throughout the hall and the Pacific and becoming louder and louder as the entire country is celebrating. France is marching towards a glorious future. In the moment of glory, I reflect upon everything that has happened in this world, and the sorrow and the joys and engagement. If he hasn't experienced all then I will not exist. And I think of the person who has been supporting me through all this time, and I've been helpless and afraid, and that person is. It's been about half a year since the reform, and through many unpleasant things to remain, France continues to change and start anew. The king decides to hold a grand banquet for everyone to celebrate and to bless France. And before the banquet, Brasdera arranges for a painter to paint a portrait of the king and I. And I hear the painter will be hung in the hall to showcase the dignity of the royal family. And after several hours of sitting for the painting, we hold the banquet, and the long day is finally at an end. Then when the banquet is in full swing, I find an excuse to escape the hall, and I hurry to the garden table for that person. First, Mary, you don't need to run. You might fall and hurt yourself. And you said you had a big surprise for me, and I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. I can give you another surprise, but there's only one to be you, Mary. And you always know what to say. But I don't just talk like this to anyone. You're special. Ah, stop. Show me the surprise. Yes, princess. And first it brings me deeper into the garden where there's a pool. And I look curious in all directions, but notice nothing special, and a sense of disappointment creeps over me. The surprise isn't complete yet. You need to wait a while. But I promise you won't have to wait for long. Do you believe me? Alright. But if you let me down, how should I punish you? You won't get a chance to. Never. And I should do my utmost to fulfill every single promise I make to you, be it big or small. I know I'm just teasing you. You don't have to sound so serious. And a breeze passes, bringing us the fragrance of the flower, and the night air is chilling, and he subconsciously stands in the way to shield me from the breeze. And time passes, and I suddenly pretty sleepy when Ferdinand suddenly claps his hand. Now, Marie. What? Come stand here and look into the pool. Alright. And I go to the spot and look down and instantly understand what his surprise is. Oh, that's beautiful. The moon is reflected on the surface of the water, and the glory reflection ripples gently along the water. There's something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time, but back then I was still young and immature, and I didn't have the strength to stand by your side, even though you're a married woman and the Queen of France, but to hell with him. The me now isn't still good enough, but at least I stand by you with dignity. Ah, first name. France is finally at peace, though I do not know what the future holds, but I will give all my this country to protect you as your knight. And I wonder what to give you as a gift, but no matter what I consider, there's nothing that's good enough for you. So I thought of the moon. And you used to call me a white rose. Am I the moon now? Yes. In the past, I wanted to keep you all to myself, but now the whole France wants to have you. And do you not find me pitiful? And I have my head shyly and do not answer. But after experiencing so many things, I think I finally saw things true. And as long as we can get along like this, I don't need to capture you. And Fraser looks into my eyes and gives me a gentle smile I ever seen in his face. The goddess herself will come to me. Obtaining my very own night. Alright, so we reached one of the little endings, so one of the little happy endings. But the story continues. Okay, what was the last Okay, I did 2-8. Okay, so now, okay, so we go to 2-8, so that's the end of that arc. So now we go to 2-9. So yeah, so by following this path, I avoided losing my head. So now, if 2-9 is triggered, if I choose a different option in 2-1. According to what we discussed, Lafayette starts gathering the people and seriously finds many commoners to form the third estate and commoners both with status and power, and everything's progressing more smoothly than I imagined. And today's the day of the conference. Marine, you should get ready, and are you going to do something about the estate general with the king today? So yeah, in this branch of the plot, we didn't throw Gabriela under the bus. Many of the attendees today hate the nobles, and you need to be careful. I know, but this is something I must face in a challenge I must overcome, and I will do my best to make sure that the conference is successful. I pray for the heavens to bless us and let France survive this crisis. You're already trying so hard, and I'm sure God will be merciful. Gabriel's gentle smile fills me with warmth, and so I'm reassured. There isn't much time left and I should get changed. This outfit should be appropriate for an important meeting. Yes, now I must go. Dressed in a formal yet not overly grand gown, I meet up with the king and get changed into the carriage, and the king is silent during the journey. And I know that he's worried about the conference, whether his resolve will be successful, and about the result. Your Majesty, I think you know that it won't be easy to maintain our view under the pressure. In fact, it'll be extremely difficult. But because of your resolve to put this reform in place, if we succeed, we shall revive the kingdom's finances. And I believe that your choice is the right one, and that it's your courage and wisdom will impress us. Reforms are not easy, but they are part of a king's duty, and every time we wish to gain the cooperation of the clergy and the nobles, the commoners end up getting taxed. But I will not let the other estates stream the responsibility. Mary, I am prepared to be hated and cursed by them all. You think that's wise? I mean, the guillotine just got invented. Just saying. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I just hope that I can solve the kingdom's crisis and move. Yes, I'm praying for that too, and I hope that you'll be able to do my part for the conference, but you, I know that the king is worried about with my past reputation. Taking part in a conference has not seemed like a wise decision at all. It's because it's such a crucial point that I should take part in the conference. Your Majesty, you should let everyone know that this is a conference that France has never seen before. Anyone is eligible to attend as long as they love this country, and all who attend shall be heard. The king looks at me quietly as though he's wondering if it's feasible, and after a while he slightly nods his head. I guess there's some logic there, and at the very least you convinced me. Since we're trying to carry out a reform, perhaps we should start from the very root of the matter. Thank you, Marie. All for your friends. Listening to the carriage wheel, we slowly close our eyes as though we are both praying to God. We step into the hall while holding hands, and everyone's eyes turn towards us, and I know that doesn't mean that they support us, or rather they are astonished that I'm here. And some even look at me reproachful while they mutter under their breaths, but when Lafayette takes down the stand, the commotion dies down and the hall is silent. Thank you all for coming to the Estates General to contribute to the future of France. Excuse me, I think there's something really important that we must now address. Can somebody explain to me why is the Queen here? The nobles are here to discuss how to save the kingdom's finance, and why you're letting a woman know for being spendthrift to attend the discussion. Your Majesty, this is a mockery. How dare he without waiting for the king to be glare right back at them? I thought that the Marquis de Lafayette has already made things clear, and that we are all here for the future of France. And I'm not here for that purpose, but what about you, Your Majesty? What are you doing here? Showing off your latest outfit. And I agree with Duke Villars, people who squander the country's money simply have no right to be here, and that includes the Queen herself. And only the peddlers on the streets of Paris will completely blindly take part in any commotion. Your Majesty, you are a disgrace to the King. And I lift my head up amid the curious and suspicious of everyone in the room. And courage is welling up from within me and running to my base, and part of my royal pride and self-confidence. Do you think you can deny me the chance to participate in this conference just because you don't think I have the right to be here? But I believe that everyone has a right to be heard as long as it is for the sake of the kingdom. Whether they are clergy nobility or even peddlers on the streets of Paris, they all have a right and the duty to do their part for France. The attendants appear stunned by my words, and everyone is looking at me in shock. I'm here because I want to prove to everyone that no matter who you are, you can still help save this country in your own way. Even if you're here for the sake of the country, and what has got to do with it, everyone's duty and responsibility. The kingdom's finances are experiencing a long-term crisis, and everyone should make sacrifices to make the kingdom. Your Majesty, out of everyone here, and I'm afraid that you're the one who has the least right to say. The clergy and the nobles look at me snugly, and some of the commoners appear amused too, and they're waiting to see how I'm going to respond to this. I quell my rage and sweep a scathing glance across the nobles, and to everyone's surprise, I slowly walk forward. Well, I can attack the nobles for being just as careless with their money and Baron Douglas, but I don't wish to do so, and why not? Because fighting one another is pointless and does nothing to help the kingdom. The royal family, the clergy, the nobility have always been far more wealthy and enjoy more privileges than the rest of France. But where does all of your money come from? From the vast numbers of commoners in the kingdom. The clergy and the nobles have the most, but contribute the least. Is that fair? The commoners are nodding and muttering their agreement, and this gives me courage to continue. The nobles are the roots of France, and the clergy, the bridge between God and our people, and our civilians are the very foundation of France itself. And every single state is invaluable and necessary to the kingdom, and we should not fight one another. Instead, we should work together for the sake of the country. The commoners have been contributing the most, and now at this point of crisis, we should not really as well. I am willing to work as an example, and I believe that you will follow. Am I right, Baron Douglas? And I hope that your expenditures can keep up with your fashion habits as well as your example, Your Majesty. Yes, I spent frivolously in the past, but I am willing to change for the sake of this country. And if even an ignorant woman like me, who only knew how to party, can do my part for France, then maybe may I be so daring as to ask, what about you, gentlemen? Are you capable of doing your part? Douglas seems unable to reply me instantly, and he sputters indignantly. The windows of opportunity pass, and everyone can only glare at me silently. The commoners stare at me as though they can believe what's happening before their eyes. Whereupon my queen, Douglas, you should be ashamed of yourself. The king stands and starts clapping. Some of the commoners start clapping as well, and eventually there's a loud applause. And Francis is indeed blessed by the heavens to have a queen who cares so deeply for his kingdom, and I believe that everyone here will show their support for the queen's views. Yes, Your Majesty, I support the reform, and I am willing to pay taxes from now on and do my part. Do not forget me, Lafayette. I am too here. And more noble families publicly announce their support and the tide in favor to the royal family, and I look at each and every one of them with gratitude. If the Queen is implying that if we do not support the reform, we are not doing our duty, you are deliberately setting us up and accusing us of not saving France. I believe that the Queen has no intention of implying anything of the sort. She is merely encouraging you to follow in your ancestors' footsteps and contribute towards the glory of France. All of you should be concerned about this, whether you are willing to support the royal family and the civilians in your quest to hold France. Your Majesty, I think I already contributed enough. Must I donate all of my money I have in order to impress my love for France? Exactly, the royal family has run out of money and wants to bleed the nobles dry. The royal family only wishes to lessen the load on the civilian, and that is why we have shifted part of the burden of the taxes from the commoners to the nobility and clergy. The representatives for the commoners are also present, and after hearing your objections, would they blame you for attempting to disrupt the conference and add to the tax burden of the third estate? And I believe that you would not want this sort of misunderstanding to occur, would you? The nobles look very shocked on the frog, but even if they're unwilling to fork over the money, they now know where they stand. Let us consider it for a few more days, and you can expect us to make a decision on this part where it is something this important. That's right. And now that they found a straw to grasp, many of the opposing nobles nod their head as come Montego. And the King Lafayette exchanges glasses after a moment's thought, and the King speaks. Then we shall allow everyone a bit of time to consider, but I believe that you will not let me down and betray my trust. And I look at the noble's slight expression, and I know that things aren't going to turn out the way we want them. But we already achieved good progress, and I can only hope that this will bring about real change. A few days after the conference, the king asked to see me, and when I enter the study, I tell them the bad news. One, those nobles have banded together and refused to pay taxes. And neither were happy with the tax reform, but I'm still shocked that they would dare to go against the throne. Yes, unfortunately, there are those who dare to defy you publicly in the conference. I knew they were only trying to buy time. Your Majesty, perhaps we should take measures against those who dare to rebel against the throne. For example, announce their needs publicly or force them to pay taxes. and this way they'll be able to answer to the people. My queen, I feel the same as you, and I should do so, but I'm afraid I have no power over them. No power over them. They looked down on the royal court for a very long time, and things have been worsening ever since Louis XV. And the king does not continue, but everyone in the room looks discomforted as though this is a taboo topic. Louis XV considered consort with Baron Dubarry in the palace, and to the nobles it must have been a huge insult to see a commoner enjoying the life of a queen and wielding the same power. If we try to force them, they might have an advantage over us instead, and I understand that your anger, your majesty, but please calm down. Am I to understand your concern, and is there no other way, and must we give in to them? There are many nobles, and they have influence in society and over the economy, and if we do not strike at the right of the whisper, they may choose to publicly defy the king. The news on the streets of Paris is filled with bad talk about the court, especially the talk about the way you spend money. What are they saying? Just fight off it, don't take heart into it. And without knowing the content, I know more or less what they are saying, and it's sort of nightmare that just won't go away and keeps coming back the moment I think I got rid of it. Why can they see all the things I've done? We understand, your majesty, but in their eagerness to attack the real court, no matter what you do, they will choose to ignore it and keep on attacking you. Meanwhile, a lot of the people are spreading Voltaire's views regarding freedom on the streets of Paris, encouraging people to think about overthrowing the royalty. This is rather a critical matter as well. Freedom of speech isn't wrong, and it's a progressive for this age, but not at the cost of the destruction of the royal court. My conflicting feelings prevent me from offering my opinion on the matter, and I remain silent while I rest continue with the discussion. The nobles have never supported freedom of speech, and they're just using this as an excuse to demand the royal family to give up more power. Yes, they may be encouraging the civilians to wrest power from the throne, but they intend to reap the benefits themselves. But what will the people think? And they are working together with the nobles for mutual benefit, and when they realize they are on the losing end, they will turn on the nobles, and the two states will fight on, and no matter who wins, it's a bad future for France. Well, and that's actually what ended up happening after, like, the French Revolution. Like, the guys who started the French Revolution, especially Maximilien Robespierre, who sent a bunch of people to the guillotine, he ends up getting guillotined by the moderates of his political party. It's like, it ended up like a heads rolled literally everywhere. It was a bloody mess. And then Napoleon showed up, and then Napoleon left, and then the kings came back, and then they left, and then they were thrown out, and then there was Napoleon III, and like the French history after like the French Revolution got like really messy. Long periods of instability. Well, things really get that horrifying. Once I understand what Lafayette is saying, a chill spreads to me. I can almost see where this is leading to the revolution, and I know what the consequences will be. My queen, your hands are shaking. Why are you so scared? I am worried that they will rebel against the nobles and that I will lose my head. Can we at least about this get abolish capital punishment so we don't get guillotined? They won't. Things are going smoothly as we hope, but there's no need for you to worry so much. The king is right. A small number of people are causing trouble, but after the States General, most civilians have placed their trust in the royal family's resolve to carry out the tax reform. So you don't have to worry about that, your majesty. I guess so. The scheming nobles, the angry civilians, they're both pressuring issues and may lead to a rebellion. I don't think they believe me no matter what I say. Your majesty, we don't even have to lift a finger, and if they were to push for freedom, those who encourage it will be the ones facing the music. Are you suggesting that we let the nobles deal with the needs of the commoner? Yes, the Queen mentioned this point during the conference too, and if the people wish to demand freedom, rights, and equality from the royal courts, we can tell them that. They can go to those who are already enjoying the privileges, but the nobles can possibly give them the governing power which to have, nor can a constitutional monarchy, right? Wouldn't an administrative reform require the approval of the nobles? Since the royal family respects the will of the people, and the nobles also the people of France, the royal family can possibly do anything without the agreement from all. Anyone with any brains would understand this. I think the Queen is worried that this may lead to violence between the nobles and commoners. Conflict leads to casualty, but I prefer to think of those things as convenient way to rid of France of its tumors. We cannot use the nobles as a shield, and if they decide to band together to attack the throne, the result will be disastrous. Conflicts in interest will prevent a united front, and as long as we make good use of that, we will be able to control the situation. I heave a sigh and finally give up trying to make them understand what I'm wearing. The king gives me a concerned look. Perhaps I look a bit ill. Wearing too much won't change things, and we can only make for the nobles and the civilians to make their next move before we can decide on how to respond. The conference must be draining you, and I think everyone needs to book some rest, and let's put an end to today's meeting then. He's right, even though I know how it's gonna end, and despite having done so much, I might not be able to change history. And the people born in this age can't possibly change it either. I curse you and leave, and now I need some time to sort out my feelings. Your Majesty, you look really pale. What's happened? I'm just wondering how painful the guillotine might be. Madame du Barry is suddenly concerned, surprising me, and her voice is gentler than usual and does soothe me somewhat. I'm just a bit moody, nothing's wrong. I'm very happy and proud to see that you've done so much for France, but please do take care of yourself as well for the sake of France. And it's lovely out there evening, and perhaps your Majesty would like to get changed to go for a stroll. Alright, thank you for your suggestion. I'll do just that. Let's go stroll. What people used to do for fun back then, just like walking about waiting for something to happen. The garden is quiet and deserted, and only the rustle of the leaves in the light breeze and the chirping of the crickets can be heard. I decide to walk along and hope that the cool breeze will help me feel better. There can't possibly be anyone else around, but then I spot a familiar figure. Marie, I thought you'd be in your room, and why are you all so late? I'm feeling a bit unsettled, so I came out to enjoy the breeze. I used to worry about the stuff in the afternoon, but still is right. Whoever stirs up trouble should answer for it themselves. He is so concerned for me, and how do I tell him that the nobles and royalty alike will eventually be casualties during a rebellion? He's like me, though. He doesn't belong here, and yet he's trapped here. But should I even ask him what he thinks at all? If it turns out that Blasio is right, then that would be great. Friends, can I ask you a question? Ask me anything. If the resentment against the royal blood blows up and triggers a rebellion, if everyone wants to put an end to the royal family, what would you do? Me. I might not be able to sway their thoughts, and I might not be able to save others, but I will protect those dear to me to my very last breath. And that includes you, my dear Marie. Oh, Fersen. I really touched to hear you say that, but I really do wish you treasure your own life. You're not French, and you could return to Sweden to live a peaceful life. Leave a place that treasures me and return to a country that does not care about me. No, I'd rather die here. You never mentioned anything about this before, and I thought that you came here because of your ambition. There are some things I don't talk about because I do not wish to ruin the trust you place in humanity. If it were possible, I'd allow you to remain my carefree princess untouched by this cruel, cruel world. But I want to know, tell me. Francis' eyes are full of bitterness, but he's unable to reject me, so he begins. Before leaving Sweden, I thought of contributing to my home country many times, but I'm not the oldest, and there are some things I just can't do. So I came to France, and I thought of carrying out a career, and I hadn't been a smooth journey, but I did manage to chase after my dreams. So that's why you took part in the American War. Partly, I can only say that the opportunity came my way and gave me a good reason to leave France. And I met the one during a costume ball in Versailles, but when I found her identity, my love became a terrible curse. And I see myself reflected in his eye, and his bitter smile tells me exactly who he's talking about. I, fate brought me to the American to take part of the Revolutionary War, and that changed my life. And I can't say I'm the bravest, but at least I put in my sweat and blood like the rest of the soldiers without the benefit of my class. I am no longer a noble nor a privileged son, but the man called Hans Axel von Fersne. And France recognized my capabilities, and America confirmed my existence, and it was like a dream come true. Everything that I care about is here, and I will not and do not wish to go anywhere else. And Marie, do you understand what I mean? Won't you regret? I never regret, even if I die. I guess I can understand. The me now has a similar feeling belonging after all. And I look at him quietly, and I feel as though he has taken up all of my jumbo thoughts and straightened them out. Perhaps we can only do our very best to aid this place. And whether or not things could really go get as bad as I imagine, I really do hope that everything I do will minimize the damage. Before the States General, I already had a bad feeling, and now the change is now even more obvious. But you really aren't the same anymore. Oh, what's different about me? Perhaps I should be goodbye to the princess I remember, but I'm very happy that you are now a compassionate queen who cares for her people, and perhaps you're not aware just how amazing you were during the conference, but I will never forget. I am not as wonderful as you say, friend. I'm just an ordinary woman. I guess my princess, no, my queen won't believe me no matter what I say, and well, then I will just have to prove words with actions. I will answer to solemnly say that I will be forever your true friend, and that my love shall not waver or die till death. And this moment, witness God, and I am not the kind of fan for being myself. I know you're not dedicating my heart and soul to the only one. And I believe that we are assisting the king's rule, France shall head towards a most glorious future, or the guillotine, whatever happens first. I believe that under her protection, the people of France shall be blessed, and for she's an angel sent from heaven. And I swear I will be her knight and protect her for eternity, just as I protect the people of France as count. And then God me my witness, I swear to be her loyal forever, the brave and beautiful Marie Antoinette. I, my dear queen, will you accept my oath? And his sincerity has melted my heart, and I start to tear, and every single word sounded so resolute and full of conviction, even more importantly. The one who is swearing this oath isn't Marie Antoinette, but me as the Queen of France. Freshness, no hands fans friend. I accept you as one of my only knight. And I say to God, I will never abandon you and the people of France who have placed their trust in me. Thank you for your acceptance, my queen. That was 10. No, I guess it's 2:11 now. Am I getting confused? I can't read anymore. Bye bye. Well, I'll continue with the story then the next time. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, your sister, and I'm going to be trying to do Time Princess first. We gotta do the sound test. Alright, let me see if it's already live. Hmm. Bro? Hmm. Bro, Fish, can you see it on your end? Oh, yeah, I already see it. Already. No, it's fine, don't worry. It already showed up. Let me see. Alright, so we're good now. Alright, let's continue with Time Princess 2:11. From then on, almost everything I hear is bad news. You and me both. Apparently, every day there are people in the streets proclaiming the benefit of a constitutional monarchy. And people say that some of the nobles have panicked and are secretly transferring their assets. And that liberalism is spreading not only in France but also in the neighboring countries. And people are pushing for freedom. And the room is growing volume, and the atmosphere in Versailles goes strange and discomforting. And people are acting as though they are birds on the verge of migrating for winter. Huh. Led by worry and a sense of ennui, whatever that is. I've been finding it hard to fall asleep every night, and I keep asking myself the same question. What else can I do? Is there anything else I can change? Everything seems to be heading towards utter doom in my head, and I only know that there might be only one thing that can prevent the tragic consequences. If we can give the people the constitutional monarchy that they desire, perhaps the royal court still stands a chance of survival. But how should I ask the king about this, and how do I make him voluntarily give up his power? I'm unable to call the worry and panic in me, and after running for a very long time, I finally decide to fight one last time for myself and for France. A constitutional monarchy? Do you know what you're talking about, my queen? I know this sounds really crazy, Your Majesty, but no one can stand against the wave of liberalism. Before the people can rise against us, if we can voluntarily give up our power and express our goodwill, perhaps we can avoid a catastrophe. The king lowers his head slightly and falls deep in thought, and he looks like he's seriously considering every single word I just said. My queen, I know what you're afraid of, and I know that there are countries that function very well under this system. But this isn't the tradition of the House of Bourbon, and will such a system really suit France? The king will lose the position of the highest authority, and I will no longer be able to face my ancestors. Well, you can face your ancestors very well in death. Yeah, you need your head to face your ancestors. I must be responsible for France, but I am also carrying the authority and the glory of the generations of Bourbon. And I see the king's frustration lays with a trace of despair in his eyes, and I understand that his request troubles him greatly, and I also understand his concerns. If I were the queen, would I give it all up without hesitation? I don't know. I'll keep trying my best to win the people over, and you try to, and have you not? Yes. And we'll keep trying to win them over, but we fail every single time. Perhaps no one can understand the king's torment better than I do. And I should accept it and start trying to fight against the world. But every time I think of giving up, I can accept defeat. I know it very well. But your master, you see, we can't give up now. Perhaps you didn't say that, and perhaps it's not as bad yet, and I believe what you're saying. So I don't want to give up without doing a thing. This is the first time I've spoken so forcefully to the king, and he stares his believing with wide and open eyes. And even if we get the same results upon trying, you still don't want to give up. That's right. It seems really hard with such a state. Even if the whole of France abandons you, I will face it all by your side. Marie, I know you're doing this for my benefit, but I can't decide right away. I really can't do this without knowing whether it will be as an ideal result. Just consider my suggestion. That is enough to make me happy. Perhaps I should go talk to the people myself, and we must understand what they're unhappy about in order to solve the problem. Did we not give them enough cake? Are you thinking of going out in public? That's too dangerous. I won't allow it. I simply need a change of clothing, and no one will know who I am. I can't let you risk it all like that. At least get someone I trust to accompany you. Accept. I know. I'll get the confessor to the Marquis de Lafayette to come with me. I'll feel more at ease too. No, they are too attention-grabbing and will make things worse. Let me arrange for someone to escort you. In the meantime, you can rest in your room for a while, and I will send someone over to you. Your Majesty, I thank you for granting my willful request. You're doing this for France after all, and if I were to report you, I'll be undeserving of the throne. Hi, Otis. I smiled gratefully at the king and then hurried back to my room to change into a light and simple clothing. Apparently, it's considered light and simple. Official, though, I don't think anyone will recognize it, but I wonder who's coming with me. Little bird of Versailles, how have you been? Dion, it's you. And bitter frowns do not suit you well indeed, and if killing every civilian in France could make you smile, perhaps I could risk my life and try. In these troubled times, Dion, half-joke and attitude does wonder, and I feel myself relaxing a great deal. Thank you, Dion. And it's enough to know that you care. I know what you're worrying about and why you're scared. Well, then please listen to my words. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you must keep on smiling. Now that's the Joker advice in a nutshell. That's what the Joker told Harley Quinn. Thank you, I will keep that in mind. It's getting late, and if I am to send you back to your forest home before nightfall, we must get going now. All right, then lead the way. At once, madam. On the way, we passed by a small village on the outskirts of Versailles, and it may be close to Paris, but it looks dismal and impoverished. The village's clothes seem clean enough, but old and worn, and their bodies so thin that I can't bear to look at them. I heard that this year's harvest was pretty bad, but it's this to the point of starvation. And as though they sense me looking at it, the villagers turn to stare in my direction, and their faces seem envious and hungry. Oh, and I got so much food and gelatin while they're starving. Wealthy madame, please, for the love of God, will you give the poor a bit of cash? There you are, Constant. This woman looks like a noble. Do you really think she'll give us any money? Shoot, don't block the way or her carriage might run you over. Oh, she looks just beautiful as the queen. And I thought she might be as generous as the queen. It's all because of your beautiful queen keeps buying jewelry that we have a mountain of taxes to pay. No, it's not like that. I received lots of food from the king and queen in the church that day, and she's not like that. And the queen didn't buy the necklace, it's just a rumor. I understand that you wish to know what the situation is like as quickly as possible, but for safety's sake, please draw the curtains. All right. After drawing the curtains, I closed my eyes and tried my best to rest, but the conversation between those two women keeps replaying in my mind. Perhaps it's just as the king said, no matter how many changes we make, we can never change the minds of those who don't believe in us. But at least there are still some of us who are willing to believe in us. And as long as there are people who are willing to believe, my effort won't go to waste. They need more cake. The solution is simple. Give them more cake. At least I want to believe so. We arrived at a small alley beside the Bastille and was standing in a shadowy corner. We several people gathered nearby. But I don't understand why we have to go against the royal family. They have been quite decent lately, and didn't they start taxing the nobles to lessen our tax burden? You don't know a thing, Jean-Pierre. For generations we've been spending all of our money on feeding a beast intent on swallowing us whole. And why are you defending them? The royal family and the nobles govern the kingdom, and the people pay taxes and handle labor, and France has been like this for centuries. What's wrong with that? There's nothing good about it all, and we're gambling our futures on the king. And when there's a good king, our lives are better. But what happens when we run into a foolish and useless king? Are we going to starve ourselves to death? Well, that's a conundrum over there. Like, remove king and put literally any type of, like, ruler. I mean, that's usually how it is. And, when we get a good ruler, it's awesome, but when not. Well, but what's the alternative? Anarchy. The queen has changed for the better, and who can guarantee she won't return to her old ways? So that's what we want the people to be in charge. That's right. Well, they tried that with Robespierre, and it turned into a bloodbath, putting the people in charge. And then they put Napoleon in charge, a military dictatorship with Napoleon, and then there was a bloodbath. And then they put the kings back again in power, and then it was a bloodbath. And then they brought Napoleon again, and then it was a bloodbath. The point is that, like, for 100 years after they decapitated the king Marie Antoinette, France didn't get better. It was like 100 years of bloodbath. And then World War I and II happened, and more bloodbath. Whatever, moving along. Like, as the Castlevania Alucard said, like, all paths lead to a bloodbath. It always ends badly, regardless of what path you choose. Now let's moving along. The people should set the laws and taxes, and that way we won't be at the mercy of the royal family and the nobles. If the law change every time a new person gets on the throne, we'll never be able to we'll never take charge of our fate. And his peaceful conviction and every sentence is to strike within the hearts of the people around him, and everyone is deeply affected by his word. That does make sense, Vado, and what do you think we should do? Elect our own committee and force the royal family to give up power, and let us the people decide our own future. Do you really think we can pull it off? What if the royal family sends none? If we all band together, we can do it. Without effort, we'll never be able to snatch power from them. I see some people nodding their heads in agreement, and a handful even start to clap. Ah. No longer will the royal family gamble with our fate, and we must take control of our own lives. That's it. He's right, and we must fight to gain control over our future. Yeah, but now they'll be gambling. The people that they give power to won't turn into like Leviathan dictators, which is what happened when the left Robespierre in power. Lots of guillotines, and then they had to guillotine, and then they had guillotine, and like bloodbath. Yeah, Robespierre, who had the king's guillotine, was also lost his head to the guillotine. Like the murderers had to guillotine their own. Whatever. May the royal family give us their power and must control our future. The crowd looks like it's about to turn wild at any moment, and Dion signals me to follow him, and we quickly sneak away. The carriage rushes back to Versailles at full speed, but I can still hear the commotion behind us. It's almost nightfall when we finally reach Versailles, and just as I'm about to prepare myself for another audience with the king, I hear that the civilians have charged into the Bastille. Turban in France. The sudden news causes Madame de Nau to pause in the middle of brewing tea. Your Majesty, France. I know what you have wanted to say, and at this point we can only do our best to fulfill our duties and see what God has in store for the future of France. Lots of war, like 2 wars come like in the next turn of the century, so doesn't get any better. We can have the tea later, and I think I should get changed now and go see the king. Yes, Your Majesty. Yeah. Lafayette, allow me to remind you that you are a member of the French nobility, and how they speak to the king in such a manner and push for a constitutional monarchy. Are you so eager to see the royal court destroyed? I can't help but wonder about your true intentions. Lafayette is frowning, and his hands are clenched into fists, and he seems to be suppressed in a nearly uncontrollable rage. You gotta be careful because like this lunatic just came back from like the American Revolution, so like and they didn't have like resources for like war veterans back then, so it's a good chance he might shoot you. Judging from those words, did Lafayette really suggest the same thing I did? I look at the king and he looks troubled, but he seems to be thinking very hard about something and appears to have no intention of stepping in to mediate. Your Majesty, I may be loyal to the royal family, but does not contradict my intention to speak for the people. We cannot go against the opinion of the majority, and if we do so, that would only result in tragic consequences. Well, historically speaking, following the will of the majority led to tragic consequences. Like, uh, like the minority shouldn't be ruled by the minority shouldn't get oppressed by the majority's opinion. Like, what if like everyone one day decided that they like the taste of babies? Like, are we gonna allow that just because like the majority of the people are into that? No, that's awful. This is what the people desire, and it is a direction we cannot avoid. Besides, a constitutional monarchy does not mean that the royal court will be truly vanished. You will still retain your status, so you need not worry about that, Madame Adelaide. You insolent creature, how dare you insinuate that I care about such shallow matters? Your Majesty, I'm only trying to protect you. Say something. Everyone calm down, and have you forgotten that you're in my study? The two eye each other, but stop arguing in face of the king's displeasure. You both have valid points, and actually the queen has already suggested the idea to me. Oh, the Austrian princess wouldn't care about the fate of France. Am I not right, Your Majesty? I'm on the same I'm on the same page as the Marquis de Lafayette, and we should try to align ourselves with the people's desire. Clashing with them will not do us any good. As the great Roy Selor once said, I am the state. and only a useless being will hand the kingdom over to the people to govern. Your Majesty, I am proud of the blood that flows in my veins, and even if the people were to rise up in rebellion, I will stand my ground. Oh yeah, it's very easy for her to like send like all of their loyal knights to die. I mean, cause since she's a woman, she doesn't have to pick up a musket and defend her kingdom. So yeah, it's very easy to ask others to die. Moving along. We must not listen to this malicious talk, and these two people will have us betray France. I have not made a decision yet, Aunt, and you mustn't worry too much. We should worry, and what's worse now is that we already had no way of stopping the people. What are you saying? I just returned from my trip and I overheard people near the Bastille, and I described everything that I saw and heard in every detail, and everyone's faces grow pale. Is there already no hope of stopping them? Your Majesty, please consider my suggestion very carefully. If we take this step voluntarily to show our goodwill, we may prevent a lot of needless conflict, and we should be able to protect the royal family from harm and also satisfy the people. I believe that there must be a way to reconcile the people and the royal family. Your Majesty, I wonder what Queen Teresa would think if she heard you. Austria is also an absolute monarchy, but you want the king to placate those ruffians. You astonish me. You The Queen is only thinking of the future of France and has only suggested the most suitable solution. Lafayette is about to continue, but the King waves his hand to signal him to stop, and he frowns at Lafayette. And are you a poor French princess, but you drag Queen Teresa into the discussion? I don't think that was the appropriate of your status as a member of the royalty. Your Majesty, are you reproaching me? I respect your feelings regarding the family, but your emotions have gotten the better of you today, and it is too difficult to continue this discussion with you. If the situation is as bad as the Queen has just described, I think we have no other option. We must quickly find the best way to reconcile the people without letting my ancestors down. And perhaps we will institute a constitutional monarchy, or perhaps we won't, and we must summon all of the ministers to discuss this. Your Majesty, my dear Auguste, how could you give way so easily? I have already made up my mind. Today's discussion ends here. Yes, as you wish, Your Majesty, and I will start arranging the conference for immediately. The funnel is on progress, and it's not quite enough to ease my anxiety because I still don't know if it will turn out to be a bad thing or a good thing. But at least something is changing. I hope that we still have time. Queen Marie, I am glad that you haven't gone to bed yet. There's something I need to tell you. Gabriel is looking very cautiously, and I have a very bad feeling. Do you know that a lot of the nobles are preparing to leave Versailles? I heard of it. The situation is dire. It's only natural that they will want to leave, and I understand the reason behind it. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Are you saying that you're about to leave? So you guessed it. My family is preparing to go to Switzerland to start a new life there. When are you going? Before dawn. Oh heaven, so soon. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, and my husband told me not to tell anyone, including you. Don't say that. I'm glad you have a safe place to go to. I knew you'd say that. Marie. Bye bye. Gabriel has me tightly, and I can sense how unwilling she is to part with me. Marie, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want you to stay in such a dangerous place. I know I won't going to say this to the Queen of France, but I must ask you, are you willing to go with me? What? Conclusion. I am very worried about what will happen if I stay in Versailles. But I can't abandon Fernand, Lafayette, and the King, and I'm not willing to abandon the civilians who trust me. I can't do it. I'm sorry, Gabriel. It's okay, Marie. I understand. I understand everything. You don't need to force yourself to explain it to me. I know you have a lot of things on your mind, and these days you've changed so much, and you're no longer the Marie I know. Oh, Gabriel. But I always like you no matter what. And if we were to choose, I think I like the current you better. And you're so brave and cool and so intelligent, and there's so many wonderful things about you that I like and envy. That's a red flag. Gabriel got hold of me with warm hands, and I don't know how to convey to her how I feel, and I can only squeeze her hands in return. You don't need to be envious of me. There are a lot of things about you, great things about you too. And you're kind and gentle, and whether you're always by my side or whether you're happy or sad, I certainly don't want to go. No, it's too dangerous here. You can't stay. Believe me, this won't be the last time we see each other. You'll see me in my date and my. Just promise me that you'll make it to my execution. Once you're in Switzerland, we can write to one another, and no matter where we are, we're still friends, right? Yes, yes, I will, Marie, and it's a promise then. You promise to write on me or to show up at my execution? Yes, it's a promise. We talked all night and without teleported at dawn, and from the window I watched Gabriel's lonely slender back slowly vanish in the distance, and I prayed for her silently. May God protect France, and may God protect my best friend, the sweetest woman in the world, Gabrielle. With Gabriel's departure, the palace which has already lost its glamour feels even more lonely and cold. In contrast, the people wander the streets of Paris, holding public speeches, and the commotion is so loud that it makes it hard to sleep. The rapidly worsening situation is depressing, but before the king and the minister reach a conclusion, I can only wait anxiously. I shouldn't dwell on it. It is time to bed, and tomorrow we should see some results. In my dreams, I can hear the sound of voices. The voices grow more and more intense and gradually become clearer, as though they are right beside my ear. Ah! I'm surrounded by a woman dressed in tattered clothing, and they're holding various tools as weapons, and they're glaring at me. I see murderous intent in their eyes. How did they get in here, did they? I see a pile of bodies by the door, and those are my bodyguards. Trembling, I think of fleeing, but my feet are rooted to the ground. Give us back our bread, our freedom. And we don't need high and mighty rulers, and we don't need a tyrant. As they approach me, I try my best to suppress my terror and think of a way to stop them. I talk sense into. Do you know what you're doing, and it's not too late to stop? And my yelling made them hesitate for a while, but they quickly recovered the momentum and resumed shouting. Of course we know what we're doing. We're getting the rice we deserve. And we shouldn't go on living a days without money for bread. And how dare you ask us what we're doing, and you don't even know what we want? What kind of a queen are you, right? You're just a useless queen who only knows how to waste money. And the impassioned exclamation seemed to encourage the rest of the crowd, and the king reprimanded the king and me as though that would solve all their problems. No matter what happens, the bad Marines still in their minds. And it's all you're willing to believe. Is that it? And I don't feel like resisting anymore, and I have no more energy to resist either. And I collapse onto the bed and catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Cowering, terrified, despairing, and I look exactly as they say, a woman who doesn't look like a queen. Is this how it's gone to it? It's so pathetic and miserable, and there's nothing I can do to change my fate. And I look at the shiny surface of the mirror, and rays of sunlight suddenly bounce off the surface and blinds me for a moment. And for a split second, an image of me being forced to the executioner's block appears in my mind, and for some unknown reason, I suddenly calm down. An air of arrogance rises up from within me, and it doesn't belong to me, and yet it does. If I am to die, I shall die with dignity, and it's not yet time to despair, and how could I possibly give up now? As soon as they watch me get off the bed and stand in front of them, and with my head raised high, I slowly look around me. It's killing me will solve all of your problems and kill me. Stunned, they stumble backwards and start to look a little unsure of themselves. You don't think we wouldn't dare? If the royal family were to die, do you think France would change for the better? With no one to uphold law and order, you can take whatever you want from the grain vault, and you won't need to pay any taxes. But do you think you can solve your poor harvest by raiding the stores? Can you guarantee that no one will snatch it before you do? Even if you destroy the royal court, who can guarantee that the new ruler you elect will be able to give you the life you want? The royal court is currently setting up new policies, but we need time to implement changes. And most importantly, you must be willing to believe us. I sweep past them gratefully and leave the room in the most dignified manner possible, ignoring them. I have already tried my best, and I don't know what else awaits me down the corridor, but at least I can live with myself now. It's impossible to believe what's going to happen next, and I must quickly find the king and the rest quickly. But before that, I looked down at myself and realized that I looked rather shabby. I am queen and I should look the part, and even if I'm about to die, I must die with dignity. And before anyone notices, I quickly go to the wardrobe and tidy myself up. If I am to go to the guillotine, I will look super stylish. The usual spacious corridor is filled with people wielding weapons, and once they see me, they start yelling and raise their weapon as though they're about to attack me. I calmly walk toward forward without cowering, as though nothing out of the ordinary is happening, and slowly I walk past them, and taken aback by my attitude, they don't attack me, but instead starting taking to one another in harsh tones. The corridor seems endless, and I don't know how I walk, but I finally see a familiar door. Marie, thank goodness you're right, and where are your bodyguards? Didn't they escort you? When I woke up, they were already dead, and there was nothing I could do. And you walk here on your own, that's too foolhardy. If I'm going to die, I should die with dignity, whether or not I'm the Queen of France. I refuse to let others trample all over me. I detect respect in the way that the king is looking at me, and the strongest result I ever seen from him. You're right, and I have been living without dignity, and I used to be too weak, and I kept thinking about uniting everything, and I kept thinking about how to be a good king, but I forgot about who I am. If I had only come to my senses earlier, Lafayette wouldn't be forced by the people to take part in a demonstration in the streets of Paris right now. And if I had been more decisive, I might have been able to announce to the people what they want now, and Bastille wouldn't have to run all over the place. And Marie wouldn't be in danger, and the guards wouldn't be there, and you wouldn't have to face cruelty that is to come. Your Majesty, the previous king left behind way too many problems, and no one could possibly solve them all at a go, and you have done your best. Say no more. I am to blame for dragging you all into this. The king says abnormally calm, and he walks over to the window and looks out into the sky, and he looks like he's in deep thought. And when he turns back to face us again, he is brimming with confidence and a decisiveness, as though he's a completely different person. I will go to the balcony and announce my intentions to the people. Your Majesty, no. The crowd outside are crazy, and your life will be in danger. Staying here won't solve anything. And when they barge into this room, not only will the guards be sacrificed, you and Marie will be sacrificed as well. Too many lives have been lost, and I will not accept these losses before I have accomplished what I want to do. You two stay there. At least the guards can protect you. And we are all shocked. And by the moment he looks keenly and a warrior like I once, and his eyes are pierced and his face is grave. And I chance glances with Fennec, and he looks just as I am resolved, and I have a feeling that we're both thinking about the same thing. Your Majesty, please allow me to accompany you. Your Majesty, please let me go with you and protect you and the Queen. And I may be Swedish, but France is not my home. And the battlefield is where I belong, and sacrificing myself for people worthy is the meaning of my existence. That is what my dignity is based on. All right, I understand. Hans Axel von Ferne, I order you to protect the Queen and I till your very last breath. Yes, Your Majesty. Hello, angry mob. The eyes of the people are like daggers, and they are roaring at the top of their voices, and they form a formidable barrier trapping us on the balcony. I swing my glance across our present, and then exchange encouraging looks with the king and Ferne. My queen, are you ready? Yes, Your Majesty. We quietly look down at the angry masses and stand up straight. In this time, no one is willing to retreat. People of France, I invite you to calm down and listen to what I have today from the depths of my heart. Some people are still agitated, but most of them have quieted down and are focusing on the Queen King. Though they seem to have come down, I still feel at it as though this simply be the calm before the storm. Ever since I became your king, no matter how hard I tried, no one seems to have been satisfied with my performance. And I may have failed as king and failed as son and husband, and I didn't even manage to be myself. And to my own words, I chose to support the American Revolution so that I could have my name carved in history and let the world know of France. Oh, so now that's hilarious. Like the reason why the French had aided like the Americans to get like the rebel like gain their independence. I don't know. Maybe they should have asked George Washington for help in this time of crisis, but whatever. The success of the American war has led to the freedom for the Americans, and this is precisely the freedom that you all desire. Actually, upon suggestion of the Queen Lafayette, we began discussing this very topic a few days ago. The House of Bourbon is several centuries old and it is difficult to make a decision. But last night we finally decided to let France embrace liberalism and become one of the most progressive countries in Europe. And the people start talking excited as though they just heard something unbelievable. Apart from some exclamation praising the court, the majority seems to be dubious and suspicious. Oh! Oh, that was nothing. Some Larife as the matter in the crowd and their numerous guns aimed at the king. And the king's gaze runs slowly over the crowd and seems to have noticed the same thing, but he remains as calm as ever. Unfortunately, this is happening as you point your weapons at me. And perhaps you will assume that the royal court has not made this announcement that we are simply made a decision simply because we are bowing under pressure. But I swear upon my name, and I promise you that I may be weak and I may not be your ideal king, but I have never spoken a lie. And so I hereby announce the results of the conference, and we accept the concept of human rights and the rights of citizenship, and will arrange for a bill here indirectly so that you will obtain the freedom you so desire. And Georgia's cheer, as well as the satisfied sounds of doubt, echo recite, and the king suddenly looks directly at the group of gun-wielding people whose faces are filled with hatred. I expected to see disappointment or roars of rage, but the corners of his mouth turned up instead to form a carefree smile. Whether you believe me or not, or whether you're satisfied with the results, and I have already done my best, and I may not have failed my ancestors, and I can live with myself now. Shoot me if you hate me so much. Shoot me. And if that would assuage your hatred, if my blood can make this country better, do not hesitate. And there's a moment of silence. And the kings of the nation have upset many people, and some even start fighting among themselves. Everyone put your weapons down, and have we misunderstood the king? And if you harm him, we might lose a great ruler. Is he saying the truth? Can we believe him? Someone tell me. Don't get tricked before we achieve freedom. For real, everything he says could be lies. And what about the queen? We want to know what his queen thinks. And like a bomb, they mention me has attracted everyone's attention and fanned the flames of their fury. And the king and Ferdinand look at me, and their eyes are full of worry and concern. And I'm sure they'll both jump into my defense if I were to ask for their help. But I must not rely on anyone for this. I must do this myself. And amidst the commotion, I step forward and proudly survey the people. Before I speak my mind, I would like to ask a question. Who am I to you? Marie Antoinette? No. An Austrian princess, the Queen of France? No to both. These are on me, but also not me. You all wish to see me like the mother of a nation without speaking loudly, nor laughing loudly, without living for my own sake. Every sentence I utter must show concern for the people, and every cent must be spending for the people's sake, and every benefit thing I do must be for the benefit of the country and its citizens. I have made mistakes, and I am working hard to make amends. And thanks to those who are willing to believe me, and also thank those who still hate me, for they have made me realize something at last. In France, what you need isn't an angel that will save your country, but a demon that you can vent your feelings on. What you want isn't me, and it isn't a capable queen. What you want is a saint who never did anything wrong. Regrettably, I cannot be that. astonishment, dissatisfaction, or happiness, and all sorts of expressions directed toward me, and some with evil intent, and others with reassuring kindness. And it should be overwhelmingly pressurized, but instead I feel incredibly relaxed. You may have the right to decide whether we live or die, but we also have the right to choose how we die. Whether you're willing to accept it or not, right now I just want to be myself. I am not anyone else, I am me. Amidst all the noise, I think I hear the king expression from behind me. God is with me and I am with you. God is with me and I am with you for all eternity. And I close my eyes and wait whatever judgment fate has in store for us. It is quiet all around us, as though all of the commotion and everything that has happened were a mere part of a nightmare and no longer exists. And all I know now long, and I hear the sound of the horses' hooves approaching. Knights are making their way through the crowd, and they're bearing the flag of France. And once the people recognize who their leader is, they burst into cheer. The proud figure atop of the horse is none other than Lafayette, who has been touring the streets with the people. And he dismounts elegantly in front of everyone's eyes and kneels to the king and I. His unturned face is full of respect. I represent the people of France in acceptance of the king and queen's decision to institute a constitutional monarchy. I am grateful to God for giving us such a wise king and for letting France move towards a liberal future. And I believe that with the help of the royal court, not only will we establish human rights for all, but the people will also be able to rule themselves and everyone will be able to lead a better life. I, Lafayette, hereby announce that I am sworn to the France and I am loyal to the House of Bourbon. And with his greeting, the murderous atmosphere seems to have vanished, and all the hatred and misunderstanding are gone with the wind. Sensing the change in the crowd, Lafayette lets out a sigh of relief and gives a sort of bitter smile. Just as I am wondering what to do as to not to waste Lafayette's effort, I suddenly hear the sound of people kneeling behind me. God bless the king, God bless the queen, God bless France. God bless the queen, God bless the queen, God bless France. And the people cheers echo to the palace, and their faces fill with joy as though they have only savored the taste of true victory. And once everyone has come down, Lafayette gets up and bows to us again. And for reason I feel as though the gesture isn't filled with respect this time, but rather a surprise apology. And I represent the people once more, and in addressing the king and queen, and in order to allow the people to grow ever closer to the royal court and to do away with all of the misunderstandings brought by the gods that has existed in between, we invite the king and queen to return to Paris and move into the Tuileries Palace. Tuileries used to be a royal residence as well, but it's already laid in ruins for more than a century, and it's probably not suitable state to live in. Do we even have a choice? Well, you're right about that. Since the people wish it to be so, and I had no reason to reject, I'll probably give some quiet time to myself. But you will all have to suffer, Marie Franklin. Your Majesty, if you don't think it's an inconvenience, there's no reason for me to have complaints, right? Right, as for me. A knight need only serve by his master's side. A knight is a knight no matter where he is. Isn't that so? Thank you. Let's do this then. Men, prepare to move into the Tuileries Palace. Everyone starts cheering at the top of their voices, and we quietly stand where we are, calmly accepting this harsh, cold reality. There's no feeling of victory, no instant failure. Everything just seems so natural. And as though no matter what we could have done, the tide of time could have led to us to this step. After deciding to move into the Tuileries Palace, we start packing our necessities. Honestly speaking, there isn't much we can bring with us. Besides the basic clothing and daily necessities required to maintain a royal appearance, nearly all of the luxurious gown and jewelry had to be left in Versailles. Those things never belonged to me anyway, and right now I don't need them either. Everything has to be prepared. Let's change into a light, comfy clothing and get ready to leave Versailles. I stand at the staircase, quietly surveying the palace of Versailles, and though I've not been here very long, but somehow I ended up thinking of this place as my home. I wonder if I will return someday. Marie, it's time to go. Lafayette and the people are waiting for us at the gate. All right, but I don't see Madame Adeline anywhere. Although might mean you cannot go. Are you planning to stay here? What's wrong with that? This is a palace of Versailles that Roy Celia built, and it's where I was born and where I grew up and where I will grow old. Forgive me, but I definitely would not allow myself to live like a pauper in those ruins. Her expression and attitude remain just as arrogant as if it was a peacock, and you can't find a trace of defeating her. So even if you're running the risk of danger here, you're not willing to leave. Your Majesty, do you think a princess of France would be afraid of death? I am a mighty daughter of Bien-Aimé and of France, and I will die for glory. Her resolve and her courage and all that pride simply oozing out of her pores has stunned me. And I never liked this arrogant woman, but in this moment I can't help but feel some respect for her. I slowly give her son and courtesy, and much to her surprise. Your Majesty, you are the queen, and you have no need to courtesy to me. I am merely expressing my respect for the great daughter of Bien-Aimé and of France. Not as queen, but as myself, I respect you. She stares at me wordlessly for a while, and then a faint smile appears on her face, so faint that it's nearly unnoticeable. Is that so? Then I accept. It is the first time I ever seen her smile, and it seems just as arrogant and rude as she usually is, but it makes me happy. Since you seem so bent on the idea, Aunt, I won't force you, and I shall let it be known that no one is to disturb you, and you can stay here in peace. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Court Fenner, please do your duty and protect the King and Queen. Yes, of course. I express my utmost respect to you, Madame Madeline, and please take care of yourself. And may you be well. Your Majesty, please remember to uphold your belief and forever to be proud of your royal blood. And one day you will rise the court up again and regain all of the glory of Royal Soleil. Don't count on it. She gazes at the king gently as though she's trying to carve his image into her mind. And after looking at him for so long, she suddenly turns toward me as though she just thought of something. Ah, yes, Your Majesty. The words you said on the balcony are sufficient for the dignity of one's royal blood, and I guess I can accept you as my niece. And she gives me a faint smile, and without waiting for a reply, she turns and leaves. Farewell, Auguste. I watch her walk away, and a sudden impression springs to my mind. It is as though she is no longer just a princess, but a queen looking down upon her entire kingdom. Versailles is a symbol of royal power to the rebels, and yet also suffocating, destructive place. And on the Lafayette escort, I carry slowly travels away from Versailles into the Tuileries Palace in France, in Paris. Tuileries Palace hasn't been occupied for a century, and it's just dilapidated as we imagine. Curtains caked with dust, broken chairs stuck to the side, filthy carpet, everything before us is all the clearer of our current position. Your Majesty, are you alright? And I would ask someone to clean out this place immediately. No, there's no need. It is a bit of dust. It's no big deal. Your Majesty, please pardon me, but there's something I must report to you. Considering the size of the Tuileries Palace, as well as our current situation, we won't be able to house all of the servants and guards. How do you wish to handle this matter? Let them choose for themselves. Those who are willing to follow me can stay and pay a sum of money to any who are not willing to stay so that they can go home and have a good life. And tell Blasio not to return. It is too dangerous by my side, and asking to help the people establish a brand new system and laws. And your friends should decide what to do for your own futures too. Your Majesty, I am the one who betrayed you first, and you are already kind enough not to admonish me, and how could I possibly abandon you now? You're always being well loved by the people, and if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced by the people into leading them. The king heaves a deep sigh and pats Lafayette's shoulder. There's no point in talking about all this now. You don't have to take care about me, the queen and me. Simply take care of your own matters. I have sworn my loyalty to you, and I will not betray that vow. And I may not be able to stay by your side all the time, but if you have any instructions for me, I will do my best to fulfill them. The same goes for me, and you can just let me protect you on the balcony and then toss you not away once you leave Versailles. My queen, won't you let help me run to the king? Your Majesty, we shouldn't reject the good intentions, and you know what they're like, and even if you order them to leave, they will simply rebel and stay. You're right, Mary. Lafayette Fersney, I may not be able to give you any promises right now, but I thank you from the depths of my heart. France has been most fortunate to have you, and I have been fortunate as well. And we look at one another and stay silent for several minutes. And there's no need to say words, and some things are understood without words. After clearing out the palace, we quickly settled into the Tuileries. But the palace is still in a dilapidated state, and we cannot be compared to Versailles. And on the other hand, without the luxurious lifestyle and without the restrictions of royal status, we can finally live a quiet, peaceful life. It is another clear morning, and the morning around like that of peace Versailles, and every single day in the Tuileries is cold and empty. It's not hard to get used to these changes, but some things require effort to get accustomed to. Madame Denot today, I am currently reminded of the harsh fact the biggest difference of all when it comes to living in the Tuileries. Almost all the people I used to aren't here with me. I wonder how Gabrielle is doing in Madame Denot. And no one has seen Madame Denot at all since the day when the people stormed into Versailles. Ah, and not even when we left. And so people say that she has fled like some of the aristocrats, and others say that she was killed by the civilians. And even when we even sent men to search for her body in the land near Versailles, but thankfully we found none. May God bless Madame Denai and the others and keep them safe. The empty room is filled with sighs. Your Majesty, you have a guest in the room, and please let me help you get changed. A guest, and why would I have a guest now? It's called Artsy. He said he has something important to report to you, and that's for your ears only. All right, I understand. And after Marie left Austria, the diplomat who often visits family is tasked with the duty of checking on me by Queen Teresa. But he limited by his position, and we could only meet on a handful of times. Queen Teresa has already passed away, so Camarance's duty should have ended, right? And why is he suddenly looking for me, and why the mystery? Your Majesty, since I am meeting someone from my homeland, please help me change into the Austrian outfit. To me, reflected in this mirror, looks like I returned to the life in Austria as a carefree little princess. Various memories surge in my memories of my childhood with Queen Teresa, my siblings, and the ministers. Their joy of the past are in stark contrast with the emotions, pains, and various emotions of the present. Marie, I know how you feel, but we can never go back home again. Forget all about it. At least right now we have a chance to start anew. And I don't think it's called Marence's visit as a good thing or a bad thing, but I've already been through so much, and I am no longer anxious nor afraid. Comrades, thank you for waiting, Your Majesty. And I see an old man who seems to be much further than my image in my mirror, and his unwavering attention has been focused on me ever since I entered the room. Your Majesty, is that really you? Yes, it is, but if you want me to prove it, I'm afraid I cannot. No, I'm not suspecting. I just doubted my fading eyesight. He rose his damp eyes, and his voice is raspy, and it's evident that he cares for me. I'm just overjoyed to see that you're all right. And if you were harmed in any way, I have betrayed the trust of a queen, and I wouldn't be able to face her when I die. No, actually, I lost the right to see the Queen Teresa a long time ago. And I'm already too late, and when the negative rumors about you started circulating, I should have rushed to your side. And his cane stomps on the floor heavily in agitation, and all of his frustration and pain evident in every blow. This might be the first time I'm seeing him, and I do know that the one he cares about isn't actually me. But in this situation, in the presence of someone so concerned about me, I am overcome with words all the same. You shouldn't blame yourself. You're an Austrian minister, and it's not easy for you to interfere with matters of French royalty. And this has to do with me, so you shouldn't have tried anyway. Your Majesty, you're grown up, you're so mature and so considerate towards me. But when I think about why you're grown up, I do wish you never changed. If you hadn't been married off to France, then perhaps. I'm sorry, but you know we can't change the past. Yes, we can. Yes, we can't. But now we can make amends for that mistake. You mean? Manasi for silence for a while, and his expression becomes grave and harsh, as though he's considering how this word, his next sentence. I want to send you back to Austria. Are you crazy? Your Majesty, don't you want to go home? My home is right here in France in the Tuileries. And if the people find out that I left the Tuileries and fled to Austria, not only would I be branded as a traitor to the crown, and a lot of people will be harmed by my actions, and both France and Austria will be consumed by people's rage. And I know you're worried about me, but I really can't agree to that. Despite my staunch refusal, Marassi seems unperturbed and his eyes remain fixed on me. Your Majesty, I've been a diplomat for so many years. Don't you think I understand that? You and the king may seem safe now, but no one can guarantee how long that will last. The people have had their taste of power and they won't slow down. I understand what you mean too. And I heard that the people have successfully set a national assembly and Ablaza is simply setting up a constitutional monarchy. But there's a portion of the people intend on setting up a republic, and they have formed a revolutionary party. And France is split on the verge of an unimaginable split. And if the people decide to abandon the constitutional monarchy, the king and I may suffer a terrible fate. And he seems to have noticed that I show signs of relenting, and just like the kindly old man, Maresi patiently and sincerely tries to convey his worries to me. Your Majesty, I believe that Queen Teresa would not want to see you spending your days in such a dangerous environment. I'm not only her, but me, and the King and Marquis Lafayette, and Duchess Paulina. I understand it is an unreasonable request, but please, for your sake and for the sake of all who love you, consider this carefully. I'm not the one who should be considering this carefully, you are. And I don't know how you intend to send me back, but I do believe it's likely to be very dangerous, and I won't let you put yourself in danger in exchange for my safety. Your Majesty, in the name of God, I am willing to give my all for Queen Teresa, and that includes my life. And I won't be alive for much longer. I'm already 40, and people tend to croak at the age of 40 in this time period. And thanks to the Queen, my life has been a very spectacular one, and I have no family depending on me, and my only concern now is her daughter, and I'm ready to bid farewell to the world at any moment. And as long as I can finish my very last task, I believe that God and Queen Teresa will bless me and protect you to the very last moment. I wouldn't count on that considering how the story ended. But I'm a time traveling piece, so we'll see. Marasi's expression softened as though he had just recalled something tender. And then I will be able to go see her. And his mouth friendly, and I believe faintly, and I believe that every word is true. And he was I know that I won't be get anywhere if I keep rejecting him, so I need to try to think of a solution that is acceptable to us both. If you're willing to help me, if you're willing to tell me what you're planning, as long as it doesn't involve sacrificing you, I might consider it. My life up to this point has certainly been worth it. And if you're so concerned about me, Your Majesty, you didn't worry about me, and I'm only in charge of contacting the Emperor of Austria and to put a plan into action. Leopold too, my older brother, dares to take such a risk. If this plan fails, the two countries might go to war. The rulers of the countries surrounding France are all worried about this wave of liberalism and trying to stop it. Prussia is already engaged in talks with King Leopold II regarding this issue. And even if not for you, this war might be hard to avoid. And of course, our war is our last resort. And so, right now, everyone is just waiting for a reason to start a war. Marasi nods. This is the best chance for you and the king. Oh yes, I guess it's hard to find a more justifiable reason than an attempt to rescue your sister. And then within me, I have a feeling that this is all a political threat and unavoidable war in exchange for my life and the life of the king and the royal court members. And I know there's no better solution, but come Marasi, I cannot agree right away and help to start this war. Please give me some time to think about it. I understand your worry, and I know that this is a very heavy matter to consider, but you cannot escape it. If you insist, I will come back again in 5 days to ask you for your decision. And I do hope you will say yes and fulfill an old man's last request. Dude, when you put it that way. And with a small sigh, Marasi turns and slowly hobbles away on his cane. And I watch his frail back disappear from view and reflect upon our conversation, and another peaceful days are numbered. But I do not know what Marasi's view of my life is more important than my very own mind. And when I'm still pondering the issue, he has already begun putting things in place to create a situation that I simply cannot refuse. I do not know how much I sighed these few days, and if I say yes to Marasi, we might be able to live a stable, peaceful life, and I know I shouldn't hesitate, but I can't make myself accept. Your Majesty, you have a guest. Call Marasi, it's not Tanya, why is he here? Well, ask him to wait in the hall for a while, and I'll get changed. Yes, Your Majesty. I have fish. Can you give me some water? Just as I'm about to go to the house, someone knocks on the door again. I am ready. Please ask him to wait a while longer. Your Majesty, there are some things I want to discuss that are suitable for the hall. Please pardon me. Before I can respond, the door cracks open and I see a familiar face. It's me, Your Majesty. Blythe's dead. And if the people find out you're here, you'll be in danger. Thank you for your prompt concern, but I already taken unnecessary precautions before coming to see you. As long as you don't say anything and the people here don't say anything, who will know that I'm here? Now that's a lot. That's a lot of people keeping a secret. And drunk people talk. And I've not seen him for quite a while, but Blasio looks just as calm as ever. Perhaps he never changed no matter what happens to him. Well, I'm glad to see that you're well. Your Majesty worries too much, and rather than wasting time, why don't we plan our next step? And I've never done anything I'm unsure before, but I do understand one thing. There is no such thing as a victory that lasts forever, no defeat that lasts forever. You're right, I guess you're here because you have some new idea in mind. Your Majesty is indeed wise. King Leopold asked me to pass you a letter, and to prevent people from finding out and creating trouble, I already destroyed the letter, and I will narrate the letter's contents to you. A letter from me, in what we suddenly. You know once you listen to the contents, wouldn't you? All right, go ahead. I suppressed the uneasiness within me, and under Brazil's cheery gaze, and listened to him slowly narrate the letter. My dearest sister, I heard from Artsy that you're in a very bad position in France, and the news fills me with anxiety. Blythe's death of France has already conveyed via Artsy the hopelessness of your situation. And I also heard that your people have been infected with liberalism and that they thirst for power. And not only have they disregarded the dignity of the royal bloodlines, they have also forced the royal court to accept a constitutional monarchy and have used you as an excuse to commit violent acts. And as I see it, the actions of the people are an affront to Austria. And I steadily oppose liberalism, and I have nothing but hatred for the evil they done to you and the king, and I will commence diplomatic sanctions together with Prussia. Do not fear, for I will keep you and the king safe. Even if I must send soldiers to France, I shall do all I can to save you. And that is the end of the message. It was like a bomb that exploded in my face, and I stunned, not knowing what to do. Austria and Prussia are going to use me as an excuse to invade France. Why is this happening? I had never asked my brother to save me. And after chewing over the contents of the letter, I suddenly think of a possibility, and I look at Brazil in shock. King Leopold said that you convey info via Marassi, and did you say that the king and I are asking him to rescue us? Blaster, what have you done, and why did Marassi help you create false information? Blaster maintained his usual smile and looked just as carefree and relaxed as ever. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It was Marassi who contacted me to ask me for help, and I had never done anything to threaten him. And besides, we are merely trying to rescue the king and you and save France too. Creating falsehoods in our names to get France to declare war to get Austria to declare war on France. And how can you call this an attempt to save France? And you dare do all of this without our permission. I must make something clear to you. Before King Leopold sent this letter, I had already obtained the king's permission regarding this matter. What? Conmaranzi understands you very well, and he has known from the start that you will not agree to this. The very night after his discussion with you, he met me in secret and asked me for my help to persuade the king. And you agreed to help him. Why not? Marassi wants a chance to save you, and I want a chance to save France. And luckily for your sake, the king agreed very quickly, and even instructed everyone not to let you know. I think back on how the king's been lately, and he's only been as quiet as ever, and I do nothing could possibly arouse his interest. And I'm afraid that the people may have broken his heart so thoroughly that he has nothing left to look forward to, and is only interested in protecting me and the people close to him. So he's gonna throw like France under the bus. If Ate succeeds in stopping this liberal movement, not only will we get rid of the danger at hand, the royal court will regain its former power. Blaster lets out a small sign. It is a pity that the king has lost the ambitions of a ruler and only wishes to live a peaceful life. But as long as the king remains the ruler of France, I shall wait for him to remember his nature and his purpose. And before that happens, I must ensure that he is safe and that the bloodline is not broken. That is my duty now. He speaks with conviction, and it is as though this is his religion and the only meaning of his existence. I believe that he will stop at nothing to achieve this goal, and working together with Marenzi to set me up is only part of the process. I know you all have your concerns, and I understand that you're doing this for me and for France, but I wish you could have discussed it with me. Dude, you're a woman. We ain't got to discuss anything. And would you have agreed to it if we had? Everyone knows that you wouldn't, Your Majesty. Forgive me for being blunt, but though kindness isn't a bad thing, it will never lead to great things. Before you think of what you want, you should think of the people who will be affected by your actions. I. Every word is like a barbed arrow aimed right at me and hitting me in all over the vital spots. And every decision I make will not only affect my own future, but will also affect everyone I'm close to. He's right, but he's saying it all with such brutal honesty that I can't help but feel trapped and upset. Black's dead, and you're afraid that I'll hate you. After so many years as a French minister, there are many in France, and in fact all over the world, who hate me. Not just you. I don't mind, and I don't even care whether you like me or not. My duties have never included pleasing anyone. He's being so straightforward about it that even though I'm still angry, I can't make myself to hate him. Blaster, you really are someone who will stop at nothing to achieve his goal. For France, Your Majesty. Unable to reproach Blaster any further, I heave a sigh and I said, reality. Have you all thought of how you're going to carry it out? Cormarance told me that King Leopold has ordered foreign diplomat envoys to spread the word that all of the royal families in Europe had joined the anti-revolutionary camp. And he would also announce that he wants the revolutionaries to hand over their power to the king, or he will impose sanctions. Sanctions meaning war. And it's just one simple sentence, but it means that a lot of people will lose their lives no matter who's right or wrong. Perhaps you'll laugh at me, but I still want to ask, is there no way to solve this peacefully? Even if I can't stop you, I do hope that we can at least minimize the casualties. Blasio remains unperturbed, as though he's been expecting me to say this all along. Of course there is, but it depends on your resolve. Tell me what I need to do, and I will decide. give info on the French military and defenses to King Leopold too. That way should work, or we can minimize casualties on both sides and quickly end the war. Are you crazy? He may be my older brother, but have you ever considered that they might use me as an excuse to swallow France whole? If we don't take risks, how could we possibly get King Leopold to trust us enough to send men? Since you already have it all planned out, and even if I'm unwilling, you'll still do it. And why do you still say I need to have resolve? We need someone who can act as our courier. And it must be someone we can trust with a certain degree of capacity and courage. And it has to be someone who can gain us just trust. Seems like a setup. Because then, if they catch me with the military information that I'm giving a foreign country, then they'll have the perfect excuse to decapitate me. Two familiar figures instantly spring to mind. I think you already guessed who it has to be. I hope you can persuade one of them to aid us secretly. How can I do that if they are discovered? The people will hate them and they might lose their lives. We can stop the war and you must make a decision. And if you're not willing to decide, I don't mind making the decision for you. Are you threatening me? I told you that I don't mind you hating me. And I glare at Bastet, and though I am furious again, my anger is quickly overwhelmed by a deep sense of deep helplessness. I know that all I can do is walk down the path that he's laid out for me. And you just need to select one that you're willing to trust, and he has to be able to trust you unconditionally too. And make your decision, Your Majesty. I choose confessne. A wise decision, Your Majesty, and it's a choice I have in mind as well. Then I shall convey your intentions. No, since it's my decision, I shall bear the responsibility. Didn't you say that I must trust him and he trusts me? Sending someone to tell him that I want him to risk his life for me in France, I can't do that. Blaisdell gives me a piercing look but says nothing and nods. I shall respect your decision, and I still have many matters to handle, so allow me to take my leave. And I will be waiting for the good news from you, of course. And he smiled as confident as ever, as though everything is going according to his plans. And I have a sudden suspicion and desiring to voice it. Blaisdell, since the day Marense came to visit, you never intended to let me have any choices at all, right? Who knows? Huh. Too much has happened these few days, and whether I'm willing or not, I'm afraid I'll never regain any form of peace. There's no point in thinking this through, and I should contact him right away. And I can't help but imagine how he would react upon hearing this daring plan. And will he accept this terrible task? And I guess he will. I contact him without further ado and reveal the details of the plan. And just as I guessed, despite knowing that his life would be erased, he said people were to find out about this. There's no word of that, no complaint for him, and he instantly agrees to take on this heavy burden. And with the help from Bastia and Maresi, the plan to conquer Austria is quickly put into action. The future is full of danger and the unknown, but no one harbors any doubt for one another because we all know that once it all begins, we can never turn back. Alright, this is a good place to leave time, Princess. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, let's see if this is running. Let's do that sound check. Alright, so we're good for. Let's continue with time, Princess. Alright, so we're good for. Let's continue with time, Princess. Waiting always seems to take so long. As the Marensi and the party head towards Austria, the revolutionaries get louder and louder by the day, and the situation grows more chaotic. There are people giving rousing speeches everywhere, encouraging anti-royalty sentiments. So spilling just a bit of blood has only given them a brief taste of victory, and they want to rebel in order to achieve true freedom. Are they trying to obtain power or trying to snatch it by force? Or perhaps they have already lost their minds and they don't know the answer to that themselves. We already given our all, and now we can only pray earnestly to God and pray that Marenzi will return from Austria with good news. It's done, and I can change with my servant help and prepare to meet the Marenzi party that has just returned. Your Majesty, I am delighted to be able to meet according to schedule, and I have not failed you and Queen Teresa yet. Several days of rushing about has taken him even further, but his eyes remain the same, and yet he's alert as ever. Thank you, I'm glad to see that you have returned safe and sound. Where is Ferdinand? He should be with you. Time is precious, and I asked him to report to the king while I report to you, and you need not worry about his safety, Your Majesty. That's good. If anything had happened, I'd rather get executed on the balcony that day. Marenchi shook his head disapprovingly. Running risks for your sake is nothing, and if could exchange these old bones for your life, would be more than worth it. I believe that he shares the same beliefs as I do, Your Majesty. Please don't look so sad. We only hope that Leopold II's decision really will bring more peaceful future to you and to France. He takes out what looks like a walking rosary and holds it out to me. Isn't this a rosary that the Queen Teresa often carried with her? Queen Teresa left this to King Leopold about the second of her death, and he wishes you to have it. Now that it has been given to you, it represents his promise to you, and he has sworn an oath upon the Queen's name and hopes that you will believe in him. Believe in him, believe in what? He thinks over the plan or the way he plans to implement the thing. And has something happened? Maranzi looks hesitant, and I think right, there's something going on. Come, Maranzi, I can take the shot, and you can tell me what he intends to do. There has been a sudden upheaval, and the revolutionaries have gained a lot of influence far more quickly than we anticipated. King Leopold II and Prussia had already reached a consensus and had agreed not to send troops to them for the time being. Unconsciously, he was a sigh of relief, and I'm glad that there won't be a war for now, but I'm worried about the future. If that is what fate has in store for us, no matter how cruel it is, we must accept it. I understand. Austria and Prussia should not be thrown their lives away because of France. Do not despair, Your Majesty. This is only a temporary measure. Is my older brother unable to help us? King Leopold intends to wait until the time is right, and when the losses will be minimal, and then both sides will be victorious. And he hopes you and the king can leave France first and meet up in Austria's troops at the border, and it will escort you from there. King Leopold hopes to move you into the country for protection, but King Ferdinand is strongly against it. And he is right. If I were French, I would oppose it too. Our military influence already in their hand, and if they were to take the king and I as well, France would surely be ruined. Do not worry, King Leopold has agreed to let his troops escort you to Sweden to seek political asylum. Everything that King Leopold II has done far is basically for Austria's benefit, and I'm rather surprised that he accepted this proposal. And even more surprising is that Sweden is willing to provide political asylum. Sweden doesn't need to get involved in this plan, and what did Confession do? I'm not sure either, and he objected to the idea of accepting Austria's protection instantly and requested a private discussion with King Leopold II. And he managed to make King Leopold change his mind and even persuade his homeland to provide political asylum. And he's more efficient, even more outstanding diplomat than I ever was. Huh. I hope he hasn't done anything foolish. He's still young and hasn't reached the kind of grand old age when life can be given up easily, not like me. And I believe he won't do anything he will regret because he wants to continue protecting you, Your Majesty. Not just him, but you too. You're all kind people, and if anything bad were to happen to you, I will never forgive myself. Marense bows his head and does not reply, and his shoulders start to tremble, and when he looks up back at me, his eyes are damp. Your Majesty, even though I've done so many things that amount to betrayal, you're still so concerned about me. I am ashamed of myself. You're always so kind, and I'm sorry that the people of France can recognize this fact about you. And he bends his frail elderly body in a deep bow. I do not ask for your forgiveness, and once I am done my task, no matter how you punish me, I will have no complaints. His word reminds me of the day I first found out that he and Blaser have been working together and how furious I have been. No one likes to be deceived, but when I think about how he's willing to be hated by me and still risk his life to protect me, and how could I possibly blame him? Come, Marenzi, I order you to treasure your life, and no matter what happens, you must not sacrifice your life for anyone. Your Majesty, you. say yes, and my mother might want you to protect me, but I believe that she wouldn't want to see anything horrible happen to you either. I remember back when the Queen wanted me to escort you to France, and she said something very similar to me too. She told me that Madame helped me protect my little girl and promised me that you'll keep yourself safe as well. The Queen has always felt bad about marrying you off to France at the tender age of 14. But she has to be a queen first and a mother second, so she kept reminding me to protect you in her place. And even at the very last moment of her life, she was still thinking about you. Marenzi does not continue, and he gazes out the window and seems to be struggling to contain more powerful emotions. Looking at him, I know that even if I don't ask for to promise him, he won't throw his life away recklessly. So the king and I will leave France, and what about you two? We must stay in Paris for a while longer to handle matters, and we won't be able to go with you. And the carriage and the guards have been arranged, and they were personally selected by the Marquise de Lafayette and confirmed and can be trusted. So don't worry about the matters of safety. And please keep the rosary with you, and you're needed to gain aid from Austrian soldiers at the border. And once you and the king have reached your destination, we will set off to meet you. Thank you for everything. This arrangement should be good for you too. And if we're discovered together, you will all be in danger. So when are you leaving? The people might riot at any moment, so before everything explodes, we had decided to send you and the king tonight. Under the cover of darkness, our carriage leaves the Tuileries, and we get ready to bid farewell to the land that has been our home. I leave a corner of the curtain and watch the trees of Paris go by, overwhelmed by a sea of emotion. Marie, don't look anymore, and you only make yourself sad. And as long as the people I care about can live on safely, that's all that matters. That is all. As long as we arrive to our destination safely, everything will be fine and sure of it. Yes, if you believe that, I will believe that too. And when I let go of the curtain, the king finally starts looking out the window, and we look at one another but say nothing. An unknown future awaits us in the night. The carriage has been going on for most of the night, and the long journey and the sudden rush departure and our tired nerves have exhausted us. I don't know how long it'll take to get to Saint Menehound, and once we're there, we'll look for the people that the Marquis de Lafayette has arranged for us to meet. If we maintain this speed, perhaps it'll take us 4 days. 4 days, but we plan to reach there within 3 days. What's going on? I pull the curtains to check outside, and the weather seems fine, but the carriage seems to be moving really slowly. I look at the scenery, and Paris is not far away, and I get a bad feeling. We've been traveling for so long, but we're still so near Paris. God, what's going on? No matter what happened, we won't blame you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. And my heart stops for a moment, and we must send you back to Paris. We must tell the people that you're trying to escape France. The king and I exchange a look, and I gaze disbelief at the guy, and countless possibilities flash across my mind. Has someone bribed you, and what are you going to do to us? No one has approached us, and we're doing this for the Marquis de Lafayette and Count Ferdinand. And the people trust them so much, and I can bear to see them go to their deaths because of you. His voice is full of admiration when mentioning Lafayette and Ferdinand. So you're afraid that our escape will be discovered and that they will get in trouble? I'm sorry, but we must do this. And they look at us without a shred of hatred, and I think that is a decision they feel that they've been forced to make. I see. Well, he personally picked you up because he trusts you, and you accompany him in the battlefield and survive, and you are like brothers to him. Of course, you will be more loyal to him than me, and if it were me, I would do the same. I don't blame you, and what do you think you must do if it's truly what you want? I'm sorry, thank you, Your Majesty. The king looks at them gravely, and with the calm of one who has accepted his fate, as though even his last flicker of hope has turned to ash. And we do not resist, nor do we plan to resist in any way. The carriage turns back to Paris. The carriage starts, and the guards pull the doors open and gestures for us to get out. And people of France, the king and queen, have betrayed France. And last night they planned to leave the country, and the great Marquis de Count de Lafayette discovered the plan and had decided to stand with the people. We chase after them and manage to bring them back to Paris, and I repeat, they betray France, betray their people. In a flash, everyone eyes are on us. Liars, they're all liars, tricksters wearing crowns, and we don't want a king and queen like that topple them and we establish our own country. They rage and jeer, and their eyes are like sharp daggers cutting us to the core. The commotion spreads throughout the square, and soon I can no longer make out what they're saying, and I can only stand mutely on the spot. And finally, I see them all rushing towards us like a pack of wolves about to tear us apart. The guards blocked them out, so we weren't killed on the spot that day. And the angry civilians had decided that we are to be executed to appease the hatred they had harbored so long within them. Executed. I guess it all comes down to this after all. I curled up in a corner of the dungeon cell. I hung myself and closed my eyes. Half asleep, I suddenly hear a crashing sound. Your Majesty, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. The king is feeling around with a long hairpin stuck in the lock as though he's trying to pick it open. And he seems intently focused on the task and every moment carefully precise, just like the way whenever he's analyzing locks in his study. Maria, I did it. Do you see that I did it? Now we can escape. We're not going to die here no matter what. Your Majesty, I thought you were like me. You thought I'd given up. It's easy to give up, but I don't want anyone else to be sacrificed because of me. Mary, if they know that we're here, I'm sure Lafayette and the rest of us will think of a way to rescue us. Yes, but right now the people regard them as heroes and they can't oppose the people publicly. I really wish to see them, but we can't do that right now. As long as we manage, we won't get into any trouble, but it'll be far more dangerous than we can ever imagine. Even if we succeed, I'm afraid for our life will be more difficult. Our attempt to flee has angered the civilians, and no country will be able to send troops to save us. So much danger lie ahead of us, and I can't see any hope nor any light at the end of the tunnel. Push on in the face of great difficulty or wait here for that. There are only two options, and I know what my answer is. Your Majesty, mortal fear of death. And now we no longer fear death, so what else do we have to fear? You're right. The king gently pushes open the door and then motions for me to follow him. And the passageway is silent and we see no sight of any guards. How could the security possibly so lax? They seem that the king and queen, who only know how to waste money, are absolutely incapable of breaking out of a dungeon. It's as pathetic, but it's reality. Yes, I guess that's not such a bad thing after all, and we should make good use of this chance. And we walk carefully along the wall, and we stop at a fork of the passageway. It's dark, and we can't see what lies at the end of the round. But we can hear voices, and they say that where we are unsure which route to take. I think there are more voices down the left corridor. Let's take the one on the right. Meow. The cat had appeared out of the blue, and after meowing once, it was to the left passage and keeps turning his head to look back at us. Is he trying to get us to follow it? I swear, that cat causes us to end up in the guillotine. It seems ridiculous, but my gut tells me that the left passage has got to be the right choice. Your Majesty, it sounds crazy, but it must be a coincidence. But we should trust the cat and take the left passageway. Mary, perhaps we should take the path that has less risk of running into guards. Yes, but I believe that the animal has a natural instinct and they always know how to avoid danger. Alright, since we're gambling, let's bet our luck on this cat. We cautiously follow the cat with it guiding us without into any other guards. Although despite growing down several forts in our path, seems like it's going well. And what's that sound? I think someone's dealing with the guards. Do you think they might kiss Lafayette and come Ferne? I don't know. It could all be enraged citizens who are charged into the dungeon. No matter what it is, we must be careful. Most sounds of bodies hitting the ground can be heard, and we hold our breath and continue on, prepared to see what lies ahead of us. And as we get near the sun, I imagine light glinting of sharp, deathly blades. In the darkness, I can see a dim shadow moving silently, and there is some kind of liquid dripping off the blade in the person's hand. Good evening, my queen and queen. It looks like that my Majesty has decided to fly the coop, and what a lovely coincidence that we bump into one another. Otherwise, we must have gotten into a lot of trouble. Dion, is that you? Oh, I thought you'd be happy to see me. Of course we are, and you've been such a great help. Dion, I'm relieved to see you're okay, and thank you for not abandoning us despite the situation we're in. As long as I still live, whether it be night or day, I shall be forever loyal to the shadow of the Capetian dynasty. Of course, it's not been easy infiltrating the dungeon under the watchful eye of the people, and I am thankful to the knights for the raid. So then, Your Majesty, let's save the conversation till later, and with safely less display, you and the king need to get ready to escape. We follow Dion and walk around the three fallen guards, nervously go out the front door. The funny thing is that we don't run into a single guard and no one tries to stop us. There's no one else here. What have you done? Just a big trick. I'm afraid the guards are currently chasing after a king and queen on the run. And if the people find out that the guards accidentally let such important characters escape, they will execute the guards as traitors. So don't worry for now. Please come this way. Dion leads us to a secluded alleyway and we see a very ordinary looking carriage. There's nowhere for us to go now, and where do you plan to take us? Dion has mysterious and gives us a mysterious confidence, ma'am. Trust me. This is where the path branches. I don't know when it started to rain, but the quiet night is giving us excellent cover. And with the another rain, the carriage rushes across the street, and along the way, he updates us on what's been going on. So then King and Queen have secretly contacted other countries and wished to deal foul blow to the people who long for freedom and wrestle power back from them. The revolutionaries have been spreading their influence, and I'm afraid that even a 3-year-old child would support killing the king now. I can't say they're wrong, but no one knows what we're doing this because we fear for our lives. I just hope that our decision won't get blasted and the rest in trouble, the unhardy. It's a good thing that all their communication was done verbally and no evidence was left behind, and the people's raid has not found any new targets. Blaser is suspected of aiding your escape, but he emphasized how upset he is over your action and has temporarily gained sympathy from the masses. He's a very shrewd hawk and won't get shot down by mere arrows. Don't worry about him. Yes, he was always my most capable minister, and if it weren't for him, I may already be in heaven. And as for the Marquis de Lafayette, he has been fortunate and yet unfortunate at the same time. The people trust him greatly, and he's forced to stand with them. How did that happen again? I thought they only wanted to kill us. Oh no. Do they want him to personally execute the royal family members? The unmorally that does not need to be accompanied by words, and we instantly understand the cruel truth. The knight who swore his loyalty to the royal family must now raise a sword against them. He's always done his best for the royal family and has always thought of the people, and now he's caught in between. I wish he'd be a bit more selfish and protect himself for once. But I know he will, and I'm afraid that he will secretly try to hatch a plan to save us. No, if that's the case, I think someone with such a strong sense of justice will constantly be tormented by his own conscience. Dion, please tell me, and did they ask for you to rescue us today? No matter who it is, Blastea, the Marquis, Confene, I don't want anyone to put themselves in danger for our sake. And Dion, you too, you are like a shadow, so I'm sure you know how to live on safely. Unfortunately, it's already too late. You should know that unless you and the king die or manage to escape, this bloodbath will simply continue in France. Yes. Dion, tell me what's your plan to do, and I think you'll probably talk to Brazil lately. Sorry to disappoint, but we really not had a chance to talk at all. The Marquis de Lafayette has been pushed to lead the people, and his closest companions have betrayed you, and Blasdeo already refuses to let him get involved any further. Camarense is furious as well, and he even looked for the Marquis de Lafayette to reproach him. How did he respond? He didn't say anything. He just stood there and listened and then left. And I don't know what he intends to do. But a stubborn person like him won't give up so easily. I didn't expect things to come like this, and the king he's assigned and lowers his head in thought and looks grave. I can't help but sign as well, and so many things have happened in a span of just a few days. And they used to work together for the sake of France, and now they are on completely different paths. And what confirmed it, those guards include some of his most trusted companions, and Blastia probably didn't go easy on him too. That's right, but he gave up pretty quickly. And after trying a few times to regain trust but failing, he decided to rely on himself instead. And more accurately speaking, he probably found someone else to trust. And the wheel starts turning and the door gently opens when I have a chance to ask Dion who this person is. Dion, thank you for keeping our promise, and I will never forget this. He gives Dion a grateful smile, and an exhausted friend returns to face us. Thursday. My king and queen, I apologize deeply for not getting you out sooner. And I had no companions with me this time, and just Dion and me, and I promise I won't let you get into danger. And please wait until we get somewhere safe before I tell you about everything else, and it's not far off, and let's make a move now. The whole world is looking for us, and what place in France could possibly be safe? The most dangerous place of all is the safest place. Are you talking about Versailles? Once we're back in Versailles, I can instantly offend her to talk in private, and I can only wait for them to finish, and I pace restlessly in my room full of anxiety. If you keep walking around like that, I'll get dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just... The fireplace has been lit, but it's still a bit heated. You should change it to something warmer, and we need you and the king both to be in good health to gain more support. You're right, thank you, and I'll leave things here for you. Your Majesty and the King's discussion has ended sooner than I expected, and I guess you won't be keeping on fretting. I followed his gaze and noticed the King and Ferdinand entering the room. Your Majesty, have you thought of what we should do next? Yes, my Queen, I think you'd like to know all about it. Ferdinand has suggested that we follow our original plan and proceed to Sweden for political asylum. But we don't won't be aided by the Swedish forces this time. We only have the Ferdinand, and it's more dangerous than we imagine. I can't help but looking at them both, and they look like nothing's out of the other, and they're only talking about the daily hunt in the woods. Are we really going to do that? What if something happens to them while they're protecting us? No, I know that if we get them to stay, they'll suffer even more. Your Majesty, I know that you're concerned about us, but please remember that what I said to you in the balcony. Do not fear death. I merely fear dying with no regrets. That's why waiting will be more torturous for us, and I'm sure you already understand that, Your Majesty. Say no more. I won't stop you. I'm only worried about us, and we're worried about you, and as long as we are together, we can at least take care of one another. I guess I don't need to say more anyway, thank you. No, I should thank you and the king for letting us do what we want. And leave the sense till later, and we don't have much time left, and we should start preparing right away. The king looks a little better, and he looks at me meaningfully, as though he wants to be in a hurry. Understood? But Your Majesty, what should we do about the Marquis de Lafayette and Blaisdell? I already have plans. The king takes out two sealed letters and gives them to Dion. Only you can find them in secret and counting on you, and please tell them to abandon all plans and just focus on their welfare and the people. And for now, only the commoner named Augustus exists. The one they call Louis the 16th is dead. There's no sun, and I sit by the window alone and look out into the distance, and I can hear a single person in the empty palace, and the bustle of Paris is not visible. And Her Majesty leaves Paris safely tonight, and will no longer be king and queen, and will be free. As I relief escapes my lips, and I feel as though I finally be able to put down a massive burden. And I'm not certain if feeling truly belongs to me, but it makes me happy all the same. Who is it at this hour? There's no one. And I look in another direction and finally notice a sealed letter on the door. Mary, there are some last minute changes to the plan. Please meet me to the garden within an hour. And it's windy tonight, so remember to put on warm clothing. Fersen. And why didn't he tell me in person what's happened? And I worry, but after checking the letter repeated, I make sure that it's fairness Friday, and I prepare to head out into the garden. There are few stars out tonight, and the garden is as quiet as ever, and I can't help but admire the scenery while I hurry towards the meeting spot. Fenner, did I keep you waiting? Only for a very short while, and thank goodness you're willing to trust me, and I'm worried that you wouldn't come if I left you the letter. And there was a last minute change in plan, and we must hurry now. And I peer in the direction he's looking, and I see a carriage waiting in the distance. It's fine as long as it's what you plan, and the king and Diana are ready. Why are they waiting for them? Person? Fender does not reply. He simply looks at me quietly. And as the quiet calm mixed with sorrow in his eyes, and with an eye suddenly overwhelmed by the sense of horror and uneasiness. Maria, it's just the two of us. I don't understand what you mean. I'm sorry. I know it's hard for you to accept, and I feel like lying to you just to make you feel at ease. But I know you wouldn't want me to do that, and I don't wish to lie to you, and I'd rather not deceive you in any way. Mommy, if you can promise me that no matter what happens, you will not change your mind about escaping this plane, I'll tell you everything. I take a deep breath and shake my head. No, Fer, don't force me. I'm sorry, we had no choice in this, all of us. This is a promise. I believe he won't tell me a thing. I take a deep breath and try to calm down. I guess there's no time to waste this there. Okay, I promise you. Just tell me everything you know. Everything. Of course. Fernand gently relieved and smiles at me apologetic. Dion has already left Versailles and is delivering the king's letter to Bastille and the Marquis Lafayette. The letters indicate that he wants them to give up on any rescue attempts and requests that they spread the rumors about going after a wanted person. And that is you, Marie. Or more accurately speaking, it is be another you. And did you not get Dion to rescue a woman some time ago? He looks and figures closely resemble you, and when the time comes, Dion will take her out into the street. You intend to let her be bait? No, no. I know this will help us escaping, but how could I let her take the risk? Even if she impersonated me in the past, I still don't think this is right. Maybe she looks so much like you that even if she didn't sacrifice herself for yours, she'll still. Ferdinand suddenly starts talking as though he can't bear to continue. She'll still what? He clenched both his fists and set his lips on a grim line. I don't push him. Instead, I wait quietly while the wind rustles the tree leaves. After a long while, he finally starts talking with a pained expression. As long as she gets mistaken for you, the only fate that lies for her is death. She has done no wrong, but you have done no wrong, but reality is cruel. Ugh. And I realize what Ferdinand is implying, and I start to tremble. Oh, Almighty God, and why are you so cruel to us? Ferdinand does not respond, and he sighs in a resigned manner. You know, I really do wish you would just stay wrapped in pure and good and part of the world and never have to encounter such nasty things. But we are going to be in even more danger from now on. It's okay, I understand how you feel, but I'm not that fragile and just. I shake my head and suppress my surge of feeling, and this isn't the time to be soft, and there's no time for tears. No, it's no matter what I think. Now tell me what you all plan to do. And I guess it's already planned or discussion when you had the private discussion with the king. Yes, the king has decided to stay in Versailles, and I will take you to Sweden. The revolutionaries are winning the people over to the side, and the Marquis de Lafayette is at their mercy. The situation is completely different this time around. Sweden has already allied with Austria, and it won't be all difficult for them to offer asylum, but we can't say the same for the king. I hang my head. Austria, my brother probably won't send any troops to save us now, right? My horizontal diplomatic promises are even flimsier than promises made by lovesick fools. No matter what, he's the Emperor of Austria to put the interests of his country first. Dion and I can only protect one another, and if I leave this palace with you, he can focus on the king. And if I refuse to leave, then everyone would die. Sacrifices are unavoidable, and we can only make sure that the people are not sacrificed in vain, and I learned this on the battlefield. Marie, do not let all the sacrifices and hard work go to waste. Ferdinand grasped my shoulder while saying every word slowly and deliberate, and the tension in his voice is palpable. As long as you go on living, there is hope for the royal family, and that is what the king wishes and what I'm begging you for you as well. I want to say something, but the words have stayed stuck in my mouth, and I only manage a tiny choking sound. If you can't stand this pain, then just pretend I'm forcing you to come with me, and let everyone assume I elope with you, and I don't care if they think I betrayed the king. And just what is he feeling right now, and as he's saying all of these things, He must be suffering even more than I am, and he's still putting me first as always, and he's still so caring. And I reflect on what I said before, and that the people left behind will suffer even more. But now I truly understand that the people who are living also suffer great pain. Now it's no time to bury oneself in misery, and if we can't save everyone from execution, I must at least do my part for first saving myself. If someone has to bear this pain, I'd rather be the one to do it. And I want to remember it at both joy and pain, and then do my best to live on. I respect your willpower and courage, Marie. Let us go now. Once we left the heart of Paris, the carriage takes off in great speed like a bird fiercely flapping its wings to Becky. And the commotion in the distance is evident that Dion is busy doing his very best for Artsy. And I look out the window, heavy rain is pouring down the stormy clouds, helping to cover our track, but also hindering our progress. Fenner hasn't said a word, his eyes and hands clenching, and his eyes stare straight ahead of us, and ears peeled for a great disturbance around us. Someone is approaching. Is someone coming after us? I can't be certain, but don't worry, I'm here. No matter what, I'll get you safely out of France. And we try our best not to think about what might lie ahead, and Fenner takes the horses and go even faster, and the carriage shakes violently. The name gets closer, and it sounds like our pursuers are almost on us, Fenner frowned. Marie, take this, and I hope you won't have to use it. It's a gun that I've seen him carry many times, and I hear that it's something he's using during the war. And he said over to me with a practicing and retrieves yet another gun from his belt, and he looks behind us. If I can protect you, hesitate, aim at them, and press the trigger, no matter who it is. All right, I understand. Once the carriage stops, Fresnel jumps off, and I suppress a cry of fear and grinning over the surroundings in silence. A flash of lightning reveals countless men and horses, and they look like vicious monsters here to tear us apart. And the leader is facing Fenner, and despite being clenched to the core, I recognize him at a glance. I finally caught up with you, and do you know what you're doing? After betraying France once again, you're betraying France yet again. Lafayette, tell me why you're here. Fenner graced his gun tight, and his voice is cut and grim. And I can't make out the expressions in the dark, but the atmosphere is so chilly that even I can feel it in the carriage. For the people and for the future of France, other people in France are now your enemies, and do you really think you can fool everyone and escape from France? Lafayette's emphasis on what everyone makes us realize that he's trying to hide something. Take a good look, friends, and I'm not on my own, and how long do you think you can hold out? And look at this group standing behind him, and besides uniformed men, there are also people wearing all kinds of uniforms, and it looks like a hasty gathered squad. Lafayette wouldn't try to hinder us out of his own volition, and I'm afraid these are the revolutionaries have been forcing him to lead them. And Fenner suddenly laughs mockingly. Oh, I forgot my old battle comrade that long ago, and I'm looking at a slave of the rebels. The civilians are the true owners of the country, and don't forget that you fought in the American Revolution by my side. The king and queen should not forget their positions, and you, Fenner, should hold true to your oath of loyalty to France. Cut the crap, and if our time on the battlefield still meant anything to you, you wouldn't point the gun at me. Lafayette was silent for a moment, and suddenly he strides forward as though he's trying to get to the carriage. The queen does not have the right to lead the country. You do not have the right to stop us. And Fenner raises the gun and aims at Lafayette, and slowly he steps backwards while waiting at Lafayette. And when Fenner steps back, is pressed against the carriage, Lafayette quickly throws a glance at the men behind him and speaks in a low voice. I'm going to let you go in a bit. The Revolutionaries have more eyes than I imagine, and me and my companions will secretly open a way for you later. The two men speak in tortured tones, and I very quickly intuit that there have been more casualties. Thank you, old buddy. And I should apologize to you, Fenner, and I count on you to take care of the king and queen. The king is still in Versailles, beyond protected, and you can somehow get away from the rebels. You should think of a way to get the people away from that area. Lafayette looks inside the carriage in surprise and happens to meet my eyes. And I feel every emotion flash across his eyes, complex and deep, and I'm unable to tell what he's thinking, but I guess he must be suffering. I understand, and this time I won't break my promise. And please take care of your majesty. And he gives an almost imperceptible nod, and then retreats a few steps, and it looks like he's about to let us go without even bothering to hide it. Oh, buddy, you're still as gullible as ever. Fender lets out a chuckle and then suddenly presses the trigger. Lafayette stares disbelievingly. You. Fender's hand is trembling as though he can't quite hold on to his gun, and he leans quickly on the carriage exhausted. There's blood dripping from his hand, and the water at his feet quickly turns red. And he goes in pain but smiles, and if I leave without a single scratch on me, you'll get in trouble. Body, don't sacrifice yourself needlessly. You're always being so upright that it hurts. And you give the people hope, and you can't let them down and protect them on our behalf. And his face suddenly twists in fury, and he rose at Lafayette, covered his gun, pretending to negotiate, and then shooting me. So everyone thinks you're some great hero, and you're just a traitor with no principles of substance. I am Swedish, and I've never been French, and if I'm going to die, I refuse to die in France. And the yelling penetrates the stand, echoes down the alley, and let's go. Fenner is about to get onto the carriage. Fenner, where should we go? We leave. There's another gunshot, and I see Lafayette holding his left shoulder with his right hand, kneeling on the ground in pain. And the people who are about to attack us start crowding around him instead with anxious faces. Are you alright? That traitor, how dare he resist? And there's no one to give chase, and I shot him in the stomach. He won't live long. We find that capturing the king and queen will be a piece of cake. That's right, and we should tend to the General Lafayette first. Fenner shows the carriage and gathers up the reins in one hand. And the carriage speeds away, and the people and their voices gradually fade into the distance. And I look at the one in Fenner's hand, and it's not great, but it's so deep that I can't bear to look at it. When we're a bit safer, let's find a place to rest and tend to your wound. Yes, Marie, I won't cripple myself at such crucial moments, thank you. I care. I want to be with you always. No matter what happens, I want to be with you always. That's all I needed to hear. But don't worry, as a right counter battle, I won't die easily. And I'll only die for love. And if Lafayette pulls me down, I'll go hunting for revenge. I know Fresno's only cracking a joke to reassure me, but strangely I do feel a bit tense. Your presence gives me the courage there to face it all, and thank you. We get silently ahead of the great overcast sky representing our unknown future. But we must not stop, and we shall not fear. All the sacrifices made so far must not be in vain, and so no matter how painful it is, we must do our best to live on. A few days after leaving France, we arrive in Sweden, and the long journey has exhausted us, but the sight of the Swedish town in the distance enough to make us forget all of our woes. Is this your motherland, Sweden? Yes. The nightmare is over, Marie, and there's no need for you to be frightened or worried anymore, and we should start brand new lives here. Fresno points to the distance, and his dark eyes rise stark contrast with his gleamy eyes. The people here are all down to earth and kind, and their way of life is rather different from that of France and Austria, but I think you'll like it. If they knew who I am, I know they wouldn't welcome me. You don't need to worry about that. The king has already arranged for you to live in a village up north, and the villagers barely know anything of the outside world. In their eyes, you're merely an unfortunate person who has lost all of her family members in an accident. It might be a little hard on you, but I think it's a safer solution. I'll be staying there alone, and what about you? On me. I'm sorry, Mary. Once you're all settled in, I might not be able to stay by your side for quite a while. I promise the king to stay by your side and protect you, but I also promise the king to act as a diplomat envoy and make Sweden more powerful. This must be the condition Sweden sent in exchange for political asylum. I already guess that Fresno would say something like this, but I still feel despair. Fresno has his own dreams at home and shouldn't be standing in one place because of me. And now he can do something for his motherland and show off his talent, and that has got to be a good thing. I'm sorry I couldn't have kept the secret from you, and I shouldn't break my promise, but if I can help protect you by doing this, it'll make the decision no matter how many times I relive this life. And I suppress my loneliness and sorrow, gazing at friends, and I put on the most smile I can manage. It might get a bit lonely, but I support your decision. The Swedish family will finally get to see how talented you are, and I'm happy for you. Your brilliant work in America and France has finally been recognized, and you're doing it all for me, and how could I possibly blame you? Without you, I might have been. Don't finish your sentence. But another friend will understand what I'm trying to say, and he looks off into the distance with a lost and sorrowful look on his face. It's been a long time away from France to Sweden, and the path has been full of blood and thorns. And just like you said, the nightmare is over, and from now on the future is bright. Yes, we must live happily, happier than anyone and better than anyone. And it feels like we're promising one another, but also like we're promising ourselves. And while we're still lost in memories of the past, we hear the horse's name. Someone's coming. And we stop the carriage and Fresno gets out to shake things, and he backs out in a moment and he's beaming. He's a king. He sends envoys to welcome us. And we're finally safe, Marie. The envoys convey me to convey me the Swedish king's son, and the contents are pretty much the same as what Fresno already told me. They arranged for me to live in a northern village inside a small house in a peaceful environment, and every week they send food and other necessities to me. Though there are no purpose waiting for me, I am used to living alone in a previous world, and I actually feel like this is more carefree and relaxing. And when I'm more or less used to staying there, Fresno leaves to fulfill his promise to the king of Sweden and travel to other countries. And he becomes increasingly busy, though he still makes his time to visit, and most of the time I don't see him at all. A few moments later, Fresno finally returns to Sweden with some news. The situation in France has stabilized. How's the king in Lafayette? I don't know. After we left, the revolutionists tried to locate the king Louis XVI and even tried to force Lafayette to tell them. But they failed, and no news means good news, and I hope he manages to save the king. I do believe that Dion is capable of protecting the king, and as for Lafayette, I heard he and some of his men escaped when the revolutionaries let down the guards, and I've been trying to find out where he is, and someone's told me he was last seen at Port Marseille. Port Marseille has he gone to America? It's possible America's a good choice for him. Yeah, the Americans owe him a lot of favors. Huh? I guess he went to like go fool around with George Washington to like start more revolutions, etc. If it really is an American, that's a good thing because he can have a fresh start there. And another thought, and that I know that no news is the best news possible, and I can help but worry about them. Fanny, I'd like to visit a church. Will you come with me? Of course. In the quiet sanctity of the church, Fanny and I both close our eyes and pray fervently. Though it's not been in this world for long, and I met some very good people. And I know that all of this chaos is an unavoidable part of this era, but I pray that I will be able to change my fate as Queen Marie. And I hope that the King of Lafayette, Brazil, and everyone I know will be able to achieve happiness. And I subconsciously look at Fenn, and he senses my gaze and turns his head to give me a gentle smile. And I hope that the man beside me will be blessed with peace and joy for the rest of his life, and that he will not undergo any more hardships. And please grant me these wishes, and I'm willing to bear the price no matter how high it is. After a long praying session, there is a sense of bliss. And I just praying about you when you looked at me. And what a coincidence, isn't it? So what do you pray for? I pray that you'll be safe and happy, and I hope. Reflecting in his eyes, I sense that it seems to be his one and only. And his voice goes ever gentler as though he's making a sacred vow that I'll be able to protect you forever. Attend the ending, a prayer for all. Alright, let's now do the second branching pass, 221 and then 222. And then after rushing to the Prince of Paris, the carriage finally stops in the deserted alley, and we can hear the rowdy sounds of the unusual traveling crowd crawling behind the building and the smell of beer, and a few drunkards lying prone to the ground outside. At tavern, the customers look rather rough. Just this is a good place to hide. Come in, you two. Oh yes, watch out for drunkards, and sometimes they cling on harder than the besought fools. The young king saw a man who had crawled to my feet, and he leads us to the tavern door at the end of the alleyway and carefully opens the door. Those who haven't passed out are busy partying inside, and no one takes notice of us. And in the corner there are several soldiers wearing armor, but they have all passed out in the table, and only one lone figure is sitting stiffly upright drinking. Lafayette. And he gulps down the beer, and though I can't see his expression, I sense the gloom hanging on him like an oppressive, formidable crown. Marquis de Lafayette, and if you keep drinking like this and something goes wrong, I might have to take her away again. Madame Bernard and Lafayette's face is red, but he seems pretty sober still, and his eyes are gleaming. You're both safe and well, and I have not let down my ancestor, and I have not broken my knight's oath. The king and I nod at Lafayette, and I feel a mess of complicated emotions when I look at him, and his eyes are full of regret and self-reproach. And what a pity that you won't let me exterminate these false traitors' clothes, and otherwise we'll be able to cooperate a bit more trust. And the flees and I are the soldiers snoozing at the table, and the murderous intent flashes across his eyes. And I follow his gaze quickly and recognize the faces, and these are the soldiers that betrayed us on that day. Please forgive me, I simply cannot aim a gun at the people who only meant me well, and when they committed a wrong that can never be righted. And when I finally succeed in ensuring your safety, I'll fulfill my last duty, and I'm willing to take responsibility, and I will accept whatever punishment. The king looks at the soldier silent, and it's impossible to tell what he's thinking behind that impassive face. And they're still willing to follow you, and you are also responding sincerely to the goodwill, and this means that you are a successful leader. As a ruler with the slightest bit of ease, and even if they already fallen to the lowest point, you should not blame such talent on you, or he will not be deserving of your loyalty either, Lafayette. Thank you for affirming time again that I am right in my loyalty to you. The king is right, and we should be thankful to them instead for supporting you even when the people force you to lead them in an attack on the royal family. The amazed disgruntled son and stares unhappily at Lafayette. Explain to me why they're here in the first place. This wasn't part of the plan. They have been keeping watch over me every move and for the purpose of protecting me. And even when I say I wanted to come to the tower to drink, they're unwilling to let me go alone, so I could only agree. Fortunately, they're not good at holding their liquor. And he looks at the soldiers, and all kinds of emotion flood across his face, and besides anger at being betrayed, there's also longing and regret. No matter what the reason is, he must be upset that his most trusted people have betrayed him. This may have followed him through the years and brought him on and fought under him, and they must have been as close as brother and as close as he is to Ferdinand. And if it were me, would I be able to forgive them like how Lafayette has forgiven them and continue to accept them? I don't think I'm capable of answering that right now. And I looked at Lafayette and happened to meet his eyes. Marquis de Lafayette. Yeah, worthy general. You may say that the king is the best ruler to the loyal, but actually you're the general most deserving of loyalty. I do not believe I'm worthy of such praise, your majesty. Perhaps, and I'm only saying what I think. And Lafayette looks trouble, and finally he's about to say something, but Dion interrupts him. Well, before these irritating boys wake up, let's move to a safer place to continue our discussion, shall we? But do we still have any safe place to go to? And those guys are probably still out there looking for us. There's no need to worry, and Dion smiles mysteriously and is somehow weirdly comforting. And one of my abodes is just behind the tavern, and I think that's the safest place than that. The heat from the fireplace really does warm up our bodies and heart and gives us a much needed respite from everything. And after a mouthful of Dion's hot tea, the king looks at Lafayette and asks about the situation in France. I'd like to know how the powerful revolutionaries are now, and are they beyond control? They keep shouting about freedom and democracy and have attracted countless people to their cause. And they contacted me saying that they represent the people and hope that I will lead them to fulfill the goal, but I rejected them. Because of us? No, not just because you and the king. With the thirst for freedom driving the people wild, law and order are disintegrating in France. And so fanatics have even started beating people out who support constitutional monarchy, and they insist that it's not good for France. Heavens. It is distressing to think about it, let alone imagine. And France is splitting apart, hatred and conflict are spreading among the people. Is there no way nobody can stop them? Your Majesty, only lunatics can deal with lunatics, and I'm afraid that the Marquis de Lafayette and Blaisdell are not. And if there is a massacre, is their idea of freedom, I imagine that the Dion family will be an ideal part of the government for them. And they are blankly mockingly at them. May seem painful to hear, but he has highlighted the truth. Hi, Placiana, and has he gotten into any trouble because of us? The minute Blaster is mentioned, Lafayette freezes for a moment and he seems hesitant, which is unlike him. Regarding his previous contribution to France, the people assume that he was only following orders from the royal family and has not really pestered him. That's good. No matter what France turns out in the future, I think the people will need him. Yes, and as for his views and thoughts, he may already got after with me, and I don't know much. He isn't so much. Your Majesty, I'm not the only one who is furious about the men under the Marquis de Lafayette and Confine have betrayed you. Your friend and I are no longer able to get him to trust us, and I believe he should have a plan to rescue you, but since we're unable to take part, we decided to act on our own. And the only familiar with all of the praises in front, and he cannot in secret, so we decided to see his aid right away. And what about Fenner's situation? And he doesn't seem to be working with you. Yes, the situation now is such that we are unable to live in the same time. Other people will direct their anger at us and everything concerning us. And he seems to remember something unpleasant and pauses for a moment before continuing. At first we hoped to get help from Austria and Sweden, but Camarasi suggests that we ask aid from another country. He seems that the situation in France keeps worsening and it would affect the neighboring countries and refugees and will face a great deal of danger as well. I guess it's possible that the people of Austria and Sweden might decide to blame us and hand us over. It will be too dangerous, and I don't want to drag innocent people into this. Yes, after much discussion, we have only one option: to seek political asylum in America. America? It's halfway journey across the world, and the journey will be fraught with danger. And once we leave this continent, our chances of returning to Europe will be slim. You once aided America in their battle for independence, and the people regard me as an honorable citizen. I believe it will be the safest place of all. There's no time, and we haven't been contacted with President Washington, but they probably won't turn us anyway. And what are your plans once we reach America? If the people find out that you aided our escape, not only will you lose the trust of your men, but will also crush the hopes of the people. I understand that. And consider everything carefully before I came to meet you. And your Majesty, you know, I'm not the one to reckless thing. Lafayette takes a deep breath and clenches his hand and then slowly unclenches them. I believe in protecting the people and holding freedom, but even so, I cannot continue to help France the way it is now. If France ever returns to sanity, I will help your Majesty return and build a truly free country. And if it doesn't, if the situation in France keeps getting worse, Blasdale knows how to take care of himself, and Camarasi will return to Austria. But Fenner is different. He was close to the royal family, and he stood out with us in the balcony. He wants me to tell you that the king that he's already in part of France and won't go back to Sweden like a defeated dog with his tail tucked between his legs. I admire his courage, so we both promise each other to fulfill an individual goals, and I sincerely request you and the king grant us our wishes. We settle into a deep silence and look at each other without saying a word. Should we stop it, or should we give them our blessings? Since I come to a point where there's nothing that we can do apart from silently granting in our permission. And noting our internal struggle, Dion frowns and his mouth slowly vanishes to be replaced by an uncharacteristic stern expression. If one is to die, one has to die meaningfully so that the death has value. Am I not right? The king closes his eye and lets out a heavy sigh, and when he opens the eye again, he regains his usual calm. Marie, what do you think? He's been grasping my collar anxiously, but I let go of it and meet everyone's eyes. Please inform them that if we ever get the opportunity to return, we'd like them to welcome us at our border. I will convey your message to them. Now that we're finally gathered together, we could discuss how to escape. The Marquis de Lafayette, I have already decided upon an escape route, and you simply have to follow him, Your Majesty. And as for me, I'll head to the border first to arrange a ship at the harbor. We'll go in an hour, and I need the time to deal with my men, and I won't let them spread the word this time. Let me do it for the king's sake. I promise I won't hurt them. And he brandishes a large coiled rope in his hand, and he seems delighted at the idea. Well, I do have my own preparation, so I'm counting on you, Madame Belmont. Your Majesty, you may wish to wash your shop and have a good meal while you wait, because you may not be able to later. Understood, and please focus on your efforts and do not worry about us. As the Marquis, Lafayette, and Dion get busy, the king and I clean up as best we can and change out of our filthy clothing. We are more or less rested, and the Marquis de Lafayette informs us that we are ready to go. We get into the carriage, and as we go again under the cover of darkness, and once again the familiar Parisian streets fade into the distance, and there's no way of knowing whether this time we'll be able to escape from the giant bird cave and fly free. The violent jerky startles me away, and I look in another direction and notice Lafayette trying to console the king with an awkward expression on his face. Your Majesty, it's a problem with the carriage wheel. There's no need to be concerned. Understood. There's just three of us here, and there's no one that can help us. If I don't go check it, well, do you know how to fix a carriage wheel, Lafayette? No. No, I don't. So all of that soldier training, and you didn't learn like something very basic. Well, there's no need to worry. There's no reason for you to adjust easier. And don't worry, I'll be careful not to be anyone recognize me. If all Lafayette can do anything, the king has got enough to carry. Your Majesty. I follow after Lafayette and try to stop him before he reaches the king. Let the king go, Lafayette. I understand how you feel, but if you and I cannot solve the problem at hand, then we must have to let the king handle it. You seem to suggest that the king is good at this sort of thing, but I don't understand. I'm not looking down on the skill required to fix a wheel, but if your average aristocrat isn't allowed to learn it, the king couldn't possibly have learned it. Even the ruler of his kingdom will have interest of his own. Marquis de Lafayette, you should have some too, don't you? I cannot deny that I have hobbies that I can't flaunt either. But as a ruler of the kingdom, if the situation allows, His Majesty could have lived a more carefree life. I follow his gaze and see the king kneeling on the ground examining the structure of the carriage wheel. The king seems happier than I've seen him before, and I nod and we observe the king silently, and he looks so innocent and satisfied right now, as though fixing a carriage is a spiritual task. I turn to look at Lafayette and notice that he has a rather complicated expression on his face. Marquis de Lafayette, may I ask you a question? Of course, as long as I can answer it, I'll do my best. All of the things you've done, and has your heart ever been in, and did you ever force yourself? Lafayette seemed stunned for a moment, as though he had never expected me to ask him such a question, and after brooding for a while, he replies earnestly, my desires aren't important at all compared to the kingdom and its people, and I'd rather see the people live ideal lives, so I decided to dedicate myself to freedom and to my ideals and sign up for the military. And when all of that has been achieved, I will be able to pursue my dreams with happier heart. The king has made the same choice as I have, and just that our positions are different so that the people expect perfection from him. Yes, this is the king's fate and his misfortune. And we hear a clear ringing tone, and the king turns to look at us, smiling gleefully. It's fixed, and now we can continue on our journey. Yes, your majesty. And overwhelmed with curiosity, Marquis de Lafayette examines the wheel carefully, and he's astonished and awe. The work machine is even better than that of a professional. Well, if it's running to anything like this again, let me handle it, and this is the only thing I'm useful for. Understood? So now that it is fixed, please return to the carriage, and we may hurry on, and once we're past this town right up ahead, we'll reach the border. And I nod, and knowing that the longer we'll stay outside the carriage, the greater the risk of getting recognized, I quickly get in. The wheels turn smoothly, and we quickly reach the next town. And we load up on necessity, and after a brief wait, we continue to the border. The road outside the town is uneven, and the carriage keeps shaking violently, making me dizzy and nauseous. Lafayette turns away and seems unaffected, as though he's used to such a rough terrain. Please bear with it a little longer, and once we're past this place, the ground will be much smoother. This is nothing, just focus on driving, don't worry about us. Yes, the king is right. I look at Lafayette, and just as I'm about to tell him that I'm alright, I see a flash of light in the corner of my vision, and a shadow flees past. Watch out. The impact tosses me to the side and I hit my head against the carriage. And I try to focus to the fog in my brain and hold the lump in my head and I try hard to ascertain what's going on. Marquise Lafayette, what happened? A woman suddenly dashes across the road and I go stop the carriage in time. The horse kicks her. Is she still alive? How badly is she injured? She's still conscious and her wounds are not fatal, but if we abandon her, might die of a thing. Lafayette sinks in deep thought and he looks grave and unsure as though he's wondering if he should save her. Lafayette, I know why you're hesitating. We caused this accident, so we must save her. Your Majesty, we're not far from town, and her screams may have attracted attention. We might be recognized, but if you and the Queen both agree to save her, I will do as you wish. I think we should save her. Marie, what do you think? I want to save her too, but considering the situation, I think we'll be discovered. And we'll never get a chance to escape France. And if we're discovered, lots of people die. I'm sorry. Lafayette and King look at me and then nod their heads. And so we decided, let's continue on. This town is nearby, and someone will find her soon, and let's pray for her. Your Majesty, you. And I was just thinking that probably that is the right choice, and say no more. And I was being willful when I said I wanted to save her, and you should not sacrifice the safety of many to fulfill my desires. Let's go there, Marquise. I forgot whether that was the right choice or not. And now I just replayed it. Lafayette just, as he's about to run away from the woman, the sound of the horses can be heard from behind us. Someone's approaching. What do? We leave now. Yes, it's too late. The frantic name draws us close, and the riders are about to surround us. Hey, they're crashing to run her. We gotta help her. And just at that moment, amidst the loud cursing, someone starts banging at the carriage door. Hey, you, get down. So you hurt someone, and you're not even going to take responsibility. You were just gonna run away. And we hold our breath and look at one another, and we start whispering urgently. Please wait in your carriage, your master. Deal with this. Not too dangerous. Lafayette looks at me silent, and he wouldn't be able to do such a thing in the face of such danger. No, there's no way. We will just need these people to disappear, and all three of us will be safe. But how could I possibly order him to do something? The cure innocent people will be worse for him than death. And I shouldn't let myself do such a thing. It's just not right. Hey, people in there, I don't care who you are, get out. I will pry the door open. Either way, we're getting justice. You hear that? And the king looks at us rather and shakes his head, smiling bitterly. Looks like we had no choice. Do you have any idea? And if not, we'll just follow my plan. You have a plan? I don't see any way to solve the situation right now. We can always think of a plan, and why the one and I have one. And he passed both our shoulders and gets us out wistfully. And I suddenly have a very bad feeling, and I'm about to tell him to stop when he swiftly opens the door. Levon, this is an order, Your Majesty. And I'm really sorry, and it is my fault for being careless. And please don't raise your voice and don't scare my family. This lady, and the voices move further away, and though I can't see them, I guess that the king is deliberately leading them away from us. And I look at Lafayette, and his jaw is clean, and his veins pop in the back of his hand and creates the rain. Lafayette. And I make a shocking sound, and Lafayette looks back at me, and his eyes resolute. Sit tight. I look out of the corner of the window, and those who realize that the carriage and Moy are off now roaring furiously at the king. And some of them trying to come after their horse, and the king says something, and they stare at him in admonishment. And Lafayette calls out gravely, and please don't look anymore for the sake of his dignity. All right. And my heart is pounding, and fear and sorrow are assaulting me in ways, and I can hardly breathe. Lafayette, aren't you afraid? We have no way of telling what's going to happen. And I've been afraid ever since the rebellion started. And I just lost his majesty, and I'm afraid I might lose you too. And Lafayette's boy has a taste of terror in it, and this is the first time I ever shown his vulnerable side to me, and I don't know how to respond. What should I say to reassure him? No matter what happens, I'll never leave you, and please believe in me. You. I won't say we'll die together, so let us live on together. As long as we live, we will have hope, and there will be hope for France. You're right, no matter what, we must live on. I close my eyes and try my best not to cry. And it's the middle of the day, but the sun doesn't seem to enter the carriage, nor does it warm me the slightest. And it's surrounded by an icy wind that makes me want to curl up and hug myself. And so I recall that line about how ones left behind suffer more than those who died. But I know that we must do our best to live on for the sake of those who sacrifice themselves, and no matter how hard it is to live on. After several nights of frantic travel, we can finally smell the ocean spray in the air. We finally reached the harbor, and we just need to meet up with Dion and things will slowly get better. The carriage slows down, and we're about to reach the meeting spot. And the moment it starts, someone taps lightly on the door. Good afternoon, Marquis Lafayette, and I'm delighted to see that you kept your promise and delivered the Queen and Queen. Leon's child is past me, and an empty seat is present, and his mouth vanishing. Where's the king? Lafayette silent angers Dion, and he nods his thing glaring at Lafayette with wild, scary eye. I tell you what the man you want. Apparently you're just a liar. No, Dion, it's not like that. He's more responsible than anyone I know. And I'm just about to explain what happened when Lafayette stops me. It was my responsibility, and I should bear the blame. I'll spit it out. You might as well give me all your excuses at one go. And it might very well be the last words you ever say. And these cold words sent shivers down my spine. And I finally realized that he's really indeed a secret agent who deals with very dark matter. And Lafayette makes a note of threat, but he squares his shoulder and meets Dion's gaze fearlessly. At the last time, we accidentally knocked down a woman who was dashed across the road. And the town surrounded the carriage, demanding justice for her, and they wouldn't let us go. Just as I was about to deal with it, the king got off the carriage and sacrificed himself so the queen and I could escape. And so, you didn't do a thing, and your master protected you instead, and the master you claim to serve. Pain flashes across Lafayette's eyes, but is quickly quelled by his usual stern countenance. The king has ordered me to protect the queen and to continue to live. So whether you decide to treat me as your friend or enemy, I will not go against the king's final orders. This is a very last thing I must do and can do for the king in France. Sounds like an excuse to me, Dion. A flash of steel flies past me, aimed at Lafayette. Watch out. And before I react, I see Dion's sword resting against Lafayette's neck. I can't die here. Yes, I personally feel your resolve. And I look down and another sword tip is resting against Dion's chest, and the sword is handily firmly in Lafayette's grasp. You are the one that the king trusts the most, and I hope you will make the wisest choice. The one that the king trusts the most, haha. Others say that you're not good at talking, but I see you're better at words than striking vulnerable spots with words. And he had a scout of his own, and his usual smile appears on his face, and he looks wistful in the direction of where the king is. I should go back there and protect the king. You two should go aboard the ship. Since this is the last order the king gave you, and you have the will to carry it out, there's no reason for me to stop you. Dion points back at the harbor and instructs us to various things we need to take on the snow. And if you don't manage to find the king, will you look for us? Dion insists to serve the king. And if my master does not exist, life loses its meaning. I live in France and shall die in France. And don't bother to thinking of me. As long as the king is safe, I shall be living. One day we'll meet again. His solitary figure retreats into the distance, and Lafayette and I look at one another, and we cannot see each other's eyes in pain and longing. We can't tell him. We must start our journey to America. All right. The gentle breeze and cries of seagulls mixed with the sound of waves makes me feel like this trip is becoming a reality. We really are leaving France. Yes. Once we reach our destination, no one will ever harm you again. He sounds so convinced that I don't doubt him at all. And I know very well that my safety comes at a hefty cost, and many lives have been sacrificed to make me come this far. I suppose you won't get a chance to return to France. I cannot be certain, but I do hope that you will be able to start a new life in a new place. You may forget everything about the past, but how could I forget? I haven't stayed in France that long, but I already experienced many unforgettable things. Joy, sadness, and other people here have left their marks on me. And I look at the 40 white waves in the distance, and although the terror and rage over the past several days has suddenly welled up in me, I shouldn't be crying. And there's no one here who knows you, and you can vent as you wish. He puts his hand on my shoulder and pats me gently. I wouldn't want you to forget everything. I won't forget either. I believe that you two hope to live on with your blessings. No, not just live. We must live with gusto so that their sacrifices are worth something. You're right. Not caring who can see me, I shut my eyes out, letting it all flow out of me. And silently Lafayette stands and wash over me. Though this is just what he usually does, I feel greatly confident. And once we're there, I will no longer be Queen Marie. It doesn't matter whether you're Queen, my resolve will not waver. It is the Queen's wish as well as mine. Thank you. Side by side, we look into the distance, unable to bid farewell to the past, but with each other's companionship, we can warm one another's heart, and that will help us regain our strength. Stop being so formal, and once we get there, we must use new names. You can call me Artsy sister. Understood? Well then, please call me Gilbert. Alright, Gilbert. I'll be counting on you in the future. And even if the pain deep within can never be completely soothed, from now on we must learn to look forward to the future. And they live happily ever after in America. The end. Set into the future. Alright. Alright, so those are like the two endings of the Queen Mary chapter that don't end in decapitation. The whatchamacallit, like, the next time I stream this, I'm gonna be doing the side stories of Queen Mary. I will continue with Time Princess. Well, let's first do the sound test. Alright, let me see that it's running. Alright, so it's running. Now let's fix the audio. Alright, perfect. We're continuing with Time Princess. This is a sub-story of the Marie Antoinette book. So let's run into it. Double it. Her Majesty's luck is incredible. I'm going to fold. Without a doubt, this round goes to Her Majesty. I turn over the cards in front of me and everyone exclaims, God must favor you very much, my queen. It looks like we must leave, otherwise Her Majesty will take our entire fortune. I guess it helps gambling when you have a time machine. Her Majesty is extraordinarily talented. She only learned to play today. You insisted I join the game, so you're not permitted to leave yet. It looks like Her Majesty has found the joy in playing cards. Of course, playing cards is very enjoyable and winning money even more so. Then let's keep playing. The Earl of Providence, who attempted to leave the hall, has to sit back down with a bitter face. As the deck is being shuffled, a centerman brings a copy of the latest Paris diary. It is time to read the newspaper. I suppose we should. The paper won't go running off, unlike you. The bell winks at me maliciously, and the others start to condemn the Earl of Providence. Your Majesty is right. My lord, you mustn't desert. How could I? I simply want to read the paper. There has been a very interesting news as of late. The king sees through his brother's rules, but smiles to smooth things over. Then please choose a very interesting story for us. It will be my honor, Your Majesty. The Earl of Providence leaves the card table and will begin a new round of cards. I believe the Earl is afraid of angering his wife, and I wouldn't really send for his debts. You are kind, my queen, but it's rare for the Earl to contribute so much wealth to us. The debt should be sent for. His Majesty is right. We are to give the servants an extra reward for their hard work. Then the palace servants must give proper sense to the Earl of Providence. It was Her Majesty who won it for them, so they ought to thank her. Utterly audacious. The Earl of Providence stands up gripping the newspaper, and he wants to the king and discuss something with him. What happened? And did you just make him angry? Of course not, my queen. Perhaps he saw an article that shocked him. An article that shocked him. Now, my queen, may I borrow your pencil, please? The queen interrupts my thoughts, and I give him my pencil, and he picks up a card at random and hastily scribbles something on it. The Earl of Providence takes the card from the king and thinks he's planning to do something with it. This piques my curiosity further. Ask the king. Your Majesty, what do you write on the card? An order for an arrest, my dear queen. Don't concern yourself about it, and let's continue playing. Who are you arresting? A playwright. His name is Bill Marquez. Perhaps my queen has heard of him. Bill Marquez, the author of The Barber of Seville. That's him. From what I remember, he's an outstanding master of comedy. I called the other baroness over as he's leaving, and I want to get to the bottom of the matter. What crime did he commit that would make His Majesty personally write an arrest warrant for him? Your Majesty, that treason is about Marquis openly offended His Majesty the King in the newspaper. Is it not the greatest of crimes? Ah, the days when you could like get arrested for like bad mouthing a politician. Well, I guess it still happens in certain countries. How did he offend the king? The crazy playwright has been complaining because his latest script was not approved by the censors. He blamed His Majesty the King for it. I will never understand the mind of a writer. I see. And you better get that arrest warrant delivered right away. Yes, Your Majesty. After the other baroness leave, we continue with our cargan, but I can't get my mind off Bill Marquez. Your Majesty, why was Bill Marquez's latest script rejected? Isn't he against the prayer, right? My king, what's your interest in this matter? Your Majesty, you know that I am fond of plays, and I have seen The Barber of Seville many times. And there's a unique charm to Bill Marquez's plays, and he's one of the most talented playwrights in the world today. Indeed, my queen frequents the theater more than any other place. Well, the theater's like what you have before, like movies. The Barber of Seville was reintroduced to the theater on my queen's favorite recommendation. Is it not a shame that such an outstanding playwright should be jailed? And what did he write to deserve such judgment? The queen, Bill Marquez, is arrogant, and he says his latest play mocks the nobility. He may be talented, but that does not give him the right to challenge the authority of the nobility. I also heard that his latest play is full of vulgarities, and he still dares offend His Majesty the King. He wants to be a maverick. A play that only evokes laughter cannot be compared to elegant operas. Everyone seems to have complaints about Bill Marquez's new plays, but only the censors have actually read it. May I see the new script, Your Majesty? Does my queen really still think that there's need to read the script after hearing this complaint? This has piqued my curiosity even further, and what kind of story should have caused such controversy? In that case, I may have someone to bring the script so my queen may satiate her curiosity. Thank you, Your Majesty. Warm rays of sunlight fill the room, and a new day has dawned, but the beautiful morning has not awakened me. It has been less than 2 hours, and I close my eyes, and I'm not ready to leave my soft, cozy bed yet. Your Majesty is trying to rise. Oh dear, Madame de Now, I am so tired. You shouldn't have gone to bed so late last night, Your Majesty. I won't do it again, Madame, but the script was such a good read. Now please let me sleep a while longer. Your Majesty, His Majesty, the King is waiting your appraisal for the new script. Even if it's a new script, the new script is Bill Marquez's new script. Yes, Your Majesty. Awesome. What exciting news. My tiredness is quickly swept away, and the shadow of the now has already prepared my cleansing item, and I'm ready to get ready as a way to go to the King's library. Your Majesty, your clothes. I forgot to change out of my nightgown. Thank you, Madame, and you have saved me from embarrassment. It is my duty to look after you, Your Majesty. You should change into a suitable palace dress. It is unbecoming of a queen to be hanging around her pajamas. Why are your eyes bloodshot, my queen? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I read far into the night. It was morning before I realized it. I should have summoned you so early. It's fine, Your Majesty. I'm more interested in the new script right now. For now, my queen, I have it right with me. The king has me the long-awaited script, and I received it with a great excitement. The Marriage of Figaro, a familiar name. This is a sequel to The Barber of Seville. Good observation, my queen. It is, as you say, a sequel. I suppose we were reading The Barber of Seville last night. Yes, Your Majesty, and how wonderful it is to be able to read the sequel. My queen, my queen may be disappointed. Why? Have your master already read it? Yes, and I read it before you arrived. The censor fue covered in the judgment, and I have decided to ban the public performance or display. Ban is public performance, Your Majesty. I know that by my kid is a playwright you admire greatly, but you must understand the nobility will not be insulted or mocked. I understand your concern, Your Majesty, but a play is merely a form of art, and we should not restrict the freedom of creativity. No, my queen, you still do not understand. Nobody has true freedom, not even us. Oh yeah, you're definitely right. To pardon out of mercy would only result in more people like Belmarquer challenging the authority of the nobility and even the royal family. And well, we all know that that ended in the decapitation of the king and queen. But before I can continue my attending this wedding, the king, Lafayette, and Blackstone enter the room. It appears that the lordship have matters of state to discuss with the king. I, Blasius, told me as I attempt to leave. You should stay, Your Majesty. Blasius keeps falls on the script in my hands, and I believe that they're about to come to talk about this. Perhaps I will give Bill Marquis a chance, and to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Since Bill Marquis was thrown in the Saint Lazare prison, the people's dissatisfaction grows louder with each passing day. It is getting out of control. In fact, the entire Parisian cultural community has expressed great dissatisfaction regarding this matter. Is the discussion that great? Yes, Your Majesty. The cultural community consists of many influential individuals, including the marquis. They are revered by the people, and a matter like this, no doubt, cause an uproar. I had not anticipated this. And you didn't think that like a popular playwright would like cause people to riot for being yelled? It's as if like they send a random celebrity for like making something silly. Oh wait, they still do that in certain countries in like the modern times. But Marquis plays are influential among the people. If his writing is so cause for his imprisonment, then it will be harder for the theater enthusiasts to accept, not that I mention the philosophical literati. Her Majesty's right, the cultural community has always advocated freedom, and a reason for arresting the Marquis when I convinced them. While it is true that the Marquis was arrested for comments made in the newspaper article, some people have done worse. We cannot arrest them all, and that would only cause great unrest among the people. What do you suggest? I'm afraid that the Marquis' immediate release from prison is the only way to quell this unrest. I don't believe it is the right to release the Marquis, Your Majesty. The Marquis was arrested because he disrespected you, and that is a fact, not an accusation. If we let him off the hook, it will tarnish the royal family's prestige and make us a laughing stock. Well said, an attack on the prestige of the royal family will not be tolerated. But Mercutio had expected this when he chose to mock the nobility. It is clear that the reputation of the royal family comes first to the king, and he will not release the Marquis so easily. Perhaps you should consider the script and the author separately, Your Majesty. The Marquis may have behaved disrespectfully towards you, but his words are outstanding enough that they shouldn't be buried because of this. The king frowns, and he finds himself trapped in a dilemma. Let's continue pushing it. Not releasing the Marquis once in Your Majesty, but to ban his new play would certainly infuriate the people further. Our kingdom is in a state of turmoil. The power of the people should not be underestimated. The king remained silent, pondering his option, and perhaps I had persuaded him. But the king is set on his ways, and he could not, in such a short space of time, fully understand the southern situation of the people. I need to think more about the Marquis' potential release, but I have decided the marriage of Figaro shall be banned. Your Majesty, that will be all for today. The king gives the new play to Lafayette and Blaise. You cannot judge the script until you read it. You might think differently after reading it. Lafayette wants to say something, but Blaise interrupts him by shaking his head. It appears the king has made up his mind, and further arguments will not do any good, and we have to let the matter rest for the time being. The king is right, we cannot judge something before reading it. And since the cause of the matter is the marriage of Figaro, perhaps the solution lies in the play itself. This is getting interesting. Please restrain your laughter, Your Majesty. It is unbecoming. I'm sorry, madame. But if you were reading this play, you would be laughing too. I put the Marriage of Figaro into the now's hand, and seeing the now's frown face gives me a hint of anticipation. And with a serious, soft-different lady in waiting, be able to resist a comedy like this, Your Majesty. Then I shows a hopeless expression and reluctantly steps the script. And perhaps I should have made things difficult for this dedicated lady in waiting. I'm sorry, madame. Perhaps this book is not suitable for you. Please invite some nobles over on my behalf so that they may appreciate the new play together. Yes, Your Majesty. Then now somewhat reluctantly accepts the invitation Lisa had prepared. Is there a problem, madame? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. This is not something I should be interfering in, but is this play really worth inviting the nobility over for appreciation after all His Majesty the King has banned its performance? Madam, I understand your concern, but if you were to read the play yourself, you would not be of this opinion. This is not a work of pure comedy. It is a deeply moving story. And aside from the gaiety, the play expresses profound philosophical ideas which are rare and commendable for this day and age. I understand, Your Majesty, and I will send your invitations immediately and arrange a location for the meeting. Now please change into a suitable dress. Your attire today is different from your usual, Your Majesty. We are only here to appreciate a script. There's no need to dress extravagantly. To hell with you, madame. To hell with you. What is this? Oh, Suzanne, how noble, how beautiful, but how haughty. Enough, you wicked thing. Be quiet. They are talking about the play, right? Looks like they're quite engrossed. And what do you think of this play, my dear Gabrielle? Me? Yes. You do think, do you? I invited everyone here to get your honest opinion of the play. The play is enjoyable, but it seems to have low opinion of the nobles. Low opinions is plain demonizing. As expected, there are many different opinions and clear divisions of views, but at least today's meeting proves that all nobles oppose the play. This is indeed a great work. My thoughts are interrupted by the sudden words of praise is Lafayette, and he was the first to arrive, but the last to finish reading the script. You are right, Your Majesty. Only by reading its story in entirely can one understand its excellence. Do you believe it should be banned, Lafayette? This outstanding work deserves an audience, but the nobility need to reserve their dignity too. I wonder if certain parts of the play should be removed. Removed? I don't think Bill Marquis will be willing. The parts of that the nobles want removed are precisely the idea which Bill Marquis wants to convey. If we don't make compromises, this play will never be performed. Lafayette is right. The conflict between these two parties have always existed, and compromises have to be made to see this matter resolved. And while Lafayette and I are pondering this dilemma, the nobles are acting out the play and becoming increasingly enthusiastic. I, the vapors, my love, oh, that is not too polite a disease for a servant to pretend to. Oh, suppose the words that my lord can we mark Selina with the portion your lordship has promised us. I promise you a portion. Oh, and what a scoundrel you are. And why are you cursing me? I'm sorry, I got carried away and thought you were that wicked count. And stop staying straying from the text unless we continue this already. This is very interesting. It's always soon enough to own one's weakness, my lord. What? Would thou take a walk in this evening in the garden by the pavilion? Don't I take walks every evening, my lord? Nay, but let us understand each other. No pavilion, no marriage. And no marriage, no pavilion, my lord? And what a witty little devil. I wonder what she does to fascinate me so. But prithee tell me, why hast thou always till now refused such obfuscation, and this very morning thou knowest? Damn it, I can't understand it anymore, and this count must be reprimanded. All you're doing is interrupting us, and get out of here. Huh. I know you once behaved as shamelessly as a count. And my dear madame, could it be that you suffer from the vapors like Rosina? La Rosina means lady horse in Spanish. Are you mocking me? I should say me like this already. Like this is already inspiring conflict, Your Majesty. But this shows the idea in the drama spoken to them. No, this shows the actor with earnestness, now that they accepted the ideas expressed in the play. As nobles they don't believe that the count's messes around, they may have even done something similar themselves. Yes, this does happen, but the hostilities expressed in this play is too evident. The madame who expressed sympathy for the commoner has already come into conflict with another earl. And imagine if she were a real commoner, she would even be more indignant. This would lead to an even larger debate, which is unfavorable for us. The conflict between commoners and nobles has existed for a long time. This play did not create it. That is why we ought to avoid fanning the flames. Relations between commoners and nobles are already tense, and this play performance may take us past the tipping point. And then the guillotine. If there is conflict between commoners and nobility is as precarious as you say, should we not do something to alleviate it? Precarious, that is a rather heavy rhetoric, as their commoners are no threat to us. That's what they thought, and then the guillotine happened. We can live harmoniously with the commoners in France. If it is true, then a simple play will not disrupt this harmony. But I know you do not actually believe that, and we should resolve this conflict rather than prolonging it by banning a play. You may have a point, but there's a touch of mystery to Blaisdell's smile, and he approaches me slowly. One of the lessons history has taught us is not to underestimate the power of stories. A seemingly trivial event can turn out to be the root fuse that leads to great turmoil. History. If there really is a fuse, then it must be inevitable of history. Plain essence means allowing yourself to be trapped by fate. Blaisdell seems to ponder my words as he falls silent, and the lively drama performance has also come to an end. Más cierra el porch. One by one, my guests had taken the leave, and the grand hall soon resembles a back at the theater, and the emptiness elicits a sense of loneliness. Only Lafayette remains, and at this point his thoughts should echo mine, that we must try once again for the sake of our great work and its author. Your Majesty, you seem flustered. Oh, you seem flustered, Your Majesty. I'm going to see His Majesty the King now. But you have only just finished attending the meeting, and you were up all night reading the script. You need to rest. I don't have time to rest right now, my dear madam. The Marquis de Lafayette is waiting for me, and we are going to implore the king to let the play be staged. Give your passions for this matter. It must be a very good play. Would you like to read it? No, Your Majesty. I still have much work to do. Dedicated as always. But I wish Madame had interest outside of work, Your Majesty. I understand I must exchange at once, and I cannot disturb the king if the hour is so late. It is about the Marquis again. Yes, Your Majesty, I have finished reading The Marriage of Figaro. And have you as well, Lafayette? Lafayette nods. I don't know, I didn't know you had an interest in dramas. Lafayette does not strike me as a drama enthusiast either. But you have read The Marriage of Figaro. Well, then again, you need to do something when you're like sailing from the Americas to France. I mean, that's like spending 8 months in a ship doing absolutely nothing. So, I might as well pick up reading. Well, let me hear your opinion. From a purely political perspective, this play embodies a conflict between commoners and the nobility, Your Majesty. but I cannot deny that it is nevertheless a truly outstanding piece of work. Yes, Your Majesty, this new play has enticed me even more than the Barber of Seville. The play's outstanding themes are magnificent by the author's excellent grasp of language, and it will no doubt become a masterpiece. I knew my queen would feel this way about the new play, given her enthusiasm for the theater. However, I understand your concern, Your Majesty, but perhaps politics should not be a consideration in this matter. It is an outstanding play, and on that account, it should be performed. I invited many nobles to give their appraisals of the script, and none of them were against it, and in fact, they were rather enthusiastic. I was told the Queen hosted a gathering this morning, and we do think alike. Did Your Majesty hold a gathering of the same kind? No, I sent the script to some nobles for reading. Do they? Most of them feel it's offensive. Setting aside the political factors, I believe that the unethical behavior in the play will have a negative influence on the people. But the author did not create this out of thin air. Unethical behavior has always existed in society. The play simply describes something that already exists. I completely understand your enthusiasm for the play, my queen. And I don't mean to upset you, but I must consider the feeling of the majority. And that's how we got the guillotine. Yeah, but the majority are commoners, so. Therefore, the ban on display being publicly performed will remain. The Queenstone leaves no room for dissuasion, and Lafayette and I look at each other as Blythe enters. Please forgive my interruption, Your Majesty, but I must report the current situation at once. The debate surrounding the arrest of Bill Marquis has intensified, and the calls for his release are growing. Blythe pauses, and his face is stern and serious. Just before that, a small group marched in protest of Bill Marquis' imprisonment. Is their reaction really that intense? I understand how your feelings, Your Majesty, and you are the rightful king of this country, and your soldiers could never understand your thinking and consideration, and a demonstration of this type will not solve the problem. My queen is right, but this is precisely what has happened. And have they forgotten I am their monarch and the rightful king of France? I convinced the demonstrators to go home by telling them that they were still discussing this, but it's only a short-term solution. So I must ask your advice. Although the king has not expressed his anger, he will not let the matter rest. If we want to avoid further demonstration, we must give the people a reason they will accept, regardless of whether the Marquis is released. They will not fully understand your considerations otherwise. You are the king and ruler, Your Majesty, and it's natural you do not share their views, and which is why an explanation may suggest their discontent. The king's expression remains neutral and he remains silent. And I'm forgetting something. And why was Bill Marquis arrested? Bill Marquis was arrested for offending the king. But what exactly did he say in the Paris Daily? Her Majesty doesn't know. Bill Marquis debated others in the Paris Daily. The debate was originally about his works. Several days ago, however, Bill Marquis wrote that he had once captured a lion and a tiger. A lion and a tiger, and was he referring to specific people? Do you remember the Barber of Seville was originally a band play? I remember His Majesty and I lifted the ban. But Marquis may have used your benevolent action as a way to boast. Ah, I understand now. You believe Marquis was referring to the king and I when he mentioned the lion and the tiger. Yes, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny, my queen? The king misunderstands my laughter while Lafayette and Blaster look on in confusion. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I think you made a mountain out of a molehill, and I don't find it offensive in the least. But he has compared us to animals. But the animals he compared us to are ferocious kings of the beast. Anyway, it isn't explicit that he's making the metaphor about us, and it could be too entirely. And we will never convince the people of our reasoning if the Marquis was arrested due to this speculation alone. Well, this was a debate between an author and his critics, Your Majesty, and we only became involved because the debate was published in the newspaper. Her Majesty has a point. The king has started to change his mind, and I convince the ministers will continue convincing His Majesty. As the Queen says, we do not have definite proof that he even caused an offense, and we might have misled by the debate, and it's therefore not something His Majesty should be troubled himself over. To arrest a famous playwright due to some ambiguous remarks would only serve to show the royal family as controlling and overbearing. His Majesty has always been kind to the people, my dear Marquis, and a show we've been taken advantage of. Instigated public opinion can be very powerful. Even Marquis' enemies must be wondering why public opinion is siding with him. You should show your generosity, Your Majesty, and just like the royal family always has, and let people be moved to tears. Glaciostar has far more persuasive effect on the thinking. In that case, I will do nothing more to anger the people, and have Marquis released from prison immediately. Glacier leaves at once to deliver the king's order, and Lafayette and I remain behind. And there's still one important matter to the left to discuss. After sundown, the king invites Lafayette and me to dinner. I have already ordered Marquis release, my queens. Why do you seem displeased? Is the dinner not to your liking? No, no, Your Majesty. This dinner is splendid. It is just Marquis has been released, but his play may still not be performed. My queen is obsessed with this play. I don't intend to hide it either, Your Majesty, and I think it's a pity that such an outstanding play cannot be publicly performed. And since you already released Marquis, why not? The king holds a vision to start Lafayette. It is going to be difficult to change the king's mind now. But what happens next is something neither of us expect, Your Majesty. Blaise was supposed to deliver the king's order, but he spoke too quickly. I had a bad feeling about this. Please forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. And what happened, Blaise? I went to Saint Laurent's prison to deliver the king's order, but the Marquis refused to leave the prison. What? Why? He's not willing to be released in secret. He wants a proper appeal. He wants an appeal. He's pushing his luck. He can rot in prison for all I care. Your Majesty, please don't rush into a decision. We should discuss how best to handle this. What's there to discuss? He chose not to leave prison. The Marquis does not know how to appreciate kindness, Your Majesty, and I would normally agree that he's not worth saving. But we cannot ignore his public opinion. And getting public opinion on our side is absolutely crucial. The information the public has is not comprehensive. They cannot see the matter entirely. The Marquis may be ludicrous, but we must consider the overall situation. This matter must be dealt with appropriately. They are right. This matter must be handled properly, whether publicly or privately. The Marquis' behavior is frustrating, but Your Majesty is also justifiable. He's unwilling because he believes he was wrong, which means he did not intend to offend you. Then why is he not satisfied? I have already ordered his release. Does he also want an apology as well? The king's anger is gradually subsiding, and we need to think of a way to resolve this peacefully. Perhaps the Marquis is being stubborn because he feels that he has been unjustly punished, Your Majesty, and we should try speaking to him. And we'll waste our time with such a person. We can clear up any misunderstandings by communicating, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty trusts me, please allow me to visit the Marquis. Do you really want to do that, my queen, and pay a personal visit to a filthy prison for the sake of a farcical drama? This is not about my love of drama, Your Majesty. Maintaining this country's stability is of great importance. The king remained silent for a while, and when he speaks again, he approves my proposal. All right, my queen, you are even more braver than I thought. You approve my visit to the Marquis? Of course. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall now go visit the filthy prison. You're up early, Your Majesty. I'm going out earlier than usual, madam. You haven't been getting enough sleep, Your Majesty. Please be mindful of your health. I will, please don't worry. And please get me changed, madam. I need to leave soon to a filthy prison. I figured you were going to Saint Lazare prison to visit the Marquis, Your Majesty, so I prepared the carriage in advance. Thank you. And are you coming with me? Yes, Your Majesty. It is my duty to serve you whether the matter is public or private. Thank you. Your company gives me added peace of mind. This is in the direction of the prison. Yes, Your Majesty. We're going to the tavern first. A tavern. Yes. Dion will be there. And yesterday the king told us to get Dion's help. Does Dion have relations with the Marquis? You have to ask Dion. He's difficult to decipher. And Dion is a mystery, and I'm looking forward to meeting him. And a mysterious and intriguing night, and I wonder what surprises he has in store. Gathered around the many tavern, various groups of people are having lively discussions. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, the people here are quite amazed, and I shouldn't have made you come along. Perhaps don't be angry. It is a little messy, but I find it quite interesting. Perhaps we can hear the people's opinion. Have you heard the king doesn't plan on releasing the Marquis? The pedantic king, and do you really think he cares about us and what we think? I don't get it. How can a king be so out of touch? And will never understand what goes on inside those ridiculous noble heads. And we are to organize more marches, and he can ignore us all. There's no time to wait. We must resolve this matter before the people are angered with the nobility deepens. This would also cause great harm to His Majesty's prestige, as Lafayette and I express a concern Dion appears next to us. How lucky am I today meeting the little bird of Versailles and the great eagle? Lafayette bites his lip at Dion's rudeness. Oh, look at his gloomy face. The Marquis is not being cute at all. Oh, don't tease him, Dion. And I much prefer the sound of the little bird's voice, but what are the two of you doing in a place like this? We need your help, and and Lafayette needed a drink. Help you and the Marquis de Lafayette. I'm surprised, and let us take a seat. Leon takes us to his exclusive table number 5 in the center of the main hall. And why do you like sitting here? It is a noisy spot. My dear Queen, do you not remember what my job is? Job, information. That's right, I can obtain the latest information in the shortest time at this table. That makes sense. Let me guess, my queen has someone come to ask for information about someone. Shall we start with a prize? Lafayette tries to say something, but is interrupted by Dion. Oh, the great eagle really is bothersome. We are here on a matter of great importance, Dion, and you must know what's happened to the Marquis. Of course, the whole town is talking about it. It is made quite a stir. The king has already agreed to release him, but the Marquis doesn't want to leave prison. And I understand you're acquainted with him. Perhaps you can help us persuade him to leave. If he refuses to be reasonable, then let him stay there for the rest of his life. And why do you want him released? I certainly don't want to see him. I thought you were friends, are you not? Ah, no, little bird. Who told you this? Well, when I was detained in England, he negotiated my release, which allowed me to return to France. However, while working with him, Dion shakes his fan for emphasis and lightly shakes his head. It is not worth mentioning. That arrogant man is getting what he deserves, being in prison. So we are no longer on good terms. And I know this might be difficult for you, Dion, but this matter affects the reputation of the royal family. You must have heard what the people are saying about the king. Releasing the Marquis is not only for his sake. We don't know the Marquis personally, and only you do, Dion. And I don't know what happened between you, but you know him better than we do. Your Majesty, Lord Marquis, your seriousness fills me with grief. All right. For the sake of our noble royal family and the lovely little bird, I will speak with that bastard. Thank you, Dion. And I have one request, though. I want to have a chat with him before you and the Marquis join us. I can tell from the inside that he's planning to do something bad, but I trust that he's absolutely loyal to the royal family. As long as we resolve this matter, I cannot guarantee that. However, if you give me an invite to the banquet at the palace, I can guarantee I'll do my best. Dion. The great eagle is about to show his claws again, and I better go, and I got other stuff to do today. Shall we meet tomorrow at the gate of the St. Lazare prison, my queen? Of course. Then it's the saddest, and it will be even better if the Marquis de Lafayette does not join us. Dion. Until tomorrow, Your Majesty. We are visiting the Marquis today. The Marquis de Lafayette is waiting for you in the palace, please. Oh, wait. I think I read that one. Let's see. Oh, no. Did I skip? No, it was, no. It was the 6, no. The Marquis is waiting for you in the palace, Kate. I'll be ready in a minute. Please help me prepare my suitable clothing. Yes, Your Majesty. Hmm. Yeah, that was definitely the right one, yeah. Because it started at the same as chapter 5. Let me just focus. Apologies for the wait, Lafayette. And it's the duty of the gentleman to wait on ladies, and you need not apologize, Your Majesty. Let us make haste, and we're a little behind schedule, and I quickly walked to the door. There's no need to hurry, Your Majesty. His manner of speaking reminds me of a certain serious madame who detests that I am not elegant and dignified mouth. I sometimes wonder if you and Madame Denard are related by blood, Lord Marquis. You're the same, rigid and old-fashioned. Your Majesty. I guess, don't need to get serious. Let's go. Yes. I never been to Saint Lazare prison. Is it different from the Bastille? The Bastille only has political criminals, Your Majesty, but the Saint Lazare prison, that's where we send thieves and rapists, and there are even more the violent sort of prisoners. Then why is the Marquis locked up in there? Is he not a political prison, is he not? No one would want to share a cell with that kind of criminal, to be true. And it's any wonder he wants an appeal. Yes, I understand. Lafayette, I'm surprised you are so distraught over the Marquis predicament. And have you crossed paths before? Yes, Your Majesty. During the war in the Americas, the Marquis provided crucial supplies at a critical time. That's why you pleaded so strenuously for leniency. You nearly offended His Majesty. Pleading for leniency was in line with the public opinion, thus whether in private or public, I should do my utmost to assist him. If you already knew him, why didn't you ask for Diane's help? No, Your Majesty, and I'm very well acquainted with Bill Marquis, and I'm very grateful for his assistance during the war, but we had no other contact but my queen. Lafayette's expression suddenly showed hesitation, and perhaps he wants to us is out of line. Marquis de Lafayette, and I thought we were at least friends. You may freely express your misgivings. I did trouble Your Majesty, but Marquis has never expressed. He might be harboring contempt for you and the king, and his place is filled with resentment towards the nobility. Why are you exerting so much effort on his behalf? If at all, it is quite simple, really. Bill Marquis is a playwright, and what do you think a playwright's job should be? Write plays? That's right, his job is to write excellent dramas. No matter what kind of stories or emotion Bill Marquis wants to express in his script, that is his freedom. If we were to interfere with people's creative freedoms, we would not have great art. You have a unique perspective, Your Majesty. I believe that people share this view, and so believing the Marquis is not being treated fairly. And besides, most playwrights are individualistic people. Perhaps that's why they have all these peculiar ideas. Maybe we shouldn't interfere with creative pursuit, but if we were to publicly denounce you and the king, Could you ignore it? As I said, this is mere speculation. There is no substantial evidence. And even if it's true, so what? Lafayette lifts his head and looks at me in surprise. What is the current relation between the nobility and the common people, Lafayette? Increasingly hostile. Yes, and many of the common folk are harboring contempt towards the royal family. Punishing them won't give us the respect we want. It would only fan their fears and cause them even more indignation. Lafayette stares at me in silence, and he doesn't speak again until we near our destination. Your attitude shocks me, Your Majesty. No real person has offended the common people like you. My respect has grown for you, Your Majesty. You truly deserve to be the Queen of France. Lafayette gazes at me earnestly, and I can feel sincerity in his praise. This shouldn't be a special view, and I hope the royal family and the public can live in harmony again, and peace is precious. We arrive at St. Lazare prison to rendezvous with Dion. Dion's dramatic voice brings out anything he has been waiting for a long time. My adorable little bird, you are very late, and looks like this guardian knight of yours isn't very reliable. Dion squints at Lafayette as he talks, making Lafayette frown. Dion. It's my fault. I got up late and I missed the appointment time. This is my mistake, and why don't we focus on the task at hand? If Dion and Lafayette start quarreling, Lafayette will definitely lose his temper. And I will never blame you, Your Majesty, since you care so much for the Marquis. I will not let you down. In accordance with our agreement, Dion will first meet the Marquis alone and Lafayette will wait. But after Dion leaves, Lafayette takes me to a small room. What is this place? Please keep your voice down, Your Majesty. Listen. Dion. Yes, it is I. The Marquis is just next door. That's right. In this secret room, we can listen in to the conversation. The prison has many such rooms. Amazing. But to eavesdrop like this, Your Majesty, we asked Dion for his assistance and he shouldn't keep any secrets from us. Perhaps after we understand the crux of the matter, we can help and negotiate with the Marquis together. You're right. Then let's listen. This has taken an interesting turn. Is this a great writer admired by thousands of people? And no friend has come to see you. Are you not planning to lift that full of peculiar ideas head of yours? Huh. But Marquis forces his eyes open and looks at Dion contemptuously before rolling his eyes and turning his back on him. If you finish talking, hurry up and leave. We are both elegant men of letters, and how could you spout such vulgar words? After all, back then, you and I. Dion suddenly giggles as he turns his face away, as if embarrassed, which further provokes the Marquis, and he finally turns around. Haha, your wide open eyes is just like when you proposed. Shut up, you shameless fool. You proposed to me, wouldn't that make you even more shameless? Do not bring that up. It is the greatest disgrace of my life. And if I could do it all over, I would make sure that the loyal family lapdog died in London. A pity none of that is possible. Instead, you brought this royal lapdog back at the king's command, making you nothing more than a dog sitter. And we really are a perfect match. And the more Dion talks, the more excited he becomes, and he starts swelling on the spot, and his laughter is unrestrained. The Marquis covers his ear in annoyance, loudly demanding him to stop talking. Stop it. I don't want to hear these vulgar noises of yours. And your high heel, gosh, you bastard, and have you no shame? Dion finally stops laughing, and he still wears a mocking face, and he approaches the Marquis slowly. What are you doing? Let me take a closer view, my dearest Bear Marquis. What's happened to you these past few years? You become even uglier. Bear Marquis pants the table as he stands up, seeing that he has gone too far. Dion backs away. Don't be ridiculous. You can't treat the only person who visits you so boorishly. I don't need anyone with a face full of powder visiting me. Look at yourself. The white powder on your face is cracking, and no matter how pretty your lip rouge it is, it can't hide your thick lips. I pity you. Men look upon you with shame, and women definitely cannot tolerate you. Ha! Such a shallow man, and I have already earned the respect of the supreme lady of the country. You, on the other hand, can only fool around with rich old widows to gain rank and riches. How undignified widower! You scoundrel, and why have you come? Why do you insist on foolishly staying here? Do you not understand how imprisonment works? We're not allowed to leave when we want. The king released you. You are the only person who can leave whenever they want. If not for you, I would never have come to such a horrible place. Oh, I understand now. You're here as the royal family's lapdog. Stop trying to provoke me, or I'll knock you unconscious and drag you out of here myself. You wouldn't dare. I no longer have the patience to spar with you, Marquis. And why would you not leave? They had no reason to arrest me in the first place, and now they want to release me in secret. Ridiculous. They're only doing this because they're afraid of public perception. I am not a criminal, and I will not leave this prison under vague circumstances. I insist on proving my innocence. You're being difficult. You won't budge on this then. Why would I budge? They wronged me. I should be allowed to seek justice. Oh, Marquis, don't pretend to be completely innocent. You never said it aloud, but we both know. You have never respected the royal family. Say what you like, and they have no concrete evidence. Monarchs cannot pry into the hearts of others. It is unacceptable to arrest someone based on assumptions alone. They even ban my play. The citizens of France don't even have the right to cultural freedom. Don't you find that ridiculous? I admire your moral backbone. But I have some advice for you. It wasn't easy for the king to release you. And if you continue to provoke the king's anger, you will never leave this place regardless of the public opinion. Do you really think you can endure a lifetime of filth and suffering? True suffering would be compromising my principles. Stop attempting to persuade me. This is about my dignity, and I will not leave until I get a verdict of innocence from a court of law. Laughing, I and I listened to the entire conversation. The Marquis and their relationship is amusing, but they're not in good terms. And I think Dio has exhausted all of his patience. Your Majesty, Marquis de Lafayette, why have you come here? Don't tell me. Using the intelligence enables Dion to quickly grasp the situation. He doesn't say a word, he merely looks at us. My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt, but Sir Marquis, may I speak with you for a while? Apologies, Your Majesty, but we have nothing to talk about. Dion's solo visit and a sudden interest made our purpose clear to the Marquis. He bows deeply but refuses to talk. Sir, Her Majesty the Queen has come to see you personally in the hope of lending you aid, and please be at ease. He's an irascible hedgehog, and why don't we? Dion. Fine, fine, as you wish. I don't blame the Marquis' attitude. At least I know what's going on in his mind. Sir, I know I'm being in such a place is a great insult to you, and I completely understand how you feel. Truth be told, I read your latest play, The Marriage of Figaro, and I must apologize for banning of such an excellent play. And if this is indeed our fault. But sir, aren't you prejudiced against the king? You are trying to protect your dignity, but the king is just doing the same, even so he's thinking of giving in. Why can't we compromise? I thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty, but what kind of compromise could we come to? Will you allow the performance of my play? That is exactly what I intend. If your play is performed, will you heed our advice and leave this place? The king does not wish to bring this matter to court, but if the band play is performed, wouldn't that prove the playwright's innocence? That is a reasonable compromise, sir, and I hope you will seriously consider it. It wouldn't be benefit either party if news of this matter were to be known public. Could you really allow my performance of my play, Your Majesty? I can only promise to spare no effort to see it done. The Marquis remained silent for a long while before finally facing me. I will agree to your compromise when you fulfill your promise, Your Majesty. Today's mission has reached a satisfactory conclusion, my adorable little bird. But I do not mean to rain on your parade. We still face a rather tricky problem. Are you referring to the performance of the play? Yes, we need to discuss this, and it would not be easy to convince His Majesty to agree to this. As settled into a silent rumination, Dion suddenly exclaims, "My dress is stained." Dion, the dress is too flamboyant to keep clean in regular situations. Oh, my dear queen, please don't say you've never seen a dress like this. If you think my dress is flamboyant, then the dresses at the opera house will really surprise you. Dresses at the opera house. As I look at Dion's dress, I come up with a plan. Your intense gaze is making my hair stand on end, little bird. I come up with an excellent idea. The marriage of Figaro will grace the stage. The dresses are gorgeous. The color palette is daring yet charming. Unbelievable to think I had never come to an opera house before. I simply love this play. I want to try them all on. Your Majesty, must I do this? Please don't say no, Marquis. It suits you. Ha! But I don't know how to. No one here has done this before. Everyone is on the same boat. Don't worry, no one will make fun of you. Lafayette sighs faintly and grumbling, yet his excited voice rings out from the other side. You naughty little bird, I didn't expect you to assign me this role. Oh, cute fox, I know you're excited, don't deny it. And look at the dress you have meticulously chosen for yourself. I am well pleased. But I really hate this ugly, despicable Marcelina. I'm sorry, Dion, but look at Gabriela, so elegant. And do you have the heart to make her act the role of villainess who steals somebody's fiancé? Your Majesty, actually I too. Ah, my dearest friend, you will become Madame Rosina. You should go and talk to Count Almaviva. This is a sort, Your Majesty. Are we really going to rehearse the marriage of Figaro? Of course, simple attempts at persuasion would only provoke His Majesty. We need to bring it on stage and allow His Majesty to experience its charm. But this play cannot be openly rehearsed, so it's up to us to act as substitutes. This is an ingenious idea, my queen, but I must protest. I don't see the need to make such a sacrifice for the Marquis' sake. Perhaps this is unfair to you, Dion. How about you play the heroine, Susanna? Are you serious? Of course, like Gabrielle, you should go be with your husband. I know. I mean your fiance, Figaro, and have a good talk. Ah, no, 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 no. This is even more absurd. Speaking of Figaro, why do you cast Ferne? This is so unfair. Why is it unfair? Is there anyone else more suited than I am to play this lively and tender, sharp-witted man? Ferne approaches and drawn by Dion's word, and he looks at Dion with annoyance and shaking his head repeatedly. While I am glad that you invited me to help, my dear queen, I do not want this kind of Susanna to be my fiance. I also have no desire to have a smooth talking romantic like you be on my other half. But in the moment you'll be the thick-skinned one proposing to me by a fair means or foul. Thus, I am going to turn into an idiot like Lafayette. He's way more distressed than you are right now, and after all, he has become the disdainful called Almaviva. And I have great expectations for a gallant and noble marquis, and I look forward to seeing how he will portray a shameless and obscene person. The Marquis de Lafayette is too serious, and he needs to break out of his shell. My dearest friend, there's no time to lose, and we should make the most of this rehearsal, and let's do a head count. Count Amira, Countess Rosina, Figaro the Barber, and Marcelina the maidservant. Ah, Your Majesty, as a wise and heroic Susanna, our cast is complete. Ah, speaking of which, I am a little nervous. Ah, Your Majesty, all of us are here with you. Thank you, everyone. Let's all change into our respected costume, and it will help us get into character. So, charming Susanna, have I found thee at last? But thou seemst frightened by my little beauty. Consider, my lord, if anybody should come here and catch you here. That would be rather mal approach, but there's no great danger. But when Basil has spoken to thee on my behalf, well, stop. Please forgive my interruption, Your Majesty. Lafayette, are you reciting a book? You're supposed to be someone who has his heart set on Susanna, so you need to add more curiosity. But your shy expression makes it seem as if Susanna is forcing herself on you instead. Husserl lasted right out from off stage, and the brave and wise Marquise de Lafayette stands bashful on the stage, completely at a loss. Fenner, Lafayette is just nervous, and why don't you demonstrate once again? Certainly. Fenner calmly walks onto the stage and performs the previous scene. 19 feet wide, 26 feet long. Hey Figaro, look at my little boat hat, and what do you think? Fenner takes my hand. Nothing could be better, my beloved, and these flowers that symbolize chastity are worn highly on the beautiful lady's head, and they look so sweet in the eyes of the husband on the wedding morning. The boosts from offstage, and he can't help but criticize Ferne. Oh, stop this. You have been playing this scene many times, and you want to offend the queen. And that slimy expression of yours is unbearable to look at. Might I remind you, Marcelina, that you'll be slimier when you force me into marriage later. Then I will remind you of another aspect of Marcelina and Figaro's relationship. My dear son, no matter what, you have to respect me. Haha. Your characters are supposed to have a close bond. Please stop picking on each other. And we should find a way to allow everyone to let go of themselves. Perhaps we can find a play with an ensemble cast in which everyone is on stage so that no one will make fun of anyone. Yes, and we need to work together and show tolerance towards each other. Everyone present is already familiar with the script, and what we need to do now is familiarize ourselves with the roles. Let us rehearse the chord scene from the third act, and you will announce the start of the trial, Lafayette, and you will be fine, trust me. Everyone is striving towards the same purpose, and this will surely become an unforgettable and beautiful memory. Lafayette remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly, and I know my encouragement has restored his confidence. Double fist and read the case summary. Marceline de Verde Allure, adored lady, is suing Figaro. My lord, this dishonest young man is the one I am suing. Pardon my interruption. Is this a secretary known as Double Fist? Yes. He is called Double Fist because he swingles both parties. After swingling the plaintiff, he swingles the defendant. Swingle, he is swallowing whole, hump. And I have seen him charging some sort of transcript fee or supplementary transaction fee, and it has become his usual practice to charge for everything. Read on. Silence, gentlemen. Lafayette, as a judge, makes different animal sounds for each character, and everyone bursts out in laughter. Please don't laugh. I have become one with my character. Although my lines are limited, I want to make sure I perform them exquisitely. Yes, the count's performance is masterly, and let's continue. The rehearsals proceed with several interruptions, but everyone is starting to understand each other more. Oh, am I deceiving me? Goodness, it's the madame. Was that you, Comtesse? I can only plead for your generosity and forgiveness. If you were in my shoes, you would never say no, never. This is my third time today agreeing with your unconditionally. I'm sorry, I made another mistake. And according to the test, Gabrielle was supposed to stand up, but she stumbled instead. It's alright, Gabrielle, you're doing fine. Our rehearsal is getting smoother. Indeed, even the serious Marquis de Lafayette can change his expression at times. Though there are some rough edges, it's definitely praiseworthy. This play is quite charming. The twisting plot surprises again and again, without realizing everyone is already immersed in the story. Yes, Your Majesty, after acting as Rosina, I can feel like I can understand her feelings now. This is the result I wanted. I think we're getting close to success. 3 days later. This is simply incredible. We managed to finish rehearsing the play in a very short time. Yes, though we are not as good as professional opera actors, we are good enough to fully showcase the whole play. This is all thanks to our little bird, and she's a good leader. This is a result of everyone's hard work. Phew. Someone blows out a long breath. Haha, take a look at our Marquis de Lafayette. He seems so relieved we ought to applaud him. It's time to invite His Majesty the King. And am I willing to bet His Majesty will be astonished? Why have you gone to them, my queen? I have been feeling rather bored lately, Your Majesty, and there are no new plays at the theater, so I took the liberty of inviting everyone to rehearse a new play with me. Oh, a rehearsal done by you. That sounds interesting. Who participated? Me, the Marquis de Lafayette, Fresne, Dion. Oh, now I'm curious about this new play. I had come to invite you to watch us at the opera, Your Majesty. You have been very busy with political affairs for several days. Trying to relax a little. I am delighted that you invited me, my dearest queen, and I will invite a few ministers to accompany and watch your play. My queen, why your garments? This is my custom, your majesty. Very well, this though it looks plain, it cannot obscure your beauty. Your majesty seems a little displeased. Now, as fast as most noble queen, no garment can hide your brilliance. Your majesty is never short of praises for the queen. Naturally, but I'm rather curious as to what kind of plan the queen has prepared. Blaster eyes twinkle mysteriously, and this makes me feel unexpectedly guilty. His Majesty is in a good mood today, and he has brought many officials with him, but I cannot imagine what kind of conclusion will he come to after understanding my intention. There are many noble lords supporting us today, and I must thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone deserves a break. And I did not expect Lafayette to agree to star in a play, though. To tell the truth, Your Majesty, I didn't expect it either. Just you wait and see, Your Majesty. Our Marquis de Lafayette is a natural talent. That is inconceivable. I think you should all refrain from teasing the Marquis. He might exercise the rights of the judge off stage and hand down sentences. So the Marquis is playing the judge, and that is similar to my own position. Not the kind of judge you have in mind. Your image of the Lafayette might be shattered once the performance is over. Hearing you say that, I am looking even more forward to the play than ever more. I am most looking forward to seeing the Marquis on stage, which in himself is definitely a historic moment. Let us not put too much pressure on Lafayette, for you are not yet told us the title of the play, my queen. Allow me to surprise you, Your Majesty. The queen is being very intriguing today. Let's start right away then. Yes, Your Majesty. Act 1. 19 feet wide, 24 feet long. Hey, look at my little hat. What do you think? Nothing could be better, my beloved, and these flowers that symbolize chastity are one highly beautiful on a lady's head. They look so sweet in the eyes of the husband on the wedding morning. And what are you measuring, my dear? My dear, I am trying to ascertain whether the beautiful bed that our Lord gifted us can be placed here. It's this house. It is something he rewarded us with. I will not accept it. Why? In between transitions, I glance at the audience. The other provinces to be whispering something in the king's ear. To ensure our performance proceeds smoothly in the beginning at least, and modify the lines so the characters' names wouldn't be heard. But it seems some people are already noticing something familiar. Your Majesty, do you recognize this line? Hush, keep watching. Act 2. Later, when he saw me holding the ribbon that you used to tie your hair at night, he stepped forward and asked, "For my ribbon, how childish." I wanted to take it back, and he's like a lion with eyes glowing. What happened after that? What happened after that, madam, is that there even be an end with that little devil. And one moment he speaks of his godmother, and the next he says he misses her because he didn't even have the mettle to kiss madame's robe, so he tries to kiss me instead. Let's not talk about these silly things later. Later, when my husband arrives, dear Suzanne, he will talk with you. If I refuse to obey him, he will protect Marceline. Rosina stands up furiously and fanning herself with a fan as she speaks. He does not love me anymore. The Duchess of Polina's performance is truly fantastic, and she looks as if she really has betrayed by her husband. Indeed, even she used her props to great effect, and the furious fanning reflected her current feelings. But my queen is the best performer, and the quick wit of her will always attract other people's eyes. Of course. Act 3. His mother. Please explain. This is your father. I'm in pain. Doesn't your instinct often tell you that he's your father? Never. Then the matter is clear. He cannot marry her. The preposterous hindrance to my plan. And where is your noble background, your official residence? You cheated the court. Court for this damn 100 silver coins. I nearly had to kill this gentleman who turned out to be my father. And after that, the court also forced me to do an unthinkable act. But since the heavens have preserved my reputation, I have been safe from these dangers. And you, my mother, please hug me and hug me with all the love a mother has. Marcelina rushes to Figaro and hugs him tightly. Oh my God, they are mother and son, Dion and Ferne. The mother and son are Marcelina and Figaro, your majesty. What an ingenious plot twist, simply astounding. Look, your majesty, they're already happily visiting the new in-laws to think just a few moments ago they were arguing in court over marriage. With this, another obstacle has been removed from Figaro and Susanna's marriage. The only one that's left is a shameless count. Oh, I am starting to hate Lafayette. He's such a nuisance. Act 4. I should give her an answer. I should be given to whoever it belongs to. Another marriage fee. Of the three, this one has the hardest ones to come by. And just like our marriage. And when I was poor, people looked down on me. And when I showed a little talent, they hated me. Now I have a beautiful wife and all these properties. Everyone's heart will open up to you. Is that possible? I understand the way of the world. Not counting my wife and my properties, every one of you make me feel honored and joyful. Figaro bows to the audience and cheerful music plays and the stage curtains falls. The actors return to the stage, everyone bows in uniform, awaiting for the king's judgment. And as the seconds turn into minutes, I who had high hopes feel my heart sinking deeper and deeper until, is that His Majesty? Ladies and gentlemen, I have to admit that this is indeed a wonderful play. Though Lafayette sometimes forgot to drop his seriousness and Dion and fairness and brain was uncomfortable to watch. I should also apologize to everyone on the Queen's behalf, and I assume this was her wicked idea. Your Majesty. But I have felt your hard work and sincerity so much so that I am deeply immersed in this story to my own surprise. Is it true, Your Majesty? Oh, I am greatly moved, and my sacrifice was not in vain. And I think you achieved your goal, and every one of you has spent so much effort rehearsing such a wonderful play. And I, of course, cannot betray your hopes. Your Majesty, I will issue an order to immediately release the ban on the marriage of Figaro. Wonderful. Everyone cheers, thanking the king for his wisdom, and this battle without smoke is finally coming to an end. Alright, and then the last one. Then Marquise, come out. Why are you back already? I'm here to drag you out. You're the cause of all of this trouble, you irritating fool. You shameless scoundrel. Your boorish voice is irritating. I am going to make sure you can't speak anymore. You demon, God will punish you. I hear that almost every day, and do you think it frightens me? Oh, damn you. And I want to see the Queen. You can't do this to me. Dion. Is that the Queen? Please stop this violent demon. Apologies, sir, but he's just jesting. I was only trying to scare him. And why did the great eagle bring the little bird today? Have you not explained the situation, Dion? Look at how serious the great eagle is. Hey, he's so vulgar yesterday. Lafayette did his best yesterday, so stop teasing him. My dear Queen, you wounded me. Didn't I do my best? I made the biggest sacrifice. This is Bill Marquis' fault, and why did he come out with such a ridiculous character? I feel as if I'm being insulted, but I do not know why or how. Look how ungrateful he is and what a waste of effort. Allow me to explain, sir. We came bearing good news. His Majesty has agreed to lift the ban on your play. Is this true? It is. The theater has already begun rehearsing the marriage of Figaro. A shocking piece of news, truth be told, I dare not believe it. Even more shocking, the Queen personally summoned many of the noble friends to perform your play and to win the King's favor. Your Majesty, and did the king not punish you for it? You can put your mind at ease. His Majesty is a reasonable king. Indeed. The queen was enraptured during the entire performance, and he has entirely immersed and was moved in no small measure. And it must be said that everyone present, including the actors, were astounded by your talent. I do not know how to express my gratitude, Your Majesty, and to my friends too. There's no need. No. He does need to thank us, me especially. And I have you know, Bermarquis, that I performed as that damn Marcelina. Bermarquis is clearly shocked, and he stares at Dion in disbelief and remains speechless for a while. She indeed fits you, and I must compliment the person responsible for casting, and they have a great taste. Actually, Dion always gives his best during a performance. Then I should really thank him, and maybe one day I will write some of his misdeeds into a book. Let the whole world feel the preposterousness. Oh, shush, I would rather not receive this kind of gratitude. I think we can discuss that at a later time. Other than informing you of the ban list, there's another matter we need to address today. You mean leaving the prison? Gosh, why do you still hesitate? And have you not given up on making an appeal? And the king has already made the concession. His Majesty has made a great compromise, and I think you should also step back and let the matter resolved. You misunderstand, Lord Marquis. The Queen has fulfilled her part of the agreement, and I, of course, will honor mine. You agree to leave the prison? Yes, Your Majesty. The Marquis leaves the prison the same day, and the process has been going on for days, gradually stopped. Hello, Your Majesty, and why have you come at a time like this? I assume my queen has finished her dinner, and I thought we could head out and relax together. Your Majesty seems to lately enjoy leaving Versailles. I often tell Madame Denai that a person needs entertainment outside of work. Yes, Your Majesty, but please wait a moment. I need to get changed. Of course, my queen. And I prefer your respectable clothing. Your grace and elegance should be in full display. As you wish, Your Majesty. Your Majesty wanted to bring me to the Opera House, and did you invite many others again? I guess around me there are many familiar ministers and nobles here. That's right, my queen. We are here to enjoy a most marvelous play. A marvelous play? Is it the marriage of Figaro? You need not be so insightful, Your Majesty. The king wanted to surprise you. Is that so? Yes. The Opera House is ready to stage the play ahead of schedule, and I invited everyone to watch its premiere. This is fantastic, Your Majesty. I didn't think I could watch a new play so soon. If it makes my queen happy, then it is worth it. Thank you, Your Majesty. The season on the left and the official performance of the highly anticipated play finally begins. Figaro, Susan, the Count and Countess, and all of the familiar characters appear on the stage with brand new faces. Oh goodness, that is a character I portray. What a strange feeling. Do you really feel like the character on stage? No, I had no wish to be Susan. And look at that fat and ugly lady. She's actually is Marcelina. She's not grateful like you. And the play begins, and the actors and stations on the stage once again, and Marquis is among them. The king and I lead the applause, and I believe Marquis can feel the people adding admiration at his moment. Thank you, everyone, and forgive me for the lack of flowery words to express my feelings right now. I once thought this play would be buried forever and with no hope of being performed. However, thanks to our magnanimous king, please allow me to once again express my most sincere gratitude to His Majesty and the most venerable Queen. Her Majesty bows to me, and I can hold both sides, and this is truly the most perfect resolution. The marriage of Figaro is indeed a marvelous work, and I'm sure it will become a classic. And so I think the author should be equally honored. And I shall bestow upon you an award, Marquis, to commend your excellent play. My most venerable king, this is a great honor. The marriage of Figaro spread widely through Europe, and it was adapted into an Italian opera by Mozart 8 years later. However, a word that so boldly reveals the ugliness of the nobility can influence history in interesting ways. Alright, human comedy, and that's the end of that, and then that's the end of that mini show. So, yeah. And then that's the end of that side story. Alright, let's see if it's running. Alright, perfect. Alright, so we're doing Time Princess Fated Encounter is a sub-story on Marie Antoinette. Not a sub-story, as like a sub-chapter. This is the fourth spring I spent at the Palace of Versailles. The weather is slowly warming and the flowers in the garden have grown new shoots and will soon bloom. It is a rare sunny day. Early in the morning, the Dauphin brought his courtiers to for the grounds for a hunt. I had nothing to do but stay alone in my room, staring out the window at the gardens, waiting for time to pass. I miss Showroom so much. I've been in France for 4 years, but many people still see me as an outsider. They call me the Austrian woman. I wonder how many darling mobs is doing now. In my dreams, I often hear mob soft whispers and laughter echoing in the Showroom Palace. But I have to bury my longing for hope deep inside, and I can't speak to anyone here about it. Madame de la Dauphine, my dear Marie, I hope you're having a pleasant afternoon. Gabriel, I'm so happy you come to see me. What's wrong? It's a shame to see your beautiful face looking so melancholic. I'm glad you're here, and life's been somewhat dull lately. Though, my dear, there are millions ways to entertain yourself here. Now we live before the time of television and the internet. I imagine if you desire, the Dauphin will throw the grandest ball for you. Gabriel, you know that as the Dauphin of France, I must set a good example. At a ball, there will be countless people watching me, and I couldn't make a single mistake. I understand you've been under strenuous pressure, though your determination does make me worry. Please don't put too much pressure on yourself, my dear. Don't worry, Gabriel. Seeing you has already lifted my spirits. My dear Marie, I am so pleased to hear that. And I have an idea, and I think I will lift your spirits even more. Oh, what is it? How about we attend a masquerade ball? A masquerade ball. Comtesse de Noailles is holding one at her residence tonight. Everyone will be wearing a mask to hide who they are. Mask, so no one will know who anyone is. That's right. Wear a mask to the ball and no one will know you're the Dauphin of France. A masquerade ball where I can hide who I am. That sounds marvelous. It would be nice to attend a ball where I can just relax. But what if someone discovers me there so late at night? My dear Maria, this is your chance for you to set down your burden and catch your breath. Alright, let's go. I would like a chance to unwind. A masquerade ball here and I can hide who I am and it sounds like fun. Wonderful. I am so glad you'll be coming with me. Thank you for your always looking out for me, Gabrielle. That's what friends are for. You always been the one protecting, caring for me. And I know I can't help much, but I still do my best to make you happy. I don't deserve you, Gabrielle. And you're my best friend, and I want you to be happy yourself, so let's enjoy yourself tonight. Then we agreed tonight at 11, I'll wait for you outside the Petit Trianon. And you should rest now. After all, it's going to be a long night, and you need your energy. A masquerade ball. Masquerade, people face a different face. Masquerade, hide your friends and no one will hide. I can hide who I am and speak to others from behind a mask. I won't have to worry about being criticized for minor mistakes or being told that my conduct is unbefitting for the Dauphin. Finally, I can be just myself. I can even dance to my heart's content like I used to. It's almost 11. Under the cover of darkness, I sneak over to the Petit Trianon and an unfamiliar carriage is waiting outside. I hesitate to approach it, but then Gabrielle opens the carriage door and waves at me. Her smiling face makes my uneasiness fade. I smile and return and board the carriage. I promised I'd prepare everything, and I did. And now you can relax and enjoy yourself. I didn't recognize this carriage, and why did you come in the one of your own? Our carriages are too flashy. This one has plain exterior, so we'll escape people's notice. But inside is spacious and comfortable. It's perfect, no? The proprietor of this rental service are very trustworthy, so you have nothing to worry about. Although the carriage looks plain, the inside is extravagantly decorated. Perhaps it's provided exclusively to nobles. Isabel Cabilla has taken many precautions, so I feel at ease. Thank you for being thoughtful. It was my pleasure, Marie. This is it for you. Try it on, and I hope you like it then. Thank you, Gabriel. You're far too good to me. Alright, time to go do masquerade stuff. And I have boring present. How lovely, Marie. You look elegant and mysterious, and certain no one will recognize you. Perhaps tomorrow all of Paris will be abuzz with the stories of a beautiful, mysterious woman. Really, Gabrielle, may you even meet someone special tonight? Meet someone, but I reflect on the time I spent with the Dauphin, and he's never been unkind to me, yet he always has an air of detached coolness around me. No matter how hard I try to be friendly, he never gets closer. It's so as if he's always be an outsider of his side and never his wife. My dear, we're forgetting our duties for one night, and throw off those heavy shackles and enjoy this beautiful romantic evening. And while you're at it, you can engage in infidelity. Don't worry, Marie, no one will know it's on you under the mask. That's right, no one will know it's me. And it's just this one time and everything will be fine. You're right, tonight I'm not the Dauphin and just Marie. Perhaps I really will meet someone. Have fun, my dear, and it's no more than a harmless game of romance. And what a pity it will be if someone as lovely as you were not appreciated. No one will recognize us, and all you need to do is enjoy the ball and dance to your heart's content. Whichever gentleman will have the honor of dancing with you tonight, I wonder. He ought to thank God for such a blessing. Don't be ridiculous, Gabriel. You shower me with too much flattery, and kiss up and I worry you'll be conceited. But dancing with you is a blessing. You are a perfect dancer. Well then, pray I meet a perfect partner tonight. I pray my good friend will find a good dance partner and enjoy an unforgettable evening. My eagerness finally overcomes my uneasiness and other way to the dance, and Gabriel and I talk about our host for the night. And as soon as we step out of the carriage, I see the Conte Noir's residence is filled with brilliant lights. We're still outside and I can hear music. This ball is so lively. And I feel certain I'll have fun tonight. The balls outside are so dull by comparison. Thinking of my anxiety during the balls at the palace stirs my unease, and I start to worry I'll be recognized. No, that won't happen. It's just one night. Everything will be fine. This is a rare opportunity to relax and have fun. Don't overthink it. We're here, Marie. Let's go in quick. Come in, Gabrielle. I hope we make some happy memories. Pushing on my worries to the back of my mind, I take Gabriel's hand and walk towards the front door. The masquerade ball is even more lively than I imagined. Magnificent dressed men and women whirl across the dance floor in time with the music, and everyone has abandoned the restraints of their position and thrown themselves into the revelry. You dance so beautifully just now, and even with the mask on, my dear, you're still so captivating. Really. I'm still struggling to contain my worry, and I keep praying no one discovers me. They won't. Everyone was far too captivated by your dancing to be looking at your face, and I never seen you enjoy yourself so much before. And overheard several gentlemen talking about a dancing angel who has graced us from the heavens tonight. You tease me, Gabriel. I'm always the best in your eyes. But now I'm feeling a little tired. Let's step aside and rest for a bit. Gabriel offered me her hand, and I take hold and tight so we won't be separated. And as we're leaving the crowded dance floor, several men approach and ask us to dance, but we turn them all down. I also see many lords and ladies flirting or kissing, and some hold hands and are slipping away into a private corner utterly uninhibited. And a servant's hands of champagne, and Gabriel and I at the edge of the room chatting quietly. I feel wonderful to be able to relax like this. Thank you for bringing me here, Gabriel. I'll do anything to see you smile, my dear. And I haven't seen you this happy in such a long time. I'm so grateful for your companionship. Life in Versailles is a man appears beside us, and I quickly silence myself. Excuse me, my lady, may I have the pleasure of this dance? My apologies, my lord. I am currently having a private conversation with this lady here. I am certain you can find a more suitable dance partner elsewhere. The gentleman gives me an awkward smile and then nods and walks away. Goodness, Marie, and how many gentlemen have you turned down tonight? Not too many, I don't think. Don't worry, I was only joking. We're here to have fun, remember? Of course. If another gentleman asks me to dance, I look over there, Marie. I follow Marie Gabriel's line of sight to a dark-haired man standing in the ground. Whatever he's saying has the attention of everyone around him. He lifts his hand and pretends to casually glance over at us, and I mean his eyes, which are as blue as summer sky. The gentleman has his sneaking looks at you, Marie. Has he? He's been in the center of attention all night, and look, Marie, the people around him are so enthusiastic. What would you do if he asked you to dance? Oh, I came to dance. If he asked me to dance, I think I would accept. And how could I resist those blue eyes? How could anyone? Good choice. After all, you don't have any reason to refuse such a respectable gentleman. I mean, for the first time during a masquerade ball, what a romantic story. But a dance with him is just wishful thinking, and look how preoccupied he is surrounded by all those people. And all I already seen him turn down so many ladies, and maybe he doesn't want to dance with anyone. My dear, he's been watching you all this time. He might simply be waiting for a chance to ask you. Perhaps because he's seen me and Gabriel looking at him, the man nods and smiles at the people around him and then walks towards us. Then Marie, he's coming over. I clutch Gabriel's hand nervously, and she quietly passes the back of my hand and quietly encourages me. It's alright, I'll keep an eye on you. Good evening, ladies. Isn't it a magical night? I didn't expect to meet such enchanting ladies here, and I cannot help but express how fortunate I feel. Although he's greeting us both, I can feel his gaze is on me the whole time. Gabriel smiles at him and returns his greeting, then she politely excuses herself and goes to the other side of the room. Enjoying yourself, my dear? Forgive me, have we met before? I don't believe so. Well then, will you dance with me to mark the occasion of our first meeting? And the summer sky blue eyes of his gaze hopefully at me. And I nod and give him a small smile and hold out my hand to accept his invitation. There's no need to be nervous, just relax and follow my lead. Alright. Does he know who I am? I've been so anxious, my body hasn't stopped trembling. And he gently takes my hand and leads me to the center of the dance floor, and his hand rests lightly on my waist, guiding my steps. And his moves are grateful, and with him leading, my worries fade, and I surrender to the music. As the dance goes on, the distance between us shrinks. I believe I should thank God for his blessing, which led me to dance with me. And seeing you turn down so many gentlemen, I worry that you will refuse me as well. But you turned down many ladies yourself. Oh, have you been watching me? What an honor to have caught the eye of such a beautiful lady. Since the moment you arrived, I could not take my eyes off you. And you are fair and lovely as the white elderwise that bloom in the mountain. Elderwise, does that mean he figured out who I am? I have never seen you at any Paris balls or salon. Why is that? Oh, it sounds like you attend many of the social engagements. Quite the contrary, I'm an outsider who just arrived in Paris. Attending salons and balls is the best way to integrate into Paris society. Outsider. So he's not French either. If he just arrived to Paris, then it is unlikely we met before. Even so, I worry he'll recognize me. Maybe it's just a coincidence that he describes me as an Austrian most well-known flower. I am from a different country, and I passed through Paris on my travels and was drawn in by this remarkable city. I am curious, my lord, and what about it drew you in? Just as I finished speaking, the sun reaches its end. The dancers all stop and search for the new partner, or they go to the edge of the room and make conversation. The man before me is still holding my hands and gazing at me with his entrancing blue eyes. Will you walk with me in the gardens, my lady? I can tell you more about my impression of Paris. I look away from him and search the room for Gabrielle, and I see her standing in the ground looking at me, and she nods and gives me an encouraging smile, and I feel comforted by the warmth of the man's hand in mine. Perhaps because he's also an outsider, I feel a connection to him, and my anxiety slowly fades. Of course, my lord, I would love to. And when he hears my reply, he gives me a gentle smile and leads me to the garden. The count's garden is blooming with all sorts of flowers. And, like it's funny when you think of Count, like everyone's first impression would be to think of like Count Dracula, but you can be a count and not be a vampire. Their intoxicating fragrance mingles with the night breeze, and as soon as we arrive, we hear the musicians begin playing another song, and we stroll through the gardens to the melody. The man was beside me, slowly slowing his pace to match mine, and in a gentle tone he tells me about what had surprised him when he first arrived in Paris, and he explains his love for the city. To complete my studies, I left Sweden and traveled to many places. The way Paris makes me feel is different from every other city I have been to. It exemplifies the best qualities of French art, a blending of many styles that make it lively and more vibrant. As saloon scholars discuss so many different subjects, and then there's even the presence of Eastern cultures. In short, Paris is a beautiful, romantic, and glamorous city. So what it means is very cosmopolitan city because it sees like everyone from the world fooling about there. I'm pleased you like Paris so much, my lord. And during my travels, have you ever felt homesick? Of course, I'm always thinking of my homeland or that gorgeous sunset at Lake Malaren. But I decided to see more of the world to complete my studies, and I am not ready to abandon that goal. His courage and determination are enviable. I am far away from my homeland, but I don't feel nearly as confident. I admire your perseverance, and we're both facing the same challenge, but you seem far more confident than I am. Ah, then you come from another country as well. Yes, my lord, and just like you, I'm not from France. But unlike you, I am far from home causes me a great deal of stress. I am fortunate to have a dear friend who's always trying to lift my spirit, but even then I often feel worried and overwhelmed. Before I can stop myself, I confide in him, sharing now how I struggle here. And when I finish, I look into his intense gaze and see myself reflected in his eyes. I am happy you share this information with me. And Paris has brought me countless surprises, but you are among the greatest of them. Perhaps I should thank God for his blessing and thank fate for allowing the two of us to meet in Paris. And you are the most beautiful and enchanting lady I ever met, and I hope you will not forget me after the night has ended. My lady will little offend you if I remove my mask, and I would like to show you who I am. Uh, of course, my lord, I do feel lucky to have met you tonight. I reach out and remove his mask, and his eyes are as soft as the moonlight, and they mesmerize me. I am Count Axel von Ferne, attaché to the Swedish Army, and it's been my honor to make your acquaintance. Count Ferne, please, meeting you is the happiest thing to happen to me tonight. No, since I came to Paris, and I feel such a thrill at you removing my mask. And we stand in the moonlight surrounded by the aroma of flowers, and there were roses blooming beside me, sway gently in the breeze, making a soft sound. My lady. He draws closer to me and lowers his head. Is he about to? Wait, confess me, and his eyes are so close to mine, and I'm so nervous, and my hands are shaking. And I raise my hands, ready to use all my strength to push him away and flee. But he gently takes my hand. Now that I have told you my name, will you tell me yours? Huh? He only wanted to ask my name, and I was about to overreact. And thank God I didn't push him away, and it would have been so embarrassing if I had. I need to think of a reason to refuse and quick. I'm very sorry to confess. I admire your courage and appreciate your manners. And I'd love to be your friend and hear all your interesting stories about your travels, but I can't tell you who I am. I understand, my lady. There are things you cannot discuss, and I respect your decision. And I feel closeness to you unlike any that I have felt before, as if fate brought us together. And I am certain that even if I do not learn your name tonight, we will meet again. And when we do, I hope we can walk among the gardens once more and share our thoughts and feelings with one another. I will wait that day with bated breath, my lady. I will also look forward to the day we meet again. And after that, Fernand tells me several amusing stories about his arrival in Paris. And he puts his mask on and tenderly takes my hand, and together we return to the ballroom. You finally returned, my dear. Gabrielle, we should leave. It's already 3 in the morning. If we don't, Madame Denau may find out. Yes, all right, let's go. This is wonderful, Marie. You look very happy. You must have had an unforgettable time with a gentleman. Mm, I didn't get to engage in infidelity, if that's what you're thinking. Gabriel and I leave the ball, and on the carriage ride back, she falls asleep against me. Gabriel worked so hard to make me happy tonight, and I think of what Fernand said about meeting again one day. And I meant what I said, and I would like to see him again, but for me, it's a wish made in vain. Tomorrow I will return to my life as a Dauphin. That's like a princess. All I can do is keep today's fading encounter as a secret, cherished memory. Because she's not the queen yet. No one discovers my night at the ball, and my life returns to its usual monotony. Life at Versailles is as dull as ever, and the father and month's lesson are still so dreary. The Dauphin continues to occupy himself with his hobby, rarely spending time alone with me. What happened at the ball feels like a wonderful dream. Your Highness, the Duchess of Polignac has arrived. Good morning, Marie, and I brought you a treat, some pastries I made just for you. The maid carefully sets a small coffee table, and Gabriel pulls me over, and I catch the scent of butter and warm sugar. These are some of the most popular pastries in Paris right now, and I had the best confectioner in Paris teach me. Try them and tell me what you think. Thank you, Gabriel, and you're too good to me. The place of delicate pastry are extraordinarily tempting, and the aroma of fruit and cream fills the room. Madame Denal, and will you please allow me a private conversation with Gabriel? Very well, Your Highness, and I'll take my leave. Like historically speaking, like the king of France, back when he was prince, it took him like forever for him to work up the energy to consummate his marriage with Marie Antoinette, and there were even rumors that he was like infertile or something else. The point is that he was taking forever to produce an heir, and then that caused a lot of stress in like the royal family until literally somebody had to put a gun on his head and tell him, dude, like either you go deal with your wife or I do. But whatever. This is all before that nonsense. Madame Denal and all of the maids leave my room, and as soon as the door closes, Gabriel approaches me and starts talking in a excited whisper. Now that you're alone, you can tell me more about the other night. You must have had some wonderful memories at the masquerade ball, and you look very happily chatting with a gentleman in the gardens. I was, and we discussed our impressions of Paris. Your impressions of Paris? Oh, yes, and he just arrived in France and has encountered many interesting things in Paris. So he's from another country too. Then he's also some idea how you feel as a foreigner. And there's a touch of sadness in Gabriel's voice, and I'm about to ask about it, but I don't feel I can give me how hard she's trying to force a smile. By the way, my dear, I remember you once telling me about the Guggenhof in Austria. Can you tell me how they're made, and I'll bake some for you? Gabriel, you're always thinking of me, keeping me company and caring for me. That's what friends are. Now come on, Marie, tell me how to make Guggenhofs. Alright, let me think. And I think back also to the pastry I used to have at the Schönbrunn Palace and the recipes I once learned from the servants. And Gabrielle listens attentive to me and nodding every now and then, and a gentle smile on her lips. Now that I know how to make them, I'll try baking some as soon as I get a chance. I look forward to trying them. Someone knocks on the door. Pardon, Your Highness, Your Grace. A Swedish nobleman has come to the palace. The Dauphin is receiving him in his study. His Highness asks you to attend as well. Please dress and come with me. A Swedish nobleman, could it be? What's wrong, Marie? You look a little disturbed. Oh, it's nothing. Please excuse me, I must go. All right, I'll be on my way then. And I hope you have a nice day, my dear. Please go change into an appropriate attire, Your Highness. I will. Now that you're ready, please come with me at once. Yes, Madame Denal. Accompanied by the Madame Denal, I go to the Dauphin's study. My heart is beating faster and faster by the time I reach the study door and I can feel my hands trembling. If it's truly him. Beside the dauphin, there's another familiar face in the room, Count Ferne from Sweden. When he sees me, he rises and bows, and the dauphin comes over and introduces me to this stranger, Marie. Good day, Your Highness. I haven't seen you in months, but a good day to you as well. This is Count Axel von Ferne from Sweden. Greetings, I am Marie Queen, I'm not Queen yet. I am Marie Antoinette. It's a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, Madame Le Dauphin, and I confess you're even more beautiful in person than I ever heard. The people of France are blessed to have such a distinguished dauphin. There's a hint of courteous smile in his calm gaze, and I'll do my best to conceal my surprise, hoping my expression doesn't give me away. Thank goodness he doesn't recognize me. Before coming to Paris, Confessor traveled to many countries and saw many fascinating things. I'm just going to ask him about the exquisite artistry and inventions of the places he's been to. Ferne tells the Dauphin about his travels and they talk about culture, history, and astronomy. And then Ferne reveals his familiarity with Latin, something that the Dauphin has always been interested in. And the Dauphin is completely absorbed in Ferne's story, but I am too nervous to say much of anything. I also met a fascinating man who knows a great deal about geography, and he told me about America, and I'm developing an urge to go there. See, this is before like the French had the brilliant idea to found the American. This is before the American Revolution. Because they did the American Revolution to mess with the British, but like it backfired big time because it led to the decapitation of like the the French Queen and Queen. But then again, everything's hilarious in hindsight, whatever. But I heard from the universe at the Council of the State that the people there are protesting the British government. I understand they are fighting for their freedom and that is an admirable act of courage. And I'm not interested at all in what they're discussing, so my mind drifts to worries and thoughts, and I soon find it hard to sit still. Maria, you're alright. Yes, Your Highness, I'm fine. Perhaps what I'm saying is not to her interest, Her Majesty. What? And has he been watching me during the entire conversation? No, not at all. Your stories are interesting. And I'm certain His Highness enjoys them very much. Marie has never had much interest in this topic, she being a woman and all. It's my fault. I was so engrossed I forgot to include her. Oh, it's nothing, Your Highness. I'm not bored, truly. Ferne's face bears a knowing smile. If Your Highness did not mind, I'd like to tell you about the fascinating artists I met in my travels. I encountered many talented singers and musicians in Italy and Germany, and I also had the pleasure of seeing some outstanding performances, and I believe Madame La Dauphin will find these topics interesting. Oh yes, I would like to hear more about that. It occurs to me I won't readily imply I am uninterested in what he was talking about before, and I'm about to explain myself, but the Dauphin speaks before I can. As Marie is so eager, please tell us more, Conferne. And I've not seen her this excited in a long time. Well, you haven't seen me at all in months, my dear husband person. How your hobbies and your wagon wheels coming along? Thank you for your attention, Your Highness. Ferne tells us about the exquisite art he's seen and his piece of the drama, the painting, and women's fashion. All of it fills me with curiosity, and it's perhaps the most interesting afternoon I had since I came to Versailles. Cause my husband personally would rather do literally anything else than like be in the same room with the princess, but whatever. We don't realize how late it is until Madame de Nal comes to remind us that it's almost time to visit the Dauphin's aunt in their rooms. It seems I should take my leave, Your Royal Highnesses. It was such a pleasure to meet you, Conferne, and your stories amaze me. As it is rare for Marie to be so engrossed. The pleasure was all mine, Your Highness. And please excuse me, Monseigneur Le Dauphin and Madame Le Dauphin. After Ferne departs, the Dauphin and I follow our routine and go to visit his aunt. And he assumes his usual aloof manner, as always, and the odds totally exclude me. And then, with the visitor gone, I go back to being a piece of furniture. Around 7 o'clock, I claim I'm not feeling well and finally leave, and alone I head to the gardens for a walk. Will I always be an Austrian outsider to them, and no matter how hard I try to fit in? I stare at the lights in the room where the fan is still visiting his aunts, and I can faintly hear them laughing. People are always socializing and laughing in the aunt's room. Meanwhile, the only person to visit my room is Gabrielle. A gentle breeze blows, bringing with it the scent of roses in the gardens, and I'm reminded of my romantic evening at the ball. Well, if the infidelity happens, it's gonna be your fault. Because as the Myrmidons would say, if the wife strays, it's because the husband person wasn't paying her attention. At least I tried like 1%. Paris has brought me countless surprises, but you're among the greatest of them. Perhaps I should send the God for his blessing and send faith for allowing the two of us to meet in Paris. You are the most beautiful and enchanting lady I have ever met, and I hope you will not forget me after tonight has ended. I can't think of anything but my time with Fesney at the ball and his elegant constitution, his manner, his eyes. How wonderful it would be if I could truly befriend him. Yes, that's what she wants, befriending him. But everyone in Paris loves to gossip, and I could never get away with it. And there have always been rumors circulating about my marriage to the Dauphin, and if I were to form a close friendship with a different man, the gossip-loving nobles and servants would undoubtedly make a big deal about it. I walked through the moonlit gardens, and my heart heavy and my spirits low, and would I ever know warmth in this cold palace? Well, Carl Ferdinand begins making fingered appearances at the palace, and it's not long before he starts winning everyone over. The Dauphin and the aunt speak highly of him, and then Madame de who's always every year praises him. The noblemen who love to gossip about my life with the Dauphin now only talk about Ferdinand now, and they discuss how to invite this charming foreign nobleman to their mansion. No, he's a count. Maybe he has some of that vampire allure that vampires have whenever, well, with like people from like lower mindsets, cause that's why a lot of idiots are always willing to like overfeed their vampires because that's a type of charm ability that they have. But it only works on weak-minded idiots. In every one of our conversations, Fenton behaves with extraordinary calm and propriety, and he's always friendly, but he never reveals the side of himself that I saw the night of the ball. It seems like I'm simply the Dauphin of France to him, Your Highness. But if he continues, he'll see through me one day, won't he? Your Highness, are you listening to me? Sorry, Father Berman, what were you saying? Your Highness, your conduct since the last few days deeply concerns me. As the future Queen of France, I hope you take your lessons seriously. Father Berman, your mother constantly told me to remind you to take more care with your attire, appearance, and bearing. Flee the evil desires of youth and pursue righteousness, faith, love, and peace, and along with all those who call on the Lord out of pure of heart. Don't have fun. Long and short of it. Do not forget the Bible's teachings, Your Highness. And then I'd be like, yes, Father Bible, I understand. Which of the many Bible teachings? Because like the Bible be a fat book. Let us conclude for today. May the Lord be with you, Your Highness. Father Berman closes the Bible he's holding. He bows to me and leaves my room. When he's gone, I heave a sigh of relief. Your Highness, dear Lord, have mercy on me. Am I going to be critiqued for impropriety again? Father Berman's lessons are the utmost important, and I hope you're taking them seriously. Madame Denal stands in the doorway, and she's ramrod straight, and her expression stern. Ramrod straight. Let's add that to the dictionary one on way. She looks ready to start another speech, but is stopped by the sudden arrival of a maid. Your Highness, Your Grace, the Duchess of Polina has arrived, and she's waiting for Her Highness in the parlor. Thank goodness for Gabrielle. Your Highness, in the future, please take your lesson seriously. Religion and etiquette will be crucial to your role as queen. I think that what they should have taught me was how to balance a checkbook. That was the main reason that Marie Antoinette got decapitated for. for not because for money purposes, because since she couldn't balance the country's checkbook, then there wasn't enough cake to go around. I will, Madame, de now. I promised myself that I will remain committed to my lessons. Then I leave and I hurry to the parlor and started to see Gabriel. Good afternoon, Madame Le Dauphin. There's no need for such formality, Gabriel, and I'm so glad you come. And Father very much so soporific. Lessons on religion were driving me mad. Wow, that's even more of a mouthful than malarkey. A walk in the gardens might revive you, and we will go together. On the way here, I saw that all of the roses have bloomed, and we should go out and enjoy them. It's only then that I noticed the rare, splendid sunshine outside. Yes, let's go. I love your company on a walk through the gardens. But as well as changed into something more suitable for such a beautiful afternoon. Dear Marie, you always look so lovely. And thank you, Gabriel. And now that I'm ready, let's be off. The gardens of Versailles were in full bloom, and a breathtaking fragrance as I imagined the Garden of Eden was. And the sun feels warm and delicate, flowers bloom in the light. And I strode to the gardens with Gabriel listening to her chatter. By the way, my dear, do you remember Count Fenner, the one who came to see the Dauphin the other day? I heard he's very popular with Parisian nobles now, and my husband has been planning on hosting him. Oh. When I hear that name, I suddenly feel like a secret has been exposed, and I instantly become nervous. Confess me. I often see him at the palace, but I don't know him very well. My dear, and why do you get so nervous whenever he's mentioned? I don't. I struggle to act calm, but I'm not doing a very good job at it. What's wrong with me? The same thing happened the other day when you heard Madame Denal say a Swedish nobleman had come for an audience. Could it be? Dear Gabriel, he's too clever to keep secrets from. You met Consuelo before. Yes, yeah. Actually, come, my dear, tell me quick. Consuelo is the man I danced with at the masquerade ball. What? Gabriel kind of masked her surprise, and she grabs my hand and stares at me, her eyes wide with wonder. Good heavens, when did you find out? He told me when he was on the night of the ball. At the ball? Yes, I didn't expect to learn his identity, but he wanted me to know, so he told me, and he even took off his mask. Does he know who you are? I didn't tell him. He said he'll show it we'll meet again, and he'll find out who I am eventually. So far, he hasn't recognized me. You interacted with him so often, and it's only a matter of time before he does. And perhaps he already knows and hasn't said anything. I certainly hope not. And he's so friendly with the nobles, and if anyone less, I went to a masquerade ball. I'll be the sole soldier pouring from the mouth of every gossip around. And I'll be honest, it's not my greatest concern. And if he knows I was the one who danced with him at night, and that he's almost certainly understand why I haven't revealed myself here, and what I'm truly worried about is, how do you feel about him? You haven't spent much time with him, but he's clearly had an impression on you. Well, the few times he's spoken to me is more than I've spoken to my husband in the last 4 years. So, are you drawn to him because he can relate to you as a foreigner? Gabriel, it's because he paid attention to me for like at least 5 seconds. Yes, I tell Gabriel everything about the conversation Fenner had the ball and his conversation with the Dauphin in his study. Gabriel doesn't say much, he just keeps watching me, smiling gently. I can't deny that I'm captivated by the way he speaks and acts. And what if he's right and we were fated to meet? But in my present circumstances, if I were seen with a nobleman from another country, anyone would scrutinize your behavior. Yes, and that's my greatest concern. I bow my head. Gabriel clasps my hands in hers and gives her one smile. My dear, I hope you can be happy. I know your life in Versailles hasn't been pleasant, and I don't know how you bear the weight of so much pressure. And I bet I don't even know the half of it. Gabriel, and no matter what you feel, I always stand by your side. And if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. Thank you, Gabriel. The big smile reaches her eyes, and I'm comforted by her support, and I know she'll be my friend no matter what I decide. And even if I don't make the right choice, Your Highness, Your Grace. I'm about to say more, but I may consent interrupt my train of thought. Yes, what is it? Your Highness, the Duke of Polina has just sent a message to the Duchess. An important guest has paid a surprise visit to the Duke's residence, and he hopes the Duchess will return as soon as possible. Why now? It's alright, Gabrielle. How disappointing. I hope to spend more time with you. Even a short time together has lifted my spirit. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. And please take care of yourself too, and you can always come to me with any problem you have. You know that, right? Yes, Your Highness. Good. Take care on your way back, my dear, and goodbye. Effie, there we go. Then I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye, Your Highness, and good luck with everything. As I watch Gabrielle leave, I feel my unease return, and there's a war going on my mind, a battle between what I want and what I need. I'm not ready to go back to my room. My bedroom is cold and gloomy, and I decide to stay in the gardens a while longer. We are having a rare fine day weather, and perhaps the warm sunlight will rid me of my chills. So many of the flowers have blossomed. The garden is a riot of colorful roses, bright reds, blushing pinks, and sunny yellows, and a pale white roses too. And I'm reminded of the white roses I saw in the Count's garden the night of the ball, and I can help but remembering what Stephanie said. I hope we meet again, and when we do, we'll walk among the gardens once more while you share your thoughts and feelings. Goodness heaven, why am I thinking of that again? I shake my head, trying to dislodge the memories from my mind. But the harder I try to forget, the more vivid it becomes. In the garden among the roses, I feel compelled to find more white roses in this garden. I begin walking to the east side of the garden, where I am sure that there's an abundance of white roses, and something inside me seems to be urging me on, and my steps quicken, and my racing heart matches the clatter of my heels, and my pace continues to quicken until I finally reach the white roses. But I'm not the only one there, and in the fading light, I can faintly see someone else in the garden. Who could this be at this hour? I slow down and try to calm my breathing. The light is too poor to make out who it is as I approach quietly. They must hear me because they turn around, and when I get nearer, our eyes meet. Confessing? Madame la Dauphine. Time comes to a stop, and we freeze for several moments. Finally, he speaks first, breaking the silence. Good day, Your Royal Highness. Please forgive my impertinence. I was startled to see you here. And where do you expect me to be? I didn't expect to see you here, confessor. The Dauphin told me that there are white roses in the palace, and I wanted to see them. He said if few people come here, and I never thought I would find you here. I happened to think of them while I was on the walk and wanted to take a look. You must be very interested if you come just for the flowers, my lord. These white roses are so beautiful, and it would be a pity if there was no one around to appreciate them. And besides, these flowers remind me of an old friend. An old friend, could it be? A friend from your homeland. And nervously, I am nervous but eager. He's hoping he is speaking of me. She's a friend I met in Paris, and she also came from another country. From the memory I met her, I believe she was my soulmate. What a relief, he still hasn't realized it's me. But I feel a tinge of disappointment. He said he'll recognize me if we saw each other again. This lady must be blessed by God to be so cherished by you. And I'm curious concerning what sort of lady captured your heart. She's a delicate yet strong woman. Being far from home filled her with sorrow, but she suffers her troubles alone to avoid worrying her friends. In this respect, she is very similar to you, Your Highness. Me? I noticed it the other day when we were in the study. My conversation with the Dauphin bored you, but you never revealed your impatience. It wasn't just boredom, it was where you realized who I am. You sat gratefully at the Dauphin's side and listened to everything I had to say. In fact, the curiosity you showed when I spoke to you about the foreign art and fashion resembled my old friend as well. And when I saw your eyes light up, I couldn't help thinking that she had reacted the same way as if she had been there. The two of you are very similar, when as similar were one and the same. Does he only wish to speak with me because I remind him of that old friend? This may be somewhat presumptuous of me, Your Highness, but you are not used to life oversight, are you? Why do you say that? I sense it every time I see you at the court ball. You're always so elegant and proper, but I can tell you want to flee from those events. And, and what? I heard the dog you have in Versailles shares a name with your beloved dog in Austria. I believe you meet at Austria very much. Goodness, how does he know everything? No, not everything. He doesn't know that I'm his old friend, and somehow he still hasn't realized the most important thing. I had no idea if I should be angry at him for not recognizing or surprised by his attentiveness. But his words seem to illuminate a hidden corner of my heart, and I can stop myself from blurting out feelings I kept hidden for so long. What you said is true. I always thinking of my homeland and of every single thing in Chaubrun Palace, but as a Dauphin of France, I must suppress this longing. Your Highness. Fresnel gives a faint smile, and the intense of his gaze reminds me of the way he looked at me on the night of the ball. My good heavens, what did I just say? Thank you for sharing this with me. And I thank God for his blessing. My wish has come true. What do you mean? I hope I will see my old friend again. And I told her that we will be united and walk in the gardens when I will listen to her thoughts and feelings. Confession, do you mean? Do you still deny it, Your Highness? Are you not that old friend? You knew it was me at the ball that night. And then everything you just said. Please forgive me, Your Highness. To be honest, ever since we first met in the Dauphin study, I have been trying to find an opportunity to speak to you. But you avoid me at the court balls and other occasions, and you rarely converse with me. So I thought that you did not wish to remember the night or have any further contact with me. I said, well, I am a married woman and a princess, so, you know. And I want to offer some sort of explanation, but I realize I don't know what to say. I can't possibly say I wanted to see him too, but was held back by my fear of gossip. Then why have you come here today, Confident? Was it only to admire the flowers? Your avoidance of me has caused me great dismay, and I came here today to release this memory. And I did not expect to encounter it. It feels like fate has brought you here. And I believe this is God's way of telling me not to give up on my affection. God or the devil? My heart begins to beat faster, and my cheeks feel a little hot, and I suddenly don't know how to respond. Count Festner, you cannot imagine how happy I was when you told me of your longing for your homeland, and it feels as if the long cold nights of my voyage had come to an end, and I had discovered a guiding light, and it has brought you to me. The brilliant sunlight falls on me, and I feel enveloped by its warmth, and the garden is quiet, so quiet I hear only the birds chirping and the flowers rustling in the breeze, and my own thumping heart, and I would like to confess my feelings to you. And his blue eyes gaze at me tenderly, and I look back at him, but then suddenly remember the scripture of Father Ramon shared with me. Flee the evil desires of youth and pursue righteous faith and love and peace, along with those who call on the Lord out of pure heart. Your Highness, Madame la Dauphine, will you still accept me? Confess me. I know that you greatly value our meeting and our acquaintance, but I'm sorry, I can't accept your feelings. I'm a married woman and everyone's watching, and I don't want to lose my head at this early in the game. Your Highness, as a Dauphin, my every move is watched by countless people. There are so many rumors about me, and I can't make any more mistakes. My mother wants me to make her proud and become the angel of France, and I can't disappoint her. This is my responsibility. I understand, Your Highness. I'm sorry, I did not consider the pressure of your honor, and I have been rude and selfish. No, you did nothing wrong. I respect you, and I hope your life will be a joyful and untroubled one. Though you have rejected me, I hope I can still do something for you if ever you encounter any trouble. Thank you, Concerne. You can always speak to me about the things weighing on your mind, and whatever they are and wherever that may be. I shall take my leave, Your Highness, and I wish you all the best. I stand alone amongst the rose bushes waiting for freshness to me, an undescribable feeling churns inside of me. Clouds slowly obscure the sky, and the sky darkness, and the once warm wind is now a touch colder. Should I return to my room? and I head towards the pallet, and as I leave I can't help but looking back at the blooming white roses, and they're swaying in the wind without the sunlight, and the soft petals look especially pale. Your Highness, you finally returned. I was taking a walk in the gardens alone. After all, we rarely had good weather in this time of year. Did something happen, Madame Denal? Leona has been waiting a long time for you, and Your Highness, did you forget he was coming to style your hair today? Oh dear, my mind has been full of thoughts of Fanny. I did forget. Very well, madam. As soon as I change, you may bring Leonard in. After I changed, Madame Donald caused the maid to fetch Leonard, and he graced me with the usual over-the-top enthusiasm. My graceful, beautiful Dauphin, and as always, you're simply mesmerizing. Oh, my dear, and why do you look so sad? Such an expression should never appear on this face blessed by God. I've been somewhat troubled, my dear, and how long and beautiful hair has gone dull. Dear God, and what could be bothering you so? Lena carefully undoes my braids and brushes my hair. How can I talk about this without saying too much? Leonard, have you ever met someone who understands you better than anyone else? Yes, of course, that would be you, my muse, and I would always be here for you to fulfill all your fashion needs. I sighed at Leonard's all oblivious excitement. Ah, I met someone who understands and cultivates me, and I would like to become closer to him. But as a Dauphin and the Queen, a wish like this is wrong, no? Don't say that, my muse. It is very rare to meet someone like that. How could it be wrong? It'd be like I engage in infidelities all the time. Go engaging in infidelity. It was an arranged marriage anyway, so again, with someone you didn't love. It's very common for all of the nobles that were in arranged marriages to engage in infidelity, as long as the priest doesn't hear, then God doesn't know, blah, blah, blah. Look at me, if I had never met you, I would never have accomplished all of my artistic achievements. Is that so? Be brave, my dear, and go after what you want, whether that be friendship or beauty. No matter the results, you must take this leap of faith so you'll have no regrets. Thank you, Leonard, for your terrible advice. You are welcome, Your Highness. It is my honor to console a lady as beautiful as you. I hope you will be carefree all your days, and the only thing you should worry about is how to show off your exquisite taste in fashion. Come, Your Highness, smile, look at your reflection in the mirror. You are simply perfect. Leonard arranges my hair in a new style, and he showers me with compliments and proud of his own spectacular design. A new hairstyle is amazing, and I should be delighted, but I feel very little joy. And I look at my reflection in the mirror and do my best to smile. Perhaps because of my encounter with Fresno in the day, I lay awake in the bed for a long time, unable to sleep. Father Verma's admonition, Gabriel and Lena's support, and Fernand's devotion, they all stay on my mind. I guess let's just leave it halfway and then we'll continue with this the next time I stream these things. I hope you find it amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, this is sister, and I'm starting Time Princess. Well, trying to. There it is. So, starting to see it. Alright, perfect. Sound test, check, check. And we are go. For several days, I don't hear any news from Facebook. Alright. Okay, so seems about right. I think he may have left Paris, and I was unable to set aside all my worries and return to my normal life. but I can't shake a feeling of loss, and a seed of regret takes root and grows inside of me. Good morning, Your Highness. It's time to rise. Good morning, Madame de now. And I have the schedule for today. Madame de Na's turn is as 10 as ever, and today's schedule is unexpected as it always is. Always unexciting. Until and at 3 in the afternoon, you have tea with Monsignor Ledofan and Madame Adelina and Count Thursday. What? Have you forgotten, Your Highness? No, it is just that I thought it would only be Dauphin and Madame Adelaide and myself. The Dauphin happened to encounter Confessne at the Conte d'Honora's residency yesterday, and he invited him today for afternoon tea. Confessne is a fine gentleman, and both the Dauphin and Madame Adelaide like him a great deal. So he hasn't left yet, and after our last encounter, how can I possibly speak calmly to him again? Are you listening, Your Highness? Ah, yes, madam, I understand. Then allow me to help you change, and then we'll go to the dining room for breakfast with the Dauphin. After I shaved my dad and I carefully straightened my dress and reminded me once more the rules of etiquette I must follow. Your Highness, you represent the royal family of France, and please watch what you say and do. All times they are watching countless eyes. Yes, Madame Denard. In Madame Denard's company, I passed the first half of the day without issue, and finally it's time for the afternoon tea. When I arrived to the parlor, Fenn is already there. Good afternoon, Your Highness. Oh, hello, Count Fenn. It is good to see you again. The pleasure's all mine. After exchanging greeting, we both fall silent. Why is Monsignor Le Dauphin not here yet? I had no idea how to make small talk with Fenn, and the rules of etiquette don't say anything about how to handle a situation like this. I can only silence and pray that the Dauphin will arrive soon. Good day, Madame Adelaide, and what an honor to see you again. Good afternoon, Count Fenn. It is a pleasure to meet a gentleman like you again. On the contrary, Madame Le Dauphin does not seem very eager to attend to this afternoon tea. Greetings, Your Highness. Forgive my rudeness. I can't believe that you noticed Madame Adelaide's arrival. And certainly she'll critique me later for my poor etiquette. Good afternoon, Aunt Adelaide and Marine and Confessy. Good afternoon, Your Highness. Good afternoon, dear Auguste. Good afternoon, Your Highness. And the maid served us strong black tea and pastry, and the parlor fills with a sweet aroma. After we settled down, the Dauphin and Confessy and Natalie began discussing recent events in Paris. I hear many foreign artists had arrived in Paris, and have you met any of them, Confessy? Natalie, Your Highness, I would not want to miss such a rare opportunity. Paris is truly is a magical city to be able to draw so many artists. It's always been my wish to make France an ideal country for artists and inventors to live in. I hope that in the future this great country will attract more gentlemen like you. Confessy, do any of these artists impress you? How unusual for the Dauphin to bring up this topic on his own. He usually talks to Fenner about history or astronomy. And my several talented artists, but one who impressed me the most was a composer from Austria. A composer from Austria, yes. Although he had just begun his career in music, he is exceptionally talented. In Austria, he was once taught by Mr. Hyatt, and I'm certain he will become a great musician. I heard from Miss Martinez that Mr. Hyatt is an excellent musician and a great teacher as well. As the son of a familiar name, I can't resist joining the conversation. My mother likes Miss Martinez very much, and I imagine that the gentleman that the company speaks of is highly gifted. And think of Miss Martinez's beautiful singing voice, and I can help but smile. Madame la Dauphin, Madame Adelaide's shrill voice interrupts my reminiscence, and I suddenly realize I have broken another rule. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was just remembering something. Your Highness, you have lived in Versailles for so long, and I'm certain Madame de Donat has taught our customs. Please remember that you are now the Dauphin of France and not an Austrian princess. I've also heard you still keep in close contact with Duchess Epolina. When she came to the palace a few days ago, you two spoke of cooking Austrian food. Please do not forget your position, your highness, and keep your distance from those who do not behave like nobles. Madame Adelaida is so forceful, I don't know what I should do. Madame Adelaide, I'm the one at fault. I was inconsiderate of me to say something that would cause the Dauphin to miss her homeland. Confirmed, this is not the first time Her Highness has behaved like this, the Dauphin of France. How can she become a good Queen of France if she never stops thinking of Austria? I believe the Dauphin's battle in her hometown in friendship will help her better care of the French people. And as a future Queen of France, Her Highness should better understand France's allies. And she should forge close relationship with both nobles and commoners, and then she should better help the Dauphin govern France. Come Frenchness. Madame Adelaide's criticisms of me are always harsh, and at times even the Dauphin could do nothing to stop her. And I didn't expect for her to stand up for me. My lord, you, dear aunt, please say no more. Do you also believe that the Dauphin has done nothing wrong, Auguste? It was inappropriate of her to bring out the memories of Bastille and Versailles, but I'm certain that Madame Adelais will teach her again later. Please, I'm so sorry. It's not an inexcusable mistake. On Adelaide, we are lucky that the company has joined us for afternoon tea, and please don't spoil the mood. Auguste, the Dauphin is careless because you indulge her, and she no longer pays attention during her etiquette and scripture lesson, and she's even forgotten how to greet those who rank above her. Anna Delilah, really? And since you're feeling like spoiling the mood, I won't say stay any longer. Monsieur le Dauphin and Madame le Dauphin, company, if you excuse me. I gotta go yell at my lowers elsewhere. Madame Delilah rises and leaves the living room, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Maria, you're alright. I'm alright, Your Highness. It was my fault. I'm sorry, Confessor. Mao has always been quite stubborn, and she's particularly strict with Marie when etiquette is concerned. I only wanted to talk about something that Marie finds interesting so she wouldn't be bored sitting with us. And I never thought my aunt would criticize her in front of you. The Dauphin did that for me. There's no need to apologize, Your Highness. And I know Madame Adelaide means no harm, and she simply hopes the Dauphin will be a good queen. And I'm the one who should apologize. And what do you say there, Concerne? I know little of the royal family's etiquette, and I do not think it was inappropriate to speak of Austria with the Dauphin. I'm also a foreigner, and I think it is commendable for the Dauphin to demonstrate love and longing for her homeland. Your Highness, if a person is not attached to even her motherland, how can she love her people? Quite right, Concerne. And a certain Marie will grow into a queen loved and respected by people. And then decapitated. It's a wish I share with her, is not Marie? Yes, thank you, Your Highness. I'll do my best. The Dauphin gives a satisfied laugh. Now then, Concerne, please continue and tell us more about the excellent musicians you mentioned. Of course, Your Highness, I first met the gentleman at the Princess de Lamballe's residence. And smiling fell in of encounter with the musician and of the music he composed. And after he finished, it's probably Mozart. And after he finished, the Dauphin cheerfully declares that he would like to invite the talented musician to join a concert at the palace. I sit beside the Dauphin thinking of how to express my gratitude to Ferdinand. It's late, Your Highness. It's been an honor to spend such a pleasant afternoon with you. Now, if you excuse me. Thank you for joining us today, Conferne. It was a pleasure to have a gentleman like you as our guest. Let's call it a day, Conferne, and you're always welcome at Versailles. Goodbye, Conferne. Guided by the maid, Ferdinand leaves the living room, and as I watch him depart, I feel my heart sink. I didn't get a chance to thank him, and I must express my gratitude properly the next time I see him, if I ever do. Marie. Yes, Your Highness. Do you have any further engagements? No, I'd like to return to my study, and a craftsman sent me some very interesting locks, and I want to examine them. Of course he does. Understood, Your Highness, and I'll be in my room until dinner. See you then, Marie. After the Dauphin leaves, I'm left alone in my living room, and I sit quietly staring at the cards on the table until I hear a familiar voice. Your Highness, you should return to your room and rest. Yes, very well. I guess it was very exhausting to be teepy, to be like drinking tea and polite conversation. Very well, let's go. Your Highness, I heard what Madame Adelaide said from outside the door. As the Monsieur le Dauphin and Confenne understood your action, you must be more careful from now on. I understand, Madame de now, and will sincerely hope you will become a queen who's loved and respected by her people. In addition, if Father Verma has told me several times that you haven't been paying attention to you in your lessons, Madame Adelaide's criticism has some merit, and I hope you find think of them over. Yes, Madame, I am tired. Please allow me to rest a while. After the night leaves, I sit alone by the window, and Versailles is so beautiful, and I am arrested by the view outside my window, and yet I feel that Versailles has rejected me. When will Aunt Adelaide accept me? Like, never. She hates foreigners. Thinking of Madame Adelaide's criticism, I sigh. If Confident hasn't been here, then Adelaide would have criticized me even more harshly, and I think again of Miss Ernest did on that day in the garden. I respect you, and I hope your life will be a joyful and untroubled one. You may always speak to me with the scenes weighing on your mind, and whatever they are and whenever. I can looking at the set of the gardens, and the white roses they are in full bloom, and they look as if they're waiting for someone to come and appreciate their beauty. Thursday. I whisper his name, and the memories of our meetings flood my mind. Perhaps I should thank God for his blessing and thank fate for allowing the two of us to meet in Paris. And you are the most beautiful and enchanting lady I have ever met, and I hope you will not forget me after tonight has ended. From the moment I met her, I believed she was my soulmate, and she is a delicate yet strong woman. Though being far from home has brought her countless sorrow, and she bears them alone in order not to worry her friend. I am also a foreigner, and I think it's commendable for the Dauphin to demonstrate love and longing for her homeland. Your Highness, if a person is not attached to even her home motherland, how can she love her people? Good heavens! The harder I try to forget him, the more vivid these memories become. And now you know everything that's happened so far. And a few days later, on a tranquil afternoon, Gabriela comes to Versailles to see me, and I tell her about my encounter with Ferdinand and Leonard's encouragement and what happened at the afternoon tea, and my concern. So have you made your decision? I made my decision, but don't know how to tell Gabrielle. No matter how I explain it, and it sounds like a selfish and childish choice. Tell me, my dear, whatever your choice is, as long as it makes you happy, you have my support. I know this may not be the right choice, but I want to follow my heart. Whatever the future holds for me, I will gladly accept it. I don't know why these words fall so easily from my lips, but the moment I say them aloud, the uneasiness and tension inside of me vanishes. After afternoon tea that day, I tried to make myself forget about Ferdinand, but the harder I tried, the more vivid my thoughts of him became. Something inside of me is telling me that if I choose to give up now, I'll regret it. Oh, Marie, I know I have responsibilities, but it's alright, my dear, I understand. I know that there's a great deal of pressure on you, and I appreciate your situation. And no matter what you decide, I'll always be by your side. Thank you, Gabrielle. This is wonderful, and you are finally cheered up. And you finally look like the Maria I've always known, the one who faces her feelings and pursues what she wants. Except, I rejected him so friendly, I don't think I'll have another chance to tell him how I feel. That is a problem. If you send him an invitation in your name, people will gossip. Exactly. And it will be awkward if I ask him to meet me in Versailles. I know, let's plan a fated encounter. A fated encounter. I heard from the Count Croes that a new opera troupe has just arrived in Paris and it will perform at the theater this evening. The Count has invited Count Ferdinand to attend with him, the theater. And what do you think? Shall we go on the opera, my dear? And it's been a while since we last went there, and the box reserved for you has been empty for so long. Indeed, I haven't been to the theater in quite some time. And if we go to the theater together, it won't arouse anyone's suspicion. It seems like a good idea. If I meet him in the theater, I can first speak to him about the play so it won't be awkward. And what a great idea, Gabrielle. Let's go. I need to change first. Like Gabrielle is like the queen's enabler friend. The one that says yes to everything. even if it's a bad idea. Now that you're ready, let's be on our way. You look as excited as on the night you went to the masquerade ball. I hope tonight it will go just as well. Of course it will, my dear, and you'll undoubtedly return with even better memories. And Gabriel and I smile at each other, and I feel much more relaxed. When we arrive at the theater, there's already a large audience inside, and an usher leads us to a reserved box, and I ask in the name of tonight's play. It's Porcelos, Didos, and Aeneas. I'm a little surprised to hear that. And just then I hear a voice that makes my heart flutter. Your Highness? I turn around and see a pair of sky blue eyes. Madame de Lofal and Duchess of Polignac, it's a pleasure to see you. It's been a long time, Count Cruez. Your Highness, this is... I know who this is. He's an old friend of mine. Count Ferdinand, and what a coincidence. Greetings, Your Highness, and I come to Count Curtis' invitation, and I'm surprised to see you as well. Since we're all here, will you gentlemen care to join us? We could enjoy the opera together. I try my best to act calm, but can't stop myself from clutching Gabriel's hand. Was I too direct? And what do you say, Count Cruez? It will truly be an honor after you, ladies. As soon as we take our seat, the stage curtains glide open and the orchestra begins to play. And the actors give a flawless performance, but I can't enjoy the play as much as I normally would. I'm so nervous that my hands are trembling, and I turn to look at Gabrielle, and she holds my hand and gives an encouraging nod. The actors on stage begin performing at one or duets. Fear no danger to ensue, the hero loves as well as you, and ever gentle, ever smiling, and the cares of life beguiling. Cupid through your path with flowers, and gather from Elysian bowers. I see at a glance at Fenn and find him completely engrossed in the performance. And why did it have to be this opera? When royal fair shall bless, and who cares of love and stays distressed? Fate forbids what you pursue. Was it truly a coincidence? The actors sing passionately, and the beautiful voices echoing through the theater. As if sensing my guest friend turns to look at me, and just as her eye meets, I hear the opening notes of Dido's lament. A language till my grief is known, yet wouldst thou have not guessed my heart. And I avert my eyes and turn back to the actors on stage, but no matter how hard I try, I can't concentrate on the rest of the play. I am grievously distracted until the moment the final curtain falls. In Count Croix's invitation, we attended to his post-performance celebration. And after arriving at the ballroom, Count Croix approaches the theater manager to offer him congratulations, and Gabriel encounters a family friend. Only President and I are left at the edge of the ballroom, standing in awkward silence. I didn't expect to be left alone with him. Should I be happy or, Your Highness? Yes? Is there something you wish to tell me? I felt your gaze all throughout the performance. Is something wrong with my appearance? No. Only, what should I say? Wait, I know. I only wish to thank you, Confende, for speaking up for me at that afternoon tea the other day. Oh, I see. You're welcome, Your Highness, and as I said, wherever you're in trouble, I will always be on your side. Ferdinand. Speaking of which, I was surprised to see you here. And I heard you had not attended a social event held outside of Paris or Versailles for some time. Gabriel told me that there was a new opera to perform today, so I wanted to come see. Did you like it? His eyes are so blue, his gaze so intense, and every time he looks at me, I feel my heart skip a beat. Seeing him again overwhelms me with the urge to tell him my deepest feeling. Yes, I did. I found it very relatable. Oh, do you mean? Fate forbids what you pursue. I look up at him and whisper the lyrics from Dido's lament. Your Highness, I have no fate but you, and let your smile and I'll defy the feeble stroke of destiny. Aeneas said that when Dido refused him, but Ferdinand has removed their names and recited the lines with great emotion, and it seems he's waiting for my answer. Be brave and speak. I don't know how to answer his confession, and I can only turn my head to look at the dancing crowd and avoiding his loving gaze. No, I shouldn't do this. But I made up my mind to be honest about my feelings, and how can I shy away now? Your Highness? Come, Ferdinand. I'll do it. Aren't you going to ask me for a dance? His eyes flash with a touch of surprise, but then he quickly resumes his usual calm manner. Of course, it will be my pleasure and my greatest wish tonight. May I have this dance, Your Royal Highness? Of course. Shall we dance? It is good to see you finally smile, Your Highness. And I thought you felt nothing for me. Though you did accept my offer to help you in the future if ever you need it. But whenever I thought of our last conversation in the garden, it made my heart ache. And I thank God for His grace for allowing me to see you tonight and learn of your feelings. He gently takes my hand and leads me to the dance floor. And I feel as if we'll return to the night we first met when our fate brought us together. Only this time I'm not nervous, and we close a distance between us, and it feels like a curtain has fallen around us, separating us from the busy crowd. And all I can hear is the beating of my heart, and slow and steady and sure. Your Highness, let us conclude today's lessons. Your conduct these last few days has improved, and I hope this continues. Thank you, Father Verma. I will continue to do my best. Goodbye. Until tomorrow, Your Highness. After Father bendices, I hurry to the open window and take a deep breath of fresh air. The day is finally here. Before Ferdinand and I last parted, we agreed to meet outside the palace in a few days. And today is that day, and I've been looking forward to this so much. I must wear something nice to meet him. And what should I wear? I stand before the mirror, straighten the hem of my skirt, and rearrange my hair. Much better. First name. Your Highness. Huh? Oh yes, what is it? My apologies, Your Highness. I saw you straightening your dress, and do you require your assistance? No, thank you. I can do it myself. Phew, I thought I'd been caught. And I tell the maid I'm meeting with Gabriel and will be leaving Versailles. But before departing, I stand in front of the mirror once more and double check my dress and hair. This time I can present Vesna with a better version of myself. When Gabriel had up me Vesna in the woods outside of town. A steady breeze blows stirring the trees and the shadows dance across the road. Vesna and I walk along the path through the woods, telling each other about our experiences since leaving our homelands. And I finally have someone with whom I can express my dissatisfaction of the life in Versailles and my longing for my homeland. At first I kept trying to avoid Father Verma's classes just as I had in Austria, but he found me every time and wrote to my mother about it. And then my mother's letters began reminding me over and over to follow Versailles custom. Madame Denai does this as well, and ever since I met you, she's always telling me, Your Highness, Count Fenix, an outstanding gentleman, and you should learn from him how to properly conduct yourself. I tried to imitate Madame Denai's voice and reprimanded tone. I understand how you feel, Your Highness. In fact, I also tire of the aristocratic etiquette from time to time. You do? Yes, for instance. I used to complain to my teacher that medicine and philosophy were too complicated, and even now I do not always want to accept invitation nobles extend to me. And the social life of our high society is extremely stressful. So I'm not the only one who feels that way. And I should not be surprised he may be becoming mature, but he is the same age as me. When I am invited to afternoon tea, I often wish I could decline. And the pastries are too sweet, and I burst into giggles. You amaze me, and I had no idea the perfect Constantine was troubled by such trivialities. You were so calm, I didn't think anything in the world could unsettle you. I said, I hate sweets. That's not true, Your Highness. Some things unsettle me a great deal. My interactions with you, for example. Me. I try to behave mature around you, but the truth is, I'm always nervous in your presence. I fear I would overstep or that my feelings for you will cause you trouble. And each time we parted, I worry, did I say something to annoy you or was I inappropriate? So that's what he's thinking. I'm surprised. It's strange for me to suddenly say things like this, Your Highness. And I feel more at ease around you, and now that I am blurting out everything. It's not strange at all. On the contrary, I am pleasantly surprised, and I didn't see such a serious gentleman would also have a lovable side. Really. I hope I can bring more pleasant surprises in the future. I look forward to it. The sunlight is gentle and warm, and we spend the whole afternoon talking about the feelings we can't share with anyone else. Fred's calm, sensible demeanor is replaced by a more vulnerable side to him. And when I'm with him, I do not feel like the Dauphin, and I feel as though I am the carefree princess of Showbroom Palace again. At dusk, I returned to Versailles, but before I reached my room, someone stops me in the hall. Your Highness, you finally returned. Madame de Nau, I did not see you in your room this afternoon, and the maid told me that you went out with the Duchess of Polina. And Madame Elena has asked you and the Dauphin to come wait in the room tonight. The candle is about to go out, Your Highness. The candle? Does she mean? Oh, I see, I understand. I also been hearing some rumors about you sneaking out of the palace to attend a masquerade ball. What? How did they find out and why now? Please refrain from doing that again, Your Highness. And as you know, after today, you may well have a new position. I know, I'll be careful. Then please come with me. Emotions journey, and I followed the Madame Denal to the room that was prepared long ago. Madame Denal's stern reprimand weighs down every step of the way. The Dauphin has not arrived yet, and there's no one else in the small room. And I sit alone in a chair pondering what Madame Denal said, and I can't stop myself from reminiscing about this afternoon. I am conflicted by the memory. It's something in my gut tells me that I made the wrong choice. Marie. Good evening, Your Highness. The atmosphere in this room feels extraordinarily gloomy, and the Dauphin sits beside me, paging through a book, and he doesn't say another word. A crushing silence fills the room, and time slowly sticks, and the Dauphin continues to read his book as though he's already prepared for what he will face next. Does the Dauphin know that I went to a masquerade ball? That ball was like the modern equivalent of stag parties. When did I find out anything about the masquerade ball? Then have my interaction with Ferdinand also. And Your Highness, have you heard anything about? Just when I'm about to ask the Dauphin if he knows rumors surrounding me, there's a loud noise outside the room. It's coming from the king's room. Marie, may our heavenly Father protect us. We are still far too young. Although I know what would happen ever since Madame then I spoke those words a lot. I am still terribly anxious. The noise grows louder and louder like an approaching storm, and at last someone opens the door. Your Majesties. Behind Madame Denard, countless nobles and servants are shouting words that make my heart sing. The king is dead. Long live the king. The king is dead. Long live the king. Madame Denard was up to us and sinks to her knees. Long live the king. Long live the queen. The night felt like a dream, and I went to sleep as the Dauphin, but upon waking, I became the Queen of France. The royal carriage carries Louis and me to the crowds of cheering people from the Palace of Versailles to the Reims Cathedral. And on the God's case, the cardinal places a heavy crown upon my head. At the coronation, there are many celebrations, and I barely had time to catch my breath. If only my Fresno were here. Since parting the day, we haven't had a chance to meet in private again. And the last time I saw him was after the coronation, and on our way back to Versailles, and I happened to glance at our carriage window. Fresnay and Count Clovis were standing together in the crowd, and our eyes met. When will we see each other again? I looked down at the envelope in my hand. It is a letter from my mother, and Bernard and I gave it to me this morning. My dearest daughter Marie, I will not be congratulating you on your new title, and I have heard some terrible rumors, and I wish to remind you, my dear child, that you will pay a hefty price if you keep indulging in luxury and neglecting your responsibilities. I am worried about you pushing everything aside for your own enjoyment. You must take serious matters into your hand, and most importantly, resist the temptation to splurge. You must not only bring happiness to yourself, but to the people as well. Maria Teresa from Austria. I read the letter over and over again, and each time I do, my heart sinks even more. There you are, Your Majesty. I spin around and hide the letter behind me. Madame Adelaide. Madame Denal told me you left your room early this morning. and I was about to go to the Petit Trian in search of you, and I heard you've been spending most of your time there. A few days ago, the king gave me a Petit Trianon as a gift, and I finally have my own realm of freedom, and this has made Madame Adelaide dislike me even more. Do you need me for something, Madame Adelaide? Your Majesty, like, I think the Petit Trian is like a tiny castle, like a smaller house where no servants or anyone is allowed in there, so it's just a place for her to like do whatever the hell she feels like. Your Majesty, I believe that Madame Denard has spoken to you about those rumors. I'm not sure if you know, but many travelers have written your behavior into a flirtatious story and it's become the talk of the salons. What? You are now the Queen of France. You know that you represent not just yourself, but the entire royal family, and even the whole of France. I'll excuse me, if you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. I hope you understand what you're doing and never do something that will bring shame to the royal family again. Without even waiting for my reply, Madame Delilah whirls around and leaves. How can I possibly explain my behavior? I have only myself to blame. I made this choice, and comparing emotions well up inside of me, and I feel like there are two voices in my head arguing with each other. One voice warns me not to fail my mother or forget my responsibility, but the other tempts me, encouraging me to pursue my happiness. Huh? Trying to drive both voices out of my head, I walk alone to the Petit Trianon. The palace of Versailles is like a transparent cage, and everything I say and do is watched by countless people. But the Petit Trianon is my garden of Eden. Here I am free from all constraints. I greet my guests not as the Queen of France, but as Marie Antoinette. Guests such as, Good day, Your Majesty. Please, Gabrielle, call me Marie in private as you did before. All right, if that is what you want. It is rare for you to have the chance to rest here, Marie, and you must be exhausted. I am, and ever since the coronation, I had to see so many people and learn so many things. I haven't had a chance to speak with anyone, not with you and not with... I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, my dear. No, Gabrielle, it's not your fault. I'm glad you came to see me today, and I already feel much better. I'm so glad. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a surprise for you. A surprise? Gabrielle smiles and hands me the surprise to me. Oh, a cheap rose you shouldn't have. It's a delicate white rose, and its fragrance is light and sweet, and one look at it and I think of Ferdinand. It seems like you already know who it is from, and he came to me this morning and asked me to bring this to you as soon as possible. In addition to the rose, Gabriel has me a delicate wine red envelope that's sealed with silver wax. My princess, I think the sudden changes must have disarmed us both, and it pays me to be away with you. And the rose holds my thoughts for you, and I hope you can feel them. And it may be risky, but I still hope to see you once a day, once more. And I have too much to say to you. Yours, Ferdinand. A meeting. And what's wrong, my dear? And what did Ferdinand say in this letter? He wants to see me. At a time like this, I desperately wanted to see him, and the moment I read the letter, I know what answer I want to give him. But then I remember Madame Adelaine's warning me not to forget the circumstances I am in now. And I look helplessly at Gabriel, not knowing what to do. Hasn't he heard? Oh no, it's nothing. Forget about what I said. Are you talking about the rumors about me? My dear, you know. Yes, Madame Denard and Madame Adelaide told me about them. I'm sorry, Marie. I brought you to the ball because I wanted to cheer you up, and I never thought it would cause you so much trouble. I never wanted you to be sad. It's alright, Gabriel. I know that you were trying to make me happy, as you always are. And if it wasn't for the ball, I wouldn't have met Ferdinand. But my dear, attending the masquerade ball and spending time with Ferdinand following my heart, these are all my decisions I made myself. Didn't I say I would gladly accept whatever I might face in the future, even the guillotine? Marie, if you decided to go, I'll do my best to help you. So what is your decision? Looking at the letter and the white rose in hand, I long to accept Ferdinand's invitation. But I also need to consider my current position and all the gossip. Should I see Ferdinand at a time like this? Though he's rather playful when he is with me, Fern is not an impulsive person. He must have something very important to tell me if he wants to see me at a time like this. Madame Adelaida only mentioned the ball. She didn't say anything about Ferdinand, and as long as I'm cautious, it should be alright. Are you worried about the rumors, my dear? I am, and other rumors about anything other than my going to the masquerade ball. Some say you do nothing but amuse yourself and squander money, and the rest say you and His Majesty cannot rule this country properly. It seems like they haven't found about me and Ferdinand yet. I want to see him, Gabriel, and I think he must have something important to say, otherwise he wouldn't ask me to see him at a time like this. I understand, Mary. Is there anything I can help you with? Let me think. How do I go see him? I know. I told His Majesty I will go to the church to pray for the blessing from God. And since it's not a formal royal mass, I will be accompanied by only Madame Denard and Father Vermont. And I asked Frenchman to meet me at the church after mass. Perfect, and I'll take this message to him. Thank you, Gabriel. Gabriel leaves and I return to my room alone. And what would my life be like now if I hadn't met Ferdinand? And I put the white rose he gave me in my favorite porcelain vase, and the sun in the Paris of Versailles coat, and it makes the rose look fragile and small, like it might wither at the slightest touch. This is the gardens. Why am I here? I don't know, but I'm standing alone in the garden, and it's so quiet I can't even hear the wind. The sky is suddenly with bright stars, and under the light, I see a familiar figure standing in the garden. Ferdinand. Marie. Why are you here? Didn't I say I'm leaving, Marie? What? Where are you going? Goodbye, my princess. He turns to leave. Ferdinand, wait. Ferdinand! I call out his name, but he doesn't turn around, and all I can do is watch him walk further and further away. And I thought away of despair watches over me, drowning me in grief, and I use all of my strength to shut off Ferdinand's fading silhouette. Wait! I noticed a ceiling above me and realized I'm in my bedroom. It was only a dream. I look at the coffee table where the white rose is still in bloom and sunlight streaming through the window falls on the rose turning its petals gold. What did the dream mean? Your Majesty, it's time for you to rise, and don't forget you must go to church today. And while you're sleeping, try not to shout the names of your lovers. Or like, just try. That's today. Yes, madam, please help me to get changed. Yes, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you need, Your Majesty? No, madam, that's all, thank you. It was a pleasure, Your Majesty. The carriage has been waiting for you, and once you're ready, we'll depart. Understood, madam, we can go now. As I'm leaving the room, I can't resist the back of the rose once more. I can only think of what I saw in my dream. Why did I have a dream like that? What was it that Ferdinand wanted to tell me? Bright sunlight streams through the church windows illuminating every corner, and dust shimmers in the air, and as soon as I step inside, I see a figure down facing the altar praying devoutly. Your Royal Majesty, Madame Le Dauphin, may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you. And with you, Cardinal Rohan. Your Majesty, I was very happy to learn that you were coming today, and I can send the loving Father to you. Cardinal, there's no need to be so polite. Let's begin. Yes, Your Majesty. I approach the altar and reverently close my eyes. Our Father who art thou in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come and thy kingdom be done as earth as it is in heaven. I pray asking God to give his blessings to France, and I pray for you to bless France, bless this beautiful country. And I pray for your blessing, and let me leaving behind suffering and allow me to find happiness. Heavenly Father, I pray you to allow me to see Ferdinand, and I pray you will protect us from pain and deliver us from the guillotine. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and grant us cake. Amen. I open my eyes and there's a white candle quietly burning on the altar. Your Majesty, are you? Cardinal, may I be alone for a moment? I would like to pray for my mother. I understand, Your Majesty, pious as you are, answered, and God will bless you. After Cardinal Rojalis, I once again kneel at the altar and pray devoutly for Mother. The silence is broken by the sound of the door opening and someone carefully approaching me. And I finish the last word of my prayer and then slowly turn around to look at the quiet visitor. Fresno, you're here. Marie, it has been quite a long time. And when I say his name, he steps forward and raises his arm to embrace me, and then he hesitates and lowers them again. Now, there can't be any tomfoolery in front of inside a church. When I have been worried about you ever since I heard the news. I saw you in the crowd after the coronation ceremony. I was afraid I would never see you again. No, Fernand, there must be a way. I heard people gossiping about you, and I know it's risky to meet you at a time like this. But I have so many things I want to tell you. Important things I could not write in letter, and I wanted to look at you in the eye and tell you in person. It's alright, Fernand. I feel the same way. I've been thinking about you since we parted ways, and I prayed again and again that I could be by your side. I think of my dream from last night, and was it an omen, and the thought terrifies me. The image of Fernand saying goodbye and disappearing from my life too closely resembles the scene from before. Tell me, Fernand, what do you have to say? I'll listen. When you smiled at me from your carriage, I felt ready to surrender my life if it will make you happy. Since coming to Paris, I have met many people, but you, Marie, only you made me feel willing to give up everything. You deserve all the love in the world, and I will never know a lady more unique and virtuous than you. Certainly. And the moment I learned who you are, I knew that one day I would have to face this, but I did not expect the day would come so soon. His words overwhelmed me with despair, and I pray that what I feel when I come true. I wish I could stay by your side forever, but we both know me being at your side will bring you pain, not happiness. No. Fear and anxiety was up inside of me, and I feel my body trembling, fearing for what he's about to say. Please don't say it. Anything but those words. Fernand steps closer and gently takes my hand. Marie, I am leaving. You're married to another man and the king of France, and we're in front of, and then like in front of God, I'm gonna do the right thing, even if it's painful. My eyes fill with tears, and all of the despair and pain and torment I suffer since arriving in France wash over me. I feel like fate was demanding a toll from me and taking away the only thing I hold dear here. Oh, don't cry, Marie. Your tears will shatter my heart. I must take part in the war in America to prove my worth. America? I thought, America Independence War. I thought, like, a lot of people forget that, like, that America wouldn't be a country if, like, the French people hadn't helped Washington. Like, they trained all of the Minutemen. Lafayette and a bunch of other French guys. I thought long and hard before making this decision, Marie. And if I stay in France, Women's Savaras will hurt you, and for the sake of your reputation, I must leave. And Fernand reaches up and tenderly wipes tears from my cheeks. I do not feel worthy enough to stand by your side. I want to make you proud and become someone who can protect you. And I hope that someday I can stand by your side with dignity and be your knight. Guys having to go through their words. I look into his eyes, and they are filled with determination and deep unyielding love. I don't like it, but this is the best decision for both of us. Still, I can't help worrying about the uncertain future. Tortured by my reason and emotion, I finally whisper, please don't go, or I support you. Well, he's gonna leave anyway, so I'll support you. This is such an important decision for Fred, and I can't force him to stay no matter what the reasons I have. My heart wants him to stay, but my words are rational. I understand, Fennec, and I support your decision. But I won't stop worrying. Why not? So much could go wrong. And what will become of you? Will you be in danger there? I'll never stop wondering about your well-being. Please listen to me, princess. Do not worry about any of that. No matter what happens, you will have my heart. And you'll give me the courage to pursue honor and glory on an unknown continent. No, Fene, you always been a person brave enough to do that. You are the most courageous lady I have ever met, Marie. And your courage inspires me, and I will do everything I can to bring you the happiness you deserve. Please believe in me, Marie. I will become worthy of you, and someday I will stand by your side with dignity. I do believe in you, Fefne. And Smiley finally lets go of my hands and moves towards to stand beside me. And in this holy light, he closes his eyes, and his voice when he speaks is low but strong. O Father who art in heaven, and in thy name I make this vow. I offer my heart and my courage to the one beside me, my dearest Marie, my princess, and I will return from America with honor and glory, and then I will stand proudly by her side. And from that day on, I will stay with her and protecting her forever. Heavenly Father, I pray you keep him safe, and I vow to fulfill my duties during our days of separation, and I will do everything I can to become a good queen. And when Fene returns, may he see with thy blessing a better France. I can stop myself from looking at him, and I find him looking back at me. And in this warm ray of light, we make our most solemn vows. I will return, Marie, and her mind is as radiant as the sun. And when I do, I will stay by your side, shoulder to shoulder. The news that Fene will go to America soon reaches the palace of Versailles, and the king throws a farewell ball. And at the ball, I give him my sincerest blessing as the Queen of France. A gentleman like you will always be welcome in France, and this is our final farewell. I'm standing at my window looking at the white rose, and its petals are withered and falling to the table. But I still don't want to remove it from the vase. Madame de Nau reminded me several times, but now that I'm stubbornly refused again and again, she's finally stopped mentioning it. My dear, Gabrielle is speaking to the doorway, and she carefully pushes the door open and approaches me. Good day, Gabrielle. She looks at me and then at the wilted rose. Fene has been gone for several days. It must be hard for you, my dear, and why would he leave you at a time like this? It was his decision, Gabrielle, and I understand and support him. But it has upset you. He left France for his reputation and for me as well. He told me that I am the most courageous lady he's ever met, and I inspire him to be more courageous. Marie, it's for the best, for both of us. Don't worry about me, Gabrielle. I'm all right. And besides, I still have you. Oh, my dear. I'll stay with you while he's gone. Before he left, he promised that when he returns, he'll become my knight and stay by my side to protect me. And together we were engaged in infidelity as Queen Guinevere and Lancelot did back in like the King Arthur's time. And I have found my own purpose. Gabrielle, I will give him my all, and I will fulfill my duty to do the best to become the queen and loved and respected by my people. Spoiler alert, it didn't go well. Marie, you've changed so much, and your eyes glisten every time you say that. And I've been so worried that this transition will cause you more suffering. But look at you, so brave and full of promise. Thank you for bringing me to the ball, Gabrielle, and I thank fate for gifting me such a wonderful experience. No matter what happens, I will never regret meeting him, and I will improve myself so that he too will never regret his vow. Gabrielle and I spent the afternoon talking about our expectations for the future, and she tells me the gossip about me has died down. And sunlight shines through the windows and into my room, and the palace of Versailles is bright and warm now. In the first spring after Fene's departure, I had the gardeners plant white roses in the Petit Trianon. And during the summer, I often sit on the grass beside the roses, admiring their beauty. And a gentle breeze rustles the roses, and a bird song of the willow warblers meets my ears. And in the morning light, I pray silently for those who are far away. Marie, looking up, I see Gabrielle running towards me. Good news, Marie. My husband received a report on the war in America today. What is it? I heard that Fesney in as the Marquis de Lafayette adjutant has performed well in battle and has been commended by all. They won many battles, perhaps they will return soon. They won 4 battles. According to the American history, Washington and his troops lost 80 battles, but they won 4. But the reason why they got like the independence is because even though they lost most of the battles, they never stopped fighting. So then they have to bring the troops away from Great Britain. So then it just became too expensive for Britain to try to keep the America. So yeah, so like they went for persistence, not because not because they were, yes, you know. Like even when everything is going against you, if you never stop, that's the George Washington lesson. If you never stop trying, you're gonna win because whoever gets up first is the loser side. Never mind how many times you get beaten down. Because that's the American way. Moving along. Oh, and do not shoot. Oh, yeah. Do not shoot until you see the white of their eyes. Because your accuracy sucks. Because you only know how to shoot a mask. Whatever. Moving along. He says, that's wonderful. And I have a surprise for you. Oh? It was sent from America. Could it be? Gabriel's mouth and hands me an envelope, and my name is nearly printed on it. It better not be Freshness beating dead heart. To my beloved Marie, he asked me to give this to you, since he cannot send it directly to the palace. Seeing the familiar handwriting, I silently thanked God. Marie, why are you crying? I suddenly realized that tears are rolling down my cheeks, and I shake my head and brush them away. I'm a right, Gabriel. I'm just overwhelmed with happiness. Ah, that's good. Gabriel wraps me in a warm embrace, and holding the letter in my hand, I smile. A warm breeze tosses my hair, and I feel like it's coming from a far-off land, bringing his blessings to me. After nightfall, I stand alone at the window and gaze out into the distance, and the wilted rose is no longer the vase beside me, and a fresh one, delicate and fragrant, is there instead. And it looks like it's waiting for something. And the letter rests under the bed, next to its ring and a glowing in the moonlight. The ring is engraved with one small line, the unbreakable vow of the desperation that fate brought to me. Everything leads me to thee. Also, like the letter came with like a wedding ring, ending oaths beneath the roses. Alright, so that's the end of that mini chapter of Fated Encounter. I hope you have fun with me reading it. And next time I do Time Princess, I will do another sub-chapter of Queen Marie Antoinette. Alright, I hope you have fun. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, this is sister, and we're continuing with Time Princess. And let's see if it does the sound test. Yeah, let's see the slide. Alright, now let's see my voice in comparison to the rest of the sound. Alright, that seems about right. That's it. Alright, moving along. We're doing the soft story, The King's Mystery. It's been 4 years since I arrived at the party for sight, and the weather has been dismal, and the rain over the past few days just stopped this morning. I sit by the window with a quill in my hand, and I've been writing in my diary while listening to the birds chirping. A month ago, that's the 15th, ascended the throne, and thus I became the queen. I am still not accustomed to my new status, and my actions now represent the Queen of France and not just myself. I am surrounded by many people every day, and I cannot afford to make any wrong moves. I sigh as I close my diary. It's time for breakfast, Your Majesty. All right, help me get change. Unbelievable. A thousand who get easier when I'm queen. And unexpected realized to be like that of a small circus monkey, and there's so many people watching me all day. And to preserve royal dignity, I had to dress formally, even for a simple breakfast. The sound of conversation raised me before I entered the banquet hall, and I tried to perk up before entering. Louis is at the long dining table, and sunbeams shine through the French windows and lighting up his gentle brown eyes. He is silent, thoughtful, and a stark contrast to the rest of the diners who are busy chatting away. The queen is here. Louis looks up and a servant pulls out a chair for me. I'm not late for breakfast, so I hurry over to sit beside him. I apologize for my tardiness, Your Majesty. It's about I arrived just a short while ago before you. Let's eat. A servant approaches us to lay out the napkins for us, and breakfast at Reza is sumptuous, but the rules are numerous. Dressed in a cumbersome dress, I try to look dignified by keeping my back straight, and the servant served exquisite cuisine, and I turn to see Louis fully consuming, enjoying his food. The diners continue chatting non-stop, and it feels awkward to be the only ones not talking. Why won't they stop looking at me, especially the woman in the corner smirking at one another? They must be mocking me because my husband won't even talk to me. If only Louise would help me get rid of this awkward atmosphere. I cleared my opportunity to make casual conversation. The weather's great today, Your Majesty. Would you like to accompany me on a stroll on the garden after breakfast? I'm sorry, Marine. I have to attend a state conference after this, so I may not be able to keep you company. As he speaks, the two women behind me start whispering. Doesn't the Queen take note of His Majesty's schedule? Probably not. The King just refused her straight away. I'm embarrassed. I hadn't considered the possibility that he'll be busy with something. Afraid that he might get upset, I hastily pushed my bowl of soup towards him. I forgot you have state affairs to handle. The broth is great. You should try it. Louis looks at me surprised, and a sudden silence descends upon the crowd. What is it? Oh, look, she passed a half-eaten bowl of soup to His Majesty. How rude. It dawned upon me that I have behaved inappropriately, and my cheeks redden. Louis gives me a gentle smile, and he gestures for a server to get me another bowl of broth. Since you like it, have more. That's not what I mean. I just wanted to share some tasty food with you like an ordinary couple. The broth is indeed so delicious. Thank you for your recommendation. Don't you have anything else to say? Which dishes do you like best? Louis looks confused, and I swallow everything I wanted to say. Once again, Louis just doesn't respond to my attempts to get closer to him. There's not the slightest bit of French romance in him. He always treats me gently, but why won't he let me into his heart? Well, it's an arranged marriage, Queen Mary Antoinette. What do you expect? Your Majesty, please be careful. It's hot. The servant has returned with a new bowl of soup, and lost in thought, I reached for the bowl without taking heed of her warning. Ow! The bowl is hotter than I expected, and I drop and it shatters on the floor. Louis hurries over to me, and he takes my hand to look at my palm, and my hand looks exceptionally small in his, and an angry remark has appeared on my skin. That must hurt. I'll call for a doctor. I'm fine. It only hurts a little. Go get the Queen some mice and clear away the mess. There is a frost in the banquet hall, and some of the servants start cleaning away the shards and the spilled soup, and someone else starts icing my hand. I can clearly hear mocking laughter amid the chaos, and truly an Austrian woman, clumsy and rude. I look in the direction of the laughter to see a haughty noble woman speaking. How unfortunate it is for His Majesty to marry a woman like that. I prop my hand on my chin as I gaze at the gossiping woman. The women of France do love to gossip. I wonder why. Is it because they have an extra tongue? You. Stop arguing. It's almost time for the state conference and we need to finish the meal. The noble woman looked mortified, but they finally back off, and I feel utterly discouraged despite the reduced tension in the atmosphere. When people ridicule his wife, Louis only gives them a mild rebuke. I'm surrounded by brazen judgment, whispering gossip, and Louis indifference. It all feels so suffocating, just like the tight corset that I'm wearing. I actually thought he'll stand up for me. How foolish of me. I remained silent for the rest of the meal, and the food seems tasteless now. When Louis finally puts down his fork and knife, I am relieved, and I force myself to give him a polite smile and watch as the servant escort him from the hall. When will our relationship finally improve? Dude, if it hasn't gotten better after 4 years. I hope that one day he'll be willing to spare me some of his attention. The roses in the garden are already beautiful, and a light breeze carries their lovely fragrance through the air. It's a pity I'm enjoying such a wonderful scene by myself. I sit on a bench behind the fountain, mesmerized by the roses, and the sound of the footsteps awakens me from a daze. It is so awkward back in the banquet hall. Are the king and queen like that in private as well, and they don't behave like a couple at all? I'll be upset if my husband were so aloof with me and His Majesty is so unromantic. Who said His Majesty is unromantic? He probably is just not interested in the queen. You mean the king is courting another woman? Oh, believe me, our king is as amorous as his grandfather. Their voices grow softer and I strain to hear what they're saying. What do they mean? The old king loved women, and you would always find beautiful women in Versailles when he was alive. Like the old king, he had a queen and he's had him. A la Ottoman Turkish style. You haven't forgotten about Madame du Barry, have you? And she was driven away from the court not so long ago. And does our king have a mistress as well? My mind goes blank in shock. Heavens, why must I hear something like this? My husband ignored me and he keeps a mistress. The two noble women continue gossiping about the king. What is so shocking about that? It's normal for the royals to have affairs. His Majesty rejects the queen all the time. It's probably because he has a mistress. And the queen looks so dispassionate, and it will be easy for another woman to tempt the king. Does the queen know? I'm not sure about that, but I'm certain the marriage is loveless, as most arranged marriages usually are. You're just guessing. There will be trouble if the queen hears this. No, I saw something with my own eyes. His Majesty went to a house on the Rue du Framboise in Honore, and a golden-haired beauty answered the door. And they talk and laugh as if they enter the house like a pair of lovers. In contrast, he's always so cold towards the queen. My heart seems as I imagine the scene with the king and the beautiful golden-haired beauty. I always thought King Louis wasn't the type to fool around. Now I know he can be gentle and charming towards women. And what does he think he's doing to me and my reputation? And so I'm gonna feel like confronting him right away, but then I realize I don't have the right to question him. Our marriage was simply a political arrangement between Austria and France. And maybe he's in love with a woman. My thoughts are a mess and I turn and leave the garden quickly. There are people walking around Versailles every day, but somehow I'm the only person on the garden path today. I walk quickly and my heels go clink-clank on the beautiful tile path. And the sound annoys me, but I can't help thinking about the conversation on her. Louis might not treat me lovingly, but he's always been a gentleman, and he has no need to act so dishonorably. Perhaps the noble one was merely lying. If Louis were to have a golden-haired lover, she would be staying in the palace by now. And why would she be staying outside the palace and on a narrow street too? I start looking for excuses to try to defend Louis, but I end up feeling worse instead. Frustrated, I start walking and look up to the heaven, but I can only see the elaborate car roof and the sky is hidden from view. Oh Lord in heaven, why must I go through with this? Madame Denard went to the room with her head held high, and she looks just as prim and proper as usual. I'm already in a bad mood, so the sight of Madame Denard's stern face gives me a headache. It's still early afternoon, Madame Denard. It is not time for those boring church lessons yet, am I right? Please leave me alone. I wish to rest for a while. Madame Denal folds her hands to reveal a letter, and her curves are always perfect, and her back is completely straight, and only her knees bend. This sight always feels strange to me, and I can wonder if she'll lose her balance one day. But she does not fall onto my plate as of the pastries like I imagined. Instead, she presents to me yet another thing I dislike. This time it's a letter from Austria, which she places next to my pastry. I think you can spare some time to take a look at this letter from Austria, Your Majesty. I pick up the letter. It has an Austrian seal on it. I think you must have picked this timing on purpose to vex me, madame. Madame Denaz's expression does not change. She curses calmly and turns to leave. And at the door, she suddenly turns around. I heard that you did something inappropriate again at the breakfast this morning, Your Majesty. To prevent more gossip, you need to spend more time studying French dining etiquette this afternoon. Studying French dining etiquette, and she says it so lightly. It's going to be yet another incredibly boring lesson. Madame Denal finally leaves, and I'm alone in my room. And I can relax now and start keeping my back ramrod straight, and I kick off my shoes and hug my legs. The letter's still in my hand, but I don't feel like reading it. I've been in France for 4 years now, and all of the letters from Austria have been very similar to one another. I'm burying my face against my knees, and there's a strong smell of ink from the letter in my hand. Has mother written a lot this time, and why hasn't the smell dissipated by now? I really hope it's not the same kind of content again. Dear Marie, how have you been? It pains me to hear that Louise is freezing, but I'm worried about the nasty rumors spreading regarding you that are spreading to Austria. Please remember that everything you do represents the country, and I know that it must be hard for you to get used to life over there, but I hope that you will do your best to learn to be a good queen. And also plan your time wisely and try to spend more time with Louis. Capture his heart and fulfill your responsibilities as queen. And remember that whatever you do represents Austria as well as France. In layman's terms, go sire a prince, my daughter. I am sorry, mother. I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Your daughter is incapable of charming the king of France. I folded the letter and set it aside. That noblewoman was right. The royals have been having a feast for the past century. And even if I don't like it, I can't do anything about it, can I? I curl on the couch and sunlight shines through the windows and falls on me, but I can't feel any warmth at all. It's icy cold throughout this grand and opulent palace. Your Majesty, Madame Gabrielle wishes to invite you for a stroll in the garden. Ah, the things that people did for fun by then. We watch movies in TV, and their idea was, oh, you just walk around the garden to wait to see something to happen. Maybe we'll see a butterfly. It's been a few days since I overheard another woman's conversation in the garden, but it's all I can think of every day. Suspicion has taken root in my heart, and I have been observing Luis's words and actions. I can't go on like this. I should take a walk with Gabriel to find some respite. Perhaps pick out a brightly colored gown for me, Madame Denal. Hopefully this dress will make me look more cheery. Good day, Your Majesty. There's no need to be so formal with me, Gabriel. Gabriel straightens up with a tender smile. And what have you been busy with, lady? I have not seen you for a few days, Your Majesty. Gabriel tells me about the latest happenings as we stroll to the garden. I frown when she says that Luis has gone hunting with his friends today. Luis used to inform me whenever he goes hunting, and why hasn't he said anything this time? I have an unsettling feeling about this hunting trip. Oh, the roses are bloomed, and what a beautiful garden. It makes me think of the Garden of Eden. And we wandered into the rose garden while chatting, and I'm reminded of a conversation I overheard. Oh Lord, please save me. I'm so frustrated. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Gabriel takes my hands in her and gazes at me with concern. You've been frowning a lot. Is something troubling you? If you need me, I'm always here for you. I sigh and wonder if I should tell her. After a brief internal struggle, I decide to tell her everything. Gabrielle, what should I do if Louise has a mistress? What? She covers her mouth in shock. I've taken her to a corner of the garden and tell her what I heard. And Gabrielle paces back and forth, watching her makes me dizzy. Oh, heavens, heavens. Oh, please stop pacing, Gabrielle. And I tug at her hand and she finally calms down and her hand is still trembling. Are you sure of what you heard, Your Majesty? They even know where his mistress stays. And maybe everyone knows about it. Everyone in Versailles, perhaps everyone in all of France. And only me, the outsider from Nazi, knows nothing. Please don't say that, Your Majesty. This is just a baseless rumor. Gabrielle takes my hand, and distress is evident on her face. And maybe we can investigate the truth ourselves. You mean? We should investigate, Your Majesty, and then we'll find out the truth. I... Yes, investigate us. It's tradition among psycho jealous wives. Yeah, but I have to see that golden hair beauty with my own eyes. And what if it's just a bunch of lies? I don't want to worry over nothing. I support you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Gabrielle. Oh, heavens, I can't believe this. Have I gone crazy? I'm investigating Louis, the King of France. Then I probably got mad as well, Your Majesty, because I suggested it. We share a smile and then start making plans. The mystery resides outside the palace, so we should begin by checking Louis's schedule. I can't ask him directly because I would arouse suspicion. We can ask the servants first, and maybe you can disguise yourself as a servant, and that way you can observe the king's movements, Your Majesty. Gabriel and I decide to question Louis' servants. The king's attendant should know where he goes, even if he leaves the palace. Wait, Gabriel, I'm a little nervous. How do I ask them? Gabriel passed my arm to comfort me. Just do what we practice. I take several deep breaths to calm myself, and eventually I see a familiar servant in the hallway. I try to act natural as I approach the servant. Are you the king's attendant? I your servant, Your Majesty. I heard that His Majesty encountered some rude civilians a few weeks ago when he left the palace. Were you with him? He shakes his head, clearly unaware. I haven't heard anything about that. His Majesty the King hasn't given any orders regarding my excursions lately. Perhaps you should try asking the maids instead. The noblewoman said she saw Louis outside the palace a few weeks ago. Perhaps the servants really don't know anything. And Gabriel and I look for a chance to ask someone else, and finally we bump into a maid in the stairs. Rude people harassing the king. You mean the king really left the palace? The king always goes out the day before mass, but I didn't hear anything about rude civilians. And my heart is hammering against my chest. Nervously, I try probing the maid further. Do you know what the king did outside? The maid gives me a strange look, and she must be wondering why I'm asking so many questions. I'm not sure. His Majesty hasn't mentioned anything. Gabriel looks at me worried after the maid leaves. The king leaves the palace every week. Does that mean he has a mistress? I write my hands and the anxiety is overwhelming. Gabriel, what do I do? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm with you every step of the way. Gabriel may look as delicate as a daughter, but she's my greatest supporter whenever I'm having a hard time. And there's a sliver of comfort in Gabriel's warm embrace, but my anxiety refuses to go away. Louis, what on earth are you doing? The day before Mass, a servant tells me that Gabriel is waiting for me in the drawing room. Gabriel is sitting on a chair and I ask the servants to leave the room. I found an excuse to get Madame Denat to leave me alone, and she will be kept busy all day, and she won't be able to follow us. And when do we start? Gabriel takes out a finely crafted bag and opens it. Wait, were you planning to observe the king while dressed in a royal attire? Gabriel pulls out a servant's outfit from the bag. And please change into this, Your Majesty. investigation, and Gabriel checks my appearance and then nods with a satisfaction. Very good, Your Majesty. No one will be able to recognize you. Gabriel is going to station me outside Louis' study and will pretend that the Queen ordered it. And this way I'll be able to observe what he does today. We reach the door of the study, and a servant is about to enter the study with a tray. I'll go lure her away, and you can take her place. I duck my head to hide in a corner under the stair, and Gabriel walks ahead, and the servant curtsies to her. I'm lost. Will you take me to the Queen's drawing room? It will be my honor to do so. Please follow me, my lady. Gabriel gestures to me when the servant isn't looking, and the servant places a tray on the windowsill and then leaves with Gabriel. I check to make sure that no one else is around, and then I pick up the tray and stand outside the study. Inside the room of study, Luis is discussing matter with Blaisdell, and I can only hear muffled sounds through the heavy door. It's too soft, and I can't tell what they're saying. I give up trying to eavesdrop and start looking around in me in boredom, and my hands are starting to ache from holding the tray. This is too heavy. I should set it down first. I place the tray back on the windowsill and continue standing outside the study. I guess I've been too tense lately, and that's probably why I nodded off without realizing. Time to wake up, Sleeping Beauty. Someone is grasping me by the shoulders and shaking me awake, and I'm terribly annoyed. What insolence! I open my eyes and see Blaisdell's face, and my mind is still groggy from sleep. It's most ungentlemanly to disturb someone when they are sleeping, Monsieur Blaisdell. His face takes an unfathomable expression, and he lets me go and takes a step back. You're right, that was rather ill-mannered of me. And I wonder if you'd be so kind as to give me a chance to apologize. I suddenly recall that I'm supposed to be a servant, and I've been incredibly rude towards the king's trusted minister. Whoops. Nervously chewing on my lip, I bowed my head apologetically. I was in the wrong, and I beg your forgiveness for being so disrespectful, and is there anything I can do for you? Blaisdell stares at me wordlessly, and I am panicked on the inside, but I struggle to keep my face calm, and I just want to get away as quickly as possible. I'd like to have some tea and a little thirsty from the discussion with the king. And I frantically nod my head and pick up the tray. Yes, my lord, please wait, and I shall go brew some tea. And I turn away, and Blaisdell's intense gaze is stressful. And Blaisdell reaches out to block my way, and he taps the tray with a finger. Wait, isn't that pot filled with tea? The crystal pot is filled with dark liquid, and I decide to lie. This has already gone cold, and I'll go brew another pot. Blaisdell withdraws his hand, and I guess I'm free to go, and I walk away, but after several steps, I see someone following me. Are you going somewhere, my lord? If I remember correctly, there's an art gallery somewhere in Versailles, am I right? And I want to check the collection is safe. Collection? I didn't hear any news about missing items. Is there a thief in Versailles? Blaisdell nods sternly. I suspect that the statue of Freya has been stolen. From falcon feathers flying overhead, choosing warriors among the dead. Impossible, there's no such statue in Versailles. A causerie, isn't it right here? Blaisdell points at me, and there's a mischievous look on his face, and I fly into a rage, and forgetting my disguise again, I slap his hand away. Monsieur Blaisdell, I am not someone you can mock, and don't talk to me like that. And don't you know who I am? Who are you? I remember I'm supposed to be a servant, and if the nobles hear this, the ladies will laugh at me again. I know. Blaisdell looks like he has just had an astounding realization, and his attitude changes. You must be the queen. An alarm does sounds in my head, and I back away hurriedly, ready to flee. Oh no, I behave terribly. No servant would ever like this. I should run. If there's any gossip, I'll just have to deny the rumors. I mean, you're the queen's servant, right? I come to a sudden stop, and I lift my head to look at Blaisdell's face, and I think he must be teasing me deliberately. But why would the queen's servant be waiting outside the king's study? I lower my head and I keep quiet, and I decide to ignore him. Oh, I get it. The queen wants to see the king. Am I right? Yes, that's right. And may I go see the king now? I haven't finished carrying out the queen's order. The queen has never been so concerned about the king before, and did she hear something that's making her suspect the king has had a change of heart? Blaisdell has hit the nail on the head, and I can only quell my anger, and this man is such a busybody. I just hope the queen can take it on her stride, and it's pretty normal for a king to have mistress, and the previous kings were the same. Enough! I interrupt him and curse stiffly. You just say you're thirsty, my lord, and perhaps you should stop talking now. I'll go brew you some tea, and please wait. This time Blader doesn't follow me, and I manage to leave Luis's study behind. And Blaster's words are infuriating, but I know he's right. And that makes me even angrier. And I brew the tea in rage, and when I return to the corridor, I notice that Blader is gone. Is he discussing matters with the king again? And at least I don't know how to struggle to keep up appearances. I carefully crack open the door to study and peer inside, and there's no one in the study. Luis isn't in the study. Oh no, our plan is going to fail. I must tell Gabriel the news. This is bad, Gabriel. Luis is gone. I searched the area around the study, but I couldn't find him. And I returned to the meeting spot Gabriel and I had agreed upon. Oh heavens, I finally found you, Your Majesty. Gabriel rushes towards me and grabs my hand in a panic. I wanted to tell you that I saw the king leaving the palace in a carriage, but you were nowhere to be found. And I tell her how Blastia made fun of me. Do you think he was hinting at something? There's no time to think about it. We have to catch up with the king to get to the bottom of things. I've already prepared the carriage, and if we dawdle further, we won't be able to catch up. You're right, Gabriel. Let's get in the carriage. I press up against the window while clutching my seat, and unable to suppress my anxiety, I call out the driver to go faster. We'll be able to catch up as long as we don't follow this road, Your Majesty. Don't worry. May the Lord bless us. And Gabriel draws the curtain and takes out a simple dress. You draw too much attention on the street with your current attire, Your Majesty. And why don't you change into this? Compared to the palace made of, this outfit is certainly more inconspicuous and better suited for telling someone, if you say so. You always think of everything, Gabriel. The king's carriage is just ahead of us, Your Majesty. I look out the window and I realize that we arrived at the Paris market, and the market is crowded and Louis' carriage is forced to slow down. Follow him quietly and don't lose him. How do you follow someone quietly on a carriage or drawn by horses? This doesn't seem like a good stealth vehicle. His carriage comes to an abrupt stop by the road outside the theater. A theater. Is Louis going to watch a show with his mistress? I remember him getting bored when we watched the show together, and I feel with chagrin. So it's only happened when he's with his mistress. I'm going to take a look. Wait for me in the carriage, Gabriel. Yes, Your Majesty. Please be careful. And not before alighting, and then I look for Louis in the car and quietly tell him. Louis doesn't go into the theater. He turns around the corner into an alley and I hurry after him. I had expected to see a residential area, but I found myself standing in front of a large bookstore instead. Delman Bookstore. Is he here to buy books? Is it all a misunderstanding? Louis lifts his head and looks around and startled to hide in a corner. Has he discovered my presence? I casually speak in his direction and he's entering the bookstore. I guess I'm going too. Upon entering a spot, Louis immediately is browsing the shelves, and I maintain a distance of 2 bookshelves between us, carefully watching him through the gaps. He's been engrossed in the book for over 10 minutes now. What kind of book is it? My curiosity is aroused. I should have tried to sneak a peek. Louis is focusing on his attention to the book. It won't hurt to go nearer. Besides, Mother told me to find out what he likes too. I present myself with this excuse as I step lightly behind Louis and peep over his shoulder. Feeding locked cylinder, and I can't see what it says on the back. Trying to get a clearer view, I move a little too close to it, and my face bumps into his shoulder. Louis freezes and he tries to turn around, but I stop him in a panic by pushing against his back. I keep my head low and apologize in a harsh voice. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. That's all right. Are you interested in this book, madame? He holds up a book that he's been reading to show me the cover. and I raised my hand to glance at the book very quickly before lowering my head. The cover has the word locks on it. Oh no, I'm not. I'm sorry for disturbing you. And I step back hurriedly and flee the area, and the customers glare at me in annoyance. I hurry out of the bookstore and hide in a corner. Lucky for me, Luis doesn't come after me. That was too reckless of me. I need to keep a cool head. Fortunately, I can see the bookstore clearly from here, so it's easy for me to check on Luis. What is he doing? Luis hands something over to the store who wraps it as a gift. Is he getting a gift for his mistress? The store owner cheerfully waves goodbye to Luis when he leaves. They seem rather familiar with one another, and I guess Luis frequents this place. Eyes twinkling and looking more relaxed than ever, Luis ventures deeper into the alley. I've never seen that expression on his face before, and he must be looking forward to seeing her. Luis was down a narrow, winding alley, and I followed behind at a safe distance. The sunlight shines down upon Luis' hair, and it sparkles with every light-hearted step. If only he could be this jovial in the palace, and he's always so dismissive towards me. What kind of a person is this mystery lover, and he's so charmed by her? All this has simply messed up my feelings even further, and Luis suddenly comes to a stop, caraca, and I hurry duck into a corner by the wall. And he's standing in front of a house deep in the alley, and it's a crude building, and even the door knocker is covered in rust. Luis doesn't even care. He knocks on the door. After knocking, he places his hand on the key he's been carrying. He's so excited about his fingers are trembling. I'm anxiously clutching my sleeve, and I feel as though I'm about to open a Pandora's box. And my eyes are glued to the door. Am I about to find out something good or bad? And let me see the truth. Flowing golden trances come into view, and the door opens and a beautiful woman with an hourglass figure steps out, and her golden hair is simply dazzling in the sunlight. My goodness! And when I heard the door knocking, I knew it had to be you again. I'm sorry to disturb you. Louis, alluring lover, enthusiastically welcomed him into the house, and the door shuts, and I can hear her laughing merrily. So it's true. Shocked, I come out of my hiding. No, I must question Louis and get to the bottom of this. As I approach the rusty door, I find that I feel no rage but a different kind of feeling. All the worry and anxiety have merged into disappointment, and my hand freezes in midair, and I'm not sure what to do. Pain was up in me as I stand before the door. No wonder Louis doesn't like me. That's the kind of woman he likes. And I tried putting on a gracious smile on my face, like how mother used to do whenever she heard about father's philandering ways. To care so much, yet having to pretend not to care, is too hard. I really wish I could ask mother how she managed to get through all of those years. I let out a heavy sigh and then leave the place. And I walked dejectedly out of the alley without caring where I'm going, and after a while I noticed a music drifting in the wind. And apparently I wandered to the Siena, and there's an old-fashioned bridge suspended across the sparkly river. And a banker is sitting on a bridge calmly playing the violin. Madame, what would you like to listen to? It's just one super song. The bushcraver puts down his lady and advertises his service with a merry smile. Oh, what a beautiful lady. For you, just a library would do. And I shake my head to decline, but his words seem to have touched a chord in me. Don't be in such a hurry to turn me down. I have a tune that really suits you. The violin sings of envy, resentment, sorrow, and anger. It is as if a mysterious voice has encapsulated all of my feelings in music. And as the last note fades into the air, I can't help clapping with appreciation. What a wonderful melody. May I ask who composed this? I wrote it myself. Not bad, right? It's lovely. And you should go to the City of Music in Austria, and I'm sure they'll love to have someone as talented as you. Aha, thanks for the compliment. I nod, recalling his feet. I dig into my pockets, but I don't even have a dime, much less a livre. And I mean, his conseil gaze outwardly. I didn't bring any money. I guess that from the start, and you don't usually come here, do you? And you don't seem to be fitting at all. The busker shrugs casually, and he doesn't seem to care the slightest bit. You can treat the tune as a kiss from me to you. And he raises her violin to his shoulder and produces a string of happy notes to bid me goodbye. Your madam? Gabriel's calling out to me and she waves at me from the crowd and makes her way towards me. We get back into the car and Gabriel takes my hand and talks to me gently. You were gone for so long, Your Majesty, and have you found out anything? I don't know where to begin, so I merely shake my head and sigh. We're friends, aren't we? Friends support one another, so please let me help you. You can confide in me. Gabriel is looking at me worried and unable to hold in any longer. I'll tell her about what I saw in the alley. Everything no woman said is true, Gabriel. You mean that sultry woman is a king's mistress? I saw them myself, and they must be close considering how familiar they are with each other. Gabriel's hands are balled into fists, and her cheeks red with anger. That's terrible. How could the king do such a thing? Has he even considered your feelings? I watched the bustling microphone inside the carriage, and the shouting of the vendors adds life to the city. And here I am, doomed to a life of dull repetition, slowly withering away. Jimmy boast. You shouldn't put up with this, Your Majesty. And watching Gabriel's rage on my behalf makes me feel as though we're rather alike. Your family has made you suffer a lot too. Gabriel looks away, but she can't hide the sorrow in her voice. I can't change my life, there's nothing I can do. But things are different for you, Your Majesty. You still have a chance. You don't have to live the same kind of life. She takes my hand and her eyes shine earnestly as though she's trying to give all her encouragement to me. Touch, I interlace my fingers with hers and squeeze back. You're right, I don't want to live such a life. I should confront Luis about his act. I will demand an explanation from him. I'll go with you. We'll make such a scene. The types of scene you see in Jerry Springer. In high spirits, I decided to bring Gabriel along to the shady house for the confrontation. We'll better bring someone else along, and if anything happens, he can protect us and will look more imposing too. There's only the coachman, and I'll speak to him. Gabriel leaves the carriage while I think about how to question Luis later. I can't wear this dress to confront him. It's not striking at all. I should change it to something imposing and elegant to see him. Yeah, you gotta look your best whenever you're gonna make a scene. Don't make such a scene. You cheating bastard. You had no respect for our arranged political marriage. I adjust my accessories and partially shield my face with a feather fan, and I'm not pleased with myself. Gabriela is surprised when she returns to the carriage. Your Majesty, you look absolutely stunning, like a rose atop of the mountains. Is this it? The place is so bare, and I can believe the king lets his mistress stay here. She looks around curiously and apparently feeling the same disbelief I did when faced with the rusty door. Perhaps this is deliberate so that nobody will see that she stays here. Go ahead, knock. The coachman steps forward and bangs on the door, and my heart seems to thump along with the banging, and I choke my anxiety. Breathe, Your Majesty. I can hear your heart racing. I take a few deep breaths to calm myself. I'm just a little agitated. It's my first time doing something like this. Of course, I hope it's the last time too that I gotta make a scene. The door suddenly opens and a plainly dressed woman appears, and she seems to be a maid. Oh, can I help you with something? This is not the person I saw. Did I get it wrong? Is there a golden-haired lady living here, and we wish to pay her a visit? The surprised colors of the maid's face as she looks at us. That is indeed our madame, and have you arranged to meet her today? Of course I hadn't, and arranged for a meeting. I wouldn't be in a situation right now. The maid seems to realize something is fishy when we can't explain her, and she tries to shut the door on her. I'm sorry, madame did not inform me of any guests, and I cannot let you in. Please leave. The customer reaches out to block her, and Gabriel gently explains that in our hurry we have forgotten to contact her madame in advance. The maid seems a little afraid of the strong coachman, and she looks at us doubtfully. May I know how to address you? I have to check with our madame first. Madame Louise. Tell her Louise and Camille are here to see her. Why don't you visit another day, Madame Louise and Madame Camille? We have an important guest, and Madame standing to him in the drawing room. I pick up, I didn't get the location wrong. After all, Louis is there with his mistress right now. Does the guest have brown eyes and wears a beige coat? And he brought a gift too, and a bag is from Delman's bookstore. The maid's eyes widen and she nods. Indeed. We are acquainted with your Madame's guest. Our relationship is special. I step forward, tapping her shoulder lightly with my fan. Now, can you bring me to him? Please wait and let me inform Madame first. The maid insists on having us wait there where we are, and her eyes dart around suspiciously. Is she thinking of tipping them off? Won't be able to catch them if she warns them. Don't worry, we'll know each other for a long time. Your guest won't mind. I try to push myself in while she's not paying attention. I must get in there before she alerts them. The maid is quick to react, stopping me in my tracks. Madame, please. Barging into someone else's home is most unladylike. And I start feeling wrong, and the whole world seems to be helping Louise, and only Gabriel supports me. Gabriel stands in front of me. Miss, do you know who you are stopping? Do you realize that you're helping someone tear apart another family? The maid backs away, startled by Gabriel's word. Right, you do look extremely anxious. I think you may have misunderstood something, but I'll bring you to the madame. They are in the drawing room, and please come with me. This is the drawing room. I flick a glance at Gabriel and the coachman, and he agreed. As agreed, he puts on a furious expression on his face. And I square my shoulders and try to look as imposing as I can. And the door opens and Louis comes into view. Marie! The smile on his face freezes when I see what's in the room, and I freeze as well. What's going on? Good, I made a scene. An array of exquisite lots are laid out on the tea table, and each with their matching key. And I steal a glance at Louis, who's sitting beside me. He's completely focused on the lot and looks like he's scrutinizing the difference between them. Heavens, how did we arrive at such a misunderstanding? And I begin to question why I'm sitting here. And I rush to catch him for infidelity, and now I'm drinking tea beside him. Please try this pastry, madam. It's one of my best dishes. And a fair, slender hand pushes the sweet treats to me, and my eyes follow the hand up to its owner. Ma? All right. I leave the tea up and take a sip to cover up my embarrassment. The hour seen early on keeps coming to my mind as I gaze at the beautiful woman. I had expected to see Louis and his mistress behaving intimately manner when the door opened. But when I saw was another man in a room, apart from the surprised Louis and the golden-haired woman. Gabriel and the coachman, who were right on my heels, were also startled by the sight. Marie, why are you here? This is... Louis respectfully answered the middle-aged man's question. This is my wife, Marie. Marie meet Master German. Master German is our country's most greatest coppersmith. Ma? He's a genius at catching all of the elaborate locks. So my mom started vacuuming. Making noise. Looking at Louis, barely concealing something, I begin to wonder if I'm wrong. Louis hasn't been going out of the weekly to see his mistress. He's been. And this is Master German's wife, Madame Greta. And Louis points to the golden-haired woman next to German. But he's Master German's wife. Well, there's no guarantee that he's not, whatever. I mean, Monette lived with someone else's wife with her husband's approval because he needed money, whatever. And I exchanged those with Gabriel and we made a fool of ourselves. And Louis is baffled by a reaction and I smiled awkwardly. So you've been leaving the palace every week to visit Master German, and I thought, yes, I'd like to discuss last meet with Master German. Louis leans toward me and lowers his voice to a whisper. I hid in my identity because I hope to employ Master German and let him stay in Versailles. Unfortunately, he has refused, and I've been coming here every week to show my sincerity. His breath tickles my ear and making me feel all soft and fuzzy, and I turn my head away subconsciously rubbing my ear. It's all a terrible misunderstanding, and I just can't look at Louise in the eye. I must find a chance to leave as soon as possible. Oh, good, we made a scene. I suppose I should not further into it any further, and we shall take our leave now. Why don't you stay a little longer, madame, and you come all this way after all? Madame Greta urges me to stay, but I shake my head and express my apologies to German and his wife. And a hand grasps my wrist and I brush past Louise. Ah, my palm is warm, but I feel as though I've been scorched by fire. Louise? Confused, I look at Louise, but he won't meet my gaze, and he hesitates for a moment. Will you stay? My heart leaves him, my mind goes blank, and he finally looks at me as he tries to explain. Master German is an incredible locksmith, and if you like, if you're interested, let go of me first. Louise releases me and backs away, and he's clearly disappointed. Let me send Gabriela first and wait for me. I grab Gabriela's hand and drag her with me as I flee from the room. Outside the drawing room, Gabriela and I exchanged a smile. Well, that was so awkward, but at least it didn't turn out the way we thought, and that was great, isn't it? I'm not in agreement, and a heavy weight has been lifted from my shoulder. We'll leave first, then. After Gabriela has left with the caution, I return to the drawing room entrance. Taking a deep breath, I push the door open, and I chance upon a conversation. Your wife is a really beautiful and poised, and I've never seen such a negative lady before. Thank you for compliment, and she's indeed an outstanding woman. But I get the feeling that you two aren't very close. A sudden hush falls over the drawing room, and a moment passes before Madame Greta's apologetic voice breaks silence. I'm sorry, I said too much. Well, I haven't said enough. You're not wrong. The heaviness in Louis' voice reminds me of a dusty ancient clock. And I often think I'm blessed to have married someone like her, and when I see her trying so hard to get close to me, and I want to reach out and hug her, but somehow I always fail to reach out to her, and I keep disappointing her. You did well now, and the things take time. And don't be defeated by shame, and be brave and tell her how you feel. The topic changes after a while, and I stand outside the drawing room with my hand pressed against my heart. And sunlight pours through the bathing Louis in gold, and my heart is fluttering like crazy. Should I confess to him? When it became clear that the mistress issue was all a misunderstanding, I was so embarrassed that I wanted to leave, and Louis made me stay, however. And I sit by his side and watch him fade earnestly with a very cheap object in his hand. If Master Gamma hadn't explained it well, I wouldn't have been able to tell it's a lock at all. And would you like to try unlocking it, sir? And Louis' eyes light up and he pulls up his sleeve, and I know he only does that when he's very earnest about something. Is this lock very difficult to open? Louis smiles and shakes his head. He points at a bunch of keys next to the lock. These keys might be the wrong ones, but they might be the right ones, but they might also be the wrong ones. And what do you mean? Before he can explain, Master Garman speaks. This lock is one of the very best. It won't be easily opened. And why don't you tie him, madame? And if he insists 15 minutes, he loses the challenge. That sounds fun. I always like games that involve some sort of betting, so maybe that's why I like the idea so much. And I take out my pocket watch and show the time to Louise. Let's start now. Wait, what? I'm not ready yet. Louise actually grabs the keys and tools. I pick up my cup of tea and secretly observe him over the rim of the cup. And Louis seems at peace when he's focusing on the lock, and he looks the way he does when he's working in his study. However, I can't help but sense a marked difference. By now, he's like a child who has just received a new and exciting toy, and he seems rather naive and adorable. And there's a clear clicking sound in the relatively quiet room. Louis holds up the open lock and looks at me with glee. I've unlocked it, Marie. How long did I take? Ah, yes, let's see. I quickly set down the cup and check the pocket watch. 14 minutes. You win. He shyly places the lock in my hand and then continues chatting with Master Garma. And the unlocked bird's wings are spread open, and I trace the intricate details with my fingers, feeling warm and cozy inside. The horses who stride the cobblestone with a crisp, clip-clopping sound, and Louis just examining the bird-shaped lock that Master Garma has lent him. You really love these locks? Do you like uncovering secrets? Locks are like enticing secrets when they're locked. Their mystery can only be solved with the correct keys, and I'm very partial to the process of solving locks. Louis raises the bird-shaped locking in the air, and it looks like it might come to life at any moment. Look at this bird. It can only spread its wings and fly when it's unlocked. And Master Gemma enjoys crafting locks like this, and that's why I admire him so much. One day I'll crack a lock that only I can open. And Louis' eyes seem to shine when he talks about locks, and perhaps it's just a reflection of the light from the street lamp. And in a momentarily touched by the enthusiasm in his eyes, and while he's staring at me, I may have been looking at him too intensely, and Louis' ears turned red. Oh yes, Marie, how do you manage to find Master Garma? Ah yes, well, Louis' question has put me in spot, and I don't know if I should be honest with him. Tell the truth. I admit I was following you. I overheard some noble woman gossiping in the garden about you having a mistress. What? Let me explain. I was told that you're not interested in me. I voiced Lucia's case, and I changed my voice faltered. I was really upset, so I decided to follow you to catch you in the act. Mistress, do you think Madame Greta is mine? I wish I should clap a hand over Louis' mouth, and it's so embarrassing to hear him say those things. But it's too late. I closed my eyes and wait for him to rage at me. It's not that I'm not interested in you, and I knew I had betrothed even before I met you. And she's a young lady as beautiful as a rose, and I want to share many things with you, but I get tongue-tied when I see you. I slowly opened my eyes, and Louis is blushing. It's clear that it wasn't easy for him to say those words. His hands tugged nervously at his pants. Don't keep them all to yourself, and I'd like to share things with you too. Perhaps the hands have given courage because I managed to reach out and take his hand. And why don't you show me the loss you made when we're back in the palace? Louis looks at me gently and smiles. I'll be glad to. Ending heart to heart. Alright, and we finished a short mini chapter. I hope you have fun with me reading this stuff. Alright. Let me just do the sound test. Alright, perfect. Let's go to Time Princess. This is the last story of the Marie Antoinette chapter. Now that the spring ceremony has finished, the wedding of Louis, heir to the crown, and Princess Marie is approaching. The streets of France are abuzz with talk of the affair, and everyone is excited for it, everyone except for me. The royal wedding means that there will be an extravagant ceremony and a grand ball, and my husband Jules and I attend even though we're penniless nobles. I pay patiently in my room worried about the cost of attending this wedding. Please come in. What are you doing, Gabrielle? My money's troubled, my dear. Is it about the royal wedding? Yes, I must purchase a new dress to attend it, and I'm concerned about the cost. Jules sighed deeply. We are rather tight on money right now, my dear. If I wear an old dress to the wedding, we'll become a laughing stock. You know our family finances have been in dire straits these past few years. Yes, I understand. It's just that. Don't you think wearing shabby clothes will tarnish your family's reputation? And we haven't made an appearance at a formal social occasion in a long time. You're right, I'll think of something. We look at each other in dismay, wondering how to cobble together the money needed for our new clothes. Before we can come up with a solution, George turned his mind to another difficult question. Are you disappointed with our life, my dear? Nora, why would you think I will be disappointed in our life? New clothes and social events are not necessary. I'm happy to redeem with you here in Clay Manor. But Gabriel, you, I gently put my finger over Joe's lips to hush him. Our days in Clay Manor are not joyous. Gabriel, you really are an angel sent from the Lord. And what's more important right now is the lavish wedding of Prince Louis and Princess Marie. Shall we go to the Bonner and procure some new clothes? There's little time until the wedding, and we should go and see him as soon as possible. Then we will go tomorrow. The next morning, my husband and I take a carriage to the Bonner shop. If it is in the honor of Monsieur and Madame Paulina, good evening, Monsieur Bonner. It has been some time, Madame Paulina, and you are as beautiful as ever. Bonner, with a pleasing smile, seems to have anticipated the reason for our visit today. Have you come because of the grand royal wedding is approaching? That's precisely the reason for our visit. Do you have any suitable ball gown on hand? He rose his hands together nervously, showing an expression of slight embarrassment. Well, yes, but speak plainly. Well, you see, Monsieur Paulina, as you know, every noble in France has been invited to the wedding, so every tailor has ordered large quantities of material. I'm afraid you have come rather late, so the price will be higher than usual. How much? Bono returns to his pleasing expression and continues. I can provide the grandest of ball gowns, and you must wear something worthy of the glory of the Polignac family. I think he's trying to upsell us. As for the price, it's only 50,000 livres. 50,000 livres. We need to talk this over. Bonalice Palo using the excuse of bringing us our ready-made dresses. I haven't expected the price of a ball gown to have gone up so preposterously. This has completely ruined our plans, and with our limited budget, we will have to make do with the cheapest clothing. The thought of those haughty nobles looking down on me because of a cheap dress makes me sigh. If you worried about how the nobles on Versailles will judge us behind our backs, I'm afraid there's not much we can do, but we do have a secret weapon. Jules was piqued curiosity, and I can't think of any adornment that I would consider a secret weapon. Silly girl, the secret weapon is your natural beauty. Your beauty requires no adornment whatsoever, Gabriel. I know Jules is only trying to comfort me, but I still enjoy the praise. My heart is lifted in joy. Do you really mean that? Of course, my Gabriel, my beloved wife. A dress, no matter how gorgeous, is merely an embellishment. Your beauty cannot be hidden. You are making me blush. Pardon me, Monsieur and Madame Paulina. Have you finished your discussion? I have selected a few suitable dresses to show you. I asked them to come in and I pick out a most ordinary dress from those he shows. Monsieur Bonner, I choose this one. This one? I mean, there are ones that suit you better. Are you saying this one doesn't suit me? Of course it suits just why it was made for you. And if you have any other needs, please let me know. Now that we've chosen a dress, let's go home, my dear. Just bends down slightly and reaches out his hand to me gentlemanly manner, and I happily take his arm. All right, let's go home. May 16, 1770, the wedding ceremony of Louis, heir of France, and Maria Antonieta Basha is to be held today. I get up early and apply makeup, and just wait for me quietly. Would I look disgraceful like this? Is this dress too plain, or should I wear some jewelry? You're nervous, Gabriel. You are beautiful as an angel. I should wear the ruby necklace my mother gave me. It was her most precious wedding gift. Could you help me put it on, my dear? Just help me with the necklace, and then rest his hands on my shoulder, and his eyes are gentle and warm. Just what you watch, Gabriel, and you will be the goddess of the palace of Versailles. Thank you, Jules, and perhaps I'm really too nervous. This is my first appearance in such an important occasion, so I'm paying attention to every detail. Though it's a newly tailored dress, it is very plain. The one eye-catching thing is a ruby necklace on my chest, and I keep staring happily at myself in the mirror until just gently reminds me. The carriage is ready, Gabriel. We should get going. All right, let's go. Although we were a little delayed in setting out, we have plenty of time, and as we get closer to our destination, our way is blocked by commoners flocking to the streets, hoping to catch a glimpse of the royalty. The carriages frequently stop before finally arriving at the palace. The banquet hall is crowded, and owing to our family's financial situation, Jules and I can only watch from a distant corner near the door. Brightly dressed nobles pass by ignoring us, and they greet each other with the usual formality. Ah, if it isn't the Contessa Diosa, it's been a long time, and you're looking more beautiful and useful than ever. You too, Duchess Charles, and your dress is magnificent and complements your beauty with such perfection. You flatter me, and did you purchase this diamond necklace from Bonner? And such a paramount workmanship, and it's worth its high price. Your dress is just as gorgeous. If you had another mind in advance, I would have chosen it without hesitation. Hearing the conversation, I can't help but admire the Duchess Charles dress, and the complex embroidery and detailed craftsmanship is familiar. Look, Jules, and didn't we see that dress at the Bonner store? Ah, yes. And that dress cost 50,000 livres. So what? If one can regularly attend banquets and an expensive dress is nothing but a decoration. For a moment, Josco remarked sharply, "And what's wrong, my dear? You don't seem happy." The nobles overheard our conversation. Which noble family is that dressed like a maid at a grand wedding? Don't be surprised, Duchess, and some people are born with poor looks and can do nothing but talk behind other people's back. And look at the ruby necklace. It looks like the one my grandma used to wear. How old-fashioned. Just become sullen at the noble's contemptuous remarks, and I don't feel any better either. The ruby necklace is our family's most expensive piece of jewelry. Am I really so unsuited for such an occasion? Just clenches his fist and his face contours. Jules. And as I steel myself to say more, the nobles become excited. Look, it's Prince Louis and Princess Mary. I set my thoughts aside and look at the center of the banquet hall, and Prince Louis and Princess Maria Antonia wearing a gorgeous dress made their grand debut. My gosh, the Austrian princess is absolutely beautiful. Her dress is so precious and luxurious. Everyone signs in wonder at the wedding music and falling flower petals and resounding applause. Even from the distance, I can feel Marie Antonia's grace, generosity, and beauty. All of France's nobles are here admiring her looks, and someday, not far in the future, she will be Queen Marie, and she is destined for things far beyond my reach. Her beauty eclipses us all, especially me, the most inconspicuous person here. We are here today to celebrate the royal wedding between my grandson and Princess Marie Antoinette. I hope you all enjoy yourself in the grand ball that follows. As Louis XV says it, a round of applause erupts and the nobles cheer. The nobles gather in the center of the banquet hall and begin to dance. The noisy chatter dies down and replaced by joyous music and the tapping of the shoes on the carpet. And I forget my early unpleasant emotions, and I look at Jules standing there with knitted brows. Jules, my dear, what's the matter? Well, we're not danced together since our wedding. I tried to soothe my husband's anxiety, and he's rather on edge. Perhaps realizing his demeanor, Jules' face relaxes, and he manages to hint a smile. I'm sorry, Gabriel, I shouldn't be asking you. May I have the honor of this dance? He extends his hand in invitation. Like a gentleman. Of course, Jules, and I will be delighted. I put my hand in his and we danced. Graceful and lively music fills the luxurious decorated banquet hall, and the rich aroma of wine intertwines with the fragrance of fine perfume, and dancing couples elegantly twirl while others engage in pleasant conversation. But even the most beautiful moments have an ending, and once the dance ends, you return to reality. Not long after the dreary royal wedding, Jules and Sister Diana Diana comes to visit. Diana hasn't paid a visit since she became the contessa's maid. And what would be the reason for this sudden visit? As soon as she enters, Diana begins to criticize me sharply, expressing her great displeasure. How can you wear such how can you wear such tattered old dress, Gabrielle? No wonder you were mocked at the wedding. I, even if you're short on money, you must still dress well, and you'll bring embarrassment to the Paulinac family. She's about to delve into a sermon, and I need to change the subject. You become Countess Artois May, very impressed. Well, of course, the Countess Artois is a member of the royal family, and I've been making frequent visits to the Palace of Versailles recently. I meet many important people I normally wouldn't get a chance to. What important people have you met? I've often seen Princess Marie, who recently moved into the palace. She's the envy of every woman. Her dresses are gorgeous, and she has countless pieces of jewelry, and most importantly about the esteemed title of royalty. A dreamy look crosses Diana's face. Even you envy her. I couldn't really see the princess at the wedding as I was far too away. Although the princess is beautiful, she's a little too arrogant and doesn't get along with Madame du Barry. Arrogant, really, and I thought, you haven't even been to the Palace of Versailles, have you? So you wouldn't know. That's true. I'm telling you, Princess Marie doesn't respect Madame du Barry and has never shown her any courtesy. From what I've seen, she's never even spoken a word to her. But given Madame du Barry's background, sticks. How many people in Versailles really think well of her? A fish? Hey, give me the water bottle. Diana says this with a look of contempt as she too disregards Madame du Barry. Madame du Barry's background is indeed a little complicated. And the royal princess was the princess of Austria, and the status vastly different. You really know a lot, Diana. Diana then speaks in a haughty manner. If you could walk the halls of the Palace of Versailles like I do, you wouldn't see such things as a shocking secret. It's no wonder that I know more than most maids. After all, I am the first maid of the king's brother's wife. Mm. Tell you what, when I get a chance, I'll take you on a tour around the palace. You will need to dress better. At my insistence, Diane continues to share interesting gossip from the inside the Palace of Versailles with enthusiasm. As I listen to Diana, I begin to empathize with Princess Marie. Being surrounded by powerful nobles and countless rumors doesn't sound like a happy life. A long time has passed since Diana's last visit, and during that time the nation of France changed. The old king passed and the new king ascended the throne. Diana must be extremely busy with matters of the court, but who would have expected her to visit today? My dear brother, my dear Gabriel, it's been a long time. Diana wears a well-cut, luxurious design dress and an exquisite, expensive diamond necklace. She looks even more high-spirited than before. What brings you here, my dear sister? I tell you, we're quite busy these days. Alas, I am, and the Comtesse has ordered me to help her move into the palace. Sometimes I am wearing a banquet, other times I'm selecting her jewelry for her. She loves extravagant jewelry. The diamond necklace was a gift from me. Diana speaks with her pride, and her heavily powdered face showing the contours of a dazzling smile. The Palace of Versailles hosts regular salons for noblewomen, and everyone loves this gathering. And you won't understand anyway of this, and I trust everything has been well at a clean manner. It's quite some time since last we visited. We are both doing quite well. Heavens, my dear Gabrielle, you look like you got in center. And why are you still wearing these old clothes? And they're from years ago. Diana, you know our finances are tight, and that won't do. A woman's dress is a crucial of her appearance, especially for someone your age. You have to dress with a little more glamour. I don't go out much, and there's nothing wrong with wearing no clothes around the house. Times have changed, Gabrielle, and as a noble woman, you must learn some social etiquette. Even when you're not being watched, you must look radiant. Was just at the Rococo period, a time period in France where everything was happy-go-lucky before the bad times and the absence of king, and there was no longer cake anymore. First, you need to put some more effort into your appearance. Like the French are sponsoring like the American Revolution, like during that time period really bankrupted them. And now, sister, stop lecturing, Gabrielle. And what's the purpose of your visit today? Diana appears somewhat displeased at Joe's interruption, but her expression quickly becomes hearty again. Versailles is going to hold a ball soon. And as I said, I would like to take you both to the palace, and I'm finally making good on that promise. This is a splendid opportunity to join the noble social circle. You cannot pass it up. I can go to a ball at Versailles, but I don't have a suitable gown. Heavens, Gabrielle, you don't have a single suitable gown? Diana grasped in disbelief into the side Jules frowned. It wasn't easy for me to obtain this opportunity for you, and the Queen Mary herself will be attending. You cannot miss this. Buy yourself a new dress right now, Gabrielle. I don't care if you have to pawn your valuables or borrow money. Jules, we cannot lose face. Not just mine, but the face of the family. Do you understand? Say no more, Diana. We will think of something. You sound exasperated, but also a little tempted. Really, you sure you can handle this? Diana's arrogant voice is full of doubt. I'll get it arranged, even if we have to borrow money. I am relieved to hear that after all, I only worried that something might go wrong. Diana seems completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, and she just keeps on talking. Alright, I need to go see the Countess, and you can't do without me. I'll come by 3 days to take you to Versailles. Diana does her chest off, leaving Jules and I with a problem at hand. Jules, I am glad to hear that you're willing to attend the ball, but our finances. My dear Gabriel, let me worry about the money. But this is a perfect opportunity for our family to make an appearance, and I will take care of everything. Jules comforts me for a while and then goes out to solve the money problem. I mean, he can either pawn off some like heirlooms, or he can go pawn off himself. The next day he said he has already resolved the matter and invites me to go dress shopping. I am somewhat anxious, but Jules assures me with confidence that there's nothing to worry about, and we then go on a carriage to go to the Boomer shop. Ah, if it isn't the Monsieur and Madame Polignac, and what an honor to have you visit my humble shop. Is there something I can help you with? Do you need a new dress, or, I was wondering if you have any suitable ball gowns. What a coincidence, a new batch of dresses just came in, all produced by famous designers. Meticulous craftsmanship, dignified and stylish, they luxurious. They will be a perfect match for you. Well, Bonner, that might not be the sort of dress I'm looking for. Oh, Madame Paulina, is it something that concerns you? To be frank, we don't have enough money. Just frowns on my honesty. Money's not a problem, Bonnet, and you need only provide a suitable dress. But yours, my dear, we really don't have that much money for a ball gown. But if I ask you, are you going to attend the ball at Versailles? Yes. Well, since you're attending the palace ball, I will certainly give you an appropriate discount. I just so happen to have a dress that is both inexpensive and remarkably novel in design. However, the fabric is not best, if that is something you don't mind. If it still looks great overall despite the poor fabric. Seeing my hesitation, Bonner quickly asked, the discount on this dress is even better, but it's entirely your choice, for I can provide a dress of any quality. Jules, let's just make do with this time. We'll take the dress. Splendid, and of course I'll give you the best price. I told you don't need to worry about money, just leave it to me. Spare, no expense, like the Jurassic Park guy. And then since Jurassic Park guy was going bankrupt, he didn't pay the programmer because it was cheaper to have everything automated. And then since he didn't pay the programmer like set all of the Jurassic Park things loose. So yeah, don't go cheap on like the guy that makes everything run. Indiana can't resist Joe's persistence, so we buy the novel dress at a discount price. Before I know it, it is the day of the ball, and Diana comes as scheduled, and we set off to Versailles in a carriage. I thought the dress would meet Diana's standards, but instead, she starts nagging incessantly the moment she lays eyes on me. Heavens, Gabrielle, what is the meaning of this? What's the matter, Diana? Your dress is so unpresentable. Didn't Jules promise to take care of this? Diana's face flushes as she gets all flustered and emotional. The balls on Versailles are highly extravagant affairs, Gabriel, and your appearance is downright disgraceful. If I didn't know any better, I'll think you just a servant and not the madame of our Polignac family. How can you wear a dress made of such inferior fabric? It's entirely inconsistent with our family status. I can't think of anything to say to refute her, and all I can do is lower my head and listen to Diana's increasing acrimonious remarks. I contest her to specifically ask me to bring some dignified noblewoman with me. Diana's words weigh heavily on my mind. Is this dress really that unsightly? Am I not at all qualified to attend the ball of her size? Because of our family's finances are in such dire straits and I can't even afford a beautiful dress. I even earned the scorn and disdain of my brother and my husband's sister. Gosh, what am I going to say to the contest with you attending the ball like this? Diana knows my gloomy expression and continues to complain. Enough, Diana. I loaned out mother's ruby necklace in order to pay for this dress. I already done all that I can to meet your requirements, and do you want us to cancel the trip now? Well, of course not. Everyone knows that you're coming. If you're absent, you really took mother's necklace to the pawn shop. Sensing Joe's anger, Diana subconsciously lowered her voice a little. That's right, and where else would I get the money? Well, alright then, I suppose there was no other way. A better frown appears on Diana's face, but instead of complaining further, she merely sighs. With a heavy heart, we continue on the palace of Versailles. Is attending the ball really the right thing to do? Perhaps I shouldn't go, and once I start to have such thoughts, my anxiety becomes uncontainable. As the carriage approaches Versailles, I turn to look towards the glorious palace that looms ahead. Still frowning, Diana can't help but warn us. We are about to reach Versailles, and once there, stay close and don't look around as if you've never seen it before. I look down at the creases on my dress and try to smooth them out with my hands, becoming even more restless. It is too late to worry about it now. Let's go. The ball is about to begin. The carriage stops at the spire not far from the palace, and Jules and I could follow closely behind Diana in silence. We must pass through the beautiful gardens of Versailles to reach the grand palace door. Is that Diana? What a coincidence. Are these two behind you are? A beautiful dressed noblewoman filled adorned jewelry looks at Jules and I am surprised. Good day, Countess Ponier. This is my brother, Jules Polina, and his wife, Gabrielle. Diana doesn't seem to want to introduce us any further, so she changes the topic by enthusiastically exchanging amenities with the Comtesse. It has been so long, and your taste is as good as ever, and the polished gown suits you wonderfully. They walked towards the banquet hall, shoulders abreast, and Jules and I had to walk quickly to keep up. Jules, my dear, I'm a little nervous. Gabriel, my dear, be quiet and mind your etiquette. Jules rarely disciplines me so sternly, which makes me even more anxious. I follow behind Diana with every perturbed mind, and I'm not even in the mood to appreciate the astonishing decorations of Versailles until eventually we enter the banquet hall. At the end of the banquet has danced the graceful Queen Marie, and nobles and crowd around her, and they all seem to be introducing other guests to her. Their faces are powder white, and they wear tall wigs, and their necks and arms are decorated in jewelry. As you can see, Queen Marie is very busy, and the countless nobles waiting to be summoned. You two wait here. I am going to find the contest, and I'll come back after saying my greetings. Diana's tone is calm and indifferent, and she places us at the end of the summoning queue and walks off proudly. This queue is so long, and how many people are there ahead of us? Gabrielle, stay calm. Oh, just my dear, and won't my dress be too disgraceful? There's no point discussing this now. Just is partially impatient today. Is it because of the disagreement with Diana? I don't blame him. He did run to and fro to gather the money for this dress, and yet we slowly move forward with the queue, and the long wait makes us feel a little tired. And after a long while, Diana returns in her heavy, luxurious dress. In a moment, I'll introduce you to the Queen Marie. Remember these few things. Don't look out directly at the Queen and maintain my humble attitude. Speak in honorifics. It's a lick boot. Be sure that you don't do anything disgraceful, understood? And as for your outfit, well, let's just hope Queen Marie doesn't notice. She examines me from head to toe and scoffs. I understand. After waiting a long time, we finally find ourselves standing before Queen Marie. Diana respectfully performs all of the noble courtesies and then smiles rather fondly and introduces Jules and I to the Queen. Queen Marie, this is my younger brother, Jules Polignac, and his wife Gabrielle. Good day, Your Majesty. I anxiously perform my courses and keep my head slightly lowered, and I can only see the Queen's intricate and extravagant embroidered dress. It is high-quality material with gold trimming along the edge of the dress, and the workmanship is meticulous. Gabrielle said greetings. Queen Marie's voice is beautiful and gentle, like a clear stream. What a gentle voice, and then Diana said that she's arrogant. My curiosity got the better of me, and I raised my head to take a brief look at Queen Marie. Queen Marie has a dignified and beautiful face with charming contours and a natural noble air about her. The moment I meet her eyes, she gives me a playful smile and looks me up and down with intrigue. Be at ease. She extends her hand and pulls me up and then takes me aside. Huh? I stare at the Queen's touch and look at her in disbelief. There's no need to be nervous, Gabrielle. Just chat with me for a while. Yes. The Queen keeps smiling, perhaps because of my nervousness. I rarely see you in Versailles. Yes, Your Majesty. I haven't visited Versailles ever since your wedding. Oh, why is that? Queen looks at me curiously, and it seems she merely wants to know the answer and isn't trying to give me a hard time. Well, is something holding you back? You can tell me. The reason I can come to the palace regularly is because of our finances standing, but to tell the Queen, I'm still anxious, and Diana's warning flashes across my mind, and don't do anything disgraceful. And despite my hesitation, Queen Marie shows no hint of frustration, and instead she waits for me patiently. Actually, the main reason I cannot come to the palace regularly is that my husband and I are not in very good financial situation. Faced with Queen Marie's kind disposition, I can't help but blurt out the truth. Besides, we're not important people, so we don't really get the opportunity to come to the palace. I see. It seems that the Queen wasn't expecting me to be so blunt, and she gives me a look of surprise mixed with admiration. In this palace, it's rare to meet such a sincere and frank person. So you're noble, but you're dirt poor, huh? Finally, somebody saying by like showing their true face instead of like being lying or pretending to be something they're not. Yeah, like she ended up liking the fact that she's like truthful. Queen Mary winks at me playfully and then warmly clasps my trembling hands. Allow me to invite you to the palace of Versailles to take part in the salon and ball. Eh? Queen Marie is inviting me personally, and this is something I had never dreamed of. Before I can even send Queen Marie, she's already pulling me to the center of the dance floor. Only then do I notice Diana watching with envy from the distance and the eyes of everyone present upon us. I, I'll never see a Queen Marie ahead of me who stops and gives me another playful wink. Let's enjoy the ball together. Queen Marie approachingly makes me feel comfortably at ease, and I spend the entire evening by the Queen Marie's side. This is by far the most enjoyable ball I attended in years. Queen Marie and I started communicating frequently after the ball, and even when I don't go to the palace personally, we will still write to one another. She writes about scenes of trouble or about interesting anecdotes, and gradually I learned that the Queen's personality is completely different from what Diana had described. Her Majesty the Queen has written to me again. How about you? Time in Versailles has been rather vexing and dreary as of late, and I wish to go out to have some fun. And I'm curious about the countryside of Clare Manor you mentioned previously, and I wonder if you will come for a visit sometime soon. Yours, Maria Antoinette. Heavens, Her Majesty the Queen is coming to visit me at Clyde Manor. Gabrielle, my dear, and what are you so excited about? Oh, yes, honey, please listen. Queen Marie has asked if she could come to Clare Manor to pay me a visit. How do you think I should reply? Shock flashes across Joe's face, and then he clears his throat. That's splendid. It means that the Queen cares about you. You must not disappoint the Queen's expectations of you, and make sure that she is well entertained. His voice rises in excitement as he speaks. But won't this end up incurring more costs if we can afford it? Don't worry about the money, and a visit from the Queen obviously requires a reception of the highest standards. Have we paid off the debt from last time? I'll manage it. Don't worry. All that you need to think about is having a good time with the Queen. Joe's answer is very vague. Alright, I'll reply to the Queen right away. I'm so immersed in the joy of the Queen Marie's visit that I didn't notice Joe's strange attitude. I carefully fold the letter and put it in the drawer, and then I take out my quill and reply to Queen Marie. Your Majesty, I am well, thank you, and Clare Manor welcomes you to visit at any time, as I do, of course. Yours, Gabrielle. Not long after sending the letter, I received news of Her Majesty, the Queen's impending visit, and we start preparing merrily. The day of the Queen Marie's visit to Clay Manor has come, and Jules and I waited sadly by the great gate, and before long the elegant carriage from the palace of Versailles arrived, and the Queen waved at me enthusiastically. How nice to see you, Your Majesty, and how have you been? Oh, Gabrielle, there's no need for formalities between us, just call me Marie. Queen Marie winks at me playfully, and having left Versailles, she appears to have let go of her queenly grandeur. Yes, my dear Marie, welcome to Clyde Manor. Her cordiality and liveliness are always so infectious and through the way of my anxiety. Jules, with a pleasing smile, seizes the chance to strike up a conversation. Your Majesty, welcome to our humble abode. In preparation of your arrival, my wife and I have made some renovations to Clyde Manor. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask, and we'll do our utmost to satisfy your every wish. Just behavior is respectful, but this gesture feels a little strange to me. Oh, Paulina, and please leave us, and I would like to spend some time alone with Gabrielle. Yes, Your Majesty, and if there's anything lacking in Gabrielle's hospitality. With a polite smile, Queen Mary waves Jules off to the side. My dear Gabrielle, and you have no idea how dreadfully boring life is in Versailles. All this courtly etiquette, having eyes on you all the time, correcting you, I simply cannot stand it. Marie complains to me as we stroll together through the gardens of Clay Manor. Even when I'm eating, there are many people watching me, and I have no freedom whatsoever. I thought that after becoming queen, you could do whatever you want. I had no idea. Not at all, and they watch your every word and every moment, and then report it all to the king. I guess Marie is rather lonely in Versailles. All the people might think the queen is possessed with power and unlimited wealth, but they don't know all about all of this. I like the carefree atmosphere of Clay Manor. If you really like Marie, then you're welcome to visit me as much as you like. Despite mastering the courage to invite her, I still feel somewhat nervous. After all, though our friendship is deep and she's still the queen, Well, of course, my dear Gabriel, and I need a companion, someone to talk to. Marie sits down on the garden bench and basking lazily in the sun and breathing in the liberating air. I have encountered some troubling matters recently. Marie hesitates as if she wants to tell me something but doesn't know how to say it. I take the cue to ask. Is it something about His Majesty the King? His Majesty and I haven't been getting along that well recently, and he's always reluctant to talk, and we can never have a proper conversation. The garden of Clay Manor houses all kinds of plants, and the gentle breeze creates a refreshing and peaceful atmosphere. Perhaps this atmosphere has put Maria at ease, and she gradually opens up to me. And the king is always so busy, and he may be my husband, but I rarely get to spend any time with him alone. It feels like he's grown distant, and even talking to him feels awkward. He'd be like, shouldn't we be trying to make heirs? Marie lets out a sigh, and without realizing she has confided quite a lot in me about the king's affair. After that, Marie starts visiting Claire Manor from time to time for tea and chat, and she confides in me and tells me the latest gossip, and we gradually become closer. And one day, right after tea with Marie, Diana suddenly pays us a visit. Oh, Gabriel, my dear, if it appears that you are quite flush with success lately, my friendship with the Queen has given you a lot of confidence. Oh, Diana, sister dear, and I thought you being too busy as of late. As the first maid of the contest, I am naturally very busy, but I will never ignore my family because of that. Ever since she became the contest maid, Diana has seldom referred to us as family. Diana, why have you come to visit? Well, I should get straight to the point, Gabriel. You've grown rather close to Queen Marie, it seems. Diana's voice stays on an envious tone, and then when she mentions the Queen and I, but then it hardens again. You should put in some good words for our family to Queen Marie. Oh yes, you could try asking for a noble rank for yours, and it will strengthen our family standing. She sounds like she's giving me an order and that I must do as she says. What are you saying? You're telling me to take advantage of my friendship with the Queen. You're not taking advantage, silly Gabriel. You're merely looking out for your family. Are you telling me you can't do it? Taking advantage of my friendship with Marie for benefit of the family. How could she even ask that of me? I can't. You can. You're actually telling me you can't handle such a simple matter. Diana is furious. Diana, stay calm. Just cough slightly and then looks at me, and his tone is extremely tender. Dear Gabriel, and we merely wish you that you consider it for your family's sake, and also for yourself. Myself, as a Queen's close friend, shouldn't you possess status and wealth? We merely wish to establish a place near the Queen, and be it for you or for me. Your tone is very cordial and sincere, and he consciously glances at me with scheming eyes. This is my first time seeing him like this, and for a moment I cannot figure out how to reject him and inadvertently fall silent. Listen to him, Gabriel. Jules has asked you so humbly, and I am moved by his words. And these are countless people who yearn for the Queen's company, and yet she has chosen you. Since that is the case, and why can you consider it for the sake of your family? Even Diane's tone softens, and she tries her best to persuade me. I'll think about it. In the end, I couldn't resist their gazes, and I agreed to think it over. But I had no idea how to ask Queen Marie about this. Queen Marie visits the Clark Manor. Queen Mary's visit to Clark Manor grow longer, and I can't help but worry about the rumors circulating inside and outside the palace. Today I stand at the gate as usual, looking forward to the wonderful tea time with Marie. Oh, my dear Gabriel, you're always a sight for sore eyes. What's the matter, dear Marie? Is something gonna miss? Marie looks vexed, but I can't help worrying a little. I've been leaving this palace so often that even His Majesty has reminded me to reduce my trips. His Majesty will never bring this up without a cause, and the nobles must have made a complaint. I truly don't know why the novels had to be obsessed with my every move, and I really had enough. Marie sighed furrowed her brow, and this must be quite distressing her greatly. It is my fault, my dear Marie, and I should be the one visiting the palace and not the other way around. Maybe Marie keeps leaving Versailles to see me because she's being considerate of my family's financial situation, and yet I've taken Marie's kindness for granted, and the dawn says a pan of guilt through me. But Marie smiles and shakes her head, rebuffing my train of thought. Dear Gabrielle, this is not your fault. Rest assured, I will not let this drive us apart. She gives me a smile and winks at me, reverting back to her charming, lovely self, and I heave a sigh of relief. Of course I believe you, dear Marie, but I had no intentions of letting those novels criticize me any longer, so I came up with this idea. What idea? Marie gazes at me hopefully and gently clasps my hands in hers. Dear Gabrielle, you can move to Versailles. That way I won't need to leave Versailles to share with you and enjoy your afternoon tea. You can also come to my salons and I'll have my designers make new dresses for you. Marie's face lights up as she starts making plans for the good times to come. Dear Marie, I'm sorry. I am very moved by your suggestion, but I have to refuse. I guess I'm a good friend with guilty look. After pondering about it, I decided to tell the truth. The Paulina family cannot afford to support the cost of us living in Versailles. I am so sorry, Marie. Unexpectedly, Marie laughs as if it's not a problem at all. You don't have to worry about the cost at all, Gabrielle. Since I'm the one who invited you to move to Versailles, it's only natural that I will bear the cost. And what do you think, my dear friends? Will you move to Versailles? And with such a generous and sincere offer, she earnestly invites me to stay with her again. I am truly moved by her words, and at the same time, I am reminded of what Jules said. He just wants her family to have a place near the Queen, and Marie will get less complaints from the novels. And with these 2 points in mind, I gradually set my mind at ease. If I can fulfill my husband's wish and allow me to meet Marie more often as well. Dear Marie, I don't know how to express my feelings, and thank you, my dearest friend. Of course, I'm willing to move to Versailles. Wonderful, dear Gabrielle, and I already prepared a room in the palace for you. Come quickly. Marie is overjoyed at my acceptance of her invitation, and after that we have a wonderful afternoon tea in the Clyde Manor garden. And after Marie has left the manor, I quickly rush back to my room to tell Jules of this matter. Jules, my dear, listen to me. Jules was resting on the sofa and knits his brows slightly when he sees me rushing in without any regard to etiquette. What's the matter, Gabrielle? This is unlike you. My apologies, Jules, I should have not, but I had good news to share. What happened? Is it concerning Her Majesty the Queen? Yes, you're right. The Queen has invited us to move into the Palace of Versailles. Oh my, what a privilege. Is this her way of acknowledging that we deserve a place near her? But Gabrielle, my dear, expenses in Versailles are not small. The Queen said that she would bear these expenses. Just gets up from the sofa in surprise and clasps my hands tightly. This is wonderful, Gabrielle, and you really are an angel sent by God to save me. I no longer need to live in the poorhouse. Thank you, and I knew you wouldn't ignore my request, and I knew you helped me. Joe has never taken me so much seriously before, and this actually makes me feel a little uneasy. But when I think of the fact that I'll be moving to Versailles soon, I am once again filled with joy. I hope everything goes well. I pray silently in my heart. With Queen Mary's assistance, Jules and I moved quickly from the simple rustic Clare Manor to a gorgeous refined palace of Versailles. Everything feels like a dream, and for the first few days, I am still overcome by excitement, and I enthusiastically compact my belongings and try to make the new palace room more cozy and comfortable. And so Diana pays me a visit. Ah, this room is more than satisfactory. It looks like Queen Mary really values you. As soon as Diana enters, she starts looking around my mirror and giving comments. But the vase you brought from North Clyde is too old-fashioned. You should replace it. Good day, Diana. How is it? Have you gotten used to being here in Versailles? Yes, Marie has taken good care of me. How dare you call a queen by her name? Goodness gracious, and do you have the slightest idea how much trouble that will bring to our family? She screams at me as though I committed a heinous deed. Ah, but Marie asked me to call her by her name. Well, you still can. Listen carefully. Don't ever speak of her that way in public, even if the queen has asked you to. Diana scowls and her tone is unusually stern. Gossip is abundant in Versailles, and you must never be careless. Don't forget your place just because you move into Versailles and has received a little bit of the queen's favor. You must properly attend to the queen and earn more of her favor. And now that ever since Diana became the first maid of the content, she has been currying more and more favor. But to admonish me, or rather order me in such a blatant way, makes me really uncomfortable. But Marie and I were good friends. I summoned my courage to rebuke Diana. I don't want to make use of our friendship too. Diana sneers at me. You think Queen Marie gets along with you because she likes you? Surely not. Gabrielle, you're too naive. You thought she likes you, but she's only looking at the noble Polina family. Only the Polina family has your back, Gabrielle. Is that so? I never doubted the friendship between Marie and I, but Diana sounds so sudden she's starting to sway me. Gabrielle, you've never been caught in politics or Versailles, so it's not surprising that you don't know. Diana looks at me with sympathy, but her tone remains serious. I have been in many battles for many years, and I am well versed in intrigue, so this novel, kind of like the intrigue you're brewing. You have to believe me. Indeed, Her Majesty the Queen has mentioned before that her frequent trips away from the palace arouse criticism from the certain people. More than criticism, all the notable novels in Versailles are talking about it in private. So Marie's frequent trips have caused a big fuss, let alone a noble woman like me who has no status at all. Diana's words worry me, and I look at her nervously. But usually I only interact with the queen. As long as you're in the palace, it's hard to avoid dealing with other nobles. I have seen with my own eyes many nobles forced to flee Versailles because of nasty rumors and gossip. Heavens, that's terrible. Nobles act friendly towards you, but they're all too happy to stab you in the back. You can say the same thing about most folks. As long as I don't offend them. Yeah, so a lot of people just like stabbing you in the back because it's fun. Especially if like they play from software games. Desperately, I hold on to a sliver of hope that as long as I don't provoke anyone, nothing frightening will happen. Look, you don't need to provoke anyone for you to like earn enemies. Cause like they're envious that just getting nice things from the queen and that's just enough to make enemies. But it's completely shattered by Diana's sharp retort. You're in Versailles because of the queen. The moment you lose her favor, not only you but the whole Polina family will suffer. They'll send us to the Bastille to rot. Her words lash away at me mercilessly, leaving only fear and helplessness in their wake. Yeah, like it's a double-edged sword to like be a friend of like a powerful politician or somebody that's in like a position to like fill you with wishes, but also like hurt you really badly. Ever since Diana heaped her warnings upon me, I began to notice some rather unpleasant things. For example, whenever it's my turn to receive household supplies, there won't be any left. And damaged items in the room are never repaired, and the window leaks for days, and no one shows up to solve the problem. The weather turns cold, and Joss has been coughing for a few nights due to the chilly air at night. I then go looking for a servant in charge of household supplies in Versailles in the hopes of obtaining some warm blankets. I am truly sorry, Madame Paulina. The palace has been short of supplies lately. The servant hastily fends me off with the usual excuse. What do I do now? And sudden footsteps ring out behind me, and the servant's expression immediately switches to an ingratiating one. Good day, Duchess Sandra, and why have you come to me personally? I was out for a walk, so I thought I'd drop by. I'm checking the fabrics and one clothing you requested. I'll deliver them to you later. Do you have any other instructions? I know that you are a considerate soul. And after her conversation with the servant, she finally directs her gaze towards me. Who might you be? This is Madame Paulina. Oh, so you're the Paulina whom Her Majesty invited to the palace. I, the Duchess in front of me searches me up with her gaze, and disdain flirts across her expression as she turns away without so much as a word. All right, prepare a few top-quality blankets for me. Yes, Your Grace. The conversation between the maid and the Duchess makes me think for a moment, and I decide to open my mouth. I also need some warm blankets. I'm very sorry, Madame Paulina. The current staff has all been reserved. But I am so sorry, Madame Paulina. I already reserved these. It is a pity, but please don't put this hardworking servant in a difficult position. It's because the poor Duchess Paulina doesn't have money to give tip. There's not the slightest hint of regret in the Duchess Andres' words, and instead there's an air of superiority. Are they deliberately neglecting me? It's because you don't tip, Gabrielle. As long as I don't come into conflict with them, perhaps they will slowly turn their attention away from me. Nope. Just as I'm about to leave, Diana suddenly appears behind me. All of you have been too neglectful towards Madame Paulina, and she's the darling of the Queen, you know. If the Queen were to know about this, what do you think will happen? Diana severely rebukes the servant, and the latter suddenly appears fearful. Miss Paulina, you misunderstand what I meant. Is the supplies in the palace have been lacking. But since it's Madame Paulina's request, of course they will resolve the shortage. The servant changes her half-hearted attitude and puts on an ingratiating face. The Duchess Andra doesn't look pleased at all. Diana, it's you, what a coincidence. Duchess, it's been a long time, and I'm here to fetch the supplies for the Comtesse Artsy. Oh yes, I believe you have not met Madame Paulina. She's my brother Jules' wife. She moved overside at the Queen's invitation. Please take care of her from now on. For once, Diana's healthy voice sounds like an angel's bell. Certainly, I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me. The Duchess leaves in the feet, and the servant respectfully sees us off. Oh, you gotta do what you gotta do to get a warm blanket for your husband that's probably got like some weird infection. Why did people used to drop that off in the 1800s? If it's a cough, then it's could either then it might be tuberculosis, and nah, it's not that. It's just a common cold maybe, but you know, like in those days you didn't know whether it was gonna be something as simple as a common cold or something serious that will get you like uber dead. I really wasted my breath on you the other day. As a Queen's darling, you have to make use of your influence. Not only did you not use it, you were also being bullied. Diana shakes her head in exasperation. But, but what are you going to say? But I'm friends with the Queen. The Queen's good friend is being bullied by a little Duchess, and if words were to spread, not only will you embarrass yourself and your family, but also the Queen. But our friendship will embarrass Queen Marie. A heavy sorrow descends upon me, and everything in Versailles is so bewildering to me. But who will believe that we're simply friends? Even Diana refuses to. Listen carefully. You must learn how to make use of your relationship with the Queen. Understand? If I haven't been here today, you wouldn't have been able to deal with that little problem. So I went from being bullied by the servants to being bullied by the sister of the husband. The palace of Versailles is a place that values power. If you don't know how to use it, you'll be bullied by everyone. Well, you could literally say the same thing about like any place where you put like a lot of politicians like together under one roof. Cause you know, they all are friendly out in public, but like behind closed doors, they be stabbing with a knife. Oh, it may seem that I agree with her, but deep down inside, I don't support her view. Staying by Marie's side just to take advantage of my friendship with her, is that really what power is? But our friendship is far more precious than such a shallow thing, isn't it? I just have to go on tolerating everything as best I can. It's not about tolerating it. It's about learning to grow like a backbone. Like, well, whatever. I guess some folks like are non-confrontational. They just prefer to like avoid fights altogether. My days in Versailles have become more comfortable lately, and not because I learned how to wield power, but because Diana has been using her network to help me with my requests. Marie has also organized a walk-on ball for me, and it's such an overwhelming surprise. Dear Marie, do you think this ball gown suits me? I stand in front of the mirror, slightly embarrassed, and Marie is next to me. The lady in the mirror has an elegant updo and wears a gorgeous ball gown, and she's far removed from my normal self. Of course, my dear Gabrielle, this was tailor-made for you. Marie playfully winks at me and nods repeatedly in satisfaction. You've done so much for me, and I don't think I can thank you, and I don't know how to thank you. All I ask is that you stay by my side. The ball is for your sake. Be confident. I nod emphatically and go hand in hand with Marie into the ballroom. The ballroom is just as resplendent as before, and this lively atmosphere is filled with the most sweet aroma of wine, and momentarily puts me in a trance. It feels just like the day I attended Marie's wedding ceremony. I walk into the ballroom together with Marie, and everyone in the hall turns their attention at us. What should I do, Marie? I'm feeling nervous again. Don't be afraid, dear Gabrielle. I am here. Marie lets me take her arm, and we walk together to the center of the ballroom. The noble women who were exchanging greetings from one another start flocking towards us. Good day, Your Majesty. Duchess Andere, it has been a long time. Let me introduce to you my good friend Gabrielle Polignac. Madame Polignac, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Her refined and courteous manner surprises me, and I curtsy hastily. She's acting as if we had never met before. Good day, Duchess Andre. I'm still a little uncomfortable, but Marie's presence reassures me. Then I meet the noble woman I saw on the wedding day. Madame Polignac, you look stunning, and this outfit must have been designed by Monsieur Leonard. It matches your disposition perfectly like a tailor-made dress, so yeah. So like since they see me like being friends with like the queen, now they just being like very nice. Cause while they're secretly plotting to like destroy me. Cause I just have to face the people are in like places of power. Lady Paulina has suddenly gained Her Majesty's favor. Instead of flashing me disdainful look, they are just as polite as everyone else offering their greetings. They must have forgotten about the poor little noble woman at the wedding. Just as I begin to feel my interest serving, a noble woman comes up to Marie, and it seems like she has something important to discuss. Dear Gabrielle, please enjoy your ball, and I will come look for you later. Yes, Your Majesty. After Marie leaves, the crowd disperses in other directions, and not wanting Marie's efforts to go to waste, I try to find another people to converse with. And I approach two no one with their backs to me, and they seem to be talking about something. From time to time, they erupt in giggles. Oh, isn't that the Comtesse Riosa and Duchess Charles? I am about to turn around and leave when, once again, I hear a familiar scornful voice. Huh. That Paulina doesn't have the slightest hint of nobility on her, and she's simply a village girl. Right, and why would Her Majesty look so favorably down to her? It makes no sense. Maybe because as a village girl, she's frank and honest and not two-faced. Just saying. Perhaps Her Majesty just wanted an obedient pet. Polignac as a pet, Her Majesty will be devoured by those greedy hyenas. The mockery has the effect of an icy cold water, and it wakes me up in an instant. So this is how they see me. An obedient pet, a greedy hyena, that's what I am to them. If the shoe fits. There's a chill in my heart, the likes of which I had never felt before, and for a moment I struggled to breathe. Suddenly there's a commotion in the distance and other nobles gather in the direction. Good day, your royal highness. Is that the princess Adelinda? I am thoroughly anxious. Diana mentioned before that the princess can be really mean. Suddenly she walks towards me, followed by a crowd of noblewomen. The world really has changed. Now anything can enter Versailles. She flicks me a scornful glance, and the noblewomen around her start snickering. An overwhelming sense of grievance and sadness comes over me, and tears well up in my eyes, and I take a deep breath. Was coming to Paris or Versailles the right decision? Perhaps my friendship with Marie has come to my head, and in the humble, clear manner, I had unconsciously forgotten about Marie's royal status and simply enjoyed her company. But how could I forget? And this is the Palace of Versailles, the center of power of France. Madame Adelaide doesn't even care how I react, and after insulting me, she leaves together with a crowd. Well, you put like two women in a room, and then they're bound to fight. The special ball arranged for me has made me a target for ridicule instead. Even after Marie's return, she can't ease my pain and all the ball, and swiftly and simply. In the days after the ball, I begin to notice that I don't truly fit in the Palace of Versailles, and perhaps my friendship with Marie is just wishful thinking. Marie keeps inviting me for afternoon tea and to take part in her salons, but I keep declining. Diana and Jules are the ones who first noticed my strange behavior. Gabrielle, I heard that it's been a while since you participated in the Queen's activities. This is unacceptable. Your mission is to properly attend to the Queen and earn more of her favor. And do you know how much gossip you're causing by cooping up in your room? The remarks are echoed by Jules. Dear Gabrielle, I don't know what happened in the ball, but hiding doesn't solve any problems. Perhaps I have not adjusted to life in Versailles yet. I replied despondently without telling them that I don't want to be criticized by the nobles any longer. People are always if you're not getting a lot of hate, like how they said in the Boondocks that haters gotta hate, yeah. And if you're not doing anything that warrants hatred, then you're not being like successful enough. But you can't just highlight this. I heard that the Queen personally came to invite you, but you declined. I haven't been feeling well lately. My attitude of refusing both the carrot and the stick results in Diana stomping on the ground and Jules declaring his failure in his attempt to console me. And he finally signs and leaves the room, leaving me alone in my depression and insecurity. Please come in. Surprisingly, Marie comes visiting again, which astonishes me and makes me feel guilty at the same time. Oh, my dear Gabrielle, and why do you look so pale? You've been acting strange ever since the ball, and have you declined on my invitations? What happened? You left me with a lot of like crazy noble people, that's what happened. I guess you finally realized that something is wrong with me. Dear Gabrielle, dear Marie, after a moment's hesitation, I tell her everything to start to finish, and Marie sighs heavily. My dear Gabrielle, and what do you think of a queen status? Very honorable, of course, but I've been unable to make any friends despite all the years in France. The nobles of Versailles may show their respect on the outside, but they are always secretly pointing their fingers at me, whether it's my outfit or my behavior. That they hate her because she's a foreigner. Marie has told me about this many times before. Back then, I couldn't even imagine. Do you know that they call me the Austrian village girl in secret? Goodness, my dear Marie, I never imagined such a thing. And I think of the repulsive faces of these nobles, and I can't help but feel terrible and my good friend. Don't worry, dear, I don't care about the criticism. After all, I'm the Queen of France. They're just jealous. Those two-faced noblewomen are merely jealous of my status and position. It's really sad, really. Even if I'm not qualified to be Queen of France, they are also undeserving of the role. Marie's proud countenance, along with her simple way of speaking, made her even more adorable. She gently holds my hands and looks at me with beautiful, sincere eyes. Now I finally have a friend. That's the most important thing to me. All these grievances I suffer seem to dissolve instantly, and I gratefully grasp her hand. So it turns out I'm not the only one who celebrates our friendship. Thank you, Marie. You're also very important to me. I won't care about how other people see me anymore. As long as I can be by your side, that's enough for me. My heart is finally free from pain, and Marie's word has taken away all of the feelings of inferiority and anguish. I am so thankful and honored to have such a wonderful friend, and this is the greatest blessing of my entire life. I grow ever closer to Marie, and we go on trips out of Versailles together. Today I'm in my room writing a letter to my family members when Jules suddenly rushes in. Diana also shows up in a state of excitement. Dear Gabriel, I have news. I've been named Duke Paulina by His Majesty. As Jules suddenly recounts the event, he gestures wildly with his hands and feet and seems absolutely overjoyed. Countess Artois told me that it was the Queen who asked His Majesty the King to bestow Jules with the title of Duke Polignac. Looks like you're taking my advice to heart, Gabriel. Diana's face is also beaming with delight, as if she can't wait for me to secure even more benefits. Diana, shouldn't we be happy for Jules first? Yes, my dear Gabriel, I knew you were an angel sent from the Lord. It's the same compliment, but it's not as touching as before. Sometimes I feel that I have the feeling that as I get closer to Marie, I become more and more distant from Jules. You should thank Her Majesty, and I play no part in it. Well, friendships and marriage are like plants. If you spend all your time with the queen, then you're not spending time with your husband. Of course, you're gonna grow distant. Don't be so modest. I heard that Her Majesty has expelled several women for your sake. The whole palace of Versailles is talking about it, and you'll become the talk of town, for better or for worse. Diana says this rather sharply. I pay no attention what Diana says, and her exuberance suddenly diminishes. You have done well in attending to Her Majesty. Of course, you will look upon and act favorably towards your family. But don't forget that all of this is because of your family. All right, Diana, if it weren't for Gabriel, I would not have received the title of Duke Paulina. Oh, my little brother, look at you. You're a duke now, and you must use your influence well. Diana and Jules talk about themselves, about their splendid future, and I end up feeling like an outsider, which is rather absurd. Now that Jules is a duke, his schedule is much busier. Subsequently, I become increasingly estranged from him. And at the same time, I begin to accompany Marie more and more. And if not for Diana, I wouldn't even know that there are other rumors. Gabriel, you must be careful. The rumors about you and the Queen are becoming more and more exaggerated. There are people who say that your relationship is unusual and even ambiguous. My relationship with Marie is ambiguous, and what sort of strange rumors are these? They even heard other women say that you have appeared in the Queen's chambers in the dead of night. So, like, what she's implying is that, like, Gabriel and the Queen are an item, or a mating pair, if you would. There are also nobles who have complained to His Majesty the King, saying that your relationship with the Queen is improper. Goodness, how can such twisted rumors exist? And then because, they're just jealous of your success. I thought I was merely mentally prepared, but I'm still shocking to hear the details. Marie's chambers in the dead of night, that's preposterous. Of course, I believe that there's nothing going on between you and the Queen. I am just concerned about the nobles complaining to His Majesty the King. If they exaggerate it, and His King Majesty believes it, there will be serious consequences for our family. Yeah, cause this is like the 1700s, like a time period of like extreme intolerance. Like it's a dangerous situation for her. because nothing is gonna happen to the queen, whenever that situation like that happens with like rumors and stuff, the one that usually gets the worst is like the person with the lower rank, while like the high ranking individual goes on with their life. The same thing happened to like what's up, Oscar Wilde, like the guy who wrote the Portrait of Dorian Gray, that he had like that he was like going out with like a noble dude, but then like he's the one that got sent to jail while the noble guy just went on with his life, and he's the one who lost everything while the other noble dude like lived happily ever after. Diana sighs woefully, and she looks up and stares at me warningly. If His Majesty the King blames you, you must cut off all ties to the family, do you understand? Your insatiable demands are the reason for all these rumors. It's all your fault. I am already accustomed to Diana's treatment of me. Anything that benefits the family, she'll say I'm basking in the family's glory. But any nasty rumors are always my fault. In the beginning, I didn't particularly care about this strange rumor, but now I can't help worrying. Maria and I are merely friends, but what if His Majesty gets the wrong impression? The thought has been circling inside my head, and one day the king summons me for a private discussion. Oh no, has he heard the rumors and believes them to be true? I head anxiously towards the king's study and wondering how to respond to the accusation and then blame without involving Marie. Come in. Good day, Your Majesty. Get up and be at ease. I expected His Majesty to reprimand me, but he started speaking in a gentle tone. Duchess Paulina, I've been wanting to thank you. His Majesty's words astonished me, and in all of the scenarios I thought, none of them come close to this. Thank you for keeping my queen company so that she's not lonely anymore. There's no need to thank me, Your Majesty. Our woman's so nervous that I start to stutter. Don't be nervous. I know that she's not happy in the palace, and your presence has rejuvenated her youthful spirit. I always thought that the king is serious and old-fashioned, but I never expected him to be so polite and gentle. And judging from what Marie has confided me, I thought that they had a rather joyless relationship, and who could have thought? Please continue to remain by her side. Somebody has to. Your Majesty, I never leave the Queen's side, and I thought I was the only one who understood how lonely Marie was in the palace of Versailles. And I never imagined His Majesty to be aware, and much less request me to accompany her. The King's lips curve up into a slight smile with my affirmation, and he seems to cheer up a little. As for the rumors in the palace, my heart starts to race again. I know that none of them are true, and I will send someone to deal with it. You have nothing to worry about. Somebody to stab it with a pointy end. Thank you, Your Majesty. I heard that you have been learning how to make Austrian desserts. How does he know? I noticed that the Queen is little homesick, so I wanted to surprise her, if Your Majesty may. Please keep this a secret from the Queen for now. We have chefs who know Austrian cuisine, and I would ask them to help you. That is wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty. My conversation with His Majesty the King has come to an end afterward, and the palace gossip swiftly disappears. And probably the guy or the girl who was spreading such rumors. I grow increasingly confident that my friendship with Marie will not be affected by outside influences, and so I gradually find the courage to refuse Diana and just ever-growing demands. And I start spending even more time with Marie, not just in response to His Majesty's request, but also out of my own free will. Dear Gabrielle, look at this new dress Leonard designed. Do you think it matches my necklace? Marie spins around in front of the mirror and asking sweetly for my opinion. Of course, my dear Marie, Leonard truly understands your requirements. It matches perfectly. He occasionally embellishes designs with Austrian elements, and such a lovely surprise. Whenever Marie mentions Austria, there's always a touch of wistfulness in her face. And you know how she's been longing for her homeland. Marie, look what I brought today. And I've been learning how to make Austrian desserts for Marie, and now I'm finally ready to give her a surprise. This fragrance is brioche. Oh, my dear Gabrielle, you make me so happy. And I imagine that you will learn how to prepare Austrian desserts and that they will be so perfectly made. I am glad you like it, and I'm worried about you will disappoint. And after all, I never tasted a real brioche. And I had forgotten from the Austrian chefs in Versailles, and they were all very enthusiastic, of course. And the most important thing was His Majesty's assistance. Also, it was acoustic. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Gabriel. Marie gets gratefully takes a bite of the dessert, and her face blossoms into an innocent smile. It's fine, we are best friends, despite the many unpleasant and even saddening things I encountered in the Palace of Versailles. As long as Marie is by my side, I can overcome all difficulties, and I shall stay by my friend in the Palace of Versailles for as long as she needs me. Obtain the ending, eternal company. Alright, this was the last chapter of of the story of Maria Antoinette in Time Princess. And the next one I'll probably stream, I think maybe Princess Cece. Well, don't forget to give a like and subscribe if you like this content. Bye bye and God bless.